Hello everyone, and welcome to part 2. Before we begin, hey race a brief recap of the previous chapter. At the edge of the infinite continent, Xiang Yuanan, ordinary young man from Blue Star, accidentally fused with the legendary heart of the Azura King. The fusion granted him immense power and the mysterious Bloodblade Azura troops. Overnight, the once unknown lord gained limitless potential and set off on his own legendary path. When the power surged through him, Xiang Yuan felt as if a hidden force had lifted him to the summit. Fearless, he rose to meet whatever lay ahead, driven by a single thought: I will rule this land. His eyes shone with a resolve that could cut through any obstacle. Xiang Yuan's territory, Shura village, lay beside a clear river in a resource-rich region perfect for a budding domain. Without hesitation, he used the Lord's heart to build a Lord's Hall and recruited two formidable four-armed Azura. Both stood nearly 2 meters tall, muscles rippling, crimson halos hovering behind them, silver warblades in hand. Dropping to one knee, they pledged their loyalty. Slaughterblade greets the king. Slaughterfang greets the king. Xiang Yuan's heart soared. His power had begun to take shape. He and his two Azura immediately took to the sky to hunt nearby monsters. Wolves and hyenas fell easily, and Xiang Yuan's skill with the Bloodblade made every fight effortless. These beasts are nothing but whetstones, he thought with a grin. As their levels climbed, they discovered an amethyst crystal minion, invaluable resource for boosting strength. Xiang Yuan chose to exploit it at once. It would be his foothold on the infinite continent. Guarding the mine were the coin-patterned Tiger Leopard King and the Hyena King. With a sneer, Xiang Yuan swung the Bloodblade and felled both bosses in a single clash. Coins and blueprints spilled from their corpses, and he claimed them without a second thought. These spoils prove my growing power, he mused. Later, he posted a notice at the trading house, offering low prices for stone, timber, and iron ore. Other lords were stunned and annoyed, but Xiang Yuan ignored them. He knew how crucial these basics would become. The post sparked a frenzy of trades, and his stockpiles swelled. While exploring Skywalker Mountain, Xiang Yuan's group faced fearsome lesser demons. Their attack and defense were terrifying, yet the Azura's unique physique and Xiang Yuan's strength prevailed. Even with ordinary weapons, the Azura pierced demon flesh, and Xiang Yuan silently rejoiced. Choosing Azura was the right call. They exceed every expectation. With each victory, his level soared, all attributes reaching astonishing heights. Planning ahead, he resolved to expand his domain: more buildings, more soldiers, the foundation of a future empire. His wealth skyrocketed, gold piling up by the thousands. This treasure is the cornerstone of my empire, he thought, venturing deeper into Skywalker Mountain for more opportunities. In the mountain's depths, he confronted a powerful demon general. Undaunted, he met the foe Hedon, Bloodblade flashing. After a brutal duel, the general fell, dropping 3 epic-grade weapons. The Bloodblade devoured them, its attributes soaring. Once again, Xiang Yuan's power leaped forward. I will be invincible, he vowed. With the Azura at his side, he left Skywalker Mountain and returned to Shura village. During the subsequent construction of Shura town, Xiang Yuan encountered Heavy Hammer, a legendary blacksmith renowned for forging unparalleled gear. He recruited him on the spot, and Heavy Hammer delivered, crafting high-quality epic weapons and armor. Armed with this new gear, the Azura's combat strength skyrocketed. Xiang Yuan's abilities climbed even higher. I will be unbeatable, he murmured, leading the Azura away from Shura town to explore the rest of the infinite continent. That wraps up our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's installment. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're new to the story, start with part 1 in the playlist or comment section below. Now let's dive into part 2. The physicians from Shura City hurried Master Kong into the academy. Xiang Yuan stayed close, tense, until one of the doctors finally withdrew his hand from the pulse. How is he? Xiang Yuan asked immediately. Rest easy, my lord, the physician replied with a bow. Master Kong has merely exhausted his vital energy. He'll prescribe a remedy, and, with proper rest, he'll recover. Relieved to hear it was nothing serious, Xiang Yuan decided to remain in Shura City, both to watch over Master Kong until he fully recovered and to find out what the imperial array he had mentioned before fainting actually was. After observing in the academy for a while, he returned to the city lord's residence. The moment he stepped through the gate, a series of system notifications flashed. Ashura forces had captured several machine cities. The mechs were finished. Their fall was only a matter of time. Xiang Yuan glanced at the alerts, closed them, and brought up the map. Barely half of the machine territory had yet to be painted Ashura red. Certain of the situation, he dismissed the hologram, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep. The long-lost feeling of home wrapped around him. The residence was quiet and warm, and all he wanted was a deep, satisfying rest. At dawn, a fresh flood of notifications filled the inbox. More machine cities had fallen, and Ashura forces had taken 0 casualties. The campaign was going so smoothly, he felt entirely at ease. He gave himself the day off, strolling through the city, spending lavishly, sampling food and wine, even visiting the brothels. By the following noon, he opened the map again. The machines now held less than 1/5 of their original territory. At this pace, they'd be erased from the endless continent by nightfall. A quick glance showed Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and other Blue Star Lords advancing just as swiftly, carving territory from the three remaining superpowers. Then a thunderous world announcement shook the sky, leaving Xiang Yuan rooted to the spot. Endless Continent World Announcement. Blue Star forces now control 50 of the continent's territory. Blue Star forces have triggered the ultimate hidden quest birth of the Dominion Star. To claim the Dominion Star, Blue Star forces must raise their control to 80. Once achieved, the Endless Continent will transform into the Dominion Star, and Blue Star humanity will be recognized as the primary race. Humankind of Blue Star will enjoy the Sovereign Star's endless blessings. Apart from the Blue Star faction, every race must now choose. Withdraw from the Endless Continent and let Blue Star claim total victory, or fight them heathen. If any challenger occupies 50% of the land, the quest to decide the Sovereign Star's ownership will be triggered for them as well. Xiang Yuan listened to the rapid-fire proclamation and felt his heart clench. He muttered, so the Sovereign Star really exists. The situation on the Endless Continent was all but settled. The three forces hostile to Blue Star had no chance of turning the tide. Unless May Star or the Nature Elves suddenly coveted the Sovereign Star and betrayed their allies, nothing could change the outcome. Before that thought fully formed, his private chat panel lit up. The sender was Liu Bang. Xiang Yuan, where are you? Zhu and I are coming over. Senior Ing Zheng just contacted us, needs to talk to the three of us immediately. Xiang Yuan straightened and replied that he was in Shura City. The moment the message was sent, the space in front of him rippled, distorting his vision as Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang materialized. Without any small talk, Liu Bang raised a dark slate etched with intricate runes. A twin-realm communication tablet, he said briefly. Senior Ing Zheng will speak to us through it. Come closer. Xiang Yuan stepped up, and streams of light raced across the tablet's surface. In the next instant, the long-missing face of God King Ing Zheng came into focus. Haha, Xiang Yuan, long time no see. Xiang Yuan clasped his hands. Greetings, Divine Emperor Ing Zheng. The pleasantries vanished at once, replaced by Ing Zheng's grim expression. Down to business. We have a serious problem. Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan fell silent and listened. After leaving the Endless Continent, I was transported straight to the Chaos God Emperor's side, Ing Zheng said, each deliberate word carrying weight. I engaged him immediately, but the old ghost's power is unfathomable. He slipped away into the Chaos domain. He frowned. The entrance to that domain blinked out in an instant, and I still can't locate it again. Worse, during our fight, I discovered the Saints' homeworld, a planet with highly advanced technology. I infiltrated it and learned their military tech far surpasses ours, especially a weapon called the Star Annihilation Cannon. One blast can erase an entire planet, and they have several of them. I fear the Chaos God Emperor will ally with the Saints, track Blue Star, and bombard our homeworld with those cannons and their high-tech legions. I can't stop that alone. His gaze burned through the light screen. Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang drew a sharp breath, their brows knitting as no immediate solution presented itself. Suddenly Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. He turned to Liu Bang. God King Liu Bang, can the Twin Realm communication tablet transmit data files? Liu Bang paused, then nodded. Yes, we've used it to send videos and resource specs back to Blue Star. Encouraged, Xiang Yuan pulled a tiny Orb the Tech Cosmos dimensional model from his storage. It spun in his palm, weaving streams of light into a complex virtual star net. He intended to have the model extrapolate cutting-edge technology, then upload the results to Earth through the Twin Realm communication tablet. Maybe, just maybe, it could make a difference. Xiang Yuan held the techno-cosmic matrix in his hand, studying it for a moment, but he couldn't immediately figure out how to activate it. Suddenly, he remembered that the device needed to be charged, so he summoned the Azura energy within him, letting the scorching red power flood from his palm. Scarlet light raced along the lines of his hand and was instantly absorbed by the matrix, and a rapid series of crisp beeps sounded inside the crystal. A surge of data flooded Xiang Yuan's mind, wordless, soundless, yet perfectly clear in its instructions on how to use the matrix. Complying, he touched the matrix with his consciousness and asked aloud, "Can I use this inter-realm communication tablet to transmit a vast amount of data to the other side?" A calm, gentle female synth voice answered from within, "Data transfer is possible. However, the laws of this realm currently prevent the transmission of consciousness. I must first write a program into the tablet. Once it is complete, the data can be sent." "Then get started," Xiang Yuan ordered without hesitation. "Generate every advanced technology suitable for the Blue Star humans on the receiving end, package it, and send it at once. Data on the Blue Star humans has been collected through the tablet. Matching it against the tech database now," the voice reported quickly. "Scan complete. The Blue Star humans are a highly intelligent species whose current technological level is 0.5. They are capable of gradually assimilating level 1 through level 7 universal technologies. Do you wish to compile and package the entire level 1 to level 7 dataset? Xiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Blue Star was only at level 0.5, yet he was about to dump level 7 pinnacle technology on them in one shot. The thought made his breathing quicken. The transfer program is complete, and a download port has been installed on the remote tablet. Shall I transmit now? Do it, he said, nodding decisively. By now Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang were staring in stunned silence, and even Ing Zhong, watching through the tablet, looked equally astounded. The three god kings understood the term technological civilization, yet watching a palm-sized rhomboid crystal write code into a slab of stone and prepare to beam over the entirety of level 1 through level 7 civilization was far beyond their experience. When had Xiang Yuan acquired such a marvel? The question churned in their minds, but none of them dared interrupt. The next moment the image of Emperor God Ing Zheng on the tablet flickered and the screen trembled slightly. Then a progress bar appeared. The progress bar shot forward, and in less than 10 minutes the inter-realm communication tablet flashed. Data transfer complete. Divine Emperor Ing Zheng stared at the slate and suddenly froze. Huh, why is there an extra download package? Could it really contain the full spectrum of level 1 to level 7 technology? His exclamation allowed Xiang Yuan, far away on the other end, to breathe a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, that is exactly the complete tech bundle from level 1 through level 7. I stole this universe-scale tech model from the machine clan. Those guys never fail in matters of science. Take the slate back to Blue Star at once. Our scientists can handle the download and analysis. Ing Zheng's eyes blazed. Xiang Yuan, if this is true, you've earned yet another great merit. He'll lock onto Blue Star's coordinates and head home immediately. After a brief farewell to Lu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan, he closed the communication. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a smile and gave Xiang Yuan a thumbs up. Well done. We knew you were Blue Star's lucky star. Xiang Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. Haha, just good luck. Before he finished, Feng Zheng burst into the hall, visibly anxious. Lord City Master, the sage is awake. He says he must see you at once. Xiang Yuan's expression lit up. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang cupped their fists. The war is pressing. We won't keep you. Farewell. With a flicker, they vanished using the great teleportation technique. Lead the way, Xiang Yuan said, following Feng Zheng straight to the academy. Moments later he stepped into Kong Fuse's chamber. The sage sat cross-legged on the bed, fingers flying through an arcane sequence. The slate engraved with the character D glowed and pulsed in his hands clearly mid-calculation. Master, your injuries haven't healed. Why are you using divination again? Xiang Yuan cried. Kong Fuzi opened his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. My lord, splendid news. The location marked on this map most likely hides the legendary Digo. Digo? Xiang Yuan felt a fresh wave of confusion. The Digo is shrouded in mystery, the sage explained. On the boundless continent, it marks the pinnacle of a lord's power and status. The simplest measure is this. When a main city ascends to an imperial city at level 90, its master is called a god king. At that, a strange light flickered in Xiang Yuan's eyes. If the lord's level breaks the 100-point barrier and reaches the forbidden 101, he becomes a god emperor, Kong Fuzi continued. Surely you already know this. Xiang Yuan's guess was confirmed, and he blurted, then above the god emperor, there's. Exactly. The sage nodded gravely. Legend says that beyond the god emperor stands a singular being, the god emperor of emperors. The Di-Gu is the key, and it is intertwined with the starfate forged body. This was the second time Xiang Yuan had heard the term starfate tempering. A tremor ran through him. He stepped forward, eyes locked on the old man, his lowered voice betraying a surge of urgency. You know about starfate tempering as well? Kong Fuzi paused, then nodded with a knowing smile. Brushing the dust from his sleeve, he spoke with quiet admiration. City Lord, your fortune truly runs deep. You've already learned of it. I plan to explain everything once you return to Azura City, but since this concerns your future, there's no time to waste. Xiang Yuan immediately softened his stance, fists lightly clenched, gaze earnest. Please, tell me everything. Stroking his beard, Kong Fuzi began. Starfate tempering is the cornerstone of an unsurpassed foundation. When it's completed on the Endless Continent, the precursor to the Dominion Star, the results are unparalleled. You can reach level 100 outright. He lifted a hand, and a glowing star chart bloomed in the air. Across the cosmos, 99% of worlds that possess starfate rules top out in the low 90s. Only the Endless Continent allows you to break the 100-level ceiling. Rumor even speaks of a chance to breach level 101, a forbidden threshold. Level 90 alone guarantees future supremacy. Every step beyond is a leap. Xiang Yuan's eyes burned, his breathing quick. Level 101 is already the stuff of legend. Kong Fuzi went on, voice low yet resonant. But what I must tell you today reaches further still. The Endless Continent holds a single, mythical height. Level 102, the Divine Emperor. The words hit like thunder. Xiang Yuan's pupils contracted. Beyond level 101? That level can already shatter the continent's laws and tear open the void. Kong Fuzi raised a hand, cutting off his amazement. I rushed here because I also heard the system's grand announcement. You must move at once. Before the Endless Continent finishes its transformation into the Dominion Star, you must obtain the sacred relic that will push you to level 102, the Imperial Sigil. His expression turned solemn. Once the transformation is complete, the terrain will change beyond recognition. Even with my divination, finding that sigil on the Dominion Star will be nearly impossible. Xiang Yuan frowned, studying the old man's pallor and shaky breath. Sir, your body is frail already. If you force another divination to locate the sigil, can you withstand it? Kong Fuzi caught the genuine concern in his eyes. Had he asked for rest, Xiang Yuan would surely have agreed. Instead, the old scholar merely smiled and shook his head. Do not worry, City Lord. I know my limits. Give me 2 days. Within that time, I will pinpoint the exact location of the Imperial Sigil on this stone map. Xiang Yuan had wanted to persuade him a little longer, but the moment Kong Fuzi finished speaking, he closed his eyes, cradled the stone tablet, and slipped back into divination. With no alternative, Xiang Yuan tiptoed out of the bedroom and pulled the door shut behind him. 2 days flew by. During that time, he kept watching the Endless Continent's map interface. The Ashura army had driven the mechanoids completely off the mainland, and he received a private message from Liu Bangmei Xing, and the Woodolves wanted to ally with Blue Star to fight the continent's 3 hostile giants. Their only request was a chance, someday, to move part of their people to the Dominion Star. Because the Dominion Star's blessings vary by individual and mostly favor the Dominions themselves, Xiang Yuan had no objections. With the 3 enemy blocks now hemmed in by Blue Star, Mei Xing, and the Woodolves, he estimated Blue Star would finish the Dominion Star ownership quest within a month. Just as he closed the map, Feng Zheng burst into the Lord's residence. My lord, the master says it's done. He needs you right away. He's too weak to come himself. Energized, Xiang Yuan sprinted out of the mansion and headed for the academy. Soft light filtered through paper windows in Kong Fuzi's room as the old scholar wrote at a furious pace. He set down his brush just as Xiang Yuan arrived. Master, have you found it? Xiang Yuan asked. Smiling, Kong Fuzi rose and handed him a sheet of parchment still fragrant with fresh ink. The parchment showed a newly drawn map whose terrain matched everything Xiang Yuan had seen on the system display, and excitement lit his face. My lord, the old man said, I redrew this from the original imperial script tablet, adjusted to today's geography. See that red dot? That should be where the sacred relic, the imperial grid, is hidden. Xiang Yuan studied it closely. The red mark lay at the map's extreme edge, the very end of the Endless Continent's known territory. The label read, Hey Yao Swamp Forest. Kong Fuzi slid the imperial script tablet and 9 energy crystals toward him. Take these with you to Hey Yao Swamp Forest. I can't pinpoint the relic's exact burial site. The tablet may guide you when it matters most. As for the 9 crystals, they're likely needed to activate the imperial grid, so keep them safe. Xiang Yuan packed away the tablet and crystals, nodding solemnly. Rest easy, master. While I'm gone, please look after yourself. Kong Fuzi answered with a faint nod. Seeing that the old man appeared outwardly fine, Xiang Yuan finally turned and left the academy. He had never set foot in Hey Yao Swamp Forest, nor could he sense a destination so distant. All he could do was face the right direction and unleash a long-range grand translocation spell. After that, he would have to rely on his own wings. A flash of white light. When Xiang Yuan reappeared, he was already standing outside an old iron city once ruled by the mechanoids. The place was deserted. Shattered towers and scattered metal debris testified to the siege it had just endured. His Ashura army had seized it. So after a brief glance, he spread his wings and left. Back in Shura City, Feng Zheng had promised that civil officials and non-Ashura troops were racing over to take control, and that Jinzhuan would dispatch guild caravans at top speed to jumpstart trade and rebuilding. With logistics secured, Xiang Yuan wasted no time and headed straight for the Blackfiend Swamp Forest. The Blackfiend Swamp Forest lay at the edge of the known infinite continent, and even at his speed it took him a full 2 days of flight to get there. In the chilly dawn mist, he saw from afar a woodland shrouded in a sooty haze. Every tree was pitch-black trunks, leaves, even the grass underfoot was a dull ink color as though night itself had been frozen over the land. As he descended, humid, clinging vapors laced with the stench of decay rushed up to meet him, making him frown slightly. Ding! You have entered the Blackfiend Swamp Forest, a high-risk zone. Proceed with caution. The system prompt confirmed he was in the right place. He relaxed a little and strode into the woods. The moment his foot touched the ground, the spongy soil gave way, as if the entire forest floor were one vast hidden bog. Xiang Yuan quickly realized the swamp was everywhere, but for someone who could fly it posed little threat. Finding his bearings would be the real challenge. He pulled out the imperial slate. 2 edges at the upper right corner lit up red. When he rotated the slate, the glow shifted to the upper left corner. It really can point the way, he thought, spirits lifting as he followed the crimson beacon deeper into the sea of trees. A deafening roar shattered the stillness. From deep within the forest, a monstrous beast more than 10 meters tall burst through the branches, its saber-like fangs gleaming, its shape reminiscent of a primordial smilodon. Xiang Yuan flicked out an identify spell. World Boss Echo. Ancient Demon Sabertooth. Level 91. Combat Power 90. Defense Power 90. Description: a signature creature of the Black Fiend Swamp Forest. It is a projection of a world boss, extremely powerful, but killing it yields no benefits. After reading its stats, Xiang Yuan didn't give the creature much thought. Creatures of this caliber were little more than fodder for him. In the next instant, Xiang Yuan flicked his arm, and his bloodbound blade formed out of thin air. Tilting the edge, he casually unleashed an Azura slash at the 10-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger. Squelch! A burst of crimson split the air, cleaving the giant beast from chest to spine. It never even managed a roar. Its pounce had only begun before its body crashed to the ground in 2 pieces. Curling his lips into a cold grin, Xiang Yuan muttered, "Pathetic." The corpse fell without dropping loot or triggering any experience prompt. Despite the world boss tag, it was merely a projection and no match for a true world-class boss. If it had been genuine, level 90 lords would have overrun this area long ago. Empty-handed, he followed the imperial tablet's glow deeper into the Black Fiend Swamp Forest. Projection after projection loomed huge, fanged monstrosities, but none could withstand even a single Azura slash. Hours slipped by, and Xiang Yuan no longer knew how far he had ventured. He had slaughtered scores of boss shadows, crossed poisonous marshes and blossoms, and hacked through barbed, venomous vines. Without his Azura physique's immunity to toxins, he doubted he could have made it this far. Eventually, he reached a vast swamp visible even through the haze. Rotting sludge bubbled with green gas, its stench so vile it would make an ordinary person retch instantly. Here the imperial tablet reacted as never before. The surrounding red glow vanished, and the entire slab blazed with dazzling gold. Scanning the area, Xiang Yuan found nothing but the reeking moray. His target was clearly buried beneath it. He frowned, unwilling to dive into such filth. After a moment's thought, he rose 100 meters, stowed the tablet, gripped his bloodbound blade, and unleashed a storm of Azura slashes into the swamp's heart. If he refused to enter the water, he would simply blast the entire swamp into a crater. Blades of blood rained down like a torrential storm, thunderous booms echoing as deep pits erupted in the mire. To his surprise, he kept bombarding the ground for 7 or 8 hours. Daylight faded to night, yet each chasm he carved was promptly refilled by the foul sludge. Had he not paused periodically to check the imperial tablet and see its golden glow intensify, Xiang Yuan might have thought his efforts were in vain. Another hour slipped by. Xiang Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. The bottom of the chasm was finally stirring. Threads of pale light flickered through the rolling, filthy fog, hovering like a glowing curtain, an eerie blue flame blooming in the abyss. Certain his target was within reach, he dove without hesitation. A wave of putrid stench slammed into him, potent enough to fell an ordinary soul on the spot. In that instant, the star drake robe shimmered with faint starlight, releasing an invisible membrane that sealed his mouth and nose, isolating his lungs from the noxious air. He remembered then that the robe could sustain life in the vacuum of space. Filtering this poison haze was trivial. In a heartbeat, he hovered before the luminous veil. Up close, it resembled a sealed barrier, its surface etched with a maze of sigils. A neat square recess sat at its center. One glance told him it matched the imperial slate he carried. A powerful hunch sparked in his mind. He drew the slate, and the moment it neared the recess, a violent suction flared. The slab tore from his grip and snapped perfectly into place. The seal erupted in light, runes igniting in unison as a whirlpool spiraled open at the center. Roar! 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 Deafening bestial cries poured from the vortex, savage and oppressive, echoing the world bosses he had slain years before. Before the thought fully formed, the vortex swallowed him whole, the imperial slate spinning in after him. Once both vanished, the swirling mouth contracted and disappeared. The scene shifted. Xiang Yuan plunged into a vast subterranean realm. The ceiling soared beyond sight, and the floor was riddled with shafts dozens of meters across and hundreds deep. Darkness devoured every glimmer. Without night vision, he would have been blind. Clink! The crisp ring of metal on stone echoed through the cavern. He turned toward the sound. The imperial slate lay on the ground. He scooped it up, noting that every guiding glyph had gone dark. Pocketing it, he understood he was on his own. Countless openings yawned like monstrous throats, their paths unreadable. After a brief pause, he shrugged, chose the nearest tunnel, and stepped inside. Roar! 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 A chorus of deeper, louder howls rippled through the twisting corridors, trumpeting the presence of innumerable beasts. With his current strength, even the endless continent rarely offered a worthy challenge. Safety was hardly a concern. What worried him was that this labyrinth might delay his hunt for the sacred artifact, the imperial core. He had barely advanced before the first creature of the sealed world appeared, one that shocked him and thrilled him in equal measure. World boss, Berserker Lion Beast. Level 95 power rating 120, defense rating 120. Not yet summoned on the Endless Continent. Defeating it grants experience to lords of any level, but no items will drop. The moment Xiang Yuan read the system message, he almost laughed out loud. After level 90, leveling on the Endless Continent is painfully slow, world bosses are tough, and worse, they spawn at random times and locations. Whenever a spawn is announced, lords above level 90 treat it like a lifeline. Sworn enemies will shake hands in an instant just to bring the boss down first. Yet here, in the vast cavern beneath his feet, the very first monster Xiang Yuan encountered was a genuine world boss, the Berserker Lion Beast. That alone all but confirmed his suspicion. The creatures deeper inside were likely all world bosses as well. This place was every post-90 lord's dream, grinding ground. The thought flashed through his mind, and he hesitated no longer. Blade in hand, he charged. Sparks flew where steel met claw, and chunks of stone rained from the walls with every clash. In less than half an hour, the lion beast crashed to the ground, its blood spreading in dark crimson patterns across the rock. The system chimed. His experience bar jumped to 20% of level 90, an entire 20% in one kill. With that payoff, Xiang Yuan no longer worried about getting lost in the labyrinth or missing the relic dodge. If need be, he'd flip the whole cavern upside down and wipe out every last world boss. What followed was a long, exhilarating hunt. He threaded through twisting tunnels, the constant roar of monsters and echo of his own footsteps in his ears. One world boss after another fell beneath the mix of blade arcs and elemental bursts, their experience pouring into his level bar. 2 days later, the tip of his blade cracked the final scale of a western flame dragon. The great beast collapsed with a volcanic roar, molten blood hissing against stone. A crisp system tone rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 94. Your second divine ability has awakened. True-false doppelgangers expend special energy to instantly create countless duplicates. Each copy matches the original's strength and can swap places with the original at any moment. If the original is struck, an undamaged duplicate can replace it while the wounded body becomes a clone. Xiang Yuan's mind reeled. Taken literally, as long as he triggered the ability in advance, even a lethal blow to his true body could be shifted away in a split second. Near immortality in the skill placed no hard limit on the number of clones. The battlefield potential was staggering. Calming his excitement, he pressed on, eager to test this new power and find his upper combat limit. Half an hour later, he stopped before a colossal cavern mouth, brows raised in surprise. The opening towered nearly 200 meters high, vaster than any had seen so far, its darkness seeming to swallow every trace of light. The sheer scale only confirmed his instinct. The stranger the place, the greater the reward. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The moment Xiang Yuan stepped into the massive sinkhole, he sensed something was wrong. The cavern felt like a sauna, stiflingly hot and heavy with moisture, yet every few breaths a blast of bone-deep cold tore through the air. There's definitely a world boss in here, he thought, though he couldn't imagine what kind of monster could flip the temperature from scorching to freezing in an instant. As he pressed on, the heat rolled at him in waves, baking the rock walls until they glowed red. Then, without warning, a gale laced with ice shards howled out of the depths and slapped his face like a knife. If not for the starry dragon robe's built-in climate control, he was sure the rapid shifts would have made him sick. Roarhole. 2 completely different beastly cries rumbled from farther in. Nice 2 world bosses, and their elements are total opposites. Excitement surged through him, and he quickened his pace. The thrill of hunting world bosses never got old. Yet the closer he came, the stranger the roars sounded. They weren't the raw, simple bellows he was used to. They were amplified, resonant, almost musical-like, moving from a solo act to a stadium concert. Unease prickled down his spine, and he slowed. A narrow beam of light cut through the darkness ahead. Hugging the wall, he edged toward the exit. What in the world? The tunnel opened into an immense chamber, and there they were, 2 legendary Qilin, one wreathed in fire, the other in water. They matched the descriptions from ancient texts and movies back on Blue Planet, only scaled up to several dozen meters tall. Their 4 colossal eyes fixed on the tunnel mouth, and their stare alone made Xiang Yuan's heart pound and his skin crawl. Ruharhole. The fire Qilin spat a flood of blazing gold flames toward the entrance. The water Qilin followed with a tidal wave of frigid mist and jagged ice crystals. Xiang Yuan didn't hesitate. He triggered the Great Shift technique, blinking straight into their territory while tossing out 2 appraisal spells. Fire Qilin Mythic Class, Level 101. Attack Power, 300. Defense Power, 300. Description: one of the most formidable world bosses on the Endless Continent. Water Qilin, Mythic Grade, Level 101,300 Attack Rating, 300 Defense Rating. It is one of the strongest world bosses on the Endless Continent. Xiang Yuan stared at the panel showing the 2 mythic world bosses, his knuckles tightening unconsciously. With only 228 points in total attributes, he had no business facing them heathen, let alone challenging their arsenal of mythic skills. While he was still weighing his escape routes, something behind the bosses caught his eye: a massive altar. It covered an area the size of a football field, ringed by 9 waist-high stone pillars. Floating in the center was a gigantic dragon seal radiating blinding gold light. The seal was a 3 cubic meter cube of molten gold, its surface carved with a 9-clawed golden dragon whose whiskers seemed to flutter with world-devouring majesty. The oppressive aura it emitted felt as tangible as the crushing energy crystals back in Shura City. That must be the Imperial seal. The thought flashed through his mind. What else could warrant 2 mythic bosses standing guard day and night? He triggered spatial shift. Space folded, and he appeared beside the seal, hand outstretched. Ding! The Imperial seal has not been activated. Forcible retrieval will result in damage. The system warning exploded in his ears, and Xiang Yuan froze. At the same moment, the 2 Qilins spotted him, roaring as they pounced. One hoof carved a blade of fire, the other a blade of ice. Red and blue arcs tore through the air. Xiang Yuan blinked away just in time. Once he left the seal, the Qilin's fury erupted, unleashing a storm of abilities. Dodging frantically, he racked his brain for a way to activate the seal. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. The 9 crystal stones. His gaze swept to the stone pillars, 9 of them, practically spelling out the answer. I just need to place the stones. Mirror doppelganger. He shouted. Dozens of identical Xiang Yuans sprang into existence, startling the Qilins and momentarily halting their assault. Any clone could swap places with the original and access his storage. 9 doppelgangers streaked toward the pillars while the rest swung endless blood blades to pin down the divine beasts. Scarlet beams crisscrossed the arena, but even the gigantic phantom edge of the blood blade only sliced the Qilin's hide, sending up a few droplets of blood damage too trivial to matter, yet enough to inflame their rage. A single blood arc broke through their guard, grazing only a thin layer of skin. Blood was drawn, but the wound was superficial, more an insult than an injury, and it only made the Qilins angrier. These 2 Qilin really are divine beasts. Even their intelligence eclipses that of ordinary world bosses. The instant they spotted the 9 Xiang Yuan avatars streaking toward the altar's edge, they abandoned the surrounding targets, roared, and unleashed a torrent of ice and fire. At Xiang Yuan's command, the 9 avatars used the great transposition and blinked to the 9 stone pillars encircling the altar. As expected, each pillar had a diamond-shaped socket that matched the 9-colored energy crystals perfectly. Almost simultaneously, the avatars jammed the crystals into place. A heartbeat later, the Qilin's frostfire barrage crashed down, and the 9 avatars vanished in a blinding flare of ice and flame. A low hum rose as all 9 pillars fired blazing beams of light red, orange, blue, green, violet, each infused with a pure elemental force. The red beam burned with searing fire, the blue churned with steam, the violet crackled with lightning. Without deviation, the 9 beams converged on the massive golden dragon seal at the altar's center. Pierced by that light, the seal blazed gold, sending wave after wave of shimmering ripples outward. Xiang Yuan judged that the beams would need to hold for a while longer to fully awaken the seal. The 2 Qilin threw back their heads and roared, their fury almost tangible, yet something held them back from destroying the pillars. Instead, they redirected every ounce of rage towards Xiang Yuan and his remaining clones. 100-meter-high tsunami surged forward, the ground beneath erupting into a sea of flames. Frost screamed into a vortex, and hundreds of fiery dragons rampaged across the battlefield. Xiang Yuan couldn't afford the slightest lapse in focus. He alternated between the great transposition and his clone techniques, ripping through space again and again to reach safe ground. He knew that if he was ever caught alone, the Qilin's area attacks would cripple him. So one side dodged relentlessly while the other rained devastation, and the fight stretched into a war of attrition. 5 or 6 hours passed. Thanks to his Azura physique, Xiang Yuan remained full of energy, but to his surprise the 2 Qilin showed no fatigue either, still spewing endless water and fire. Only then did he grasp that the Azura weren't the only race with monstrous endurance. While maneuvering, he glanced at the altar. A thin crack had appeared on the golden seal. Xiang Yuan's heart lurched. What the hell? Is it breaking? We followed every step, and none of us even touched it. Crack, crack, crack. Sharp, muffled fracturing echoed as more and more fissures spread across the seal. The 9 beams showed no sign of easing up, continuing to hammer the seal from every angle. Each dazzling shaft howled like an arrow loosed from a repeating bow, slamming into the Longxi again and again, chips of jade flying, sparks bursting, as if the whole relic would be torn apart the very next second. Xiang Yuan's heart thudded, sweat gathering in his palms. He forced himself to swallow his anxiety. This had to be part of the process. Maybe the seal was meant to shatter, and at this point he had no power to change anything. Cracks spread in rapid succession. Large pieces of the seal's surface sheared away, exposing a blinding core of gold. Focusing through the glare, Xiang Yuan caught the sleek outline of a creature not human, more like a segment of a dragon's body. As he had guessed, a deafening roar exploded, rattling like thunder inside his skull. His ears rang, blood pulsed, and an overwhelming pressure crashed down, the majesty of a primeval deity, forcing him to his knees. The two Qilin facing him were struck just as hard. Their attacks faltered, forelegs flattening to the ground until they crouched like cowed hounds, prostrating themselves before the fracturing seal. A second, even higher roar sent a golden shockwave rippling outward, and the Longshi burst apart in a storm of shards and blazing light. From the wreckage surged a nine-clawed golden dragon, at least a kilometer long. Its form was pure radiance, yet every scale and talon was sharply defined, as convincing as living flesh. The colossal dragon's soul hovered in midair like a towering mountain of gold, its eyes twin suns sweeping over Xiang Yuan and the Qilin, gauging the worth of the beings before it. Xiang Yuan's pulse pounded. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his head and met those eyes each larger than a city gate without flinching. He had come for the imperial mark. The dragon's soul clearly held the key. Whether he could match its strength was another matter, but he had to make it notice him first. The instant their gazes locked, a flood of information crashed into his mind. Scenes flashed by like dreams. He stood as an invincible emperor, golden robes blazing like fire, a halberd sweeping across the heavens. Deities, Buddhas, and the mightiest beings of the cosmos attacked together, yet none survived a single strike. Starry seas trembled beneath his feet. At last, an aged warrior with twin blood-red blades tore open the void to fight him. For the first time he was wounded, but the outcome never wavered. The blades shattered, the old man's heart was pierced, and the emperor remained unbeaten, standing amid the blood. The vision ended there. The taste of absolute might was intoxicating and achingly lonely. Xiang Yuan lingered for a heartbeat, feeling as though he truly were that peerless sovereign, battle lust surging. Then the nine-clawed dragon spoke, its words tolling like a bronze bell. Will you accept the imperial mark? Life and death are heaven's decree. The 10 terse words hit like thunder, snapping him back to himself. A brief reflection told him what the spirit wanted. Holding the dragon's gaze, he answered in one clear word, accept. The dragon's soul shot upward, then speared down like a golden lance straight at his crown. A torrent of gold crashed into him, and his skull felt as though it exploded. Xiang Yuan swore he could feel his own cranium shatter. The 1,000-meter-long soul of the supreme nine-clawed golden dragon drilled straight into the crown of Xiang Yuan's head. The instant the dragon's head vanished inside him, an icy gale tore through the cavern, as if the entire mountain range were shuddering in fear. Although the dragon existed only as spirit, the sight of such a colossal being forced into an ordinary human body made one's scalp prickle. Agony pushed Xiang Yuan to the brink. He threw back his head, throat taut, eyes bulging until blood-red veins spread like cobwebs, his pupils rolling upward so far that only the crimson-streaked whites remained. His body convulsed uncontrollably, teeth grinding hard enough to crack, saliva spilling past clenched jaws, while his mind teetered on collapse. Hold on. I can do this. I must fuse the Di-Gu and become invincible. He roared within his sea of consciousness. The torment lasted nearly an hour. Two Qilin crouched at the cave mouth, at first intending to pounce, yet the spectacle froze them where they stood. They dared not take a single step, let alone disrupt Xiang Yuan's trial. At last the vast dragon's soul disappeared entirely into him. In that moment his flesh ballooned, swelling into a massive, round azura before snapping back to its original size. The violent energy rampaging through him threatened to tear him apart, but his mortal frame fought back, suppressing and refining it with desperate resolve. His appearance grew even more terrifying. Thick, dark veins crawled across his face. Whenever his body swelled, they flushed scarlet. Both eyes turned wholly blood-red, devoid of some measure of the pain he endured. Another half-hour dragged by. Gradually the grotesque swelling subsided, and the engorged veins began to fade. Xiang Yuan finally opened his mouth and gasped for air. Each exhale a scorching white plume a meter long, each inhale lasting at least 5 seconds. Cold sweat poured from every pore, soaking his robes, and anyone could see he was only a step away from fully refining the Di-Gu. 30 minutes later his body ceased bulging and returned entirely to normal. His knees buckled, and he collapsed, drenched from head to toe. Fortunately, the starry dragon robe he wore cleansed itself, leaving him dry and immaculate within moments. By then Xiang Yuan had slipped into a deep, even sleep, breathing like a contented infant. Across the cavern, the two Qilin exchanged uneasy glances. A flash of ferocity flickered, then was smothered by a deeper fear. Silently, they turned and left the cave. No one knows how much time passed before Xiang Yuan stirred from unconsciousness. Groggy, he propped himself up and slowly climbed to his feet. With nothing more than a light stretch, his joints crackled like firecrackers. Also good, Xiang Yuan murmured. After loosening up, he instantly pulled up his personal panel. A translucent screen materialized in midair, cold streams of data sliding past. Name, Xiang Yuan. Title: Lord of Shura City. Constitution: Bloodblade Shura Emperor has shattered the Star Fortune body forging level cap of the Endless Continent and can forge a level 102 Emperor Star Fortune body. His future potential is limitless, and he can awaken 4 divine abilities on this continent. No one knows how far he might go. Level 94. Physical strength 228. Defense 228. Spell power 228. Spell defense 228. Weapon: Natal Bloodblade Mythic. Attack 380. Attack speed 139. 100 of attack damage converts to personal stamina. 100 of attack damage heals the user. Every strike deals an extra 100 toxic damage, causing wounds to worsen while dulling, stunning, and paralyzing the target. Mythic Affix. Massive phantasm weapon can extend into a 40-meter ethereal blade. Skills: Appraisal, Shura Slash, Shura Peerless Slash, Endless Bloodblade, all consume Shura Chi. Shura Secret Arts, Shura Chi 50005000, Slaughter Devour, Shura Warsoul. Divine Abilities: Grand Transference, True False Doppelganger. Growth Potential: Beyond 11 star, each level adds 2 points to every attribute. Xiang Yuan read the panel 3 times, but a hint of disappointment still showed in his eyes. Apart from the new title Bloodblade Shura Emperor, almost nothing had changed. Even his level was untouched. His only concrete gain was an extra 4,000 points of Shura Chi capacity. Yet phrases like Star Fortune body forging up to level 102, unlimited future achievements, and 4 awakenable divine abilities still thrilled him. A quick calculation confirmed Zhu Yuanshang's earlier explanation. On the Endless Continent, a divine ability appears every 3 levels 90, 94, 98, and 102, exactly 4. He already knew how overwhelming divine abilities could be, and his spirits soared. As for no one knows your destination, it sounded mysterious, but he had no interest in unraveling it. Boom. A violent tremor cut through his thoughts. The entire underground chamber bucked as if a colossal beast had flipped it over. Walls split, stones cascaded down, and within moments a vast hole tore through the ceiling. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the dusty cavern. Xiang Yuan looked up. Through the breach he glimpsed open sky, and joy flickered in his eyes. The 2 Qilin guarding the cave were nowhere in sight, and with nothing else worth taking, he flicked the Bloodblade and shot upward. Minutes later he burst through the surface, hovering above the Black Fiend Marsh Forest and staring down at the endless swampland. Right then, a familiar system chime exploded in his ears. Ding! Endless Continent Multiracial Lord Bulletin. The seals on all world bosses have been broken. Every world boss has escaped its underground prison and will rampage across the continent. The Endless will not grant loot for killing an escaped world boss, nor will it restrict their movements, but slaying one still yields rich experience. All world bosses are now marked as red dots on the map. Lords, hunt them down. Ding! 2 mythic-grade world bosses have escaped with realm-breaking scepters that block the Endless Will's tracking, so their positions cannot be shown on the map. Ding! Defeating a mythic world boss grants its realm-breaking scepterone of the last 2 supreme treasures on the continent, which allows a lord to break past level 100 and reach level 101. The barrage of system announcements left Xiang Yuan stunned. He stood rooted to the spot, the piercing alert echoing in his ears. Every world boss had been unleashed, and 2 boundary-piercing scepters had appeared at once. It was even crazier than the final drop during the Undead Cataclysm. Xiang Yuan knew exactly what those weapons meant. Supreme treasures tied directly to Starfate forging. Thinking of God Kings Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhong, he dared not waste a second. While his mind raced, his private message panel flashed wildly. Requests from Liu Bang poured in non-stop. He opened the latest one, and the call connected. Liu Bang's avatar popped up with a roar. Damn it, Xiang Yuan. I thought you were dead. The system said your PMs were blocked. You scared me half to death. Knowing how blunt Liu Bang was, Xiang Yuan replied at once. Huh, God King Liu Bang. I ventured into a dangerous zone for some opportunities. I'm back in one piece. Liu Bang had no time for small talk. He switched straight to the report. We've beaten Mordor, the Titans, and the Zerg down to their last scraps. But the system just announced that every world boss escaped the abyss. Their God Kings have abandoned the Endless Continent to hunt them. Those 2 unmarked mythic-grade bosses, everyone wants them. They all want the boundary-piercing scepters. Xiang Yuan skimmed the info, hesitated a heartbeat, then typed quickly. God King Liu Bang, I saw those 2 mythic bosses up close and can guess the environments they prefer. I want to help you and God King Zhu Yuanzhong secure those scepters. Thousands of miles away, Liu Bang sat bolt upright, eyes blazing. Rumors tying the scepters to Starfate forging were everywhere. Who wouldn't chase that chance? Yet sending a junior like Xiang Yuan into danger still tugged at him. Before he could answer, another message appeared. Relax, God King. I've already obtained something even better than a boundary-piercing scepter. Helping you get them is for Blue Star's strength, not mine. The warlord in Liu Bang surfaced. His hesitation vanished. Deal. If you help old Zhu and me lock down those mythic bosses, We'll owe you a debt we can never repay. Xiang Yuan laughed. We're on the same side. Forget the favors. I'm heading back to Azura City. He'll give the intel to Master Fuzi and see if he can pinpoint their exact location. Good. Liu Bang agreed without hesitation. The private chat closed. Xiang Yuan traced a line through the air. A formation flared, spiritual power roared through his meridians, and the great transposition spell solidified in an instant. A flash later, he materialized inside Azura City. As soon as he reached Shura City, he discovered that the whole place had turned into a bustling construction site once again. Cranes swung overhead, dust billowed underfoot, and the shouts of craftsmen mingled with the clang of hammers and chisels. Xiang Yuan had barely paused in surprise when the steward, Feng Zhong, jogged up, breathing so evenly it seemed he had been waiting at the gate the entire time. Lord Governor, you're back. The scene before him was exactly what he wanted to understand first, so he cut straight to the point. Feng Zhong, why has the city started another round of major construction so soon? Feng Zhong's eyes lit up, his voice brimming with excitement. It's quite the story. We owe everything to Chairman Jin Zhuan. Time and again, the gold brick chamber of commerce struck at the Jin clan, the wealthiest family on the endless continent, hitting them right where it hurt. The Jin clan has lost its former swagger and even sent envoys to sue for peace. Chairman Jin Zhuan agreed to a temporary truce, but only if they handed over treasures from their vault rare items that can rapidly upgrade a city. Thanks to that, Shura City is about to advance to megacity status. A gleam flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. So this little brother by chance really could be trusted. He clapped Feng Zhong on the shoulder. Excellent. You and Jin Zhuan have done a remarkable job. Give him a message his big brother is proud of everything he's accomplished. Yes, my lord. Feng Zhong accepted the order and hurried off. Xiang Yuan wasted no time and headed straight for the academy. Shadows of swaying trees danced across the courtyard, cicadas droned, yet no reading voices rose from the classrooms. Master Kong stood beneath the shade, looking around. When he saw Xiang Yuan, he called out excitedly, "My lord, you succeeded?" Xiang Yuan nodded with a smile, then asked, "Were you waiting for me, sir? How did you know I'd return today?" Master Kong's excitement lasted only a moment. Stroking his white beard, he smiled. "When I heard the 10,000 races proclamation, I guessed the breaking of the world boss seal might involve you, since it concerned the imperial grid. Then I cast your fortune. The deep, unfathomable aura that usually surrounds you suddenly turned opaque. I could see nothing. That told me you must have fused with the imperial grid, so I decided to wait here." Haha, you truly are a sage, sir. I never knew you could divine fortunes. Xiang Yuan laughed heartily. Before the laughter faded, Master Kong returned to business. "My lord, you've come back mainly because of the world boss, haven't you?" Xiang Yuan's expression grew solemn. He recounted in detail how he had battled the two divine beasts both killing and asked Master Kong to locate them. After listening, Master Kong pondered for only a moment before smiling confidently. "Their natures are so obvious that I don't even need divination to know where they went." Xiang Yuan straightened. "Please enlighten me." "My lord, open the shared map." When the map projection appeared, Master Kong touched 2 points, one at the extreme north of the endless continent, the other at the extreme south. The northern mark is the frostbound glacier. Without top-tier cold resistance gear, even entering it is difficult, so the water chelan is likely there. The southern mark is the blazing volcano, and the fire chelan will probably head straight into its core. Xiang Yuan noticed that Azura City lay much closer to the frozen glacier at the far north. Recognizing this advantage, he decided to contact the Divine Kings Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, intending to reach the glacier first and hunt the legendary water chelan. After a respectful farewell to Kong Fuzi, he opened a private channel to Liu Bang. Liu Bang replied almost at once. "Xiang Yuan, Master Kong has pinpointed the general locations of the two myth-level world bosses. You and King Zhu come to Azura City, and well, leave immediately." Xiang Yuan answered, "On my way." As the chat closed, ripples of energy appeared before him, and Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang stepped through a spatial portal. "Haha, Xiang Yuan, we owe you big this time," Zhu Yuanzhang called out, raising a hand in greeting. Xiang Yuan grinned. "We're all on the same team, everything for Blue Star's strength." He brought up a shared map, clearly marking the two extreme points identified by Kong Fuzi. Azura City is closer to the frozen glacier. Let's strike the myth-level boss there first. Agreed? Agreed. Agreed. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang spoke in unison. With the plan in place, the three lifted off and sped toward the continent's far north. The mission had become a race among every lord on the continent. Time would decide the winner. None of them had visited the frozen glacier before, so they couldn't use the grand shift and had to rely on their own flight. One day and one night later, after flying almost non-stop, a stretch of snow-white tundra finally came into view. At their altitude, the temperature plummeted, and the howling wind felt like knives against their faces. Xiang Yuan's celestial dragon robe activated its thermostat function. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, wearing similar robes, shrugged off the cold just as easily. That should be the frozen glacier. The deeper we go, The colder ITLL get in, the better our chances of finding the myth-level boss, Xiang Yuan warned. Got it. Let's move. The two kings replied. They accelerated and entered the glacier. Brutal frost storms raged, forming walls of mist that slashed visibility. Ice crystals shattered in the gale with a piercing screech, yet their divine king senses kept their formation tight. Head toward the fiercest winds right into the glacier's heart. Xiang Yuan shouted over the storm. Roger. Understood. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang yelled back, the gale already swallowing ordinary speech. The three of them pressed on through the howling sleet, always steering toward the worst of the storm. After several hours, Xiang Yuan came to an abrupt stop. Up ahead, the wind eased, the roar dropped a pitch, and the air even felt mild. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang hovered beside him, scanning the surroundings with the same suspicion. This was supposed to be the source of the vicious weather, yet it felt almost gentle. Turn off the temperature control runes on your dragon robes, Zhu Yuanzhang suggested. I was about to say the same, Lu Bang agreed. Xiang Yuan acted first, disabling the constant temperature array on his stellar dragon robe. A heartbeat later, a razor-sharp chill knifed through his pores. Even with his azura physique, the exposed backs of his hands felt as if they were being seared by ice and fire. He hurriedly reactivated the array. The temperature is absurdly low, Zhu Yuanzhang muttered, having duplicated the experiment with the same result. Lu Bang stayed silent, eyes combing the frigid air for anything out of place. After a moment, he raised a hand. Look over there. Doesn't that look like a lake? They peered in the indicated direction. Thin cold mist drifted under the sunlight, and beneath the mist glimmered what seemed to be open water. Xiang Yuan's heart skipped water that hadn't frozen. Let's check it out. Something's off, Lu Bang decided, and the trio accelerated toward the shrouded basin. A sudden, metallic howl ripped through the fog. That's it. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. God King Lu Bang, God King Zhu Yuanzhang, that's the cry. The myth-tier water-chillin world boss is here. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a glance, excitement bubbling over. Move. They burst from the last veil of mist and beheld a vast, crystal-clear ice lake. Vapor rose from the surface, yet no ice crust marred the water, and the open expanse allowed a full view of the scene. In the center, a water-chillin several dozen yards long rolled and cavorted, spraying plumes of water and frost. Entranced by its playground, the beast hadn't noticed the three powerhouses appearing overhead. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang cast identification simultaneously. Golden script flashed before their ice mythier world boss confirmed. Their breathing deepened, but exhilaration won out. This creature's got a lethal toolkit and insane defenses. We need to stay sharp, Xiang Yuan warned. Relax. We came prepared, Lu Bang said, summoning his divine blade. Zhu Yuanzhang drew the imperial sword, its edge flickering with cold light. Xiang Yuan's arms flared. Two blood-forged life blades materialized, and in the next instant dozens of afterimages exploded outward, every one of them locking onto the Qilin. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a brief, startled glance at Xiang Yuan's sudden multiplication, but questions could wait. Together, they streaked toward the water Qilin still frolicking below. The divine blade in Lu Bang's hand swelled to colossal size and shot toward the water Qilin's exposed back. The blue-white edge churned up a screaming gale. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Yuanzhang raised the emperor's sword. Golden light burst from the blade, splitting into a storm of sword rays that trailed the giant knife and locked onto the Qilin's spine. Hovering high above, Xiang Yuan tracked their assault, judging whether this barrage could inflict real harm. An instant later, the water Qilin sensed danger and twisted with an agility that belied its bulk. Yet Lu Bang's massive blade was already crashing down, cleaving straight into the creature's freshly turned forehead. A dull, bone-shaking boom echoed through the sky. Xiang Yuan's pupils contracted. The Qilin's forehead had been split to the bone, and scalding blood gushed outward, staining the air crimson. Zhu Yuanzhang's sword rays curved mid-flight, as if endowed with will, and speared directly into the gaping wound. With an enraged howl, the Qilin condensed its spiritual power into a spherical water barrier, sealing its enormous body behind rippling layers. Zhu's sword energy hammered the shield, raising wave upon wave of ripples impressive, but momentarily contained. The fierce vibration sparked Xiang Yuan's confidence. Certain the three of them could finish the beast, he issued a mental command. All clones, attack. Dozens of Xiang Yuan duplicates streaked out like scarlet lightning, each summoning 100,000 towering, ethereal blood blades. 40 meters long, the crimson edges filled the heavens by the millions. Since fusing with an imperial core, his Shura energy had quadrupled. Unleashing such a swarm was now effortless. Howling through the air, the blades fanned around the Qilin, converging from every angle. The water barrier shuddered, splashing torrents as the relentless rain of steel battered it. In less than 3 minutes the shield burst apart with a resounding crack. The moment the Qilin's body was exposed, Lu Bang's giant knife fell again. Zhu Yuanzhang's sword Qi close behind. Renowned for its brute destructive force, Liu's divine blade struck before the Killinet's sight, still blurred by the blood blades, could raise a defense. Crack! A flash of steel sheared off one of the Chilin's horns. The beast's agonized, furious screams shook the air as its massive frame convulsed. But the assault had only begun. Zhu's world-spanning sword, Qi, converged, pouring into the original wound on its forehead. Rip! The gash was torn wider still, mangling flesh and bone until the wound became a grisly ruin. The water Qilin had been gravely, perhaps fatally, wounded. Just as Xiang Yuan was about to order every clone to drive his blood blades forward, the water Qilin slammed its palm against the lake. The frozen surface bulged, and a wave nearly 100 meters high shot upward, racing towards Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang with a bone-deep chill. The trio flashed back, but the wave pursued them all the way to the shore. Rocks and grass instantly iced over, turning into crystal sculptures that testified to its lethal cold. Dodging the surge, Xiang Yuan fixed his gaze on the beast. Vapor from the lake was streaming into it, and the gash on its forehead was knitting shut before his eyes. Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, bad news. It's healing with the lake water. He shouted. We can't let it recover. Charge. Liu Bang replied, and he and Zhu Yuanzhang darted forward again. Before they could close in, the water Qilin struck the ice a second time. Another 100-meter tide thundered toward them. A cold gleam flashed in Liu Bang's eyes. He raised his saber, which unfurled into a phantom blade of equal length. One sweeping slash split the oncoming wave, scattering the frigid torrent. Old Zhu Xiang Yuan now. He barked. Crimson light erupted across the sky as Xiang Yuan's life-bound blood blades poured down like a storm. Zhu Yuanzhang unleashed a barrage of sword qi at the same time. Strengthened by imperial fate and Azura aura, the blood blades pierced the Qilin's scales, drawing fountains of blood. Reeling, the beast still forced itself into a dive, hoping the depths would hide it. The saber light fell again. Liu Bang's colossal weapon cleaved the lake open, carving a massive trench through the ice. Blasted from below, the Qilin shot back to the surface, fully exposed. Xiang Yuan and Zhu Yuanzhang wasted no time. Thud, thud, thud. Blood blades and sword qi riddled the creature, leaving it full of gaping holes. Desperate, it uttered a furious roar. With nothing left to lose, it vaulted skyward and lunged at Xiang Yuan, bent on mutual destruction. But a flash of steel arrived first. Liu Bang's great blade swept across, biting half a foot into the Qilin's neck and crushing its momentum. The beast tumbled, smashing onto the distant ice. Blood gushed from its wounds. Its life was hanging by a thread. The three warriors pressed their attack for 20 more minutes, exploiting every opening. At last, a ruthless slash from Liu Bang sent the Qilin's head flying. Ding! You have helped slay the mythic rank boss Water Qilin and gained a large amount of experience. Ding! Your level has increased by 2, reaching level 96. The notification chimed, and Xiang Yuan's heart leapt. 2 levels in one fight, and his experience bar was already 60% full. If he could fell the Fire Qilin next, he'd likely soar straight to level 98 and unlock another divine ability. At that moment, Xiang Yuan glanced at the Water Qilin's corpse and spotted a radiant short staff floating beside it. It was unmistakably the boundary-breaking staff he knew so well. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang noticed the staff at the same time, excitement almost written across their faces. 2 streaks of light shot forward, with Xiang Yuan close behind. Liu Bang grabbed the short staff, swept it with his divine sense, and laughed aloud. Haha, old Zhu. It really is the boundary-breaking staff identical to the one senior Ying Zheng obtained last time. While he was still basking in joy, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly frowned, lowered his head, and typed rapidly in a private channel. Liu Bang and Xiang Yuan traded puzzled looks, but didn't interrupt. Moments later, Zhu Yuanzhang looked up, urgency in his voice. Bad news. A lord on Blue Star just contacted me. The God Kings of Mordor, the Titans, and the Insectoids have found another myth-tier world boss in the extreme south volcano. It seems to be Blazing Inferno Mountain. We have to get there immediately. Liu Bang and Xiang Yuan responded without hesitation. Calling up their maps, the trio quickly locked onto the nearest city that offered instant teleportation to Blazing Inferno Mountain. Zhu Yuanzhang said, Old Liu, you hold on to the staff. We're going to grab the other one. Got it. Meet at Qinghua City. Liu Bang replied. With that, all 3 cast grand translocation and vanished in a flash of light. Over Qinghua City, space twisted and 3 beams of light burst through the sky. Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan exchanged nods and sped toward the city's southern outskirts. After several hours of high-altitude flight, the night had deepened, yet the hot air currents only grew fiercer. Beyond the end of the red desert, a colossal volcano rose from the earth, its crater spewing thick black smoke straight into the heavens. The 3 plunged downward at full speed. The base of the mountain was already a hive of activity. Lords from Mordor, the Insectoids, and the Titans were gathered in force, along with many from Blue Star. Makeshift camps overflowed with heat-resistant gear and materials. When the three figures descended from the sky, a squad of Blue Star Lords hurried over to greet them. Your Majesties, the leader said, the Mythical world boss is inside the volcano. The temperature is extreme, and we're preparing heat-resistant equipment. The Titan God King, the Insectoid God King, and Mordor's Father Anson duo, So and Solon, have already gone in. You'll need to move fast. Zhu Yuanzhang gave the Lord a grateful nod, then turned to Liu Bang and Xiang Yuan. Well, he asked, shall we go in now? Of course. No problem. Liu Bang and Xiang Yuan answered almost at the same time. Before their voices had faded, the three shot upward and dove straight toward the massive crater. As soon as they reached the rim, they felt the volcano's enormous scale. The mouth alone spanned at least 300 meters. Thick smoke, reeking of sulfur, billowed out in waves dense enough to swallow them whole. The dragon robes they wore instantly activated their temperature control and extreme environment settings, sealing them off from heat, pressure, and toxins. Once they had confirmed there were no other threats, they leapt over the edge and began a slow descent along the inner wall. Molten rock glowed in the cracks nearby, and scorching heat distorted the air. In such harsh conditions, they moved with extra caution, their speed forced to a crawl. 30 minutes later, a lake of lava appeared at the bottom. Its crimson surface churned, accompanied by distant roars and the crash of violent impacts. It must be just ahead, Xiang Yuan judged. Let's speed up and get there, Liu Bang suggested. They accelerated, homing in on the source of the sounds. Moments later, Xiang Yuan spotted the colossal fire kiln tens of meters tall standing in the center of the lava lake and exchanging attacks with the Titan God King, the Insectoid God King, and Mordor's Father Anson duo, all lords of God King rank. Here, the fire Qilin wielded its flame powers with effortless ease, whereas the four God Kings looked drained, still unaware of the newcomers. This lava lake clearly boosts the fire Qilin, Zhu Yuanzhang noted. So what's our move? Wait for them to wear each other down, or jump in now? Xiang Yuan whispered. Think about it. If the fire Qilin dies, the boundary-breaking staff it drops has no pickup restrictions. A free-for-all is inevitable, Liu Bang reminded them. Zhu Yuanzhang considered for a moment. We wait. Let the Qilin exhaust those four first, then we strike. We already handled the water Qilin. The fire one won't be a problem. If the four God Kings try to snatch the loot, we kill them too. Xiang Yuan and Liu Bang exchanged a glance and agreed. They slipped into the shadow of a rocky outcropping and watched the battle unfold. 2 hours passed. The Titan, the Insectoid, and the Mordor pair had burned through nearly all their ultimate moves and were clearly faltering, while the fire Qilin now bore serious wounds. 2 more hours later, the three factions, as if injected with stimulants, launched a sudden, frenzied offensive, leaving the Qilin on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, the hidden trio shared a smile. Just as expected, those God Kings each held something back and never truly acted as one, Xiang Yuan remarked coldly. Looks like the timing is perfect, Liu Bang said, eyes blazing. The fire Qilin is nearly finished. We can end it easily. Time to pick the peach. Xiang Yuan and Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in unison, then prepared to strike. The next instant, Xiang Yuan and his companions hurtled straight toward the fire Qilin. Blazing lights splashed across their armor and skin. Midair, Liu Bang's divine warblade coalesced, a burst of icy brilliance erupting as his cleave Mount Hua plummeted, its vacuum arc almost gouging a chasm across the magma lake. Zhu Yuanzhang's sleeve whipped open, releasing a tornado of sword aura that tore the air into a shrieking howl. Xiang Yuan lifted a hand. A canopy of blood-edged blades spread above the Qilin, congealing into a frigid crimson cloud before diving as one toward their mark. The Titan God King, the Insectoid God King, and Modo's Father Anson duo blanched, rage boiling within. That blade, that sword gale, there was no mistaking Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang's signature moves. Blue Star God Kings, shame on you. The Titan roared, but only scalding wind answered him. Xiang Yuan's trio didn't spare so much as a sidelong glance. Every killing strike poured onto the fire Qilin. The savage barrage shattered its scales, charred its flesh, and ripped a keening scream from the beast that rang over the molten lake, making the rival God King's hearts lurch. Sualong, God King of Modo, fixed on Xiang Yuan that face he could never forget, his son's killer. He had sworn years ago to fight the youth on equal footing once he matured. Who could have guessed Xiang Yuan would reach such heights so quickly? Moments earlier, an appraisal spell had revealed he was already level 96. Sualong's murderous glare faded. Silently, he slipped back, melting into the rock shadows. The struggle for the boundary-breaking staff could wait. He would restore his strength, then settle the score with Xiang Yuan and avenge his son. The Titan God King, the Insectoid God King, and Suaha of Modo were not so restrained. Summoning their divine power anew, they prepared to annihilate the fire Qilin and snatch the staff. No one was suffering more than the Qilin itself. Its scales were split, its flames sputtering, its will broken. Seizing a lull in the attacks, it dove, trying to sink into the magma's depths. Veteran Liu Bang spotted the move. His warblade swelled several-fold and swept across the lake in one colossal slash. With a deafening boom, molten rock fountained skyward, forcing the Qilin back to the surface. Xiang Yuan seized the opening and cast true-false doppelganger. Dozens of clones burst forth, instantly forming a living barricade between the three enemy god kings and the battle, while Zhu Yuanzhang's sword aura hammered the Qilin like a storm. Furious, the god kings moved to break through only to see every clone raise hundreds of massive blood daggers, their tips all aimed at them, killing intent weighing like lead. Brat, what's the meaning of this? Suaha of Moto bellowed. Exactly what you think, Xiang Yuan's true body shot back, arrogance undisguised. The Titan and insectoid god kings traded a murderous glance. That one's the real body kill him. As one, the three unleashed their lethal strikes at Xiang Yuan. In the next instant, the real Xiang Yuan who had been speaking was wiped from existence by the three divine kings' combined strike. Convinced they had won, the trio relaxed only to see rows of Xiang Yuan's clones still standing, all of them grinning savagely, their eyes cutting through the king's souls like blades. A chill ran through the Titan King, the Insectoid King, and the Moto King. Soul cried out, "What kind of power is this? Was that just now another clone? Since you dare to strike first, don't blame me for striking back." Another clone stepped forward, its voice echoing from every direction. The sky split apart in a bloody rift, and countless colossal scarlet blades crashed down, blanketing the heavens as they rained toward the three divine kings. None of them dared hold back. Divine light interwove as each activated their defensive gifts, barely keeping the blade storm at bay. In the distance, the Moto divine king Sualong watched with folded arms, his face stern yet unable to hide his shock. Xiang Yuan's strength far exceeded his expectations. During the standoff, system notifications rang in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations on participating in the slaying of the Mythical world boss, Fire Qilin. You have gained a large amount of experience. Ding! You have leveled up twice. Current level, 98. Ding! You have awakened a new divine ability, Infinite Might. At the prompts, Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up and he turned around. Beside the massive corpse of the Fire Qilin, Zhu Yuanzhang picked up a radiant boundary-breaking divine staff, its light casting a crimson glow across his face. Zhu Yuanzhang and Liu Bang then flew to Xiang Yuan, gratitude in their eyes as they formed a line with him against the Titan King, the Insectoid King, and the Moto King. Liu Bang's gaze was razor-sharp as he spoke with unmistakable authority. You three have a choice. Fight us to the death right here, or go hunt another world boss. Raise your star fortune forge body rank, and then get off Endless Continent. The three divine kings' faces darkened. Being weaker than Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang was exactly why they had been forced into a corner during the battle for the Dominator Star. After a tense silence, the Titan King spat, "Let's hope your luck holds." With that, he split the sky and fled. The Insectoid King and the Moto King had no choice but to follow. Just when everyone thought the storm had passed, the Moto Divine King Solong tore through the air and planted himself in front of the trio, his eyes icy, but resolute. "Boy, you slew my son Sualuan. I told you I'd give you time to grow, and then would fight fairly. Today, that time has come." Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a glance. At Xiang Yuan's signal, they were ready to strike Sualong down together. Xiang Yuan paused, weighing his options, and then burst into hearty laughter. "Fine, let's step outside and settle this fair and square. It'll be the perfect chance to test my new ability." In that brief moment he had already read the description of his new divine art. Infinite Might. When you believe you have reached your limit, it is only your understanding of strength that has reached its limit. Remember, your potential power is boundless. Turning the grandiose description over in his mind, Xiang Yuan still couldn't fathom just how much strength he now possessed. Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Sualong shot out of the volcano and into the night sky. They tore through the air and settled on a scorched plateau outside Liefan Volcano, the very spot where the clan lords had gathered earlier. The view was wide open, the flames painted the heavens, and the scene begged for witnesses exactly the kind of spectacle Sualong wanted. High above, Xiang Yuan and Sualong faced each other while searing heat roiled at their feet. Below, the clan lords formed a huge semicircle, heads tilted skyward. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang stood farther back, yet all eyes still drifted toward them before returning to the duel above. Is that the new king from Launching who's about to fight Sualong? I just asked Liu Banjis. That's him. Langsing's fastest rising newcomer, Xiang Yuan. The murmurs spread in waves. He only left the novice zone a short while ago, and now he's challenging the little war god of Mordo. Freakish. Can he win? Hard to say. Sualong's an old-school god king of the Endless Continent. Even if he loses, he won't die, right? Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang look more nervous than we are. Huh. After all the merits Xiang Yuan earned for launching, those two would never let anything happen to him. Laughter and gasps tangled with the heat. In midair, Sualong drew both blades with a metallic ring, their edges catching the firelight as murderous intent billowed out. His voice, wrapped in divine power, rolled across the plain. "Xiang Yuan, my son Sualong fought you in the novice zone and fell by your hand. I do not blame you. He lacked the skill. Today, as two of the continent's strongest, we fight to the death as warriors, for honor. The crowd erupted. The statement was overblown yet undeniably stirring, and it ignited the atmosphere. Xiang Yuan almost chuckled, but with every eye waiting for his reply, he raised his voice. Sualong, I accept your challenge. A life-and-death duel for honor. Cheers exploded like thunder. Sualong leveled his twin blades, black flames coiling around him as his battle spirit soared. Xiang Yuan flexed his right arm, and a crimson blood-forged saber appeared in his hand, its edge humming. How far can my power really go? Just how deep is this endless strength? He wondered. Can I finish Sualong with a single strike? The new divine ability inside him felt like an abyss couldn't grasp the terrifying force lurking within, yet he sensed it. If he used to be able to hoist a car with one hand, doing the same now still felt heavy. Xiang Yuan recalled that high-flown line. When you think you've hit your limit, all you've reached is the limit of your imagination. The message was clear: never cap your strength. Power itself is boundless. Exactly how boundless, he had no idea, but he chose to hypnotize himself. This slash will be enough to kill Sualong. The thought flashed by in an instant. Sualong had already drawn his blades and charged. Twin swords flashed cold light. He meant to overwhelm his foe with a direct, crushing blow. In front of the searing volcano, the sweltering air split with two shining arcs. Xiang Yuan's eyes narrowed. His right arm snapped taut. He raised Bloodblade in one hand, gathering force. Die! He roared, the sword crashing down like thunder. The watching lords erupted. Holy hard clash right out of the gate. The rookie king's too cocky. A one-handed power strike can't beat Sualong. Divine King Liu Bang, Divine King Zhu Yuanzhang save him. Almost everyone wrote Xiang Yuan off. A heartbeat later, silence swept the crowd. As he closed in, Sualong's face twisted. He canceled his attack mid-stride, crossing his swords to block. Crack! Bloodblades smashed down, driving Sualong back and kicking up clouds of ash. Xiang Yuan thought had given everything, then felt an eerie gap. More strength was waiting, begging to erupt. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging, and the pressure on the blade skyrocketed. Crack, crack, crack. Fissures exploded over Sualong's swords. The disbelief in his eyes was almost tangible. Xiang Yuan's brute force wasn't just vast, it was still climbing. Lost in the rush of limitless stacking power, Xiang Yuan poured in even more. Never shortchange yourself, power is invincible. He shouted inwardly, branding the mantra into his bones. Snap! Sualong's twin sword shattered. Bloodblade never slowed. Squelch! Sualong was split clean in two, a geyser of blood soaring skyward. At the foot of the mountain, every onlooking lord froze, Adam's apples bobbing in mute shock. What was that? Dark sorcery or pure brute force? Far from the volcano, the Moro divine King Sua, he received an urgent message. Learning that his son Sualong had been slain by the Blue Star rookie, he threw back his head and roared, his chest shaking the air like thunder. Blue Star mongrels. They'll burn all of Moro if that's what it takes to stop you from claiming the Star of Dominion. At the roaring Inferno volcano, Xiang Yuan's spectacular victory made his name reverberate across the battlefield. With a single strike he obliterated Sualong, the young war god serving under the Mordu divine king, and every lord present witnessed it in full. The Blue Star lords watched with blazing admiration, while the Titan, Insectoid, and Mordu lords grew deathly pale and came to the same conclusion. They had to withdraw. Figures began retreating in silence. Watching their panicked escape, Xiang Yuan turned to Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. Divine kings, should we seize the moment and sweep away these stragglers? Still awed by Xiang Yuan's power, the two men exchanged a grin. Liu Bang waved dismissively. Let them go. We already have an agreement. Once this world boss upheaval ends, they'll petition the will of infinity to depart. Xiang Yuan arched an eyebrow. Do you really expect them to keep their word? Liu Bang laughed, equal parts confident and lethal. And if they don't? With Blue Star's current momentum, claiming the Star of Dominion is a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, have your troops seize as many of their cities as you can. When we capture the Star of Dominion, your domain will be all the larger. Understanding at once, Xiang Yuan bowed with a smile. Thank you for the counsel, Divine King. They'll see to it. Liu Bang clapped him on the shoulder. Old Zhu and I must return to refine the boundary-breaking scepter. From here, you set the course. A flash of white light enveloped Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, and the two figures vanished. Across the infinite continent, the world boss chaos still raged, and Xiang Yuan had yet to break through to level 102. Even so, he felt no haste. He intended to return to Shura City, settle internal affairs, and then hunt the bosses in earnest. In the next instant he invoked Grand Translocation, and his form blinked from sight. When Xiang Yuan reappeared, he hovered above Shura City. The settlement below was now several times larger than when he had left, no longer a humble town, but a sprawling metropolis. Basalt walls 200 meters tall and as solid as mountains ringed the city. Inside, a lattice of streets and buildings teemed with life, the native populace bustling with energy. Suspended in midair, Xiang Yuan felt a swell of emotion. The small Shura village he once knew had grown beyond recognition. After a long pause, he collected himself, descended into the city, and headed straight for the Lord's manor. Inside, Feng Zheng was sorting through documents. Seeing Xiang Yuan return, he rose at once and bowed to deliver the latest report on Shura City. Lord Castellan, as of today, Azura City controls 108 strongholds. Fei Zheng marched into the Lord's Hall, his report ringing out like a gong. All cities have been taken over, their civil and military systems now run smoothly, and caravans of supplies are streaming into Azura City. With that, the city proudly rises to 4th place among the powers of Blue Star. Better still, President Jinzhuan has ordered a final strike against the continent's top financial syndicate, the Jin clan, vowing to crush them and retrieve a treasure that will let Azura City advance to royal capital status. Once the artifact is secured, the Lord's own elevation to Divine King will be just around the corner. Leaning on the armrest of his throne, Xiang Yuan listened quietly, a touch of pride in his eyes. The high schooler from Blue Star had become master of its 4th largest power. At his slight nod, Fei Zheng withdrew. When the doors closed, Xiang Yuan summoned the Endless Continent Communicator and linked with Tumi and the 6 other Azura generals bearing the 2 title to review the army's growth curves. 2 tier, level 60, 80 points to all stats. Zhan tier, level 57, 67 points to all stats. New tier, level 55, 65 points to all stats. Hua tier, level 51, 61 points to all stats. The figures scrolled before him. He knew exactly where they stood. Next, he went alone to the city academy. In the spacious study, Confucius sat idly by the window. They talked for a long time, focusing on what might change once they left the endless continent for the stars. The Azura Legion, forged by planetary destiny, would still grow stronger through combat even in deep space, but their level panels would disappear, replaced by raw attribute values measured with special gear. Confucius advised completing the destiny-forged body before the continent evolved into a dominator star. It was the safest bet. With everything arranged, Xiang Yuan rode out alone to sprint for level 102. Among mountains, deserts, and mist-shrouded seas, he hunted world bosses. At his current power, slaying an ordinary boss was like butchering cattle, but after level 98 the experience required shot up astronomically. In 3 short days, he lost count of how many bosses he felled, yet only clawed his way to level 99. Thanks to the fused Emperor's grid, no extra world quests were needed. Grinding monsters would still carry him through. 7 days later, he broke level 100. A system prompt flashed. Azura City has advanced to a royal capital. Title earned, Azura Divine King. Almost simultaneously, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang sent private messages of congratulations. Opening the map, Xiang Yuan scanned for active world bosses. The dense red dots were roughly half of what they had been, giving him some relief. He had hunted day and night these past few days, yet one worry lingered. Would the remaining bosses grant enough experience to push him all the way to level 102? 3 days later, on a vast, empty plain, a howling wind whipped the grass while scarlet blades poured from the sky, crashing like thunder as they skewered the legendary mythic boss, the infernal Cerberus. Before its 3-fanged heads could even roar, the crimson blades pinned them to the ground. The colossal body went lifeless in an instant. A crisp system chime sounded in Xiang Yuan's ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 101. A second prompt followed at once. Ding! You have ascended to Azura God Emperor. Xiang Yuan tightened his grip on his warblade, euphoria blazing in his eyes. I did it. Even without the Worldbreaker scepter, I broke through to 101. The bottleneck that had weighed on him for so long shattered ever since fusing with Daige. Nothing could restrain him. His next target was clear, level 102. He immediately opened the map interface to locate the nearest world boss. As the projection unfolded, his brow knit. Every red marking a boss was converging on a remote corner of the endless continent. Huddling together because they're scared of being hunted? It would certainly make the slaughter easier, yet the eerie feeling still sent a chill down his spine. A private message popped up. Sender, Liu Bang. Xiang Yuan, Lao Zhu and I have hit level 101, God Emperor rank. 5 days from now is the deadline we agreed on with the Titan, Insectoid, and Modwa clans to withdraw. Once their legions leave the endless continent, we can finish the Dominator Star Claim quest. If you've got other business, move fast. Reading the message, Xiang Yuan felt a surge of urgency. Understood, senior, and congrats. Liu Bang's hearty laugh rang out. Kid, keep pushing. The call ended. Xiang Yuan zoomed in on the map, locked onto the cluster of bosses, and shot into the sky. The target zone lay at the far western edge of the known continent. Had never set foot there and couldn't rely on great transposition, so he had to carve a path himself. Time was short. He became a streak of blood tearing across the heavens, pausing for nothing. 2 days later, an endless prairie spread across the horizon. A quick map check showed less than 1,000 kilometers to go. Almost there. Every world boss is gathered on that grassland. Only 3 days remained. The experience needed for 102 was monstrous. At his current pace, it was impossible unless all the bosses were grouped together and he could wipe them out in a single sweep. The moment the thought formed, he dove toward the plain. Crossing into the grassland's airspace, a strange sensation brushed his mind like a hidden undertow in the wind, icy and elusive. It vanished in a heartbeat. With the clock ticking, Xiang Yuan dismissed it and sped on. Xiang Yuan opened the map while streaking across the grasslands, and his small blue icon soon set almost on top of a dense cluster of red dots. Roar! 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 A woo! Roar! A torrent of thunderous bellows rolled in from the distance, making the air itself tremble. At the far edge of the sky, he spotted hundreds of colossal world bosses, each dozens of meters tall, converging like a tide of steel. His eyes blazed. Exhilaration nearly burst from his chest. He veered and dived toward the monster swarm at top speed. Mid-flight, four figures materialized in front of him, blocking the way like towering walls. Their sudden presence made his heart jolt. Recognized every one of them, and one was an old foe. The Titan God King, the Insectoid God King, the Moto God King, and, most unexpectedly, the Chaos God King. The Chaos God King fixed him with a venomous glare. Despicable blue star creature, you dared steal the Dominator star that belongs to the glorious Chaos race. Today we'll offer a blue star God King as a sacrifice. Moto God King Sua, he followed with a harsh roar. Blue star trash. Xiang Yuan, isn't it? You butchered my descendants. I'll cut you down and rid myself of this hatred. 3 sentences were enough for Xiang Yuan to grasp the setup. So this ambush is for me. You even lured the world bosses here. The Insectoid God King laughed coldly. Exactly. Dragging you out cost us dearly. We herded all those world bosses over and sealed this entire grassland with priceless relics. Your other 2 blue star divine emperors can forget about teleporting in to save you. The Titan God King added, and don't bother with private chat. The mech race has jammed every channel. We'll pay any price to kill you. Their threats left Xiang Yuan unfazed. A mocking smile appeared instead. At his current strength, the 4 God Kings dreaming of his death was laughable. Yet he had just 3 days to reach level 102, and a drawn-out fight would only waste precious time. His plan formed in an instant. Shake off the 4, hunt the world bosses, and let them chase shadows. The true-false doppelganger technique was perfect for the job. Without another word, Xiang Yuan snapped his hands into a seal. Dozens of identical figures burst forth like scattering arrows, skimming past the 4 God Kings. Moto God King Sua, he roared, don't let him get away. Not a single clone escapes. But 4 opponents were still only 4. Even as they unleashed cataclysmic abilities that blanketed the land with divine light, fire, and lightning, obliterating most of the clones, several of Xiang Yuan's doppelgangers slipped through the net and hurtled toward the gathering world bosses. After Xiang Yuan broke through the 4 divine kings' blockade, he instantly unleashed true-false doppelganger once more. In a flash, his figure multiplied behind them, dozens of clones appearing at once like a pack of wolves loosed in a sheepfold. After him roared the Chaos King, and the 4 streaked forward in beams of light, lunging at the swarm of phantoms. Within seconds, Xiang Yuan's true body was already upon the tightly clustered world bosses. Before the colossal beasts could react, he flicked his arms and 2 blood-red blades sprang to life. A heartbeat later, millions of blades each more than 40 meters long filled the sky, a crimson tide hanging upside down over the battlefield. The monsters stared up blankly at the blood-soaked heavens. With a casual wave, the blades came crashing down in a scarlet deluge. Back on the frozen glacier and the blazing volcano, his endless blood blades had already crippled the mythic water-fire Tian. Now, at level 101, their power was terrifying. Geysers of blood erupted among the bosses, the rain of blades poured on, and everything on the ground was minced to dust. System chimes rang without pause, his experience bar rocketing upward. The lesser bosses hadn't survived a single heartbeat. The 4 divine kings arrived to a scene of carnage that left them momentarily stunned. By aura alone, they had judged Xiang Yuan to be their peer. Probably stuck at level 99,100 at most. Stan had skipped an appraisal. Yet he had shattered their line and massacred the bosses behind it. Something was clearly wrong. Sui muttered a spell and sent an appraisal toward him. A second later he froze. HH's level 101 sovereign tier. The other 3 paled and hurried to cast their own appraisals. The result was identical level 101, sovereign. How is that possible? Did Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang give the Riftbreaker staff to this brat? The Chaos King exclaimed, torn between shock and disbelief. They hesitated only a moment before he burst into manic laughter. Even better, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang have been generous indeed, letting him reach sovereign. We've planned everything to the last detail. If we take down a sovereign, Blue Star will suffer dearly. Exactly. Let's vent our rage by killing one of Blue Star's sovereigns. Bellowed the Titan King, never the sharpest of the 4, echoing the sentiment with a roar of laughter. But why is he still farming world bosses? Can he really keep leveling up? The insectoid God King muttered. His question left the other three God Kings stunned. You're right. Why keep killing bosses, and under our pressure no less? Don't tell me he's pushing for level 102. Huh. The Chaos God King scoffed. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang abandoned the Worldbreaker scepter to raise this genius, and he turns out to be an idiot. He actually believes level 102 exists. Suahi's rage almost ignited into flames. Crazy or stupid, he's still a divine emperor from Blue Star. Take him out first. Agreed. Move. The four God Kings dove at the dozens of Xiang Yuan's clones. Yet within moments frustration set in. No matter how many avatars they shattered, the moment the number fell below a threshold, new ones emerged, endless offerings for slaughter. The real Xiang Yuan never even glanced back. Stroke after stroke he reaped world bosses, his eyes fixed solely on the experience bar. A bizarre stalemate took shape. One side endlessly killed clones, only for more to appear. One man single-handedly massacred bosses, while a squad of God Kings couldn't even touch his shadow. Xiang Yuan's heart pounded as he kept flicking his gaze to his status window. With the continent swarming with bosses, his experience skyrocketed was now 56% into level 101. Whatever trick the four God Kings had used to herd the bosses, the map still showed more rushing his way. Running out of targets was the last thing he feared. A full day passed. He swept the sky with his ethereal, endless bloodblade, while watching his experience. 89%, almost there. Behind him the God Kings grew ever more irritable. After an entire day of carving through inexhaustible clones they felt sick, yet that aloof figure never wavered. At noon, under a blazing sun, Xiang Yuan found another dense boss cluster. Blade light kicked up a rain of blood, and he simply left his status panel floating in front of him, was about to touch the non-existent level 102, and the excitement was impossible to hide. 93%, 95%, 97%, 99%. The four God Kings hacked away at clones while still searching for the real body. The instant the bar hit 99%, every clone suddenly melted away like a receding tide, leaving a lone silhouette in the distance. He's out of juice. The clone technique failed. Now, get him. They charged in, elated, certain they had cornered the real Xiang Yuan. The next second, golden light burst from his body, piercing the clouds. A colossal nine-clawed golden dragon erupted skyward. At once, the image of the nine-clawed golden dragon morphed into an enormous beast 10 kilometers long that spiraled into the sky. Its vast wings beat, blotting out the sun, and its colossal body cast a golden shadow over the entire grassland. A piercing roar split the clouds, making both earth and air tremble. What is happening? What's going on with Xiang Yuan? Titan God King shouted, his voice cracking with fear. The other three God Kings stood just as stunned, as though the roar had scattered their very souls. A sudden gleam flashed in Chaos God King's eyes, disbelief spreading across his face. At that same instant, Riverlock God King's heart pounded. Both of them cast an identification spell towards Xiang Yuan. Name, Xiang Yuan. Title, Shura God Emperor Supreme. Constitution, Combat Strength. Defense Strength. Level, 102. Description, the Supreme Emperor whose dignity can never be defied. Chaos God King was struck dumb, and Riverlock God King looked equally blank. Seeing their expressions, the Insectoid God King first showed confusion, then cast identification himself and turned to stone as well. Titan God King, still oblivious, roared, whatever's happening to him, we need to kill him now. If Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang from Blue Star show up, we're finished. No, maybe Blue Star's real problem isn't Liu Bang or Zhu Yuanzhang. The Insectoid God King stammered. It's this God Emperor. What? God Emperor? What nonsense is that? Titan bellowed, only to look lost the moment the words left his mouth. The Insectoid God King's face was as miserable as a man about to cry. Suddenly, Chaos God King edged backward. Riverlock barked, Chaos, are you trying to run? Chaos froze, embarrassment clear even behind his mask. Titan was completely at sea. What are you doing? Let's attack. While the God Kings were still reeling and quarreling, mad laughter echoed from the far side of the prairie. Ha ha ha, I did it. Level 112. Xiang Yuan exulted. Moments earlier, a series of system prompts had flashed through his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 102. You have forged the supreme stellar physique. Ding. Your title has been changed to Shura God Emperor. Ding. Your main city can now be upgraded to Imperial City. Ding. You have awakened a new divine art, Sky Shrouding Hand. His laughter cut off. Xiang Yuan looked up, his gaze as sharp as blades locking onto the four God Kings, a cruel smile curling on his lips. All four felt their hearts sink. Even the slow-witted Titan finally understood and murmured, impossible, impossible, yet he still dutifully cast identification on Xiang Yuan again. Before they could act, Xiang Yuan stepped into the air and flickered to their side. The anti-flight array they had set up could no longer hinder his great transposition technique. The moment they saw what was happening, the four God Kings froze. Without hesitation, the Insectoid God King and the Chaos God King turned to bolt. Before the thought could even take shape, two colossal phantom hands burst into view behind Xiang Yuan, their shadowy palms streaked with cold light. In a single grab, he pinched the fleeing god kings like helpless chicks. Trapped in those vast palms, both struggled and poured out divine power, yet they could not pry open even the smallest gap. The Chaos God King roared, Titan, help us. His voice shook the clouds, but nothing loosened. The Titan God King stood rooted in terror. A grim resolve flashed in Suo's eyes. Hefting his massive weapon, he charged at Xiang Yuan with a furious roar. Xiang Yuan glanced sideways, a cold smile on his lips. In the next instant, the phantom hands clenched. Bang! Bang! Two explosive blasts echoed as the insectoid and Chaos God Kings burst into bloody mist within his grip. Before the crimson rain could touch the ground, Suo's assault faltered, his pupils contracting. The Titan God King shrank back, like a turtle retreating into its shell. With a mocking stare, Xiang Yuan addressed Suo. Old fool, do you still want revenge for those worthless descendants of yours? Color drained from Suo's face as he watched the enormous hands fade behind Xiang Yuan. His throat bobbed. Icy dread filled his heart. This youngster from Blue Star had pushed his level to the supposedly mythical 102. Today, escape seemed impossible. Thoughts racing, he suddenly darted behind the still stunned Titan God King and barked, blood sacrifice. Tempt the Sandmile blood escape. Caught unprepared, the Titan God King erupted in a wash of blood, screaming in agony. Damn you, Suoha! What are you doing? Why can't I move? A cruel light gleamed in Suo's eyes. Sorry, Titan. I spiked you with a blood sacrifice drug long ago. No breaking free. I need you to save my own skin. Before he finished speaking, Titan's massive body detonated, splattering into a storm of blood. Cloaked by the scarlet haze, Suo's form blurred as he tried to slip out of the realm. Xiang Yuan's gaze hardened. He snorted. Trying to run? Not that easy. Heaven shrouding hand. A phantom hand ripped through the blood mist, its fingers closing tight around the struggling shadow. The figure tried to melt into a spatial rift, but the grip held fast. Heh, thinking you can escape? Get back here. Xiang Yuan barked. With a jerk of his arm, he dragged Suoha bodily from the void. Dangling upside down with only one leg caught in that immense fist, Suoha stared in disbelief. How did you do that? I was already inside the spatial fold. Xiang Yuan's grin spread wide. Simple. When your strength is great enough, nothing slips through your fingers. In the next instant, Xiang Yuan's enormous spectral hand crushed Suohi's body, and a burst of scarlet mist exploded like shattered stardust across the sky. Watching it disperse, he allowed a satisfied smile to form at the corner of his mouth. With this strike, every God King hostile to Blue Star on the Endless Continent had been erased. The long-pending Dominion Star ownership quest was now just one step from completion. Dispelling his killing aura, he raised a hand and cast the Great Transposition technique. Space rippled like water, and his figure vanished. An instant later, he reappeared above Shilua City. The moment his feet touched down, private messages poured in. An urgent one from Liu Bang led the way. Xiang Yuan. The lords of the Titan, Insectoid, and Moto races are requesting a mass evacuation from the Endless Continent. Huh, I thought they'd never keep their word. Delight flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. He couldn't be sure their retreat was linked to his recent slaying of their god kings, but Blue Star stood to benefit either way. He opened the interstellar map. The colored zones marking the three clans shrank at breakneck speed, then vanished entirely. Every last one of them was gone. Two realm-wide bulletins followed immediately. Endless Continent Lords Bulletin. The Meishing faction has completely withdrawn from the Endless Continent. Endless Continent Lords Bulletin. The Nature Elf faction has completely withdrawn from the Endless Continent. These two factions were Blue Star's sole allies. Xiang Yuan understood at once. They were honoring their pledge, clearing the way for Blue Star to ascend as the Dominion Star. Ding! Blue Star announcement. The Blue Star faction has completed the Dominion Star ownership quest. The Endless Continent is now evolving into a Dominion Star. Ding! Scanning for the strongest combatant of the Blue Star faction on the Endless Continent. The chosen individual will receive a series of authorities over the Dominion Star. Because it was a Blue Star announcement, every human on the planet heard it. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a glance, barely able to contain their excitement. At the same moment, identical chimes echoed across Blue Star itself, setting off nationwide celebrations. In Jiangnan City, deep within Dragon Nation, Yingzheng stood before the top-floor window of City Hall. Neon lights flickered outside, turning the skyline into molten gold. Beside him, Mayor Xiao Zinan waited respectfully, while Xiang Yuan's parents specially invited stood nearby, equal parts nervous and proud. Yingzheng hadn't come to Jiangnan on a whim. After hearing of Xiang Yuan's deeds from Liu Bang, he was impressed with the young man, and had traveled here to visit his parents and await the final word on the Dominion Star. Sensing the tension, Xiao Zinan ventured softly. God King Yingzheng, since you left the Endless Continent early, is there a chance the scan could still name you as the strongest? Yingzheng turned, eyes calm rather than arrogant. Hard to say. I've broken through to level 101, but with Xiang Yuan's help, God Kings Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang have reached 101 as well, and they're still on the continent. The system will most likely choose one of them. Xiang Yuan's parents flushed with pride. Their son had helped both Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang break through. The joy on their faces was impossible to hide, especially with the legendary God King Ingzheng standing in their home city to honor him. They'd spent the past few days feeling as though life itself were no more than a dream. While everyone was still arguing about who really topped Blue Star's rankings on the infinite continent, a crisp, booming system alert suddenly rang out across heaven and earth. Ding! Scan complete. The strongest on Blue Star's side of the infinite continent is the Lord of Azura's city, Xiang Yuan. Title: Azura, God Emperor. Ah! The shriek almost sliced through the air. Xiang Yuan's mother, Lu Hui, felt her legs buckle and nearly collapsed. His father, Xiang Qian, grabbed her just in time, veins bulging with the effort. Both looked up at Ingzheng with helpless eyes. Ingzheng seemed paralyzed, brows knotted, disbelief flooding his gaze. Thoughts churned through his mind, but none found an outlet. Beside him, Xiao Zhenan stood like a carved figure, mouth half open yet utterly speechless. After a long silence, the quick-witted Ingzheng suddenly threw back his head and laughed, loud and breathless. Ha ha, of course. That must be it. The kid's definitely pushed his level to 102. What a guy? Ha ha ha, what a talent. His laughter echoed through the empty hall, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Yet it also confirmed one thing for all present. Blue Star's strongest on the infinite continent really was Xiang Yuan. On the far side of the continent, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged bewildered looks when they heard the news. A second later, unrestrained joy flooded their faces. They had felt guilty about accepting Xiang Yuan's world-breaker stuff, an artifact tied to planetary destiny and future achievement. Now that it was clear Xiang Yuan truly was the strongest, every scrap of hesitation vanished. Inside Xiang Yuan's mind, a series of exclusive prompts sounded in rapid succession. Please name this new Dominion star within 60 seconds. 60 seconds? His heart skipped a beat. Colossal authority landed on his shoulders, yet he had barely a minute to decide. The system immediately explained that the Dominion star had to be completed in one seamless operation before the planet's evolution finished. Xiang Yuan drew a deep breath, thoughts racing as the countdown ticked away. Name it Tianqiao star. Ding. Name confirmed. The next prompt followed at once. Please select the supreme citizenry for Tianqiao star. They will enjoy the planet's full blessings, gain boundless fortune, and hold partial planetary privileges. People of Longhua, he answered without a pause. Ding. Selection confirmed. All other humans from Blue Star are classified as ordinary citizens. Ding. Anchor Tianqiao star near Blue Star. Anchoring will not disturb Blue Star's ecosystem. Yes. Ding. Authorization complete. All Blue Star lords will now be transported back to Blue Star. When the Dominion star finishes evolving, a portal will automatically link Tianqiao star and Blue Star for easy travel. A moment later, a global announcement thundered across Blue Star. The Dominion star has been named Tianqiao star. Citizens of Longhua are designated supreme citizens. All other humans from Blue Star are ordinary citizens. As the announcement ended, a golden pillar of light descended, swallowing Xiang Yuan whole. Weightlessness took him. The familiar space-time corridor unfolded, yet the old, tearing sensation was gone. Streams of radiant light roared past, then everything went still. When the world sharpened into focus again, he stood in a mountain forest. Emerald leaves swayed in the wind, and air rich with soil and fresh grass rushed toward him, so different from the infinite continent. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. With a low shout, he shot skyward, cutting through the air. Beep 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 beep. Below, a concrete road snaked through the forest, and several heavy trucks rumbled along its surface. As soon as Xiang Yuan returned to the long-missed Blue Star, a surge of indescribable excitement flooded his heart. Without pausing, he formed a spell seal and invoked the grand teleportation technique, locking on to his family home in Jiangnan City. The next instant, Jiangnan City's outskirts, Qinghuang Community. Dawn's first light spilled over the small square, where cheerful music filled the air. A few elderly men swung their arms and kicked their legs through a fitness routine, while two old friends battled over a chessboard, each move landing with a sharp snap. Nearby, several middle-aged women sat in the shade fanning their early 20s daughters, urging them to find boyfriends. Suddenly the air split open in a streak of light. Xiang Yuan, dressed in a star-patterned dragon robe, hovered above the square. Starlight rippled across the fabric. Half his face still bore the fierce Azura visage, and a blazing halo flared behind him like a scorching sun. A ghost. The scream triggered instant chaos. The chess players dropped their pieces and bolted. The women exercising grabbed their speaker, forgetting to turn off the music. The young ladies clutched their faces and shrieked. Looking down, Xiang Yuan called out, "Annie Wang, it's me, Xiang Yuan." The plump Annie flinched. She had already noticed that the monster kept staring at her and wondered why. Hearing the familiar name, she froze for half a second, then her eyes flew wide. You're Xiang Yuan? The Xiang Yuan who was chosen for the Endless Continent back then? Xiang Yuan nodded, forcing what he hoped was a gentle smile, though the azure face still looked terrifying. Only then did the crowd realize something was off. Those who had fled a few steps slowed, and the bolder ones crept back. The young women peeked out from behind their hands, edging closer. Once convinced the ghost was the boy next door, the square exploded with chatter. It really is little Yuan. Incredible. You're famous on the Endless Continent. Because of you, the Dragon Nation even listed Jiangnan City as a special attention city. A cluster of young women huddled together, trying to whisper but unable to hide their excitement. Xiang Yuan looks so powerful now. He used to be the quiet bookworm in senior year. I regret not making a move. Please, everyone here knows I was the community beauty. If anyone had a chance, it was me. Huh. You never even said hello to him. Go talk to him, now maybe it's not too late. While they whispered, Xiang Yuan landed and walked straight to Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang, are my parents at home? Still trembling with excitement, Auntie Wang took several deep breaths before answering. Yuan, the city government already moved your parents into the municipal compound. I heard the lords from the Endless Continent are coming back too, and the city is preparing a reception banquet. Your parents should be there. Understood. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Just after Xiang Yuan thanked Aunt Wang, he triggered the great transposition art again and vanished. It was as if the air at the corner had been sucked away, leaving a cluster of older residents and several young women staring after him in stunned silence. Before the shock could fade, Aunt Wang's daughter edged up to her mother and whispered, Mom, you want me to find a boyfriend, right? I want one like Xiang Yuan. Dream on. Aunt Wang swatted her. We used to live across the hall from him. Did he ever even say hello? Why would he notice you now? Mom, how do you know if you don't at least try? The girl pleaded. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes, but snapped back. Aren't you still saving for that strawberry super sweet concert in Hanwha? Stick to boys like that. Their bickering drew muffled laughter from the bystanders. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan materialized above the municipal complex of Jiangnan City. In the morning light, his silhouette flared once, sending rooftop guards scrambling. Within 3 seconds, ranks of silver-gray unmanned hovercraft burst from the building, wings folding as weapons powered up and warning lights strobed. When did Longwood get gear like this? Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. A blue beam swept over him from the nearest craft, followed by a synthesized voice, scan complete. All autonomous weapons disengaged. Welcome back to Blue Planet, Azura God Emperor. The alarms cut off. The craft peeled away in tight formation, and the main doors of the hall thundered open as officials and guards poured out. Xiang Yuan immediately spotted his elated parents, followed closely by the 3 divine emperors Yingzheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang. He dropped lightly to the ground without a sound. Xiao Zhenan, mayor of Jiangnan City, trembled so hard he nearly knelt. Your Excellency, the Azura God Emperor's humble official greets you. No need for ceremony, Mayor Xiao, Xiang Yuan said, stepping toward his parents. Lu Hui, already in tears, wrapped her son in a fierce hug. We missed you so much. Xiang Qian's eyes reddened as he pounded his son's shoulder. Don't worry, don't worry. We're proud of you. You have made such a name for yourself. The reunion was warm but brief. Once emotions settled, Mayor Xiao hurried them inside. Now that the Azura God Emperor has returned, the banquet is ready. This way, please. The hall glittered with lights. Xiang Yuan sat at the head table with his parents and the 3 divine emperors, while Mayor Xiao, knowing his guest disliked pomp, skipped speeches and simply raised his glass to open the feast. Laughter and toasts soon filled the room. After several rounds, Yingzheng set down his cup and spoke in a low voice. Time for serious business. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. For now, the Blue Planet's coordinates are still hidden from the myriad races, Yingzheng said, but with their technology, they'll find us sooner or later. We must be ready for an interstellar war at any moment. Luckily, the data you sent back last time kicked our research into overdrive, Liu Bang added. On the surface, not much looks different, Zhu Yuanzhang continued, but in military and spacefaring terms, we've entered a whole new era. Yingzheng's tone was grave yet exhilarated. Blue Planet has effectively stepped into the ranks of a level 4 civilization. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan frowned and fell into deep thought. The operations hall was ablaze with light, and the Dominator star evolving on the electronic sand table cast dazzling brilliance that left everyone's faces half in shadow. After a moment, he looked up at Yingzheng, his voice low and urgent. Senior, at the earliest, how long until this cosmic war erupts? Not long. Yingzheng kept his gaze on the slowly rotating star at the projection center, his tone grave. Once the Dominator star fully evolves, the myriad races will be able to lock onto our Blue Planet's coordinates. Then how confident are we that we can push them back? Xiang Yuan pressed. It's difficult to say. Yingzheng shook his head and called up another hologram. One set after another of deep space battle armor still in the design, stage lit up within blue frames. We're racing to finish these cosmic armors. Once they're deployed to our natal troops, they'll finally have true space combat capabilities, and maybe we can narrow the technological gap. Xiang Yuan's expression darkened further. Ing Zheng went on, shifting his gaze from the projection to them. If the Dominator star completes its evolution and we migrate there en masse to exploit its supergrade resources, our military technology will jump again. The gulf between us and the other races will keep shrinking. Right now, what we lack most is time. Xiang Yuan let out a slow breath, the heaviness in his chest easing slightly. As long as there's a path forward, it isn't hopeless. What scares me is having no hope at all. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, his tone hearty yet cautious. By the way, Xiang Yuan, you're at level 102 Star Luck Body Forging now, right? Yes, Senior Zhu, Xiang Yuan replied with a nod. At his confirmation, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged sharp glances. Zhu Yuanzhang stepped forward and said solemnly, now that you've perfected Star Luck Body Forging, it's time for true cultivation. For those of us who completed that stage, the path is completely different from ordinary practitioners. Standard techniques take you to mastery in a breath, so you need a special, high-tier method. He gestured to either side. Each of us, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and I holds a unique, supreme cultivation art. Would like you to choose one so your future path can reach the highest height. Xiang Yuan brightened but didn't answer immediately. After a brief pause he asked, Seniors, what makes your arts unique? Where do they ultimately lead? Seeing his interest, Ing Zheng spoke first. Mine is a pre-Qin finding cannon. Its final achievement points towards Tian limitless lifespan, indestructibility. Liu Bang lifted the wordless heavenly tome in his hand and grinned. Mine is the heaven-bestowed White Jiao Ascension Sutra. Its goal is the same eternal life and indestructibility as a Xian. Zhu Yuanzhang patted the jade codex on his chest. My profound yellow imperial scripture also culminates in the realm of Xianinless life, invincibility. After hearing their explanations, Xiang Yuan still looked puzzled. Seniors, what exactly is this Xian? Is it the immortal spoken of in legend? Ing Zheng spread his hands, wearing a helpless smile. We don't know. We're not certain it's the deity of ancient lore, but anyone who reaches that realm will be unimaginably powerful. Though a bit disappointed, Xiang Yuan still bowed with a smile. Seniors, I actually already have a cultivation art and it's quite advanced said so there's no need to worry about me. Ing Zheng and the other two broke into delighted smiles. Huh, Xiang Yuan, I knew your fortune ran deeper than anyone's. Ing Zheng boomed with laughter and slapped the table. Now that you've mastered an advanced cultivation method, we can finally relax. Spend some time with your parents, then start training in earnest. When war breaks out, your strength will give us peace of mind. Yes, Elder. Xiang Yuan nodded respectfully, his voice firm. After the banquet dispersed, the municipal compound of Jiangnan glowed beneath the neon lights. Xiang Yuan rode with his parents into the high-security zone, passing rows of sentry posts and crisscrossing searchlights. Every guard who saw him snapped to attention. Inside, his parents were settled in a standalone villa, its manicured garden ringed by a shifting defensive barrier. Xiang Yuan was quite pleased with Xiao Zinen's thoughtful arrangements. Late that night, after finishing a casual chat in the living room, Xiang Yuan returned to his room, sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed, and sank his mind into his sea of consciousness. There, the Azura Codex floated in the dim space, its cover veined with blood-red patterns. He reached out, and the pages turned on their own to the second page. The text after the first page appeared. Azura Codex First Tier, the Azura Core. Gather limitless Azura Chi within the body until the core is forged. The words cut into his mind like a blade. Forming a core even half an inch across counted as success. A full inch would let Azura Chi gush forth like a flood, ready to be wielded at will. More importantly, the Chi released by the core was nearly universal, capable of doubling any divine art, and serving as the foundation for every technique in the Codex. When he tried to turn to the third page, the leaf felt like solid iron and refused to move. After several failed attempts, he guessed that only by forging the Azura core could he continue reading. With that in mind, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the next instant, the sky over 1,000 li of Jiangnan convulsed. Clouds were torn into vortices, and boundless spiritual energy surged toward the municipal compound as if dragged by a colossal hand. Above Xiang Yuan's villa, it coalesced into a massive tornado of light. The whirlwind roared, blindingly bright, and even streets away the air trembled. Inside, Xiang Yuan felt a bottomless void open within him. Streams of pure energy poured through his meridians, turning into blood-red Azura Chi that swirled together in his dantian. At the same moment, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang shot into the sky and hovered 100 meters up. The wind howled as they stared, dumbfounded, at the energy dragon, instantly locating its source Xiang Yuan's villa. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with relief and delight. Haha, old Liu, old Zhu, this commotion is far bigger than when we broke through back in the day. Ing Zheng laughed heartily. That's a level 102 star fortune physique for you. With his hands clasped behind his back, Liu Bang studied the spreading veins of energy. Bigger, yes, but look at the radius. The convergence is still expanding. Whatever technique that kid is using is anything but ordinary. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly pulled out his communicator and answered in a low voice. Within seconds his calm expression turned to shock, his pupils contracting. He closed the device, drew a deep breath, and faced the others. Senior Ing Zhong, Old Lu, Xiang Yuan is really defying heaven this time. The Dragon Kingdom's top brass just called to ask what on earth is happening in Jiangnan City. His words came fast, his tone grave. Satellite data shows that all the spiritual energy in Jiangnan province is streaming toward the city, and at this rate, the entire nation's energy may soon follow. In the dead of night, Ing Zheng and Liu Bang were patrolling the heavens when an urgent message came from Longwo's high command. Not only was all the qi in Jiangnan province boiling, but the spiritual energy across the entire kingdom was surging as if driven by an unseen hand, roaring toward Jiangnan City. Along its path the weather mutated, gales howled, fog rolled, and bewildered civilians thought a natural catastrophe was imminent. Above the administrative compound of Jiangnan City, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang hovered shoulder to shoulder, their gazes locked on a faintly lit villa below Xiang Yuan's home. They exchanged looks, equal parts helpless and astonished. This is his first cultivation session, and he's practically draining the kingdom dry. If he trains like this every night, how are the rest of us supposed to practice? At this rate, Longwo won't be the only place affected. Meanwhile, in the second-floor bedroom, Xiang Yuan sat cross-legged, pushing the first level of the Azura Codex, trying to condense an Azura pill. Qi poured through cracks in the windows and walls, was refined by his level 102 perfect stellar body, and turned into dark crimson Azura aura. Yet each time the aura started to take shape, it remained too thin, always a shade short of true pill formation. After an entire night, no hint of a pill appeared, leaving him frustrated. This Azura pill is unbelievably hard to make. Morning light filtered in. Xiang Yuan opened his eyes, refreshed, but slightly disappointed, still had not even touched the silhouette of the pill. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yuan, breakfast is ready. His mother Lu Hui called through the door. Coming. He rose and washed up quickly. The bedroom's private dressing and wash area was lavish and fully equipped. After breakfast with his parents, Xiang Yuan decided to go out and see how Blue Star had changed during his absence. The moment he stepped beyond the courtyard gate, 3 figures barred his way. Senior Ing Zheng, Senior Liu Bang, Senior Zhu Yuanzhang. Xiang Yuan cupped his fists. How can I help you? All 3 emperors wore awkward expressions. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke first, handing him a tablet. Have a look at last night's satellite scan of the qi distribution. Puzzled, Xiang Yuan accepted it. The rooster-shaped map of Longwo was overlaid with pale green mist, time-stamped for the previous night. Zooming in, every strand of qi surged toward a single point. That's Jiangnan City? His brow twitched. He zoomed again. The center of convergence sharpened. The city hall compound. Another zoom locked onto the villa. The final red dot landed precisely, right above the room in which he had been cultivating. Xiang Yuan could only smile awkwardly. As Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang strolled over, he spread his hands in resignation. Honored elders, I never imagined things would cause such an uproar. Is it really that serious? The 3 emperors had rarely seen him so flustered. They paused, then burst into laughter. Ing Zheng clapped him on the shoulder. Relax. We're just here to let you know. The Dragon Nation leadership has decided that until the Dominion Star finishes its evolution, every resource will be funneled into your cultivation. Xiang Yuan blinked. All the ambient energy, just for me? Are you sure that's appropriate? Liu Bang guffawed. Blue Star isn't what it used to be. Spiritual energy regenerates insanely fast now. Even if you drain it dry, in a few days it'll be overflowing again. Stop worrying. At that, Xiang Yuan finally relaxed. Zhu Yuanzhang added, stay in seclusion for the next few days and push your strength higher. When the races invade, you'll be Blue Star's strongest shield. Xiang Yuan cupped his fists. Understood. You have my word. Business settled. Ing Zheng opened a spatial rift with a wave of his hand. The 3 emperors stepped inside. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced back. When the Dominion Star is about to form, we'll come for you again. With that, the trio vanished into the night. The following day, Xiang Yuan meant to lie low, but worried his altered appearance would make him a spectacle on the streets of Jiangnan City. Turning on the news, he found several Blue Star lords who had once dominated the endless continent had already returned home, each more bizarre than the last. Winged giants, scale-covered snake folk, tree spirits taller than a house. These oddities wandered through major cities shopping and feasting without a care. Even more astonishing, citizens clamored for selfies, and many restaurant owners wiped their bills. A top celebrity had even confessed her love to a centaur lord, reportedly a towering specimen. The longer he watched, the more outrageous it became, and Xiang Yuan finally set his mind at ease. He left the municipal compound carrying everything Mayor Xiao Zinan had handed him: cash, an ID card, a driver, and bodyguards. Within days he had sampled luxury cars, designer watches, cigars, fine wine, and every Michelin restaurant in town. The only box left unchecked was a private club. Just as he was about to enter, Lu Hui arrived in time to catch him and drag him home. Night fell. He resumed cultivating the Azura Codex. The roaring vortex around him first drew every shred of spiritual power within the Dragon Nation to Jiangnan City and swallowed it whole. Then the energy of neighboring countries was hooked and reeled in. At first, the authorities kept the international media on a tight leash, but when even the auras of Eurasia and the Americas began to stir, the pressure became unbearable. They finally went public with 2 words, Xiang Yuan. To everyone's surprise, foreign outlets instantly fell silent, then declared in unison, "We fully support God Emperor Xiang Yuan's cultivation." Dragon Nation officials were speechless. Had they known it would be this easy, they wouldn't have wasted so much effort on damage control. Another night passed. Examining the global spiritual energy real-time map sent by City Hall, Xiang Yuan saw that nearly all the energy on Blue Star had been drained, yet the Azura pill was still nowhere in sight. He stopped cultivating, stepped onto the balcony, and inhaled the cool night air. A breeze brushed his face. He glanced upward in the depths of the black sky. The outline of a colossal, multicolored sphere was silently taking shape, radiating an unsettling brilliance that filled his entire field of vision. An enormous iridescent orb had appeared out of nowhere. Soon the huge, multicolored disk sharpened into focus. It was a planet one that loomed many times larger than the moon in Blue Star's sky. Brilliant swaths of color covered its surface, including great expanses of rose pink. Even from afar, it was so beautiful that no one could look away. Was this the legendary Dominion star? Xiang Yuan was still uncertain when an impossibly pure wave of spiritual energy surged from the rainbow planet. Compared with the aura native to Blue Star, this energy was several times more concentrated. He felt that a few deep breaths would equal an hour or 2 of ordinary cultivation, and the density was still rising. Joy lit his face. The Dominion star had fully evolved. If he could train there, his absorption rate would reach heights he had never dreamed of. At that moment, Blue Star's system prompt echoed in every mind. The Dominion star has completed its evolution. Teleportation arrays are now being generated in every major city on Blue Star. You may select any royal city or higher on the Dominion star as your destination. Xiang Yuan's heart stirred. He had not returned to Shura City or seen his former subordinates in the Ashura Legion for a long time, and he missed them more each day. Sleep deserted him. He resolved to cultivate through the night in the surging aura and take his parents to Shura City at dawn. By daybreak, he finished his meditation, and a chorus of astonished voices rose in the municipal compound. Look, that has to be the Dominion star. It's gorgeous. It's enormous and so colorful. What could be inside those colored regions? After a quick wash, Xiang Yuan stepped out of the family villa and found his parents gazing upward with the crowd. In daylight, the Dominion star was even clearer than at night. Its textures and hues looked close enough to touch, inviting wild guesses about the wonders below. He walked quickly to his parents and spoke softly. Dad, Mom, the array should be ready. Come live with me in the city I founded, all right? Xiang Qian trembled with excitement. Son, you mean the city you built? For any father, a son who owns a city is a boundless source of pride. Great. Let's go at once. How big is it? Should we pack bedding so we can settle in comfortably? Seeing her husband flustered, Lu Hui rolled her eyes. What are you so worked up about? Our son is a lord. Of course he has a city. Though her tone sounded dismissive, she was already gathering their belongings. I'd better pack plenty so we don't feel out of place. Xiang Yuan could not help laughing. Dad, Mom, we don't need to pack a thing. My city has everything we could possibly want, and anything it doesn't have, the merchants there can sell us. What? Son, your city even has merchants? Wonderful. Let's go right now. Xiang Qian's voice quivered with excitement. The more he heard, the more eager he became, desperate to teleport at once for fear of wasting even a second. Sensing this, Xiang Yuan led his parents to find Xiao Jinnan and ask where the teleportation array in Jiangnan City had appeared. When they learned it was in the central plaza, they headed out immediately. An hour later, they reached the plaza. In its center, a massive circular array tens of meters wide glimmered with shifting light. Citizens stepped onto the formation in small groups, vanishing in a flash of white. The scene made Xiang Qian's and Lu Hu's hearts pound with a mixture of curiosity and exhilaration. Son, I heard the array only connects to royal-level cities or higher on the Dominator star. Should I drive my little Geely over so we can travel faster once we arrive? Don't worry, Dad. My main city is already classified as a royal city. Reassured, Xiang Qian felt a surge of adrenaline and even wondered if he was dreaming. He had long regretted never being chosen as a lord, and now he was about to become the retired emperor of a royal city. How could he not feel secretly thrilled? The instant the 3 of them stepped into the array, alerts flooded Xiang Yuan's mind. He quickly set the destination to Azura City. White light engulfed them, time and space stretched, and the only sound was the roaring wind. The transit lasted mere seconds, yet the 2 elders felt their insides flip and nearly retched. Welcome home, my king. As they landed, a deafening shout thundered around them. Xiang Qian looked up to see more than 500,000 Azura warriors lined up in salute. Each stood over 2 meters tall, from muscled arms gripping twin axes, all kneeling on one knee. The oppressive aura nearly buckled his legs. If Lu Hui hadn't reminded herself, "These are my son's soldiers, I mustn't faint," she would have collapsed on the spot. Foreseeing their shock, Xiang Yuan quickly steadied his parents. "Don't be afraid, Mom, Dad. They're all under my command." Forcing out a smile more painful than a grimace, Xiang Qian managed, "Haha, your old man isn't scared." Not at all. The rest of that day, Xiang Yuan didn't seek out Feng Zhong, Jin Zhuan, or Kong Fuzi. Instead, he showed his parents around Azura City. Towering walls pierced the clouds, streets buzzed with life, shops packed every corner, and splendid buildings rose in every direction. The sheer grandeur left the couple speechless. Their 19-year-old son had built something breathtaking. Once the awe faded, Lu Hu's worries returned. What kind of bride could possibly match her son now? The girl from Aunt Wang's family in Morning Light community, once her favorite choice, was suddenly out of the question. Their worlds were too far apart. The thought brought a peculiar smile to Lu Hu's face. Xiang Yuan spent the entire day showing his parents around Azura City, and it was only after nightfall that the elderly couple retired to the bedchamber Feng Zheng had prepared for them in the Lord's residence. After watching them step inside, he tiptoed away, slipped through lantern-lit streets, and headed straight for the academy. The glow on the city walls mingled with the night breeze, sharpening the questions in his heart. Only Master Kong could provide the answers. The academy was brightly lit, the scent of scrolls blending with a hint of tea. Xiang Yuan pushed the door open and finally saw Master Kong again. Dressed in an azure robe, the white-bearded elder looked vibrant and full of vigor, instantly steadying Xiang Yuan's heart. "Lord Mayor, you've returned." "Haha, it's been too long, sir." They exchanged a smile. Master Kong gestured toward a tea table by the window, where moonlight glinted off a porcelain cup and illuminated the curling steam. "My lord, what brings you here tonight?" he asked, stroking his beard, his gaze clear. "I do have a question," Xiang Yuan replied. "If the humans of Blue Star migrate to Celestial Dynasty, what benefits can we expect?" Master Kong smoothed his beard again, his tone gentle yet certain. "Haha, my lord, I have long run the numbers. The greatest short-term gain is that the souls of Blue Star's people will undergo subtle, relentless tempering on Celestial Dynasty. The soul is the root of all beings. Once it is refined to a certain level, the creature itself ascends. By my calculations, that planet could push your souls to their very limit. In the distant future, humanity might even become the most advanced life form in the cosmos." Xiang Yuan's eyes widened, the shock almost tangible. The highest life form in the universe that would eclipse any dominance humanity had ever enjoyed on Blue Star. If it truly came to pass, humans could rule the entire cosmos. Master Kong noted the ripple in his expression but pressed on. Beyond soul refinement, Celestial Dynasty offers countless other advantages. The simplest is the air itself. Its ambient spiritual energy is so dense that living there is like spending one's whole life inside a natural paradise for cultivation. The planet is also laced with rare resources of every kind, in staggering quantities you could never deplete. Another point: Celestial Dynasty is a dominator planet. Every 30 years it doubles in size. And with each expansion, the concentration of energy, the abundance of resources, and the intensity of soul tempering all soar. Moreover, the natural disasters that once plagued Blue Star can never occur there. And that is only a fraction of its merits. There are far too many to list tonight. A new wave of awe crashed through Xiang Yuan. To think such a heaven-defying world existed, it truly was humanity's blessing. Master Kong lifted his head, a playful note in his voice. "Oh, and one more thing. Now that Celestial Dynasty has completed its evolution, your natal barracks, the infernal blood pool, seems to have unlocked a new function as well." Xiang Yuan froze for a moment at Confucius' words, then broke into a delighted grin. "What exactly can it do?" Smiling, Confucius explained, "Every one of your core units, the Ashura warriors, can now plant Ashura blood seed in the Purgatory blood pool. Once the seed takes root, each warrior will advance automatically upon reaching the required threshold, without having to return to the pool or consume additional resources." "That's wonderful news." Xiang Yuan clenched his fist, barely able to hide his excitement. Confucius added, "There is no downside for the warriors, so Vice City Lord Feng and I went ahead and had every Ashura plant the seed. If we overstepped, please forgive us." "It's fine." Xiang Yuan waved it off with a hearty laugh. With war looming, preparing early is a blessing. Just as he was about to ask for more details, footsteps sounded at the entrance. One of Confucius' pupils pushed the door open and bowed. "Lord Governor, Master, His Majesty Yingzheng is here." Xiang Yuan rose at once. "Show him in." Moments later, Yingzheng entered the hall, guided by the pupil. The former emperor wore a warm smile and raised a hand in greeting. "Xiang Yuan, I have several urgent matters to discuss." Though now a divine emperor, Xiang Yuan still treated the elder statesman with respect. "Please, go ahead." Yingzheng chuckled. "You outrank me these days. There's no need for formalities." He then got to the point. First, I must borrow Confucius a while longer. Blue Star is relocating its entire population to Celestial Dynasty Star, and the two planets' civil, monetary, and resource systems all need to be integrated. Only Confucius has the breadth to oversee something that vast. Xiang Yuan inclined his head, acknowledging the challenge, and glanced at Confucius. The old scholar stroked his white beard, serene as ever. This is my duty, and I shall give it my full effort. Yingjing beamed. My thanks, master. A transport is waiting outside. Time is short. Please depart at once. Blue Star must finish the migration, and the lords of the 10,000 races could appear at any moment. Confucius gave a parting bow. Then I will leave immediately. With that, he followed the attendant out. Once Confucius was gone, Yingjing's expression hardened. He lowered his voice. Blue Star has sent a swarm of reconnaissance drones to the edge of the solar system. They recently picked up an unidentified signal, almost certainly a probe from the 10,000 races. We are running out of time. Xiang Yuan's brow tightened. Yingjing's tone suddenly brightened, as if saving the best for last. But it's not all bleak. Many of your technologies couldn't be deployed on Blue Star because we lacked rare minerals. Surveys show Celestial Dynasty Star has them in abundance, more than we could ever use. With that, our military science is about to leap to a level 5 civilization. His voice rose, eyes blazing with ambition. And there's even better news. Thanks to these resources, we will soon be able to build a planetary shield capable of withstanding a planet-killer cannon. Yingjing spoke with Xiang Yuan only briefly before departing. As he left, he uttered a single instruction: stay ready for war. After Yingjing's departure, Xiang Yuan remained in Shura City to cultivate in seclusion. On Tianchao Star, every strand of spiritual energy felt like repeatedly refined liquid, so dense it shimmered with a faint glow, a stark contrast to the thin aura of Blue Star. Within a few days, he sensed his Azura energy condensing into a nascent core, the embryonic pill spinning in his chi as his power climbed steadily. Meanwhile, the grand migration from Blue Star was progressing smoothly. The world's leaders first unified the currencies of the two planets under a single system: Tianchao credits. All gold coins held by Tianchao Star's natives were exchanged at an official rate, and a new financial framework took shape almost overnight. Currency reform kept Jin Zhuan running at full throttle. By day, he transformed the Jin Zhuan Trading Guild into a modern conglomerate. By night, he attended remote courses at Blue Star's top universities, absorbing business management and economics without pause. To him, Blue Star's advanced commercial theories were rain on parched earth, and his innate talent amazed even the renowned economist Xiang Yuan had personally invited. Half a month later, Yingjing returned to Shura City, and this time he did not come empty-handed. More than 500,000 sets of freshly developed interstellar battle armor from Blue Star's cutting-edge labs filled the plaza outside the walls. With sharp contours and a gunmetal shell that flashed coldly in the sun, the suits blended brutal aesthetics with futuristic engineering. Once donned, an Azura warrior's defense skyrocketed. Each suit housed an AI that instantly analyzed the environment, combat data, and enemy capabilities, and could sustain its wearer during prolonged operations in space. Beyond the armor, Yingjing delivered an even grander gift: a supermassive starship built exclusively for the Azura Legion. The Dragon Nation christened it Shura-class Vessel 1. Sleek and aerodynamic, the ship stretched roughly 3 kilometers in length and over 1 kilometer in beam, a floating fortress of steel adrift in the void. All weapon systems were concealed within the seamless hull, which was laced with multi-layered anti-skin geometry that rendered it both covert and visually formidable. According to Yingjing, it was the first level 5 civilization warship Blue Star had produced through a planet-wide effort, capable of housing 800,000 people. Its holds carried special fuel for a full century of operation and enough supplies to support those 800,000 souls for the same length of time. Confronted with this nearly invincible iron behemoth, Xiang Yuan accepted it with pleasure. While inspecting the vessel, he withdrew the techno-cosmic weave module from the storage pocket of his celestial dragon robe. The moment it emerged, the module resonated with the ship's central AI, and a clear message surfaced in his mind. Once integrated into the core, it would automatically upgrade the entire operating system and every layer of software. From then on, Shura Vessel 1 would need no human hand. It could navigate, fight, and repair itself entirely on its own. In short, Xiang Yuan would never again need to touch the controls. Shura Vessel 1 was poised to become the smartest, fully autonomous warship in the cosmos. With a single command from Xiang Yuan, the system could launch attacks and dodge enemy fire on its own. Its efficiency surpassed that of elite battleship operators by 100-fold. 2 weeks later, a faint, rippling shield spread across the entire dome of Tianchao Star. Clear as crystal, yet strong enough to withstand a planet-killer cannon, it marked humanity's entry into a level 5 technological civilization. The cannon itself was the emblem of such a level, and Blue Star's technology now seemed poised to rival the galaxy's most advanced races. Their only weakness was troop numbers, until they secured a foothold at level 6 or even 7. they would have to rely on each lord's personal units. Fortunately, once clad in interstellar battle armor, those units were terrifyingly strong. The core troops under Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan could tear starships apart with their bare hands. At the same time, on the edge of the solar system, a bucket-sized meteor hurtled past. Cracks split its surface and a fist-sized, octopoid creature crawled out, its gelatinous head quivering as if tracing a signal. Moments later it slipped back inside, and the entire meteor veered off course, zigzagging through space as though pulled by an invisible hand. A stealth reconnaissance drone from Blue Star captured the eerie scene and streamed it to Tianchao Star in real time. Tianchao Star, Great Qin Imperial Capital, Longwa Temporary War Command Bureau. On the screen, the meteor's erratic path was unmistakable. Longwo's first marshal and the three divine emperors Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuan's hang-washed with grim faces. A scientist burst in. Your Majesties, Marshal, our calculations show the meteor is heading straight for Tianchao Star. Ing Zheng spoke at once. That creature is probably an insectoid scout. Destroy the meteor immediately. Put Tianchao Star on combat alert level 1. First Marshal, carry it out, Liu Bang urged. The Marshal hesitated only a heartbeat before roaring at his aide. By order of Divine Emperor Ing Zheng, inform every national force combat readiness level 1. Ing Zheng then turned to Li Si. Tell Xiang Yuan the myriad races have likely locked onto our coordinates. Have him prepare for war. Yes, Your Majesty, Li Si replied and hurried off. Xiang Yuan received the notice moments later and felt a chill run through him. The shock lasted only an instant before he steadied himself. Within him, the embryonic Azura pill had solidified to half an inch. Though incomplete, it already poured out a surging Azura aura that made him seem like a blazing furnace. He immediately ordered the Azura army aboard the first Shura-class battleship. The vessel was so immense that, even with an intelligent universal matrix running its systems, mundane tasks, meals, quarters, sanitation still needed Hansen oversight. Feng Zheng and Kong Fuzi, newly freed of other duties, stayed on board to coordinate, joined by Jin Zhuan, who was fascinated by every piece of advanced tech. The trio threw themselves into the work with boundless enthusiasm. Kong Fuzi maintained a scholarly air, yet in private he often stroked the ship's bulkheads, while Jin Zhuan toured the corridors each day with tireless excitement. With the first Shura-class battleship about to pierce the sky and enter space, none of them wanted to miss the ride. Seeing their childlike passion for interstellar technology, Xiang Yuan made no effort to drive them away. He had no wish to extinguish their curiosity. Moments later, the engines of Shura 1 ignited, and the massive warship rose almost soundlessly into the sky. The vessel, a steel mountain trailing azure fire, slipped through the clouds with surprising grace. Breaking free of the atmosphere, it suddenly surged forward, turning into a streak of light aimed at the outer reaches of Tian Chaos Domain. Space lay dark and silent. From the captain's chair, Xiang Yuan stared through the panoramic viewport, taking in the starry expanse for the first time. Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, and Kong Fuzi had snuck onto the bridge earlier and now crowded against the glass, holding their breath as though their voices might shatter the quiet. Xiang Yuan glanced back at the colorful planet behind them. Up close, Tianchao was magnificent, layered cloud seas entwined with prismatic halos, a gemstone sculpted by the galaxy itself. At that moment, countless points of light lifted from the planet's surface, arcing toward their orbital path. The points soon resolved into starships of every shape. Smaller craft bristled with gun barrels. The larger ones resembled Shura 1, their sleek hulls showing no external weapons. Xiang Yuan guessed each vessel carried its own specialized tactical modules. Their numbers kept rising. Within hours, the outer orbit of Tianchao swarmed with hundreds of thousands of ships, silver silhouettes overlapping in a scene so grand even the well-traveled Xiang Yuan was stunned. In so short a time, Blue Star had assembled an interstellar armada of staggering scale. Just then, a communication prompt flickered on the holographic display. Blue Star flagship Great Qin 1 requests video contact with Shura 1. Xiang Yuan gestured. Connect. A moment later, Ing Zheng appeared, the bridge lights of another warship sliding across his austere face. Xiang Yuan, Ing Zheng said quietly, most of the ships departing Tianchao belong to the Endless Lords. We will form the first line of defense against the myriad Recisa wall of war to buy Blue Star time to grow. The War Directorate estimates their vanguard will enter the solar system in 72 hours. He paused, voice sharpening. Our strategy is simple. The moment they cross the line, we hit them with everything our ships can muster. But remember to not deploy your lifebound forces. We've never fought in space before. We need hard data to refine our warships and craft a new doctrine. Understood. Xiang Yuan nodded gravely. He knew a civilization could not rely on its lords forever. Only a self-sustaining military would let them stand among the stars. The call ended. The hologram dimmed, and silence reclaimed Shura 1 quiet and deep as the sea. On a sudden impulse, Xiang Yuan tried to see whether cultivation was possible in the vacuum of space. But he soon realized that in open space, he couldn't absorb a single trace of energy. True cultivation was only possible on a planet rich in spiritual essence. Time sped by in the silent sea of stars, and 72 hours passed in a blink. Xiang Yuan's initial nonchalance faded as his gaze drifted to the darkness beyond the viewport. Somewhere in that distant void, a storm seemed to be brewing. Suddenly, the calm light on the command console flashed. Zheng was calling again. The holofeed opened, and Zheng's stern face filled the screen. Xiang Yuan, our drones have detected a massive cluster of warship signatures at the edge of the solar system. The myriad races have arrived. Prepare for combat. They'll command this operation. Your Shura-class flagship is tied to a dedicated command port. When I give the order fire, unleash a full salvo. Understood? Understood, Senior Zheng. Xiang Yuan replied crisply. The link closed, and the console issued a clipped, mechanical prompt. Joint action directive received. All vessels will form a mesh pattern assault formation. Execute now? Execute. The Shura-class flagship's main engines flared, thrusters adjusting its heading with surgical precision. Through the observation window, Xiang Yuan watched hundreds of blue star warships fall into lockstep, weaving a vast, three-dimensional net, with every fire control node pushed to the fore the fleet's most powerful saturation fire formation. The formation had barely stabilized when a spray of star-like specks appeared against the backdrop. They expanded rapidly, resolving into alien warships of every imaginable design. Some like inverted bone anchors, others like hollow beetle shells, and a few so bizarre they seemed more sculpture than ship. Video feed incoming from command flagship Qin1. Display? The synthetic voice asked. Display. A virtual window opened. Zheng was face-to-face with an insectoid delegate. The creature's bloated frame and brain-like head were unsettling enough, but it spoke flawless Blue Star standard. Humans of Blue Star, you have seized the endless continent and must pay the price. Yet our great allies, the Holy Spirit clan, grant you a single chance. Surrender the Dominator Star, and we will lift our hand of war. The insectoid's stubby limbs twitched as it spoke, arrogance gleaming in its compound eyes. Zheng lifted an eyebrow, his voice steady. Oh, so the Holy Spirit clan now leads all your races? A rasping laugh. Spare me your questions, the insectoid sneered. The myriad races forged their alliance long ago. Your emergence has only strengthened our unity. The Holy Spirit clan commands, the enigmatic chaos race, and the machine-perfect technomancers stand with us. You cannot hope to resist. Surrender while you still can. A thin, icy smile curved Zheng's lips. He raised his hand, then slashed it downward. All ships, open fire, obliterate them. The video feed in Xiang Yuan's cockpit cut out without warning. An icy synthetic voice echoed through the bridge. Fire order received. Nearest enemy vessels locked. Shall I open fire? Open fire. Before the last syllable left his lips, torrents of flame burst from the bow. Lasers, ion beams, and kinetic rounds fused into a scorching tide that slammed toward the Wanzhou ships. At the same moment, the muzzles of the Wanzhou fleet flashed, and an overwhelming storm of energy erupted in the vacuum between them. All ships, raise shields, maintain the network formation, concentrate fire. The system prompt rang again. Xiang Yuan added, Shura 1, default to every command from Daqin Onino, further confirmation. Acknowledged. With the AI's reply, Xiang Yuan sank into his chair, turning from commander to spectator. He knew Blue Star's true objective was to capture every scrap of data from Zheng's orders, battlefield telemetry, and tactical parameters alike for the think tank back home, desperate for real combat experience. Fire sliced through the heavens, explosions weaving a tapestry brighter than any fireworks Xiang Yuan had ever seen. As the exchange dragged on, an unexpected yet satisfying sight appeared. The Wanzhou shields failed first, and enemy vessels blossomed into wreckage amid the flames. Before long, the Wanzhou fleet began a slow retreat. Blue Star ships shifted formation at once, fanning out to encircle and pursue. In space, the side that runs stands exposed to the fires of Helmany. Wanzhou cruisers were destroyed one by one before they even cleared the solar system. Within a few short hours, Blue Star claimed a decisive victory. Damaged ships returned to Tianchao Star for repairs, while the unscathed Shura 1 remained on station in orbit. Daqin 1 requesting a link. Put him through. Zheng's image materialized on the virtual screen. Xiang Yuan, Tianchao Star just sent the damage report. The enemy was only an advanced detachment from a level 4 civilization, yet several of our ships sustained hits. Our lack of combat experience is obvious. From now on, regardless of how many ships the Wanzhou send, our native troops are off limits. We will hone our skills solely with the fleet. Understood, Divine Emperor Zheng. Your command is my directive. Excellent. I may be leading this battle, but senior officers from every Blue Star nation are assisting and absorbing lessons at a frantic pace. His tone shifted. According to the War Supervision Bureau, the Wanzhou are unlikely to send their main force against us next. They're allies, so they'll keep sending low-tech warships to probe our strength. Disposable cannon fodder. Zheng added coolly from the flagship's command chair. Stay on battle alert. Yes, Senior Zheng, Xiang Yuan answered at once. As expected, during the long, tense days that followed, wave after wave of probing fleets made up of lesser technological civilizations surged toward Tianqiao Star. The alliance was clearly in no rush to commit its main force. In their eyes, a species could not leap several tech levels overnight. Once they gauged Blue Star's limits, they could adjust their tactics, and then take Blue Star and Tianqiao Star at leisure. After all, the casualties wouldn't come from the alliance's core races. What they didn't know was that Blue Star already held the complete technical data for Level 1 through Level 7 civilizations, backed by Tianqiao Star's near-limitless stock of rare resources. Give Blue Star a little time, and this young planet's war-fighting capacity would leave the alliance stunned. The battles grew fiercer, and Blue Star's fleet matured with every engagement. Humans are born fighters long before aliens appeared. They'd been at war among themselves for millennia. Pushed into the Star Sea, that experience paid off immediately. Xiang Yuan's Azura 1 shone brightest. After dozens of major space battles, it was still pristine, while nearly every allied ship needed regular repairs on Tianqiao Star. Credit went to the mechanoid race's Tech Weave combat system. Unconditionally loyal to Zheng's orders, it anticipated danger and shredded enemy craft with uncanny precision. Its near-impossible maneuvers won over even the most skeptical Blue Star lords, and the ship's new nickname, the Immortal Azura, swept the fleet. One day, Zheng appeared on the hololink, wearing an uncharacteristic grin. Senior, do we have good news? Xiang Yuan asked. Absolutely. Zheng replied, words spilling out. Blue Star is now mass-producing Level 6 warships and weapons. Azura 1 is on the first list to come home for upgrades. Level 6 hulls can mount a shipborne planet breaker cannon. Once refitted, you'll be able to wipe out a mid-tier civilization with a single ship, even in deep space. Xiang Yuan's heart Thunderetta would soon wield the power to erase a civilization. Enough talk, Zheng said, regaining composure. Turn around and return to Tianqiao Star. Once you're in orbit, an escort will guide you to the upgrade docks. Other ships will cover the line. Understood. Xiang Yuan saluted, cut the channel, and ordered Azura 1 home at maximum speed. Peering through the bridge canopy into the ink-black void, he felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. What would the legendary planet breaker cannon look like? Above the atmosphere of Tianqiao Star, Xiang Yuan's Azura ship number 1 had just pierced the outer layer when a crisp chime rang across the command deck. A tow craft from Blue Star was approaching and requesting automatic follow. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan replied, approved, and the system logged the command. The battleship locked onto the guidance signal and settled in behind the tow craft. Through the panoramic cockpit window, Xiang Yuan looked down at the planet below. Familiar mountains and rivers mirrored those of the endless continent. He remembered ancient walled cities with gray-tiled roofs, no forest of towering skyscrapers in sight. Yet sleek flyers and interstellar cruisers occasionally streaked overhead, a reminder that this world fused technology and cultivation. Moments later, new coordinates appeared on the virtual display. They had entered the Great Qin Divine Kingdom. The difference was immediate. Traffic lanes above were crowded with vessels, and the number of ships multiplied rapidly. On the ground, high-tech buildings rose in dense clusters, cranes dotted the skyline, and robotic arms worked non-stop. The entire kingdom seemed to be in the grip of a technological renaissance. The tow craft guided the Azura ship toward the imperial capital. It was Xiang Yuan's first glimpse of Zheng's royal city, and its sheer scale stunned him. At least 10 times larger than his own Azura King city, grander even than the Saint Spirit royal city of ages past. They skimmed over countless districts before banking toward an industrial zone at the capital's rear. Ahead stretched a vast industrial complex rebuilt with cutting-edge technology. Energy conduits crisscrossed the air, and colossal factories stood row on row. The tow craft continued its descent until a massive dry dock came into view. Though landlocked, it held thousands of starships, the smallest over a kilometer long. Welders' arcs flared across hulls as crews and machines swarmed over them, some ships under repair, others still unfinished. Dock control sent a new order. Azura ship number 1. Proceed 300 meters to the only enclosed construction bay ahead. Xiang Yuan acknowledged and finally noticed the enormous sealed bay, the dock's sole enclosed structure, a steel mountain lying on its side. Switching to autonomous mode, the Azura ship glided forward and landed. The hull slid through the entrance, and heavy alloy doors clanged shut behind it. Inside, the cavernous space swallowed every sound, as though he had stepped into another stretch of star-filled void. The ship locked into its berth, the protective screens faded, and the descent stopped. After confirming all safety protocols, Xiang Yuan disembarked with the gold brick, Feng Zheng, and Kong Fuzi, stepping into the heart of the shipyard. He was astonished to run into Longwo's dragon lord here. The elderly man's hair was silver as frost, his posture ramrod straight, and his deep eyes radiated authority that demanded respect with every subtle motion. Xiang Yuan had only ever seen the man who carried half of Longwo on his shoulders in televised news clips. Meeting him face-to-face, he couldn't help feeling constrained. Childhood awe is slow to fade, even for someone who now ranked as a sovereign at the divine emperor tier. Ha ha ha, Yuan, great to see you. The Dragon Lord strode over and extended his hand without hesitation. Xiang Yuan clasped it at once, bending one knee and speaking formally. Greetings, my lord. The Dragon Lord laughed heartily and patted the back of his hand. No need for ceremony. You are one of the most distinguished figures on the whole blue planet now. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Long. All right, Uncle Long, Xiang Yuan replied quickly. The Dragon Lord looked him up and down, pride and emotion mingling in his gaze. I envy you youngsters such achievements at your age. I keep wondering how high you'll eventually rise. You praise me too much, Uncle Long. I owe everything to Longwo's support for our generation, Xiang Yuan answered modestly. Uncle Long waved that away with a grin. Smooth talker. Let's get to business. Bringing Azura 1 back to Tian isn't just about upgrading her to a level 6 tech construct. Xiang Yuan's smile disappeared. He straightened at once. Noticing his puzzlement, the Dragon Lord continued. Actually, this is terrific news and you deserve the credit. Remember that batch of tech data you sent to Longwa? I remember, Xiang Yuan said with a nod. In those files was a full design analysis of a top-tier warship from a levels-even civilization. Our engineers flagged that ship right away, the Dragon Lord said, tracing an outline in the air. We think it represents the ultimate form of cosmic warfare. Even genuine levels-even civilizations can rarely build if required materials are scattered across countless star systems. Azura 1 was built as a prototype of that very ship, same framework, same materials, same design philosophy, only minor tweaks. She's already proved her worth in cosmic scale combat, and that was just the prototype. The revelation stunned Xiang Yuan. He hadn't guessed that the nations of Blue Planet had prepared such a trump card for him. The Dragon Lord went on before the surprise could settle. After we secured Tianchoxing, we almost completed the materials list for the ultimate warship. In other words, if we replicate the design one tune, we might actually build it. Xiang Yuan's heartbeat quickened. He could already see where this was going. Reading his thoughts, the Dragon Lord smiled. Exactly. We plan to upgrade Azura 1 into the genuine ultimate battleship. Elation surged through Xiang Yuan, but before he could speak, the old man's tone shifted. There's one enormous obstacle, though. He tapped his temple. We can reproduce the hardware, but the software, the core AI, is beyond us. Blue Planet's scientists can't yet grasp the cognitive structures of a levels-even civilization. Fire control, propulsion, even basic thermal regulation all depend on code we don't have. Without it, the ship might never even power up. His words rang through the quiet reception room like steel on steel. The operating code needed to drive that ultimate battleship is simply beyond the reach of any civilization below level 7. Xiang Yuan's eyes grew even brighter. He immediately understood the subtext behind Longhu's words. The shipbuilders could clone every piece of hardware from the data, yet they just couldn't crack the operating system or the supporting software. There was only one reason: they simply didn't know how. But in his hand lay the tech universe Wayma. Once that module was built into the ultimate starship, powering the vessel would be effortless. The Wayma could even write and install a level 7 civilization's online game on board without breaking a sweat. With that thought, he lifted his gaze and offered a confident smile. Uncle Long, he said, don't worry about the drive systems, I've got them covered. Just replicate everything to the specs of the ultimate starship. Longhu's usually calm expression faltered for an instant. After a brief silence, he made up his mind. Good. Yuan, that's all I needed to hear. Well, launch a rush refit of your Shilua ship number 1 right away. Give us 1 month, and it will return to the battlefield as the ultimate starship. With that single ship, we can force the Wanzhou invaders into retreat. Xiang Yuan nodded with a smile. Count on it, Uncle Long. Longzhu added, we've arranged a room for you in the shipyard's residential block. Stay there while number 1 is being upgraded, and feel free to check on our progress anytime. The considerate arrangement warmed Xiang Yuan's heart. He clasped his fists in thanks. Much appreciated, Uncle Long. A guide soon led his group to the dormitory, while Longzhu hurried off to meet with the heads of every nation. The refit would mobilize the full strength of all launching. Jinzhuan, Fengzheng, and Kong Fuzi each received a single room, and Xiang Yuan was no exception. Once settled, he sat cross-legged and slipped back into cultivation. Half a month passed in a flash. Occasionally he dropped by the shipyard to check on the upgrade, but the technical schematics were meaningless to him, so he quit wasting time and devoted his free moments when not cultivating to monitoring the battles above Tianchao Star. In just 2 weeks, Zheng had led the launching fleet in repelling 50 or 60 waves of Wanzhou armadas. Space around Tianchao Star was now strewn with shattered hulls that would have to be cleared after the war. Longzhu confided that Zheng was a born commander. His split-second decisions routinely outshone the strategies of entire panels of military experts. During these cosmic battles, his brilliance had been extraordinary, the imposing figure of a conqueror taking shape in the heavens. Meanwhile, as Xiang Yuan's cultivation deepened, the Shilua energy within him grew denser, already on the verge of condensing into a half-inch Shilua pill. Although Xiang Yuan could already wield plenty of Shura energy with his half-inch Shura pill, the power still failed to calm the restlessness in his chest. Tian Chao Star's spiritual aura was abundant, yet after all this time in seclusion, he had forged only half an inch. Pushing it to a full incher even too felt almost impossible. All he could do was take things one step at a time. If a breakthrough became unavoidable, he would simply have to make do with what he had. Several days later, a call from the Dragon Lord pulled him out of the cultivation chamber. Speaking at breakneck speed, the Dragon Lord ordered him to hurry to the Qin Emperor's reception hall. Allies from the endless continent the Meishing and the Nature Elves had just arrived on Tianqiao Star. They once helped Blue Star secure a Dominator Star, and now they were here to make sure Blue Star honored its promise. The Meishing envoy had also asked to see Xiang Yuan by name. Xiang Yuan left immediately and soon reached the Qin imperial capital where Zong was in command. The moment he entered the hall, his eyes locked on the focus of every other Gazia voluptuous, stunning girl who sprang to her feet. Chestnut waves spilled over a fitted white dress, while matching sneakers gave her a youthful yet alluring look. Her refined features held nearly every pair of eyes in the hall. "Brother Xiang Yuan," she squealed, bounding over like a swallow returning home and flinging herself into the young man's muscular arms. A Xiang Yuan froze as jealous, envious, and astonished stares converged on him. "Ahem, Wu Yao, please don't. Brother Xiang Yuan, I missed you," Ji Wu Yao said, looking up with a sugar-sweet smile. "Wu Yao, this is an official occasion. Then let's go somewhere else," she cooed, showing no intention of letting go. "Wu Yao, you're misunderstanding. Don't be like that." Brother Xiang Yuan. The exchange bounced back and forth until Xiang Yuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He sighed inwardly, certain his reputation was done for. Fortunately, the girl seemed to sense the limits of the setting, finally releasing him and taking a seat close by. The Dragon Lord cleared his throat and raised his voice. "Ahem, everyone, let's get back to business." The hall fell silent. Wearing a grave expression, the Dragon Lord looked at the Nature Elf envoy and Ji Wu Yao. "Please confirm your intel. The Mechs are indeed a levels-even technological civilization, and they have joined the main multiracial alliance fleet en route to Tianqiao Star?" Ji Wu Yao shed her playful air and answered solemnly. "Leader of Blue Star, that's correct. We were allies once. The least we can do now is share what we know." The Dragon Lord's face tightened. "How soon can they get here?" The Nature Elf envoy replied. "By your calendar, just over a week at the earliest." They lost time arguing about troop numbers because they didn't know your real strength. Now that their quarrel is settled, a levels-even civilization can build and deploy ships fast. They'll be in orbit around Tianqiao Star very soon. The Dragon Lord fell silent for a long moment. Then he turned to the gathered leaders of Blue Star. "Our only option is to pour everything into upgrading Shura Ship 1. Perhaps that ultimate warship, combined with our Lord-class soldiers, is the only thing that can smash the invading fleet." With the meeting's conclusion, the Blue Planet's leaders unanimously approved the Dragon Lord's proposal. As soon as the joint agreement was sealed, every nation doubled the upgrade budget for the number 1 Azura-class battleship. Manpower, materials, funding, and research data were all put on a fast track. In short, unlimited resources. At the same time, the Dragon Lord immediately passed the intel that the allied armada of 10,000 races would arrive in Tianqiao's orbit in 1 week to the Divine Emperor Ingzheng. The week slipped by. 7 days later, the number 1 Great Qin dreadnought hung motionless in the Earth-Moon Lagrange point. In the dimly lit command center, Ingzheng sat upright in the main chair, fingertips resting on the armrests, his gaze fixed through the panoramic viewport on the vast darkness of space. Starlight pooled in his pupils, and every so often a sharp glint flashed like a blade cutting the night, betraying none of the thoughts behind it. Beep beep beep. Multiple unidentified high-class fleets are entering the solar system. The spoken alarm echoed twice, and crimson lights strobed across the hollow walls. All operators instinctively turned to Ingzheng, waiting for his decision. "Order all ships to spread into a loose web formation and prepare to engage at full strength. Command the Blue Planet's Lord-class vessels to keep their native battle units on standby, ready to launch at any time." Ingzheng's voice was steady, without the slightest tremor. Within seconds, the orders rippled outward, and hundreds of Blue Planet warships used their warp drives and electromagnetic thrusters to spread into a dense yet flexible lattice. Radar and fire control links synchronized in real time, while microwave and quantum comms interwove into a torrent of glittering nodes. Beyond the lattice, faint clusters of lights began to flicker erratically. In moments, the lights swelled into angular metal behemoths. Their hulls bore vivid livery and were etched with seraphic script, energy rails on the prows crackling the standard warships of the Holy Spirit race. Their overall tech level dwarfed that of the earlier cannon fodder fleets, and their numbers exceeded the last dozens of waves combined. This will be no easy fight, Zheng judged, his features growing grimmer. But that was only the beginning. The backdrop of space behind the seraphic fleet suddenly warped, as if a giant hand had wrung a black curtain. A heartbeat later, hundreds of colossal ships sheathed in a gentle phosphorescence tore into view. Their hulls were seamless and smooth, as if cast in one piece, runes flowing across their skin, energy readings far beyond a level 6 civilization, unquestionably creations of a higher plane. A vein throbbed at Zheng's temple, his fist tightening on the armrest. Beep. The seraphic flagship is requesting a channel with us? Deny it. Zheng shot back without hesitation. Words are useless. Our fates are already opposed. If they want war, then let it start now. The alarm blared again. A signal source is forcing a link with our ship. Before the words had faded, the central holoscreen opened on its own. A cold, metallic visage filled the display, the leader of the machine intelligence race. Leader of the blue planet. The voice was algorithmically modulated, mechanical yet fluent. The mechanoid race pledges on the honor of a level 7 civilization. Return our sacred relic, the techno-cosmic model, and when blue planet falls we will spare your species. Zheng's eyes crackled like lightning, their chill unmistakable. He lifted his gaze to the viewport once more, staring at the luminous armada outside. Those glowing warships clearly belonged to the machine race. They were weapons of a levels even civilization. Facing the mechanical leader projected before him, Zheng answered without flinching, I don't know what cosmic tech model you're talking about, and even if I did, Blue Planet will never hand anything over. The metal face stayed expressionless as the synthetic voice replied, humans of Blue Planet, you will pay a terrible price. Before the words had faded, Zheng gave a crisp order, all ships, open fire. At once the Blue Planet fleet unleashed a storm of shells, missiles, and laser beams that merged into a blazing torrent aimed at the coalition armada. The enemy fired back immediately, both sides raising shields as the void became an ocean of flame. The luminous ships of the machines revealed the horror of levels even firepower. Every energy beam they fired vaporized a Blue Planet vessel, while return shots rippled harmlessly across their shields. In seconds, gaping holes opened in the defensive line. Concentrate on the glowing ships. Lords, deploy your signature units and powered Armorgo. Zheng barked. Hatches yawned wide, and countless elite troops in dark gold battle suits streaked into the crossfire, nimble as gale winds in vacuum. They closed on the glowing hulls, slashing with energy blades and planting breaching charges. Yet after the first wave struck, the enemy's shields still held. Only the max-level troops led in person by Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, clad in higher-grade armor, managed to rip the barriers open and pummel a few ships into wreckage, earning Blue Planet a fleeting edge. Then a shrill alarm erupted on Zheng's command deck. Warning. For planet killer cannon ships detected in the enemy fleet. Warning. For planet killer cannon ships detected. On the holoscreen he spotted them in the Holy Spirit formation, an ethered hull, two-thirds monstrous barrel, like Titanic gun turrets adrift in space. Their muzzles blazed, charging to fire. All vessels, target those planet killer cannons. Zheng ordered. Blue Planet ships swung their guns, but before a firing net could form, one cannon finished charging. A blinding sphere burst from its maw and fused into a colossal beam aimed straight at Celestial Dynasty Star. Where the light passed, the defense line was punched clean through. Every Blue Planet warship in its path shredded like paper and detonated in cascading fireballs. Xiang Yuan, Longzhu, and the other leaders of Blue Star crowded into a conference room, eyes fixed on the live battle feed from Tian. A towering hologram filled the wall, where the star's layer cannon, its energy beam as thick as a mountain, cut through the void and drove straight for the planet. Xiang Yuan shoved back his chair, strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, and stared upward. A blinding white lance pierced the atmosphere, streaking toward the planetary defense shield. Boom. The deafening blast seemed to rip the air apart, and the room's lights flickered. The shield shuddered, ripples spreading across the sky like hammer blows on steel. Xiang Yuan's heart slammed in his chest. He spun back to Longzhu and spoke in a low, urgent voice. Uncle Long, how much longer until Shuro 1 finishes its upgrade? The star's layer's power was terrifying. If the beam reached the surface, Tian would be dust in seconds, and Xiang Yuan's parents were still down there. With every passing moment, his anxiety doubled. Longzhu's face was equally tense, but he could only shake his head in helpless reply. Just then the aide burst through the door, breathless. Longzhu, word from the shipyard, Shuro 1 is fully upgraded. It's still missing several control systems, though, so it can't launch yet. Excellent. Longzhu could not mask his excitement as he looked to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan clenched his fists. We'll go now. I'll handle the drive system myself. Though puzzled by Xiang Yuan's confidence, Longzhu nodded at once. Move. They raced to the construction dock. Inside the sealed bay, the upgraded Shuro 1 rested on its platform. Its hull lines were sharper, the metal skin gleaming like freshly honed steel, and the entire vessel had swollen a full size larger than the old model. Every weapon remained hidden beneath seamless plating, exuding a restrained lethality. An elderly engineer in gold-rimmed spectacles hurried over, saluted Longzhu, and reported. Longzhu, this ultimate Shuro 1 has been replicated one-ton from the data on that cosmic warship. The magazines, power core, and even a machine shop with lathes and fabrication robots are all in place. The only missing piece is the drive system. We simply can't manage it. Longzhu turned to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan nodded and called to his constant companion, Jin Zhuan. Notify the Azura Legion. Board immediately. We launch at once. Jin Zhuan dashed off while the warning lights above flashed, and the assembly klaxon blared. Xiang Yuan, Feng Zhong, and Kong Fuzi stepped onto the lift that carried them to the ship's entry hatch. As the trio prepared to board, Ji Wuyao sprinted up, breathing hard, but speaking firmly. Brother Xiang, wait for me, I'm coming too. Xiang Yuan hesitated a beat, then gave a quick nod. At last, Xiang Yuan, Feng Zhong, Kong Fuzi, and Ji Wuyao set foot aboard the ultimate Shuro 1. The Dragon Lord, the heads of every Blue Star nation, and a host of ship engineers watched with mounting concern as Xiang Yuan and his team stepped into ultimate Azura ship number 1. Several leaders nodded uneasily, their faces clouded with worry. After a moment of silence, the Dragon Lord clenched his fist, resolve flashing in his eyes. Have faith in him. Xiang Yuan himself is a miracle. Inside the vessel, Xiang Yuan entered the main passageway. Compared with their earlier inspection, the metal tracery along the corridor looked even finer, the ambient lights soft and futuristic, as if the entire ship were quietly breathing. Reaching the command deck, he produced the cosmic tech framework. Do you wish to install this framework into the ship's central core? The cold yet precise prompt echoed in his mind. Xiang Yuan agreed without hesitation. The console opened like a living creature, and a transparent cube rose from within. Another prompt followed. Remove the cube and insert the framework in its place. He complied. The moment the framework slid into its slot, the console sealed, and the ship seemed to awaken at once. Lighting system online energy core activated all propulsion systems, initializing all AI systems, initializing all life support systems, initializing. A heartbeat later, the final message sounded. Programming complete. Ultimate Azura ship number 1 is now fully operational. Outside, hidden runic lines ignited one after another, silver blue light racing across the hull. On the observation platform, the engineers held their breath in unison. The bespectacled engineer with the gold-rimmed frames clutched the Dragon Lord's arm, his hands trembling. My lord, this means it worked, doesn't it? The Dragon Lord was just as thrilled, yet kept his composure. You know the parameters better than I do, but my eyes don't lie. Look, it's moving. Inside, the ship's AI spoke again. Captain, the vessel possesses 11,000 primary functions and 100,000 secondary functions. Would you like a full briefing, or shall I activate smart notifications and prompt you when a function is required? Enable smart notifications, Xiang Yuan replied at once. Exploring more than 100,000 features manually would be a nightmare. 3 hours later, Jin Zhuan led all Azura warriors onto the bridge, forming flawless ranks. Beyond the panoramic window, the Dragon Lord, the world leaders, and the engineers were already waiting. Boom! The engines let out a deep, resonant roar. Plasma exhaust gathered into glaring white columns, and the colossal ship, praised as ultimate, slowly lifted from the ground. Amid the ecstatic gazes of everyone below, the engines of ultimate Azura ship number 1 thundered to life. The great vessel rose into the air and sailed clear of the construction bay. The moment the ultimate Shiloh battleship number 1 cleared the construction bay, its speed soared and it knifed toward the heavens above Tianqiao. Gold and crimson energy veins pulsed across the hull like racing blood, the roaring engines leaving the shipyard far behind. In less than 5 minutes, Xiang Yuan brought the vessel into Tianqiao's synchronous orbit and slipped straight into the vanguard of Ying Zhang's defensive line. Almost the instant the battleship materialized, the black and gold flagship Great Qin number 1 opened a channel. A holoscreen bloomed at the center of the bridge, revealing Ying Zhang's grave face. Xiang Yuan, you're finally back. How did the upgrade go? We're staring at a swarm of level 6 warships and even level 7 mechanoid craft. I've ordered every Blue Star Lord to deploy their natal troops, yet our losses are appalling. This fight is brutal. Hands clasped behind his back, Xiang Yuan replied with a steady smile. Relax, Senior Ying Zhang. My ship is now a top-tier level 7 warship. Let me spearhead the assault. Ying Zhang blinked. What? Level 7, top tier? You reported a level 6 ship. Xiang Yuan shrugged and grinned. Long story. I haven't even pushed her limits myself. Let's witness it together. Very well. If a miracle appears, all the better. Ying Zhang drew a deep breath and closed the channel. The bridge lights dimmed. The new core AI, Shiluo, spoke in a calm female voice. Master, enemy fleet locked. For planet killer artillery ships detected, recommend immediate use of the mini instant charge planet killer cannon. Numerous standard level 7 warships detected, recommend launching annihilation cluster bombs for wide area bombardment. Approved. Execute, Xiang Yuan ordered. Inside the mechanoid command flagship, The metal walls gleamed with an icy sheen. The silver-gray mechanoid leader compared data at lightning speed. A moment later, its crimson iris flared. Alert! Cosmic Ultimate Warship identified. Immediate retreat. Signal all Jixia allies and the Shengling to withdraw at once. Understood. The order rippled through the fleet in an instant. Aboard the Shengling flagship, a platinum vessel inlaid with holy crests, 12-winged angelic commander gazed into the void, a cold smile curling his lips. So this is Blue Star's might. We swept every race on the endless continent. I expected more from their homeworld. A mere level 5 civilization taking this dominator star will be effortless. The hatch slid open and a 4-winged angel hurried in, panic etched on his face. Commander, bad news. The mechanoid flagship warns that Blue Star has deployed a cosmic ultimate warship. They order an immediate retreat. The 12-winged angel arched an eyebrow and snorted. Retreat? We're about to annihilate their fleet. Don't tell me tales of some cosmic ultimate warship. Is that really something a civilization like Blue Star could possess? Order all 4 planet cracker cannons to keep charging and bombard the Dominator Star's planetary shield. The 12-winged angel had barely finished when he noticed his aides standing frozen at the viewport. He frowned and turned. At the heart of the Blue Star fleet, a gigantic warship no one knew when it had slipped into the battle suddenly flared with 4 blinding white beams, each as wide as an orbital track. Their energy signature was identical to the Holy Spirit race's own planet cracker cannons. The angel's shock had only just registered when the beams sliced through the cannon escorts as if they were tofu, then struck all 4 cannon ships with pinpoint accuracy. A single thunderous blast followed, and the massive vessels shattered into drifting wreckage. The assault wasn't over. Bay doors along the Blue Star ship's belly yawned open, releasing a torrent of missile-shaped weapons that flooded the darkness and streaked toward the Machina fleet's fluorescent warships. Before their point defense systems could lock on, the missiles split in vacuum into countless miniature warheads under hypervision. Each proved to be a micromissile. In an instant, the dense barrage struck home. Explosions bloomed. The shields that even Endless World's natal troops couldn't breach collapsed at once, and wave after wave of fluorescent ships were obliterated. Inside the Holy Spirit flagship, the 12-winged angel felt the blood drain from his face. A 7th-tier technological civilization's main battle fleet had been nearly wiped out by a single Blue Star vessel. The balance of power had tipped completely. The Allied fleets were hopelessly outmatched. As the thought of retreat surfaced, inspiration struck him. Quick! Contact the Chaos Race, have their natal troops strike that mysterious ship. On the other side of the field, Xiang Yuan watched through his command deck viewport as fluorescent warships blossomed into fireballs and the 4 cannon ships vanished in one salvo. He couldn't suppress a soft sigh of awe. Shura, increase firepower, eliminate the Allied fleet. A heartbeat later, Ultimate Shura Ship 1 unleashed another wave of fleet killer cluster missiles, this time blanketing every enemy vessel. Chain explosions lit the black void like a fireworks factory going up in flames. Bursts of fire streaked everywhere as ship after ship broke apart into drifting debris. Meanwhile, Ingzheng stood at his own battleship's observation window, staring at the spectacular inferno with equal parts shock and elation. Magnificent! He burst out. In his peripheral vision, faint ripples of distorted light flickered across the sector ahead. Instantly alert, he ordered full-spectrum scan of that area. Yet moments later, the first Great Qin ship reported it had detected nothing at all. Xiang Yuan was still admiring the fireworks blooming over the Allied armada when Shura's alert suddenly chimed. Warning! Multiple biological signatures are closing fast. Do you wish to eliminate them now? A translucent tactical display popped up in front of him. Countless pitch-black, humanoid creatures were surging toward Ultimate Shura 1 like a tidal wave, crossing the vacuum with nothing but their bare bodies. Xiang Yuan's pupils contracted. Chaospawn. These were the legendary native troops of the Chaos Clan. Warning! Hostile organisms will reach the hull in 60 seconds. Shall I launch the clustered biotracking missiles? Fire! He ordered without hesitation. Missile hatches snapped open across the warship's skin, metal covers flipping back like the mouths of giant hives. Thousands of small rockets, trailing blue-white exhaust, poured out in a dense barrage and streaked toward the silent, approaching swarm. Through the alloy viewport, Xiang Yuan watched as each missile blossomed into a white-hot fireball. The shockwaves outlined the once invisible Chaos soldiers, then tore them apart with explosive force and high-energy shrapnel, reducing them to drifting blood mist. Shura's launchers kept pouring out ordnance, turning the forward sector into a hellscape of fireballs and shredded limbs. The Chaos troops died by the score, their assault collapsed in seconds. Meanwhile, aboard the Allied flagship, the 12-winged angel of the Holy Spirit Clan Supreme commander of this operation went pale. His snowy feathers trembled as he slammed the console and roared, "Retreat! All units, fall back!" Only then did the Allied leadership realize they had kicked an iron wall. The expendable probe fleets had been defeated again and again, yet never revealed Blue Star's true trump card. Believing they had uncovered every secret, They had committed 80% of their combat strength to this battle. Now Blue Star had produced an invincible warship. If they did not retreat immediately, the coalition could be crippled on the spot. From the flagship's holographic table, Zong saw the Allied fleet wheeling in mass retreat. Frost flashed in his eyes. Order every Blue Star fleet to pursue. We do not stop until the enemy is annihilated. Engines flared across Blue Star's forces. Artillery lit up like an iron flood, pouring into the coalition's rear ranks. Xiang Yuan joined the chase at once. He unlocked every safety limiter on Shuras weapons and pushed them to maximum output. The super main cannon lanced through the void. A storm of particles shredded lagging ships on contact. With this monstrous battleship anchoring the pursuit, no coalition captain dared look back. Every vessel dumped its remaining power into its drives, fleeing toward the solar system's edge without even attempting a token counterattack. The running battle quickly spilled to the system's frontier. Blue Star's fleets had never operated this far from home and knew almost nothing about the outer system environment. As they neared the boundary, Zong hesitated, weighing the risks of a deeper pursuit. At that moment, Ji Weiyao contacted Xiang Yuan. Brother Xiang Yuan, my father has just learned about the situation on our front. He's secretly dispatched a large number of scouts to the homeworlds of the allied races. The fleet we're facing represents at least 80% of their total military strength. So if we wipe out this strike force, the allied races will have almost nothing left to fight with? Xiang Yuan seized on the key point at once. Ji Weiyao nodded gravely. Father's exact words were, if the chance comes, annihilate them. Xiang Yuan spun around without hesitation. Shura, open a channel to Senior Zhang's first Great Qin ship. The call connected immediately, Zhang's image appearing over the command table. Xiang Yuan, what is it? Senior, intelligence shows the enemy fleet in front of us carries 80% of their combat power. If we keep up the pursuit and destroy them, the threat ends here. Zhang's eye sharpened. After less than 10 seconds of silence, he gave the order. Relay to all Blue Star fleets continue the pursuit and eliminate every enemy ship. The link cut off. Xiang Yuan tightened his fist, excitement surging. Shura, increase firepower, lock targets, maintain bombardment. Tens of thousands of beams and shells slammed into allied hulls, blossoms of fire swelling across their armor. Both sides pushed their reactors to the limit and burst past the edge of the solar system. The moment interplanetary gravity released its grip, the Allied fleet dove into a vast asteroid field, leveraging its familiarity with deep space to weave through dense debris and accelerate, trying to shake the Blue Star ships. Shuras' ship spirit prompted at once, special environment detected. Deploy meteor cleanse bombs to clear the passage? Do it, Xiang Yuan ordered. Launch hatches slid open along the sleek hull of the ultimate Shura-class flagship. Swarms of slim missiles howled out, smashing the largest asteroids in their path. In barely a minute, fire and shockwaves shattered the rocks, carving a straight corridor. The Allied fleet was exposed to targeting systems again. Zhang's voice arrived in sync. All Blue Star fleets, maintain pursuit, exterminate the Allied races. The enemy was in tatters now. Only a tenth of its original ships still intact, most laced with fractures, engines, and shields failing on multiple decks. Shuras' ship spirit sounded another alarm. Warning, enemy vessels attempting wormhole jump. Initiate disruption? Disrupt at once, Xiang Yuan replied, eyes flashing. This flagship really could do everything. On the other side, the Holy Spirit flagship led the retreat. The 12-winged Angel commander ordered the jump. Every light on the hull strobed crimson. Wormhole formation, failed jump aborted. Despair washed across his face. The Blue Star barrage pressed ever closer. Shuras' ship spirit reported, enemy numbers low enough to engage Fleetbane's stellar annihilator. One volley can erase them. Fire? Fire, Xiang Yuan declared. Armor plates at the bow of the ultimate Shura-class ship parted. A massive barrel extended, its heavy metal surface etched with glowing energy veins. A deafening charge-up hum filled the bridge. At the muzzle, light gathered in a blazing sphere, power concentrating for the final shot. In a matter of moments, the massive barrel at the prow of ultimate Shura ship 1 blazed to life. A searing white sphere dozens of meters wide coalescing at its muzzle. A faint shudder rippled through the cockpit floor as, outside the observation window, a beam as thick as a mountain erupted, carving through the darkness like a comet with a blazing tail. Halfway to its target, the column shattered into countless meteor-like shards of energy that rained down with deadly precision on the coalition fleet's remaining warships. Explosions blossomed in endless succession, bursts of fire blooming in the vacuum like garish fireworks. Shattered hulls and debris merged into a drifting river of twisted metal. In the blink of an eye, the main enemy force was wiped out, and any dream of rallying to menace Blue Star again became pure fantasy. When the smoke dispersed, darkness reclaimed the void. Xiang Yuan stared at the drifting wreckage until the Shura ship's cold voice cut in. Warning, local lifeform signals detected ahead. A special cosmic space is opening. Our ship cannot interfere with its formation. Even a ship of this caliber is powerless? Startled, Xiang Yuan looked up. Beyond the wreckage, a wide fissure tore open the black expanse, its interior a ghostly gray that radiated an oppressive aura. Almost simultaneously, the first Great Qin ship requested a channel, and Xiang Yuan answered at once. Xiang Yuan, move. We have to catch them. Ingzheng's voice was urgent. That's the chaos domain, the chaos race's lair. In our last battle with the chaos god emperor, he slipped away through it. Xiang Yuan glanced at the fissure shrinking fast, while the Blue Star fleet hovered too far back for ordinary thrusters to reach it in time. Shura, full speed into the fissure. Spatial rift is at significant range. Initiate 0-second lightspeed acceleration. Do it. The hull rippled with a strange distortion, then a blinding flash burst forth ship and light vanished in the same instant. The fissure snapped shut, leaving only silent darkness. Signal for Shura ship 1 lost. Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan. In the flagship's command center, Ingzheng shouted into the void. He had seen only that flash of white. Now there was no echo at all. Mighty emperor though he was, anxiety and even a flicker of regret clouded his face. If Xiang Yuan were lost, he would betray both personal loyalty and his duty to Blue Star. Li Si hurried forward and spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty, Divine Emperor Xiang Yuan has most likely entered the chaos domain. Kong Fuzi once said it resembles the endless continent fraught with danger, yet brimming with great opportunity. The Divine Emperor will surely return safely. Ingzheng's expression eased a little. He did recall Kong Fuzi's tales of the chaos domain and the possibilities hidden within. With that thought, he lifted his gaze to the pitch-black star sea, eyes deep and unreadable. A moment later, a trace of ruthless resolve crossed his face. Let's return to Tianqiao Star first and reassure Xiang Yuan's parents. If he still doesn't come back, they'll sacrifice every living creature of the myriad races to pray for him. In a dim, ash-colored void, the Shura warship seemed trapped in endless fog. Through the curved armored glass of the cockpit, Xiang Yuan could see only rolling gray mist-snow asteroids, not even the faint outline of a planet. Warning! Warning! A high-level unidentified energy life form is infiltrating the ship. Full shielding impossible. The AI, Shura, blared the alert 3 times, its metallic voice reverberating through the cramped cabin. Xiang Yuan's brow tightened, his knuckles whitening on the armrest. At that moment Tu Mia lurched into the cockpit, swaying as if he might collapse. My king. Something's wrong. Every Azura warrior is burning up, in terrible pain. A chill sank into Xiang Yuan's heart. If the Azura legions fell, the situation would be irretrievable. Kong Fuzi leaned against the observation window, eyes locked on the sea of mist outside. Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, and Ji Weiyao wore the same uneasy expression. Bracing himself on the wall, Tu Mia rasped, voice hoarse with agony. My king, it feels like something inside me is awakening. It had hurt so much. Cold sweat slid down Xiang Yuan's temple. He sprinted toward the Azura activity bay at the rear of the ship. The alloy doors parted to reveal hundreds of Azura warriors kneeling on the deck, hands braced against the floorboards, skin flushed crimson as though scorched by flame, breathing fast and uneven. Forcing himself to stay calm, Xiang Yuan shouted, Shura, get us out of here now. Master, I have been searching for an exit. No viable route found. Departure impossible. The icy reply sent Xiang Yuan's heart plummeting. Suddenly Kong Fuzi hurried in, face grave. City Lord, I know what that gray mist is. It's seeping in, and that's why the Azuras are like this. Xiang Yuan pressed him. What is it? Chaos Qi so concentrated, it's almost pure. Xiang Yuan froze. He had slain members of the chaos race before. His killing devour skill absorbed the chaos Qi released at their deaths. But the purity of the haze outside was far beyond anything he had ever encountered. Seeing his confusion, Kong Fuzi explained, the gray fog filling this space is the same chaos Qi you once absorbed, only immeasurably purer. Then what's happening to my Azura warriors? Kong Fuzi stepped to Tu Ba, placed a palm on his forehead, and closed his eyes to probe. Tu Ba's shoulder muscles twitched uncontrollably, agony twisting his face. After a long moment Kong Fuzi opened his eyes, brows knitted in puzzlement. City Lord, I don't understand the process inside them. Medically, their bodies show no damage and their spirits are untouched. On the contrary, they seem to be. Xiang Yuan cut him off. Seem to be what? Speak. Their bodies appear to be growing stronger, awakening something buried deep within their genes. Warning. An unknown, high-level energy is penetrating the ship in massive quantities. A shrill alarm blared 3 times in quick succession, making the metal bulkheads hum. Standing in the center of the lift platform, Xiang Yuan swept his gaze around the bay. More than 100 Azura warriors were on their knees, veins bulging, bodies racked with spasms, yet each of them clenched his teeth in silence. He had no idea how to help, when a sudden jolt shot through him. The air was filling with dense, gray-black mist, oozing through every seam of the hull like a viscous tide. What stunned him even more was the instinctive certainty that this substance could be absorbed just like spiritual energy. Xiang Yuan shared the same Azura physique, but he was not losing control as the others were. Determined to trace the source, he sat cross-legged and activated the first level of the Azura Codex. In the next heartbeat, almost solid torrents of chaotic energy surged into his meridians. The half-inch showdown that had stubbornly refused to take shape suddenly swelled and solidified, as if it would burst its confines. Alarmed by the dramatic change, he broke off the technique and looked at the struggling warriors, questions churning in his mind. How could the same chaotic energy strengthen him while subjecting them to such agony? A quick calculation told him that if he continued cultivating, his showdown might leap straight to 3 inches. The Codex stated that half an inch was merely acceptable, 1 inch held a vast reserve of Azura Chi, and 3 inches was a realm beyond imagination. While he was still weighing the possibilities, 2 thunderous roars erupted from the direction of the command deck. Xiang Yuan's heart tightened. That was Tumia. He was about to investigate when he noticed every warrior in the bay suddenly bellowing, lifted off the deck by an unseen force. Limbs outstretched, backs arched like drawn bows, they were engulfed in a furious crimson glow Azura Chi. Under normal circumstances, they could never summon it on their own. Only Xiang Yuan could trigger it for them through the Azura battle spirit. Could it be that what's awakening inside them is genuine Azura Chi? The thought steadied him. Perhaps this was not a catastrophe, but a monumental opportunity. Time slipped by until the hovering warriors slowly settled back to the floor. Each braced himself on his knees, panting hard, tusks bared in excited grins. Those ferocious faces now gleamed with childlike elation. At some point, Tumia had stepped up beside Xiang Yuan. A new light blazed in his crimson eyes. He dropped to one knee, pressed a fist to his chest, and rasped in a voice hoarse with exhilaration, "My king, we have awakened Azura Chi. This power was buried deep in the very marrow of our Azura bloodline, and now we can summon it at will." Tumai's voice quivered with excitement. "Chieftain, our people may be unable to cultivate, but Azura Chi can do nearly anything. With enough of it, we could even master the techniques of other races." Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he threw back his head in laughter. "Ha! Fate has turned our misfortune into a blessing." His laughter echoed through the vast command hall of the first ultimate Shura ship, making the metal bulkheads tremble. Still uneasy, he ordered, "Tumia, take several of the warriors whose names start with 2 and ask every single Azura soldier about their physical condition. Do not miss anyone." The report came back quickly. Every one of the more than 500,000 Azura warriors had awakened Shura Chi. More important, their Shura Chi would rise in direct proportion to the killing and combat they experienced, just like Xiang Yuan's own battle strength. Satisfied, Xiang Yuan nodded. "Shiluo, drop the shield that blocks external chaos energy. Let it flood the ship without restraint. Then scan the entire chaos domain at full power and locate the Chaos Clan." The moment the order was issued, the ship's faint red shields flickered and vanished. Gray-black chaos energy poured inside like a breached dam. The ship's spirit, Shiluo, replied in a cold monotone, "Command confirmed. Absorbing chaos energy. Beginning search for target, Chaos Clan." Xiang Yuan turned and entered a soundproof cultivation chamber, slamming the alloy door behind him. In the dim light, he sat cross-legged, opened the Shura code, and his eyes burned like twin flames. The vast energy of the chaos domain was exactly the foundation he needed. He intended to forge a peerless super Shura pill. Moments later, the entire warship acted like a colossal extractor fan. Chaos energy from every direction was sucked in, forming a visible gray cyclone that roared into the hull. Time slipped by as Xiang Yuan focused. With every breath, the half-formed pill inside him swelled and solidified, golden patterns shimmering across its surface. No one knew how long had passed when a soft pop, like a bursting bubble, rippled through his sea of consciousness. Instantly, he entered an inner vision state. Within his dantian lay an independent space, blood-red and seemingly detached from his flesh, yet inseparably bound to it. At its center floated a flawless, golden pill 5 inches across, blazing with blinding light. He could sense the terrifying power it held. If unleashed, it would dwarf any mountain flood. First tier of the Shura code, complete. Joy surged through him. The pill's effect far exceeded expectations. Before the thrill faded, Xiang Yuan willed his mind back into the mysterious space where the Shura code was stored. Heavy golden pages turned beneath his fingers, and this time, he opened the 3rd page without resistance. Shura Soul Refining. The terse, icy script laid out its purpose. Each successful refinement would permanently double the destructive power of every spell and strike thereafter, and the effect would stack. There were 10 refinements. Upon completing the 10th, that power would reach an unthinkable level. The requirements were just as clear. Soul refining could not be fueled by spiritual or chaos energy. It demanded the universe's most brutal natural environments. The first step required him to plunge into the molten heart of an active volcano. Only after surviving that trial could he attempt the second, which would be even harsher. And with each refinement, the demanded environment would grow ever more extreme, along with unimaginable pain. Having fully mastered the first layer of the Shura Codex, Xiang Yuan finally ended his cultivation. Leaving the training chamber, he strode down a metallic corridor and entered the bridge of Ultimate Shura Ship 1. In front of the massive observation window, Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, Ji Wuyao, and Kong Fuzi were already on watch, their eyes fixed on the void beyond. Master, we are detecting a large concentration of hostile life forms, the ship's calm voice announced. The vessel remains cloaked, and they have not discovered us. Awaiting your orders. Xiang Yuan stepped up beside them. Through the semicircular viewport, he saw chaotic mists churning ahead, with countless abominations of the Chaos Clan drifting within. Farther out, a colossal asteroid hung in the dim expanse, pulsing with a faint crimson glow like an ominous heart. Since entering this chaotic region, he had seen nothing but endless vapor. A solid object was unsettling enough, and the dense swarm around it looked very much like a nest. After a brief calculation, he asked, Shura, can you wipe out every chaos creature here? Yes, master. The cold, definite reply eased his mind. Prepare to fire. Eradicate them all. No one escapes. As you command. In the next instant, Ultimate Shura Ship 1 dropped its cloak, its dark red hull revealing fanged gun ports. Hundreds of weapon bays opened at once, muzzles flaring with blinding light. Energy lances, rail slugs, and missile salvos roared out together, crashing into the startled chaos spawn. The long silent sector exploded in red brilliance as wave after wave of abominations were vaporized by searing heat and annihilation storms. Suddenly the asteroid split apart, fissuring into thousands of cracks as even more creatures poured forth and charged the ship. Before Xiang Yuan could speak, the AI switched to high-power fire control, unleashing an even fiercer barrage that shredded the oncoming horde. Master, a powerful life signal is detected inside the asteroid. Shall we launch an Oblivion warhead to destroy it? Do it. A white beam meters wide lanced from the ventral main cannon, tearing through space to strike the rock. The asteroid detonated, scattering into countless shards. In that instant, Xiang Yuan finally caught sight of the Chaos God Emperor, hovering amid the debris, its fathomless gaze locked onto the Shura ship. Yet before it could act, another blanket of indiscriminate fire rained down. Master, an extreme energy signature is still present. Recommend deploying the mini planet busters. Approved. Even before the words faded, 2 mini planet busters finished charging. Twin beams ripped through the void toward the Chaos God Emperor. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, the target was not obliterated outright. It dodged most of the blast at the last possible moment, and, though wounded, continued to float defiantly in space. At the same time, the firepower of the number 1 Ultimate Shura ship was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of fiends outside the hull thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye, shattering like glass beneath a hammer until almost none were left. Just then, the Chaos God Emperor raised one hand. As if crushing some secret artifact amid a crisp crack, a huge spatial fissure suddenly split open beside him. The instant the rift appeared, alarms blared throughout the Shura ship. Cosmic spatial breach detected possible exit route. Xiang Yuan's heart leapt, yet his gaze settled on the Chaos God Emperor at the fissure's edge. This man was Blue Star's gravest threat. Letting him escape would invite endless trouble. Xiang Yuan had only 2 options: drive the ship straight through the rift, or kill the Chaos God Emperor before withdrawing. The Chaos God Emperor stood poised to bolt. If Xiang Yuan wanted the kill, he had to act himself. Thought became action. He unleashed the Denui technique, vanished from the bridge, and appeared beside his foe the very next instant. The moment he stepped into the chaotic void, searing, anarchic energy swept over him, making him break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the stellar dragon robe flared, quickly stabilizing his aura. He felt no discomfort. Steeling himself, he raised a hand and summoned the Zhetian Handan illusory giant palm, dozens of meters across, that formed from thin air, its fingers closing to trap the Chaos God Emperor in its grasp. Boom. The Zhetian hand constricted. The Chaos God Emperor and his protective glow were crushed outright, blood mist and chaotic energy intertwining before vaporizing without a trace. Inside the Shura ship, Ji Wuyao and the others saw Xiang Yuan vanish, then watched on the external displays as he stood exposed in the chaotic void. Every nerve tightened with worry. Outside, Xiang Yuan was about to blink back when the spatial rift convulsed the moment the Chaos God Emperor fell, then snapped shut with a muffled bang as if it had never existed. His heart sank, yet he still flashed back to the Shura ship at once. Stepping onto the bridge, Ji Wuyao rushed forward. Brother Xiang, are you all right? Jin Zhuan was equally anxious. Boss, you're not hurt, are you? Feng Zheng and Kong Fuzi looked no less concerned. Xiang Yuan waved them off, calm. I'm fine. But the rift is gone. We'll need another way out of this chaotic expanse. A heavy silence fell. The place was vast and deathly still. If they remained trapped, the Shura ship's ample stores would eventually run dry, never mind the endless solitude. Out of the quiet, Kong Fuzi spoke up. Lord Xiang, Can we pull up the footage of the Chaos God Emperor opening that rift? There might be a clue. Startled, Xiang Yuan asked Shura for a replay. No problem, the ship replied. A huge holoscreen rose in the center of the control room, replaying the moment the Chaos God Emperor crushed something in his hand, summoning the spatial fissure. Kong Fuzi kept his eyes locked on the playback. Freeze it there and zoom in, he said abruptly. Shura obeyed at once. The holoscreen halted, then swept forward, splitting and rebuilding pixels until every detail stood razor-sharp. Equipment from a levels-even civilization truly was in a league of its own. No matter how far they magnified the image, it never lost clarity. Everyone soon saw it. The Chaos God Emperor had crushed something in his hand before tearing open a spatial rift, a thumb-sized gray bead. Kong's gaze flickered. Can we still isolate the bead's residual aura? He asked. One wisp is enough for me to trace its origin. Shura answered without hesitation. Analyzing residual energy collection sequence available. The onlookers traded amazed glances. They hadn't expected the warship to handle a task that bordered on mysticism. Moments later, Shura's voice echoed through the command deck. Aura captured and sealed in a test tube. Retrieve it at the console. A square hatch opened in the wall, and a crystal vial rose slowly into view, swirling with gray mist. Kong stepped forward, accepted the tube with both hands, and settled cross-legged on the floor. Holding the vial aloft, he pressed two fingers together like a blade. In an instant, glowing trigrams rippled outward from his fingertips, overlapping in layers and flooding the deck with shifting light. After a long while he opened his weary eyes, barely able to hide his excitement. My lord, the bead contains a heavy taint of chaotic fiend sand, the scent of ordinary meteoric stone. We already thought those meteorites in the chaotic pocket were odd. This confirms the bead is closely tied to them. If we can locate more meteorites, we may find others like it. Spirit's sword. Xiang Yuan gave the order at once. Shura, sweep this chaotic sector. Flag every meteorite you find. The warship began an endless series of jumps. Time stretched until it felt elastic, and the crew invented diversions to fight the monotony. During that lull, they discovered an unexpected hidden gem in Ji Wuyao. Her voice was clear and ethereal, her dance precise, yet full of power. From the moment she opened her mouth, she owned the room. The crew soon insisted she give a small concert every few days, and before long she had amassed more than 500,000 fervent fans. One day, just after Ji Wuyao finished a new song in the recreation bay and the crowd was about to disperse, Shura blared an alarm. Large meteorite detected. Large meteorite detected. Multiple biological signatures detected. Multiple biological signatures detected. Xiang Yuan's pulse kicked up a notch. He sprinted for the cockpit and, through the forward viewport, saw a massive meteorite drifting straight ahead. A swarm of mindless fiendish creatures hovered around the meteorite. Unlike the Chaos God Emperor and his entourage, these fiends showed no sign of sentience. Even with the Azura at point-blank range, they simply floated, empty shells driven only by instinct. Xiang Yuan stared out the viewport, his brows knitting. Confucius stepped to his side and whispered, My lord, these fiends pose no threat to Blue Star. The Chaos Domain has always spawned them, but most never gain intelligence, so they can't leave the domain the way the Chaos God Emperor once did. Relief washed over Xiang Yuan. At once, Azura wiped them out, but leave the meteorite intact. Yes, sir. Gunports flared, and torrents of fire reduced the horde to ash, leaving only the lonely boulder adrift in the void. Move in and stow it, Xiang Yuan ordered. The Azura adjusted its attitude, extended a mechanical arm, clamped onto the rock, and hauled it into a cargo bay. Gathered around the stone, Xiang Yuan raised his hand. Azura, scan it. A green beam swept over the mass, followed by a calm report. 9 super-energy emitters detected within. Smiles spread across every face. Crack it open and retrieve them, Xiang Yuan said. Cutters and hammers went to work, and 9 dusty beads rolled into his palm. Scan again. Another flash of green. Analysis. Infinite super-energy source detected. Recommendation 1. Install any single bead to power the ship indefinitely. Recommendation 2. Detonate a bead. Probability high that it will tear a rift in local space. Joy lit Xiang Yuan's eyes. We finally have the key to leave the chaos domain. Confucius bowed. My lord, may I study one? Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan handed him a bead. After a moment's inspection, Confucius looked shaken. Each bead is saturated with boundless chaos, energy, and unparalleled treasure for cultivation. Surprised but unmoved, Xiang Yuan distributed them. Jinzhuan, Fengzheng, Ji Wuyao, Confucius 1 bead each. From now on, they're called chaos beads. Use them for your own cultivation. He passed another to the Azura. This one will power the ship's core. 4 beads remained. Xiang Yuan pocketed 3, then studied the last, wondering whether crushing it inside the chaos domain could rip open a spatial fissure and give them a way out. Moments later, Jinzhuan, Fengzheng, Ji Wuyao, and Kong Fuzi were standing in the Azura ship's command center, peering anxiously through the observation window. Beyond the armored glass they saw Xiang Yuan, clad in a star-embroidered dragon robe, hovering alone in the churning gray void of the chaos domain. He raised his hand, a mottled gray-black chaos orb crackling with lightning resting on his palm. In the next instant his fingers clenched. Crack! The orb exploded in his hand. A surge of ferocious energy burst forth, the shockwave whipping his sleeves and ripping at the very fabric of space. Amid a shrill rending sound, a twisted black fissure, dozens of meters long, opened beside him, its sparking edges gaping like the maw of an abyss. Xiang Yuan's heart leapt with joy. With a flicker he invoked the grand transference art, reappearing as a blur on the Azura ship's deck. Azura, scan that rift. Confirm whether it leads into normal space, he ordered the moment he materialized. After a brief hum, the AI Azura replied, Master, the fissure exits this realm and enters cosmic space. Take us through. At his command the ship's engines roared, incandescent runes flaring across the hull. 0-second lightspeed acceleration engaged. In a flash of white, the entire warship became a razor arrow and shot straight into the rift. Behind them the fissure knit itself, closed amid swirling currents of energy, vanishing from the chaos domain. When the glare subsided, a magnificent vista unfolded beyond the viewport. A tranquil sea of stars speckled with scores of vividly colored planets, easily more than 100 visible to the naked eye. Scarlet, cerulean, violet, gold, each world shimmered with its own hue, cloud bands rolling across their surfaces, light and shadow interlacing, unmistakably alive. At the center of the region floated a colossal prismatic planet, as large as a sun. It was almost identical to Tian's star, only magnified beyond measure, like a rainbow-colored star. Kong Fuse's eyes widened, his voice trembling with excitement. That's another Dominator star. And it's matured and grown countless times larger than Tian's star. Xiang Yuan drew a deep breath. Azura, locate the direction of Tian's star, he said gravely. Tian's star is beyond sensor range, the AI answered, calm but uncompromising. We are far too distant from the solar system. Xiang Yuan frowned. After a brief contemplation he ordered, Azura, take us closer to the central giant. Warning, extreme non-technological scanning energy detected in the target region. Approaching will result in catastrophic damage to our vessel. The alert plunged the command center into silence. The indomitable Azura ship was being forced to halt for the first time. Data continued to race across the holoscreen. Within moments Azura proposed, Master, recommend landing on one of the outermost life planets. The non-technological power signature there is comparatively weak. We can cloak and infiltrate. Non-technological power signature? What exactly do you mean? Xiang Yuan asked. Identical to your own, that of cultivators, the AI replied. Are the cultivators here powerful? The display pulsed before Azura answered with certainty, Master, exceedingly powerful. If we call your current power as a cultivator 1 point, there are planets near the center of this star region where someone could easily reach 10,000 points. The moment they heard that estimate, Xiang Yuan and the rest froze in shock. In their eyes he was already a top-tier powerhouse, yet the new comparison was 1 versus 10, the Sanda Gulf, too staggering to imagine. After a brief silence Xiang Yuan could only give a helpless order. Azura, engage cloaking mode and quietly approach the outermost life planet. The target world was about the size of Blue Star, its vast blue oceans filling the viewport. Shrouded in a transparent shimmer, the Azura slipped through the clouds and began a slow descent toward an immense continent. Midway down another scene made everyone gape. High above the land, people occasionally glided past on flying swords, each blade leaving a thin streak of light in the sky. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were low and none noticed the invisible ship. Master, I've located an uninhabited canyon large enough to park the Azura. Shall we land? Do it, Xiang Yuan replied at once. The giant vessel gave a gentle shudder and settled on a flat rock floor. Immediately the ship's AI reported in rapid succession. Planetary environment scan complete, fully compatible with human life. Technological level, Type I civilization. Regional scan, 7 population centers within a 1,000-kilometer radius, the nearest 100 kilometers to the north. Certain they were safe, the group finally relaxed. At least they had a foothold. After a quick discussion the 5 of them, Xiang Yuan, Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, Ji Wuyao, and Kong Fuze, decided to leave the Azura army to guard the ship, while they headed for the closest settlement to learn more about this planet and the entire star region. The hatch slid open and they stepped onto unfamiliar ground for the first time. A crisp breeze swept through the canyon, and the dense ambient spirit energy almost visible to the naked eye was many times richer than on Blue Star, though still shy of Tian Shaoxing. Even so, it left them feeling invigorated. To keep a low profile, Xiang Yuan replaced his Star Dragon robe with plain casual clothes. Guided by the ship's NAV data, the 5 walked north. After an indeterminate time, the outline of a city rose on the horizon. Instead of towering stone walls, it was filled with sleek skyscrapers, a modern metropolis. Closer still, a broad highway cut across their path, streamlined cars whipping by among a sprinkling of pedestrians. Xiang Yuan had worried their attire might draw attention, yet one glance put his fears to rest. By the roadside strolled a ramhead beast man. Overhead, a winged avian folk rode the air with a subtle twitch of feathers. And mingling with them were plenty of humans indistinguishable from those on Blue Star. After Xiang Yuan and the others entered the city, they held a brief discussion and quickly decided to split up. Because Ji Wuyao was a girl and, frankly, far too beautiful for her own safety, Xiang Yuan chose to keep her by his side, while Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, and Kong Fuzi went off separately to search for clues. The streets were broad and immaculate, lined with towering buildings that rivaled those of any megacity on Blue Star. The only difference lay in the residents. Beast-headed folk, humanoid machines, scaled clans, so many unique passers-by that Ji Wuyao could hardly take it all in. As they wandered, they soon arrived at an old-sign tavern bustling with customers the far friends in. Inside, a wooden bar gleamed as if freshly waxed, and the air carried a heady mix of ale and herbs. Xiang Yuan patted his empty pocket. She had no currency accepted on this planet, not even enough for a glass of water. What startled him more was the nature of most patrons. Cultivators whose spiritual energy rippled through the room like unseen waves. Ji Wuyao had barely sat down when several heated, predatory gazes landed on her. Xiang Yuan instantly found their owners 6 lavishly dressed young men with insolent expressions. In raw combat power he knew he could crush them, yet he couldn't shake the illusion that their cultivation ranks were higher than his. The 6 sized him up as well. Moments later, contempt flickered in their eyes, and they closed in on Ji Wuyao. "Hey, gorgeous, how about letting us buy you a drink?" The leader whistled, speaking the continent's common tongue. Ji Wuyao's face darkened. She shot back without hesitation, "Morons. Can't you see my boyfriend's right here? You clowns don't stand a chance." Her blunt reply wiped the grins from their faces, and 6 pairs of icy eyes pivoted to Xiang Yuan. "No fighting in here. If you want to brawl, take it outside," the striking woman behind the bar warned sharply. The youths clearly feared her, but their arrogance held. One of them leaned close to Xiang Yuan's ear and growled, "If you're not a coward, come outside for a onion on." Xiang Yuan remained calm, uttering only 2 words. "Why not?" The barmaid gasped and stepped in front of him. "Don't be rash, kid. You're only at the chi condensation stage, Thyre, soul refining. You can't win." Instead of deterring him, her warning convinced Xiang Yuan that this was the perfect chance for interrogation. He turned to Ji Wuyao, speaking softly. "Wait here, little sister. We'll be right back." With that, he pushed through the door and stepped outside. A narrow alley behind the tavern, its walls mottled and ground damp, became their arena. Xiang Yuan faced 6 leering bullies alone. "Haha, kid, you've got guts," one of them sneered. "A measly chi condensation cultivator dares to tag along with us? If you want to fight, then fight and quit the chatter." Standing at the mouth of the alley, Xiang Yuan's voice was as cold as a blade's edge. The dim brick walls, damp ground, and distant barking only made the chill sharper. The 6 thugs stiffened, their eyes blazing. The leader stepped forward, shouting, "Brothers, let me deal with this clueless fool. I'm going to enjoy myself tonight." The lust in his gaze made Xiang Yuan pass sentence on them then and there. Wind whistled as the man lunged, loose stones scattering underfoot. In a blink he reached Xiang Yuan only to grasp empty air. A heartbeat later Xiang Yuan appeared behind him. Before his companions could react, a vicious kick slammed into his groin. With a dull thud and a pig-like scream, the thug's eyes rolled back. He crumpled, twitching on the ground like a dying shrimp. The smell of blood had barely spread when Xiang Yuan stepped forward, brought his heel down, and cracked man's neck collapsed, ending his struggle instantly. The remaining 5 turned ashen, shocked by both the speed and the ruthless precision. Meeting those icy eyes, they snapped back to their senses and roared, "All of us kill him." Blades flashed, fists swung, talismans flared. Moments later 5 more bodies littered the alley, blood seeping into the cracks with a sickly sweetness. Only one thug remained. Knees buckling, he dropped to the ground, trembling and kowtowing for mercy. Xiang Yuan's fierce face curved into something almost pleasant. "I ask, you answer." An hour later new screams echoed through the narrow alley. Wiping blood from his fingertips, Xiang Yuan strolled out. Around the bend the wretch lay dead, having confessed everything down to spying on his cousin bathing as a child. From the scattered information, a clear star map emerged. At the center was a massive, multicolored dominator star, surrounded by 3 enormous rings, each dotted with countless inhabited worlds. By comparison, Blue Star was pitifully lonely. Their current planet sat on the outermost 3rd ring and was called Dilling Star. The thug knew little of the wider cosmos, but he spoke fluently about local cultivation. 1. Body tempering stage. 2. Chi condensation stage. 3. Soul refining stage. 4. Unity stage. 5. Nascent spirit stage. Anything beyond was the stuff of legend. The strongest cultivator on Dilling Star was only late soul refining. From this Xiang Yuan confirmed that he himself was still at chi condensation. a fact even that weakling could sense. Investigation complete. He stepped over the bloodstains and headed back to the far-friend tavern. When the beautiful proprietress saw Xiang Yuan return unscathed, surprise flickered across her face. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, Ji Wuyao was standing on the tavern's central stage, a wash of cool white light making her delicate features shine like crystal. She started to sing a cappella. Her ethereal, bell-clear voice stilled the entire room. Even the soft thud of mugs on tabletops could be heard as the patrons listened, breathless and entranced. Before the song ended, an elegant, poised woman appeared quietly at Xiang Yuan's side. She glanced at Ji Wuyao on the stage, then looked Xiang Yuan up and down with open admiration and relief. "Young man, you're lucky you weren't hurt." Sensing only goodwill in her tone, Xiang Yuan smiled. "I'm fine, just dealt with a few small-time thugs." Her brows lifted in mild surprise before she offered her hand in an enchanting smile. "I'm Lin Na, but you can call me Sister Na. Pleased to meet both of you." Xiang Yuan. "Pleased to meet you, Sister Na." Lin Na withdrew her hand and focused on the stage once more. "Xiang Yuan, your girlfriend has extraordinary talent. Her voice and technique are good enough for a professional debut, and her looks are first-rate. If she ever wants to enter the entertainment industry, tell her to come see me." Xiang Yuan blinked. Ji Wuyao had set foot on this planet only moments ago and was already being scouted, but given their current situation, they clearly had no time for a singing career. Seeing his calm, disinterested reaction, Lin Na couldn't hide her disappointment, yet she maintained a polite smile. As the last note faded, Ji Wuyao hopped off the stage to a round of applause and bounded over. "Brother Xiang Yuan," she called sweetly. "Let's go. We're done here," he said, lifting a hand to guide her out. "Wait a second." Lin Na stopped them, flipping out a thick stack of bills and handing it to Ji Wuyao. "This is your payment for tonight's performance, just as I promised." Ji Wuyao's eyes curved into crescents at the sight of the money. She accepted it with both hands and stuffed it into her pocket. "Thanks, Sister Na. Brother Xiang Yuan, let's go." Not until they had left Yuan Yu Tavern did Xiang Yuan fully register what had happened. On their very first night on this unfamiliar planet, Ji Wuyao had already earned a sizable income. Walking beneath the streetlights, he turned to her. "Wuyao, what made you think of singing for money?" Keeping pace beside him, she blinked and explained. "After you and those weaklings left, I chatted with the proprietress. She told me about the entertainment scene on Dilling Star and in this whole sector. Because Central Tianxing Star keeps the region peaceful, there's almost no war here, and the entertainment industry thrives. She asked me to try a song and offered to pay. Since we don't know anyone here, having cash will make things easier, so I agreed." Xiang Yuan couldn't help giving her nose a playful pinch. "You worked hard, Wuyao." She giggled. "Helping brother Xiang Yuan is what I'm supposed to do." Night deepened. The two soon reached the street where they'd first entered the city. Before long, Feng Zheng, Jin Zhuan, and Kong Fuzi appeared as well, all wearing sober expressions. "Let's head back to the Shura-class ship and go over everything we learned today," Xiang Yuan ordered. The group set off at once. Inside the Shura-class ship, the wide metal corridor lit up with soft white lamps as they stepped aboard. At that moment, Shura issued an alert that made every heart pound. "Master, I believe I figured out how we can get home." Xiang Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the command chair. At those words he jerked upright, suddenly ablaze with energy. "Shura, what do we have to do?" The Shura's AI core projected a dark blue holographic screen, its voice calm and precise. "The only way to reach Tianchao Star in the solar system is to complete a full upgrade of the Shura. The ship has an integrated fabrication bay. Once we acquire enough raw materials, I can manufacture engineering drones to carry out the process." Data rippled across the light curtain before it condensed into a single verdict. "I have scanned this planet end to end. Sadly, it holds only a small amount of materials that meet our upgrade requirements. One of them, a mineral called black gold essence, is essential for rebuilding the ship's primary hull. Almost every deposit is guarded by powerful cultivator energy signatures." "How strong are these cultivators?" Xiang Yuan asked. "By power comparison, many of those signatures already exceed your current combat level," Shura answered bluntly. The air in the cabin seemed to congeal. Xiang Yuan and his lieutenants all frowned. They knew this world was crawling with formidable warriors. The soul-refining cultivators Xiang Yuan had dispatched so easily were fringe weaklings, hardly a measure of true high-tier strength. If they tried to seize the black gold essence by force, neither Xiang Yuan's own power nor the 50-plus legions of Azura soldiers under his command would be enough. Silence stretched until Kong Fuzz clasped his fists. "My lord, we can't afford to rush. We need to plan this carefully." Xiang Yuan drew a deep breath, tamped down his impatience, and nodded. "Agreed. What have we learned so far? Let's hear it." Kong Fuzz stepped forward, his tone steady. "I've uncovered several crucial facts." Every eye in the cabin turned to him. He got straight to the point. "Remember the huge, multicolored planet we saw when we entered this starfield, roughly the same size as Tianchao Star? It's called Tianxing Star. It's also a dominator star and not an ordinary one. Local lore calls it an overlord-grade dominator star." Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time Head heard the term. Overlord grade. So Dominator stars come in tiers? Correct, Kong Fuzz, I replied. Dominator stars pass through several stages. The first stage is what our Tian star, Ice and Incubation grade Dominator star. After about 30 million years of evolution, it transforms into an Overlord grade. At that point, the planet's environment and resources undergo a seismic upgrade, far surpassing anything Tian star currently offers. Above Overlord grade lies King grade. Evolving to that level takes at least 300 million years. Beyond that, all we have are legends. No one has ever witnessed a King grade Dominator star. When he finished, the cabin fell silent. Xiang Yuan, Ji Wuyao, and the others exchanged glances, awed by the vast timescales and hierarchy they'd just heard. Ji Wuyao recovered first, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Xiang Yuan. Brother Xiang Yuan, if we intend to upgrade the Shura, then Tianxing Star must have everything we need. Xiang Yuan immediately voiced his approval. But before anyone could celebrate, Feng Zheng stepped forward and said gravely, I've dug up more intel. Getting onto Tianxing Star won't be easy at all. The cabin seemed to lose all its air as everyone turned toward him. All inhabited worlds in this sector sit on 3 orbital rings, he explained, tapping the star map. We're parked on D-Ling Star in the outer 3rd ring. Reaching any planet in the 2nd ring costs a fortune. Xiang Yuan arched a brow. How much? For ordinary 3rd ring residents, a personal migration visa starts at 1 million sovereign coins, Feng Zheng said. Our case is special, we're moving an entire Azura army. The only option is a gray market deal. Bribe the D-Ling migration office and buy a 2nd ring special battleship permit for the Shura ship. That single permit costs at least 500 million sovereign coins. Ji Wuyao blinked. 500 million? How hard is that to earn? Xiang Yuan also looked toward Feng Zheng, just as clueless about the local currency. Jinzhuan pulled a long face and stepped in. Here on D-Ling, people use D-Ling credits. A family of 3 can live a year on 30 to 40,000 credits. 1 sovereign coin equals 10,000 credits. Sometimes you can't even exchange credits for sovereign coins they're hoarded by the powerful. Everyone traded worried looks. They couldn't fight their way through, and they certainly couldn't pay. Tianxing Star felt impossibly distant. Suddenly Ji Wuyao pulled a wad of bills from her pocket and held them out to Jinzhuan. Brother Jinzhuan, are these D-Ling credits? He stared, counted quickly, and gasped. They are, and there's 10,000 of them. Wuyao, where did you get all this? I earned it. Of course, she replied matter-of-factly. Earned right, earned. Jinzhuan muttered, then snapped his head up, eyes shining as he faced Xiang Yuan. Big brother, I've got a way to make real money, maybe even straight sovereign coins. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. Jinzhuan spoke in a rush. Across this entire sector, cultivation rules, but people still crave technological comforts. Because everyone pours their energy into training, their tech is decades behind. We can leverage the Shura ship's technology to produce high-tech goods and sell them here. I paid a visit to the city's black market and discovered that every piece of tech there sells for an astonishing price. When Jinzhuan finished his report, Xiang Yuan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, though he soon drifted into another brief silence. After a moment he looked up, voice low yet burning with anticipation. Do you think you can make 500 million sovereign coins? Jinzhuan straightened his back and grinned without the slightest hesitation. If you give me your full support, big brother, I'm absolutely confident I can pull in that 500 million. The certainty in his tone lifted everyone's spirits. They'd always trusted Jinzhuan's business instincts. But there's one catch, he added, drawing a deep breath. If we want to do business on D-Ling Star, we'll need startup capital. I have to inject a large sum into the local market, build connections, and track down worthwhile tech channels. Even if the Azura ship can eventually manufacture products on its own, we still have to front a mountain of raw materials. He had hit the nail on the head. Xiang Yuan could only give a wry smile. Money, or the lack of it, can trip up even a hero. They'd crash-landed here with more than 50,000 people, and aside from GYO's private stash of 10,000 D-Ling coins, no one had a cent to their name. Their daily rations already depended on the Azura ship's dwindling stores. Just then GYO's eyes lit up. Her voice rang out, clear and bright. Brother Xiang Yuan, have you forgotten about Sister Na? Why don't I debut as an entertainer here? The showbiz industry on D-Ling Star is insanely lucrative. If I become a star, Brother Jinzhuan will have all the seed money he needs. Her proposal was like a torch flaring in the dark. Xiang Yuan's eyes gleamed. He knew all too well how fast celebrities could rake in cash. Going public did carry risks, but with 50+ thousand battle-hardened comrades ready to shield her, his worries evaporated. Anyone who tried anything shady would find themselves staring down a gun barrel. Deal. Wuyao, thank you for stepping up. Tomorrow I'll go with you to see Sister Na. With that settled, he turned to the others. Jinzhuan, Feng Zheng, Kong Fuse, head back into the city tomorrow and keep scouting. Focus on any trade we can pick up. Understood, the 3 answered in unison. Early the next morning, a light mist still clung to the mountains. Xiang Yuan, Ji Wuyao, Jinzhuan, Feng Zheng, and Kong Fuzi packed simple gear and left the Azura ship, following the gravel path toward the bustling city glowing in the dawn. Once through the gates, they split up. Xiang Yuan stayed by Gyo's side, while the other three hurried toward the far end of town. By afternoon they reached the familiar front of the Yuanyu Tavern, its wooden wind chimes tinkling in the breeze. Hand in hand, Xiang Yuan and Ji Wuyao pushed open the door and stepped into the warm, amber light. Behind the bar, Lin Na spotted them at once, surprise and delight flashing across her eyes as she strode over. Ha ha ha, Xiang Yuan, Waya, welcome back. This time Xiang Yuan met her with a genuine, courteous smile. Sister Na, we're here to ask a favor. Lin Na was never one to beat around the bush. I figured as much. Tell me what you need. I'd like my girlfriend to sing here, Xiang Yuan said. At that, Lin Na's eyes burned even brighter. She clapped her hands together. You're not just aiming for a couple of songs in my tavern, are you? To be honest, I already uploaded Waio's performance from yesterday, and it's sitting at the very top of Hong City's official trending list. At this point, Lin Na looked at Xiang Yuan with a bright, carefree smile. Brother Xiang, if you want your girlfriend to make her debut as a star, I can absolutely help. Xiang Yuan didn't respond immediately. Holding his glass, he studied her intently. Warm light filled the tavern, and the oak casks behind the bar released a faint, woody scent, yet he seemed aware of nothing except Lin Na's face. When the silence stretched, Lin Na spread her hands and played her trump card. I'm not just the owner of Farfriend Tavern, I'm also the general manager of Tianyu Entertainment Culture Group's Hongqing branch, the biggest entertainment company on Dylan. With that, she pulled a black business card with gold lettering from her small leather purse and slid it across the table. The card was reassuringly substantial and cool to the touch. It read, Lin Na, General Manager, Hongqing Branch, Tianyu Group, alongside her phone number and the company's website. Xiang Yuan traced the embossed lettering with his fingertip, set the card on the table, and still didn't speak. Lin Na smiled. No need to answer right away. Go home, check our website, and see if I'm the real deal. She paused for half a beat, then sweetened the offer. One more thing, the Hongqing qualifier for Dylan Star Charisma Idol is about to begin. The entire third stellar ring follows that show. If Wu Yao places well in the finals, her future will be unimaginable. Xiang Yuan was still weighing the pros and cons when Ji Wu Yao cut in, her voice as clear as a silver spoon tapping glass. Is there a cash prize for first place in Hongqing? Lin Na blinked. Then her eyes flashed with interest. Yes, first place comes with 2 million Dylan credits. If you sign with Tianyu and compete under our banner, we'll add another 2 million. The 4 million figure seemed to hush every whisper in the bar. In Xiang Yuan's mind, however, another image surfaced. Back in high school on Blue Star, had heard about those predatory contracts in certain K-pop agencies, artists stripped of freedom, forced to drink with executives. He would never let that happen to Wu Yao. He was about to lay out his terms when Ji Wu Yao spoke first, sounding every inch the professional. He'll join, but only on a freelance contract. You can use your company's name on all my shows and appearances, but you can't impose any demands or restrictions. As long as I remain on the third ring, I won't sign with anyone else. I'm not signing a slave contract, and I don't need training. To be blunt, everyone in my homeland is born to sing and dance. That song I performed in your bar the other night, I wasn't even using 10% of my ability. Final point revenue split, 90-10. I keep 90. She rattled it all off in one breath, and the table fell silent. Xiang Yuan stared at her, dumbfounded, thinking, no wonder she's from Mixing, she already knows this industry inside out. Everyone knew Meishing was famous for its stunning men and women, so its thriving entertainment industry came as no surprise. As a princess of Meishing, Ji Wuyao knew every trick of the trade. Now Lin Na finally took a closer look at the quietly beautiful girl in front of her. After a brief pause, Lin Na frowned. A 90-10 split is outrageous. Even with your background, the best I can offer is 60-40. 20-80, Ji Wuyao answered without missing a beat, bargaining as if she were at an open-air market. Buffed Lin Na chuckled, then steadied her expression. 70-30. My company takes 30, you get 70. Deal. Ji Wuyao agreed instantly. Xiang Yuan let out a silent breath. Anyone willing to haggle this hard was more trustworthy than someone who only made empty promises. Big talkers were usually swindlers. Ji Wuyao asked Lin Na to enroll her in the Mei Li Xing Hongqing Regional Edition. They set a time to sign the contract the next day, then left the Yuanyu Tavern together. Several hours later, Xiang Yuan and Ji Wuyao arrived back at the Shala. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, only Feng Zheng and Kong Fuzi were on board. Jin Zhuan was nowhere in sight. Before he could ask, Feng Zheng rushed over. Lord Governor, Jin Zhuan went too far this time. With no money on him, he pretended to be a wealthy merchant from Diling Xing and attended Kuan Sha's investment banquet. Kuan Sha's rise is notoriously Shaddai is not someone to provoke, yet Jin insisted he could land a huge deal, and we couldn't stop him. Xiang Yuan blinked, stunned by Jin Zhuan's audacity. He was about to call the others to start a search when a low mechanical hum cut him off. The hatch slid open, and a round figure marched in, hugging a thick stack of documents while flipping through them. Brother, That was reckless posing as a tycoon just to find business, Xiang Yuan said, half scolding, mostly worried. Jin Zhuan finally looked up, eyes shining. Big brother, I actually landed a massive order, one that pays in heaps of Zhuzai coins. Everyone froze. Jin Zhuan's business skills had once again exceeded their expectations. Xiang Yuan asked, what kind of order? Kuan Sha wants a small interplanetary ship as a birthday present for his daughter, top-tier tech only. Over 100 merchants were at the banquet, and only 3 dared to take the job. Kuan Sha said whoever satisfies him will get 3 million Zhuzai coins. Jin Zhuan waved the papers. I saw my chance and volunteered. After some persuasion, Kuan Sha trusted me enough to hand over these specs. He took a deep breath. The 3 million is just the beginning. Hongqing's business circle is highly stratified. If we finish this project, we'll tap into Kuan Sha's network and truly enter the Zhuzai coin market. Otherwise, we'll be stuck trading with small-time merchants, earning piles of D-Ling coins, and wasting time converting them later. When he finished, Xiang Yuan and the others gave thumbs up all around. The legendary business prodigy had proven himself once more. Xiang Yuan turned and shouted, Shilua, scan those documents and see if we can build that kind of ship. Lines of data flickered across the holographic display above the command deck, while a cold mechanical voice echoed through the room. Constructing this light corvette isn't particularly difficult, but we currently lack engineering robots. With 300 units and enough materials, the build could be finished in as little as 15 days. Standing at the console, Xiang Yuan tapped the metal railing and asked bluntly, so where do we get the engineering bots? Can you make them yourself? Yes, master, Azura replied evenly. However, we also lack the raw materials to manufacture them. The alloy for their chassis is common, you could simply buy that. The cores, on the other hand, require rarer components that you must obtain. What do the cores need? Green crystals, 300 pieces in total, Azura answered, then rattled off the rest of the list. The chassis requires XXX, and the corvette needs XXX. The barrage of technical terms made Xiang Yuan's temples throb. Azura, how much would it cost to buy everything? Connecting to the Dilling Star network. Hearing that, an idea flashed through Xiang Yuan's mind. If you can go online, can you hack the Dilling Star bank and move some money? Master, I already tried. It didn't work, Azura replied without hesitation. The bank system is protected by cultivator techniques rather than pure technology. I can't breach it. Several faces in the cabin fell at once. Connection established. Retrieving prices, master. The total comes to 7 million Dilling credits. 7 million. Xiang Yuan's mouth twitched. Goldbrick slapped his thigh and yelled, why is it so expensive? Azura continued, if we exclude the green crystals, the remaining materials cost only 4 million. Also, green crystals are restricted by the authorities and are nearly impossible to buy through normal channels. Silence hung in the air for a few seconds. Xiang Yuan was the first to speak. Forget it. Let's handle what we can for now. Wu Yao, he looked at the young woman. Can you win the Hongqing Star of Allure regional contest? Ji Wu Yao blinked and smiled, her voice crisp and sweet. Piece of cake. Don't worry, brother Xiang Yuan. Good. Tomorrow I'll go with you to see Lin Na. Goldbrick, Feng Zhang, and Kong Fuzi stared blankly, their faces saying, what did we miss? Xiang Yuan went ahead and told them everything that had happened during last night's trip to Hongqing with Wu Yao. When he finished, all three cheered in unison. Goldbrick thumped his chest and laughed. Sis-in-law entering a singing contest? That's free money. The words sis-in-law brought a blush to Wu Yao's cheeks, and she dipped her head, giggling. While spirits were high, Azura spoke again. Master, I have customized communication devices for this planet. Please collect them at the console. A compartment slid open in the console's sidewall, revealing 5 phone-like devices neatly arranged in a row, their metallic casings glowing softly under the cabin lights. Everyone grabbed one. Goldbrick, Feng Zhang, and Kong Fuzi had all dealt with Earthlings on Blue Star before and had picked up plenty of modern tech know-how. So they took to the alien smartphones almost instantly, happily exploring every menu. After a quick setup, they dispersed to rest. Early the next morning, with fog still hanging low, Xiang Yuan drove Wu Yao toward Hongqing. Hongqing inside an office at the Yuanyu Tavern. After reading the talent contract Lina handed her, Ji Wu Yao examined every clause, then signed the last page alongside Lina. Wu Yao, Lina said brightly, the first round of the Charm Star Hongqing competition starts at 3 this afternoon at the Modern Arena in Central Square. The company has booked you a private dressing room. Let's pick out a gown and then have the stylist work on your look. Ji Wu Yao glanced at Xiang Yuan, who gave her a reassuring nod. Great. Let's get going, she said, springing to her feet. Lina started toward the door, then turned back with a playful grin. Xiang Yuan, if you're worried about your girlfriend, you can come along. Xiang Yuan didn't hesitate. He rose and followed them. Around 2:30 p.m., the lounge of the Modern Arena was already packed with contestants, handsome men and stunning women whose presence made the air thrum with youthful energy. In the middle of it all, Xiang Yuan's chiseled, intimidating features stood out like a blade. Which contestant thinks they're such a big shot they need a bodyguard for a regional heat? Someone whispered. The scattered comments drifted to Xiang Yuan, but he didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow. Just then, a dressing room door swung open. A purple-haired woman stepped out, chin lifted, a black mermaid gown hugging her curves. She was undeniably attractive, but a hint of vulgarity clung to her, putting her several tiers below Ji Wuyao. A cluster of guards in black suits followed at her heels. Oddly enough, no one accused her of acting like a diva. Instead, faces all around broke into ingratiating smiles. See that? Bao Tiantian Bao Rongshan's daughter. The undisputed queen of Hongsheng after midnight. Bao Rongtian rules this city. Think hell lean on the judges this time? Relax. Charm Star has serious backing. Even Bao Tian has to earn her spot. She's got talent and looks, sure, but her overall charm is a little lacking. Whispers fluttered around the room like moths. With nothing else to do, Xiang Yuan took the chatter as idle entertainment. Across the way, Bao Tian was surrounded by a group of good-looking mincem hoping to climb the social ladder, others angling for an easy ride. Every gesture she made carried a streetwise seductiveness, as if she might pick someone to favor at any moment. Suddenly, another dressing room door opened. A snow-white gown traced Ji Yuo's slender figure, and even the lightest makeup couldn't hide her breathtaking beauty. Regal yet innately alluring, she stepped out as if walking in her own pool of light. In an instant, every gaze in the room snapped toward her, as though pierced by a divine spotlight. Damn, who is she? Is she an actual princess from some country? She's stunning. Duda hop your chin, you're drooling. Gross. Inside the lounge it was as if someone had hit the pause button. Every pair of eyes swung toward Ji Wuyao, who had just stepped out of the makeup room. A faint sweep of color at the outer corners of her eyes and the slight arch of a brow were enough to make the air feel taut. Moments ago, Bao Tian had been basking in everyone's attention. Now she stood rigid, shock giving way to a fast-rising tide of envy. Bao Tian angled her body and murmured to the bodyguard in black beside her, "Find out who that woman is." Across the room, Xiang Yuan was equally stunned. He had never seen Ji Wuyao with makeup on, and he had certainly never imagined she could be this beautiful slim waist, long legs, a flawless face. Every lift of her eyes as if carved separately by God or Nuwa. Wuyao seemed accustomed to the burning stares, her expression calm, until she noticed an intimidatingly large man looking at her with the same awe. In that instant her cheeks flamed red. The man was Xiang Yuan. More than one man in the room was left slack-jawed, a line of drool threatening to escape. Ji Wuyao hurried to Xiang Yuan's side and called softly, "Brother Xiang Yuan." He rose smoothly, brushing a stray lock from her forehead. "Wuyao, the championship is yours this time." She nodded hard. Just then Lin Na emerged from the makeup room doorway. Seeing their intimacy, her gaze lingered on Xiang Yuan for a beat. Who is this kid, she wondered, to earn the favor of a woman like that? But she quickly refocused and called out in a clear voice. "All right, Wuyao, the competition's about to start. Head backstage and get ready. Xiang Yuan, your seat is set front row, number 7. Go on over." Xiang Yuan dipped his head and turned to Ji Wuyao. "Do your best. Why for that 4 million? I will. I'm bringing you that 4 million. Their exchange hit the lounge like a thunderclap. Lin Na's eyes widened, a mix of annoyance and confusion, while several men clutched their chests as if struck by sudden heartache. No way our goddess isn't really supporting him, is she?" Whispered voices rippled through the crowd. A few overconfident gentlemen began edging towards Xiang Yuan, clearly looking for trouble. Xiang Yuan never spared them a glance. He strode straight out of the lounge, into the arena, and took his seat front row, number 7. Spotlights converged on the stage. The host bounded up, voice booming as he trumpeted the event scale, then laid out the ruthless rules. 3 elimination rounds, whittling the field down to 2 finalists, and in the end only the champion would earn a place in the Charm Star Earth Spirit contest. The rules were brutal. The real battle was only just beginning. So many contestants, yet only one will advance. The host declares the competition officially underway. It's Xiang Yuan's first time standing on a stage like this. Back on Blue Star, he often watched talent shows on TV, but being here feels entirely different. The lights are blinding. The stage is vast, and each contestant is impeccably styled. At the very least, no one sounds like a dying cat. Performers step on, sing, step off. The judges flash their scores. 10 is perfect, yet they keep handing out 6s and 7s, with only 1 8 so far. Xiang Yuan wonders when Ji Wuyao will appear. Did Lin Na and Tianyu Entertainment pull strings to push her back? With most of the lineup gone and still no sign of her, he suspects she's the finale. Finally, Bao Tian strides in on high heels. A black strapless gown hugs every curve, and the front rows erupt in screams. Xiang Yuan glances at the sea of glow sticks. Are these real fans or hired shills? Money and influence could buy either. Still, her talent is undeniable. The moment she opens her mouth, her professionalism eclipses everyone before her. The song ends. Scores appear, 9, 8, 8. The host bounces at center stage. 9 points, folks. A 9. The starring judges have never given a 9 before. Looks like Ms. Bao Tian has the crown locked up. The crowd's roar nearly blows the roof off. Bao Tian remains poised, bows to the judges, and says, "Thank you for your recognition. I'll keep working hard." She glides backstage. The host steadies his breathing, then flashes a practiced smile. "Please welcome the final contestant of this round, MS. Ji Wuyao." The lights snap off, plunging the hall into silence. The curtain stirs, and a slender figure glides to center stage. A spotlight ignites, triggering every lighting effect in the arena. Multicolored beams strike the crystal facets of her white gown, scattering starlight, as if the entire Milky Way has draped itself over her shoulders. Ji Wuyao stands tall, cool, and untouchable. Her faint smile is both natural and mesmerizing. She raises an arm, offers a graceful bow, and her obsidian eyes shimmer pure, Meishing allure unleashed. The audience inhales as one. What a spellbinding woman. She's breathtaking. I'm in love. I'd have her babies in a heartbeat. Even the judges stare, unwilling to blink. Ji Wuyao seems immune to their awe. She lifts the microphone to her lips. Then comes a voice like heaven's own choir. The hall detonates. That's unreal. My ears just got pregnant. After a lingering final note, the cavernous studio fell so silent you could have heard a pin drop. The audience remained spellbound by Ji Wuyao's ethereal voice, barely daring to breathe. Only a few heartbeats later, a thunderous wave of applause erupted, rolling across the hall like a storm surge. "Goddess! Goddess! Goddess!" The crowd's chant rose in a roaring swell. Amid the fervor, Ji Wuyao stayed composed, lifting a hand for quiet and offering a graceful bow. "Thank you for liking my music," she said softly, her gentle tone igniting the crowd all over again. The judges finally snapped out of their daze. Fumbling for scorecards, the three of them hoisted tens in perfect unison. The host stood frozen at center stage, mouth open, momentarily lost for words. She, too, had been conquered by her song. Just then, a middle-aged director in a utility vest, hair slightly disheveled, hurried to the wing and hissed, "Move. Get on stage and introduce Hongcheng's uncrowned queen." "Oh, yes, director." The host jolted awake and shifted gears at once. Bounding back to the microphone, he unleashed a torrent of flowery praise that lasted nearly 3 minutes, finally escorting Ji Wuyao off stage to the green room amid thunderous cheers. As the stage lights dimmed, Xiang Yuan rose to meet her. He had taken only a few steps when a breathless staffer rushed up. "You're Xiang Yuan, right? Bao Tian is giving your girlfriend trouble. Her family's a big deal in Hongcheng's underworld. Better be careful. She's courting death." Xiang Yuan's eyes turned icy. With a single push off his foot, he shot toward the backstage corridor like the wind. The moment he crossed the threshold, he saw several burly men half-circling Ji Wuyao, knuckles cracking. Bao Tian stood in front, thick eyeliner framing a face twisted with malice and arrogance. Beside her, Lin Na hopped from foot to foot, clearly egging her on. Other contestants peeked around corners, eager for a spectacle. Ji Wuyao, however, remained calm, her gaze clear and cold. She had been raised on the endless continent and feared nothing in a place like this. "Move!" Xiang Yuan roared. He lunged forward, seizing two thugs by their collars and smashing them together. Crack, 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 bones snapped like dry twigs. The men crumpled to the floor, groaning, while the rest blanched. Lin Na's mouth hung open wide enough to swallow an egg, and Bao Tian stared in disbelief. After a stunned beat, the remaining thugs charged, bellowing. To Xiang Yuan, they were little more than half-trained street punks. He flowed through them, elbows, sweeps, joint locks in a seamless blur. Within moments, every one of them lay on the floor, clutching broken limbs and howling in pain. Xiang Yuan brushed off his hands and fixed Bao Tian with a blade-sharp stare. "Don't come any closer," she stammered, retreating 2 steps before playing her trump card. "My father is Bao Rongtian. You can't afford to cross him." The name Bao Rongtian left Xiang Yuan's eyes utterly unmoved. "Wuyao, she just insulted you," he said in a low voice. "Go. Slap her." "All right." Ji Wuyao stepped forward without hesitation. Her hand rose and fell in rapid succession. Crack, 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 leaving Bao Tian reeling under a flurry of ringing blows. Bao Tian's face froze in disbelief and humiliation. She pressed a trembling hand to her cheek, eyes rimmed with red, yet still forced an arrogant sneer as she shrieked, "Fine. Huh, fine. You've got guts. My dad is Bao Rongtian. The entire east side of Hong City is his turf. He'll be here soon, and you'll be hacked to pieces." Hurling that threat, she fled in tears, her high heels clicking frantically down the corridor. Xiang Yuan's lips curved in a chilly smirk. "Huh, she runs pretty fast." Just then Lin Na hurried over, pale and on the verge of tears. "Xiang Yuan, Wuyao, this is my fault. I never thought it would get this bad. Take some money and leave now." Bao Rongtian controls the biggest gang in East Hong City, hundreds, maybe thousands of men. You can't fight them. Xiang Yuan waved it off. "Relax. If soldiers come, we'll block them. If water rises, well, damn it. We'll be back tomorrow for the next round." With that, he escorted Ji Wuyao out of the modern sports arena and returned to the Shura, the gunship parked on the outskirts of town. Inside the Shura, the moment they boarded, they found Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng bent over glowing screens, sorting data. Seeing the pair, the two technicians rushed over like excited kids. How'd it go, boss? Did sis-in-law take the crown? Jin Zhuan's booming voice made the bulkheads vibrate. Of course she did, but today was only the first round. 2 more to go. Feng Zheng chimed in. Jean and I scoured a few more markets today. Still no green crystals. Word is the local gangs smuggle most of them. Don't worry, Xiang Yuan said with a casual wave. We're short of many things, but time isn't one of them. We'll find some eventually. After a bit more small talk, everyone turned in for the night. Early the next morning, Xiang Yuan accompanied Ji Wuyao back to the arena for the second round of the Charm Star contest. Spotting them from afar, Lin Na rushed over, anxiety etched on her face, but sudden footsteps cut her off. Tian strode up in stiletto heels, clinging to a red-haired man in a suit. The man lounged with his collar open and a gold chain flashing on his chest. The moment he saw Ji Wuyao, his eyes gleamed wolfishly, roaming over her without restraint. He bared his teeth at Xiang Yuan. Kid, you're Xiang Yuan, right? Tianxian's cousin called me Brother Xiao. I've checked you out. Nobody from nowhere. Think you can fight? They'll have plenty of brothers waiting outside the arena for you. Hope you enjoy yourself. And your girlfriend? You'll enjoy her, too. Tian glared venomously. Today you'll see who you've messed with. Xiang Yuan's fists clenched, but Ji Wuyao tugged lightly at his sleeve. Save it till after the competition, she whispered. If we start now and ruin the match, we lose the prize money. Good point, he muttered, forcing the anger down. Ignoring the smug pair, they walked straight inside. Second round. With many contestants already eliminated, the schedule was shorter. Within hours, Ji Wuyao won again by a landslide, relegating Tian to second place. This time Xiang Yuan circled backstage before the event ended, ready for trouble. Sure enough, Tian and the red-haired thug were waiting. Ji Wuyao hopped off the stage and hurried to Xiang Yuan's side, rolling up her sleeves, her pretty face brimming with battle lust. The red-haired man sneered. Kid, our Leopard Sky gang rules the east side. Core members over 10,000 strong. You want to take us on? Let's see how many you can drop today. He pulled out a walkie-talkie. Boys, show the colors. A thunderous clang of metal erupted outside, as if thousands of steel pipes slammed against iron plates. People crowded to the lounge windows in alarm. Look at that crowd. Must be 3,000. Wyo's finished. They're all Leopard Sky enforcers. Even Lin Na squeezed up to the glass. One look at the sea of thugs on the plaza, and her face went bone white. Xiang Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing out with a playful, icy grin. So you brought reinforcements, huh? 10,000 strong, huh? Xiang Yuan pulled out a communicator and dialed right in front of the red-haired thug in the suit. Mia, bring some Azura warriors. I've sent you the coordinates. He ended the call in one breath, then took Ji Wuyao by the hand and strode out of the modern arena. Lin Na tried to rush over and stop them, but Xiang Yuan brushed her aside. Tian and her cousin followed with mocking smiles, keeping close behind. A swarm of contestants also spilled out, eager to watch the farce about to unfold. Charm Star was already a ratings magnet, and the place teemed with reporters. They soon pieced together the story. Tian, daughter of Hongqing East End crime boss Tian, had clashed with the stunning dark horse contestant Ji Wuyao. The moment word got out, every news outlet pointed its cameras at Modern Plaza, desperate to live-stream this underworld show of force. In the center of the plaza, a semicircle of hulking thugs formed a wall, eyes gleaming with menace. Catcalls, jeers, and curses mingled in the air, thick and acrid like spent fireworks. Tian sauntered over like a queen, her cousin at her side, and stopped before Xiang Yuan and Ji Wuyao. You filthy bitch, you dared slap me? She hissed. Strip, get on your knees, and bark like a dog. Otherwise, tonight a whole line of men will teach you what it means to be a woman. Her venomous words were still hanging in the air when fury flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. He swore Tian would pay for every syllable. Before either target could respond, Tianxian's cousin barked, Strip, now? Damn hillbillies, stop dawdling. The longer you wait, the worse it'll get. Just then, Xiang Yuan's communicator buzzed. My king, will arrive in 30 seconds. Good. Xiang Yuan ended the call and looked up at the red-haired thug. By your street rules, we fight only after both sides are here, right? The redhead threw back his head and laughed. You hick, who are you gonna call? The villagers with their hose? He hadn't finished when the onlookers gasped. Holy crap, people are flying in. Yeah, a swarm, tens of thousands at least. A heartbeat later, Mia arrived, leading more than 20,000 Azura warriors who circled over Modern Plaza. Their black armor bristled with blades and spears. Mia dived alone, landed beside Xiang Yuan, and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty. At his shout, the legion above thundered in unison, Your Majesty. The roar rolled across the sky, rattling eardrums and making the heavens feel as though they'd been torn open. Only then did everyone on the ground truly register the Azura warriors' fearsome appearance. Each of them stood well over 2 meters tall, their muscles swollen and striated, as though the scent of battle clung to their skin. They all possessed forearms. The upper pair was raised high, brandishing enormous, flamboyantly shaped battle axes whose icy blades flashed menacingly. The shortest of them was at least 1.5 meters long. In comparison, the gang's wiry ranks seemed to shrink several sizes, waving nothing more than palm-thick steel pipes that looked like children's toys. The red-haired thug blanched at the sight, his knees giving way as he crumpled to the ground. Even his blood-stained experience told him the truth: these four-armed giants had killed, maybe stepped straight off a battlefield. Tian was even more terrified. She screamed and threw herself at her cousin. "Cousin, call Dad. Tell him to bring people and get us out of here." But her cousin was already beside himself, voice quivering. "We're finished. We messed with the wrong people." Ji Weiyao walked forward without a hint of emotion, seized Tian by the hair, and dragged her into the open. "You're going to demonstrate, in public, every filthy thing you just bragged about." Xiang Yuan Fraziso. Ji Weiyao had never forgotten the earlier humiliation. Tian wailed, "No, please. I'm sorry. He'll never do it again." "Tumia, bring me an axe," Ji Weiyao ordered, her voice like ice. "If she refuses, chop off a leg." Under the threat, Tian complied at last. The scene was so brutal that Xiang Yuan had to look away too hard on the eyes. He sighed inwardly. When a woman decides to be ruthless, men hardly get a say. Watching Tian slip into obvious shock, he could only feel pity. Being disgraced before the whole world, cameras flashing everywhere, would take years to recover from. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the red-haired thug. "Tumia, take this bastard with us. As for the rest, cripple every last one of them for life." "Yes, my king." At the order, the Ashura warriors stowed their mountain-cleaving axes and hurled themselves barehanded into the mob. 20,000 savage fighters against a few thousand street punks. There simply weren't enough targets to go around. The farce ended in a shockwave that rocked all of Hongqing. After Xiang Yuan and his Ashura soldiers withdrew, the square was left to the groans of maimed gangsters. Reporters fired their shutters like machine guns, flashes popping nonstop. Lin Na stood rooted to the spot, her face a mask of awe and disbelief. What kind of people have I gotten involved with? Only now did she truly understand how could a woman like Ji Weiyao ever look at an ordinary man. She felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness she had never planned to double-cross them. Inside the Ashura flagship, the red-haired thug was shoved into a cabin, terror etched into every wrinkle. "Where am I? What do you want? Please, let me go." Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng arrived, circling their prisoner like sharks. Xiang Yuan gave them a brief rundown of the day's events, then reminded Jin Zhuan. "Didn't you say the green crystal trade in Hongqing is run by the underground? This guy's a ringleader. Dig out everything he knows." Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng exchanged a vicious grin. "Heh, you dared insult my sister-in-law today. You're going to enjoy yourself." With that, they dragged the red-haired thug away together. A short while later, Jin Zhuan pushed open the alloy door to the Ashura cruiser's cockpit, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. His pudgy fingers still clutched two crumpled tissues that he wiped vigorously, as though he'd just had a good time. Xiang Yuan glanced up at him, eyebrows raised in faint disgust. "Well, second brother, did you get anything out of him?" Jin Zhuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Haha, big brother, you grabbed exactly the right man. The Leopard Sky gang that red hair belongs to is sitting on a batch of green crystals. They haven't moved yet. I pried the location out of him." "And red hair?" Xiang Yuan asked. "Dead," Jin Zhuan replied with a shrug, as if it were perfectly normal. Xiang Yuan nodded and turned to two Mia standing nearby. "Tu Mia, take a few Ashura warriors, escort Jin Zhuan, wipe out the Leopard Sky gang, and bring back those crystals. Keep him safe the whole time." "Yes, my king." Tu Mia struck his fist to his chest, his voice deep and resolute. Hearing that he would lead the raid, Jin Zhuan straightened up, suddenly energized. "Big brother, he'll head out at once and rid the city of that scum. Go." That night, Jin Zhuan and Tu Mai's squad returned in triumph. The Ashura ship's hatch slid open and Jin Zhuan stepped inside, carrying a black case and grinning from ear to ear. "Big brother, we got the green crystals, over 500 of them." He slapped the case onto the table and keyed in the code. Click. The lid sprang open, revealing neat rows of cubic crystals that glowed a gentle jade under the lights, like crushed emeralds. Still elated, Jin Zhuan let out a regretful sigh. Too bad the gang boss, Tian, had already bolted with his daughter by the time we arrived. We tore their headquarters apart and didn't find a single credit. Xiang Yuan frowned, sharing the disappointment. He had hoped to squeeze a fortune out of Tian, but the coward fled at the first sign of danger, abandoning any thought of avenging his half-crazed daughter. Still, the crystals were secured. Only money for the remaining materials was lacking. GYO's talent show had one day left, and everything was still on track. Early the next morning, Xiang Yuan accompanied Ji Wuyao to the Star of Charm auditions once again. The moment they stepped into the backstage lounge, the previously noisy room fell silent. The other contestants froze, scarcely daring to breathe. Images of tens of thousands of Azura warriors massing in modern square the previous night were still vivid in everyone's minds. Word had already spread through all of Hongqiang. The east side underworld king Bao Tian had been wiped out overnight and had even fled beforehand. It didn't take a genius to guess who was responsible. When Lin Na spotted them, she put on a respectful smile and hurried over. Weao, you're here. The makeup artist is ready, you can go straight in. Mr. Xiang Yuan, please wait over here. Addressed with such deference, Xiang Yuan could only give a wry smile. He knew all too well that a mere glimpse of real power was enough to make others grovel. This round of Star of Charm ended almost as soon as it began. Several contestants even walked off the stage and forfeited on the spot. They wanted no part in threatening anyone, which would have spoiled the mood. With crushing strength and overwhelming popularity, Ji Wuyao easily claimed the title of Charm Star Champion. During the award ceremony, the organizers handed her 2 heavy black safes in full view of the audience. Inside lay 2 million Dilling coins. The moment the contest ended, Lin Na hurried backstage and pressed a check for 3 million Dilling coins into Xiang Yuan's hand, 1 million more than they'd agreed on. She promised that even if Ji Wuyao skipped the next rounds, it would not hurt her career plans. On the contrary, the Hongqing Charm Star Trophy would be a shining credential, and if Ji ever returned to the singing world, it would open plenty of doors. Before parting, Xiang Yuan and Lin Na exchanged contact information. Then he and Ji Wuyao carried the 2 safes back to the Azura, berthed deep inside the canyon. In the ship's hangar, the alloy floor rang with a dull metallic echo. The moment Jin Zhuan saw the pair lugging in the boxes, he knew what they were. Xiang Yuan set one down, popped the lid, and exposed 5 million neatly stacked Dilling coins that bathed the bulkheads in golden light. 5 million, he said, patting the rim. You and Feng Zhong, buy every part we need for a light corvette. You got it, big brother. Jin Zhuan's eyes lit up at the thought of a new deal. He grabbed Feng Zhong and headed out. Aware of undercurrents in the city, Xiang Yuan ordered Tu Mia to escort the man-inspired decision, as events soon proved. By sunset, the two still hadn't returned, and Xiang Yuan received an encrypted call from Tu Mia. They'd been tailed and dared not drive the truckloads of supplies into the canyon for fear of revealing the ship's location. Xiang Yuan immediately mustered more than 1,000 fully armed Azura troops and rushed to their aid. Roughly a mile and a half away, a deserted highway sliced through dense forest. A line of trucks loaded with metal and spirit materials idled by the roadside, engines rumbling. Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng waited anxiously in the middle of the convoy, while Tu Mia stood with his back to them, half-crouched, scanning the surroundings. Without warning, a dozen streaks of sword light fell from the sky. Young sword cultivators stopped in midair, robes snapping in the wind, looking down with disdain. So you're the ones who wrecked my cousin's business? The handsome leader sheathed his blade and dropped to the pavement, his voice echoing across the empty road. Tu Mia narrowed his eyes, cold as steel, but Jin Zhuan quickly steadied himself and stepped forward. Yeah, and what of it? Who are you supposed to be? The youth laughed and pointed his sword at the ground, savoring his answer. Since you ask, I'll enlighten you, though it might scare you to death. We're from Qinyan sect, and when mortals offend Qinyan sect, there's only one outcome: death. The clang of steel followed his words as he drew his sword, the rest of his sect brothers flashing their blades in unison. Tu Mia calculated furiously. In single combat he could drop several of them, but defending Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng against all 10+ at once would be tricky. Then he sensed a familiar aura racing toward them and relaxed. Moments later, Xiang Yuan swept in with thousands of Azura warriors behind him, their momentum like a tidal wave. Jin Zhuan's spirits soared at the sight. Big brother, he shouted. These guys say they're from Qinyan sect, and they've come for payback. Xiang Yuan spotted the dozen young men riding their flying swords and wasted no words. Kill them, he barked, and at the very instant the order left his lips, he was already a blur, tearing into their formation. Behind him, thousands of Azura warriors leapt skyward like wolves loosed from a cage. The youths had relied on the prestige of their sect, but the sudden burst of blood-soaked killing intent shattered their nerve. They fell back, screaming, "You can't kill us. We're from Qinyan sect, you'll be punished for this." The only answer was the howl of broad axe blades. In a heartbeat, sword light and blood mist filled the air, and their bodies slammed onto the wasteland below. The truck drivers hauling supplies for the gold bricks watched in horror, then scattered in all directions, vanishing within moments. When the brief slaughter ended, Tu Mia strode up to Xiang Yuan, unable to hide his excitement. "My king, I personally cut down 2 Qinyan sect cultivators. As I struck, the Azura chi inside me roared as if it were devouring their very energy. I can feel both the chi in my own body growing stronger." Xiang Yuan paused in surprise. He knew Azura warriors grew through killing, but he had never seen a gain this immediate. He suspected the surge was linked to the warriors' fully awakened Azura chi. "Move every crate from those trucks back to the Azura ship," he ordered with a wave of his hand. Deep inside the Azura ship's command center, Xiang Yuan and Tu Mia faced a holographic display. "Shura, can you check Tu Mia's physical stats?" Certainly, Master. They'll show the data in endless continent metrics. Begin the scan. A beam swept over 2 Mia and figures appeared. 2 Mia. Level, 60. Offense, 80. Defense, 80. Magic resistance, 80. Mystic power, 80. Xiang Yuan's spirit soared. The numbers matched his last reading on the endless continent. Master, I can issue microsensors to every Azura warrior and load a monitoring program into your communicator so you can track their stats in real time. Excellent. Do it now, Xiang Yuan laughed. His laughter had barely faded when the communicator chimed. Caller ID, Lin Na. He answered. Hello? Mr. Xiang Yuan? It's me. Something's happened. Bao Rongtian is secretly tied to Qingyun sect. Their people have already approached me, demanding your whereabouts. The city lord stepped in, so I'm safe for the moment. But with Qingyun's resources, they'll locate you soon. Xiang Yuan's brow tightened. He asked about the sect's background, and Lin Na laid it out. On planet Dilling, the great sects stand above national governments, and even minor sects outrank local authorities. In Hong City, for instance, Qingyun sect doesn't pay a single coin in taxes. Every year Hongqing is still required to supply the Qingyun sect with a large pool of gifted cultivators. After learning all this, Xiang Yuan ended the call with Lin Na and contacted the battleship's AI through his divine sense. Shura, can you lock onto the Qingyun sect's mountain gate? Scanning immediately, Master. After a brief pause, Shura reported, target located. Qingyun Mountain, just north of Hongqiang, is the sect's gate. A second, colder stream of data followed. Master, I have devised a combat power conversion formula based on the local energy system. It will let us quantify the strength of friend and foe. Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What are the conversion values for me and the execution class? Master, you rate 24.4. 2 Mia and the other 6 execution class Ashura rate 8.0. Scan the Qingyun sect's overall strength again. Yes, scanning. 1. Total personnel, 129,000. 2. Combat power 35, 90,000. 3. Combat power 68, 30,000. 4. Combat power 15 and above, 6,000. 5. Combat power around 20, 2,900. 6. Combat power 25, 2. 7. Combat power 26, 1. Additionally, a large deposit of black gold ore has been detected inside Qingyun Mountain that can serve as upgrade material for the battleship. The moment the cold numbers came in, Xiang Yuan made up his mind wipe out the Qingyun sect. He ordered Shura to equip every Ashura warrior with sensors so their post-battle growth could be tracked in real time. Night fell, and 200,000 four-armed Ashura stood in silent formation. Once the sensors were installed, a new app appeared on Xiang Yuan's communicator, and he opened it casually. Execution class, level 60, all stats 80, composite combat power 8.0. War class, level 57, all stats 67, composite combat power 6.7. Fury class, level 55, all stats 65, composite combat power 6.5. Fire class, level 51, all stats 61, composite combat power 6.1. After confirming his side's data, Xiang Yuan chose not to strike that night. Instead, he decided to march in broad daylight, so every household in Hongqiang would know that the Qingyun sect was about to fall to the Ashura army. At dawn, with the sky barely light, he led 200,000 Ashura into the air, looming over Qingyun Mountain like a black cloud. Earlier, he had sent Jinzhuan back to Hongqiang to spread the word. The four-armed Ashura who had appeared in Modern Square would attack the mountain today. With Xiang Yuan's permission, Jinzhuan openly revealed that this terrifying legion was backing him. Once the army won a decisive victory, his business empire would grow several-fold overnight, and everyone would assume he had an unfathomable patron. The Qingyun sect had already caught wind of the threat. When they learned their enemy was approaching with a vast force, alarm bells rang out across the sect. Disciples, elders, hall masters, and guardians swarmed to every defensive line. More bells echoed throughout the mountain as the entire sect assembled at top speed. Soon, Xiang Yuan led his Azura legions to the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Within the sect gate, ranks of Qingyun disciples burst forth on flying swords, blade light pouring from the summit like rain. In the span of a few breaths, the two forces locked eyes. Sweeping the area with his spiritual sense, Xiang Yuan detected numerous civilians hiding among the undergrowth. He glanced to the left. Sure enough, a cluster of Hongqiang reporters crouched there, cameras on their shoulders, faces pale, yet quivering with excitement. A grin tugged at his lips. Perfect, this battle was meant to shake the heavens. From the Qingyun ranks, a silver-haired elder strode into midair, robes snapping in the wind. You must be Xiang Yuan. Our Qingyun sect bears you no grudge, yet you butcher our disciples, and now bring an army to our gate. Do you honestly think we are defenseless? Xiang Yuan endured the scolding without even lifting an eyelid. On the endless continent, disagreement means combat. Speeches are for the weak. He raised an arm and thundered, Azura warriors, Shura cannons, ready. Only then did the elders see clearly. Tides of four-armed brutes lifted crimson war limbs in unison. eerie red light boiling in their palms, the air twisting from the heat. Panic slammed into his chest, and he roared, "Boy, don't you dare! Fire!" Xiang Yuan could not be bothered to reply. 200,000 scarlet beams tore open the sky, crashing down on the Qingyun disciples like an erupting volcano. "Scatter! Break formation!" The elder screamed, but the dense barrage tracked its targets, leaving nowhere to hide. In a blink, disciples fell in droves, their screams echoing through the valley. Deeper in the woods, the reporters who had sought a front row story froze, eyes vacant. They had never imagined a cultivation battle on this scale. Xiang Yuan's ruthless decisiveness and the sea of red light left them speechless. "Kerr, how dare you!" A second furious shout rang out. Another elder shot skyward, sword in hand, blades of light swirling around him so sharp they ripped the air itself. For the first time, Xiang Yuan sensed real danger. This must be one of the 3 Qingyun experts whose power surpassed his own. His interest flared. Here was the chance to test his limits. Alone, he darted forward. The elder saw him charge and sneered. With a flick of his sword, a storm of sword ki lashed out like torrential rain. Xiang Yuan stayed calm. His figure blurred, and, using the great transposition technique, he flashed behind the elder, thrusting out a palm heaven-shrouding hand. A colossal phantom hand materialized and clamped downward. In the next heartbeat, the elder was seized. Crimson-black energy coiled over the palm, its weight like a mountain. His face blanched. He writhed furiously, desperate to escape. The pressure surged, intent on crushing him to paste. "Sectmaster! Senior brother! Help me!" he screamed, voice tearing through the sky. At the very moment the old man finished his bellow, 2 figures truly did hurtle down from the summit of Mount Qingyun. Xiang Yuan's lips twisted into a feral grin as power exploded inside him, pouring limitless force into his palm. Bang! The elder clutched in his sky-shrouding hand burst into a mist of blood, flesh and bone scattering before a scream could form. "You cur! How dare you!" The 2 descending figures roared, sword light arcing like a rainbow as they charged straight at Xiang Yuan. Rather than meet them heat-in, he shifted his feet and triggered the great transposition art, his body flickering like a phantom through their pincer strike. The sect master and his companion could not lock onto him, and each attempt to summon the sky-shrouding hand was foiled when they slipped clear. Seeing the technique fail, he snapped his arms. 2 blood-red blades materialized, their icy gleams swelling as he dove into close quarters. The elder's swordplay was exquisite, each tremor of the tip weaving a fine net of steel, yet Xiang Yuan's twin knives were equally ruthless, every slash aimed at a vital point. With instant shifts from the great transposition, he appeared behind them one moment, pierced from the flank the next, forcing grim determination onto their faces. Suddenly the pair leapt back, opening 30 yards of space. Swords raised high, they moved in perfect unison and shouted, "Combined strike 10,000 swords return to the sect." A resonant hum burst forth. In a heartbeat their blades fragmented into countless others, a torrent of steel sealing the sky and crashing towards Xiang Yuan. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and a sneer curled his lips. 100,000 blood blades, titanic phantoms. Instantly the heavens inverted beneath millions of crimson greatswords, each more than 40 meters long. Their glacial edges turned the clouds blood-red as they thundered down to meet the steel flood. Using the great transposition, Xiang Yuan slipped through the gaps between Sword Sea and Blade Storm. While the 2 elders were shredded, their bodies reduced to pulp in an instant. No, the sect master is dead. Farther off, Qingyun disciples had already bled heavily against the Azura Legion. Seeing their leader fall, the last shred of morale collapsed, and they scattered in panic. Xiang Yuan raised his arm and roared, "Let none of them escape, wipe them out." The Azura warriors howled and surged after the fleeing disciples. An hour later Qingyun's sect lay exterminated, not a single disciple left alive. Hidden in the forest, reporters from several Hongqing outlets kept their cameras rolling, hands trembling with terror and awe. Xiang Yuan ignored them and ordered his troops to seize every resource the sect possessed. His plan was clear: abandon the canyon where the Azura warship had anchored and relocate it to the heart of Qingyun's sect, securing the new territory while staying close to a rich black iron vein for future upgrades. Before long he flew to the summit of Mount Qingyun and gazed down at the sect's imposing main palace. On a neighboring peak he noticed an enormous crimson cavern glowing with molten light. Heat billowed out, rock walls flowed like liquid iron, and fire roared within. A temperature inside must be staggering. Xiang Yuan summoned Tu Mia and ordered him and the others to strip Qingyun's sect of every valuable and pile it all together. With that settled, he spread his escape light like wings and shot toward the lava cave halfway up the mountain where blazing flames had erupted earlier. The moment he crossed the threshold, a furnace-hot wave threatened to dry him to dust, but the starry dragon robe sparkled with starlight and shielded him from heat fierce enough to melt metal. Nodding in approval, he slowed and followed the tunnel downward. The deeper he went, the redder the walls glowed. Thin streams of magma seeped from cracks, the sulfur stench thickened, and searing gusts sliced his skin like invisible blades. After roughly an incense stick's time, the passage opened into a cavern dominated by a churning lake of magma. The crimson surface bubbled and burst with deafening pops, hurling geysers of earth fire several yards high. A black rock platform, dozens of meters across and scorched to a silvery sheen, jutted beside the lake. In its center stood several man-tall bronze furnaces carved with dragons and phoenixes, almost identical to the ancient alchemy kills Xiang Yuan had seen in archival footage. Set into the rock wall nearby was a three-tiered jade rack lined with rows of thumb-sized white porcelain vials. So it really is a pill chamber, he muttered, landing on the platform. Even through the starry dragon robe, the temperature spiked so intense he doubted an active volcano's core could match 1/100th of it. He grabbed a vial and pulled the stopper. An indescribable fragrance swept through his organs like a cool spring, clearing his mind at once. No stimulant he had tried on Blue Star could compare. Drawing a steady breath, he swept every vial from the rack into the robe's storage space. Within moments, several hundred bottles were secured. He then noticed a dozen jade slips, each the width of a little finger, lying on the top shelf. Their smooth green surfaces were etched with faint, intricate sigils. He pocketed them too, planning to examine them later. The furnace is big enough for several men to encircle he chose to leave behind. Now that Qingyun Mountain was under his control, all its treasures were his. There was no need to cram everything into his storage. Finished, he walked to the edge of the magma lake. The crimson glow reflected in his eyes, and hesitation flickered across his face. The Azura Codex's soul-forging art required extreme flames, and this place might be perfect. Yet the heat radiating from the molten rock made his heart pound. After a moment's deliberation, he steeled himself. He kept the starry dragon robe at minimal protection, then gradually withdrew its shield. Scorching air rushed in, baking his skin until it felt ready to crack. Following the Azura Codex's soul-forging technique, he sent invisible currents coursing through his body, helping flesh and spirit adapt to the extraordinary fire. The spell couldn't erase most of the pain, but it made the process bearable. The strength of his Azura physique now showed itself. Muscles, bones, and blood sizzled, threatening to char, yet stubbornly mended in the next instant. Xiang Yuan clenched his teeth as sweat turned to mist, waves of heat crashing over him. Steadying his mind, he pushed the technique harder, every inch of his body glowing a searing red under relentless tempering. Bit by bit, he withdrew the starry dragon robe's remaining layers of insulation against the heat. Within half an hour, Xiang Yuan had grown fully accustomed to the blistering heat around the lava lake and no longer needed the slightest assistance from the stellar dragon robe. He sat cross-legged at the water's edge and activated the soul-refining art from the Shura Codex, allowing every inch of flesh to be tempered by the scorching air, his final preparation before diving straight into the lava. An hour later he abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. With one swift motion he sprang forward and plunged into the magma with a splash. The searing heat instantly tore at his skin. Flesh blackened and split at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crackles and the stench of burning meat filled the air in a scene so horrific that no ordinary onlooker could bear to watch. Xiang Yuan, however, remained serene, entirely unflustered. The soul-refining art kept circulating, true essence coursing through every vein and bone. In moments his body glowed red like hot iron. His hair turned to ash, wisps of smoke curling upward. To anyone watching, he would have looked like a corpse roasted alive except for the occasional divine light flickering in his eyes that proved he was still conscious. No one knew how long it took, but the charred flesh eventually flaked away. Fresh muscle and skin regenerated in the firelight, and even his hair grew back. The instant his body was fully restored, he threw back his head and roared, and a human-shaped phantom identical to him was shaken out of his frame. That phantom was his soul. Endless flames surrounded the soul, the pain 100 times worse than what his body had endured, as though intent on melting his spirit entirely. Xiang Yuan clenched his teeth, kept the soul-refining art running, and let the phantom writhe in agony. After several hours, a crisp pop sounded deep within his mind, as though some shackle had shattered. At once he gained perception without blind spots, a seamless, 360-degree panorama unfurled inside his head. He no longer needed his eyes. With a mere thought he could zoom in or out on any detail. He pushed his awareness outward, and his divine sense pierced the entire mountain, letting him glimpse the world beyond. The image blurred past the mountainside, revealing that the new ability still had limits. Though he remained submerged in lava, it now felt like soaking in a hot spring, warm, soothing, utterly painless. Moments later he rose and stepped out of the lake. He summoned the newfound perception again, quickly locked onto Tu Mia on a nearby peak, and invoked the great teleportation art. Space twisted gently. Xiang Yuan appeared beside Tu Mia without warning, startling him into stumbling back a step. Tu Mia's eyes widened. "My king, you've grown stronger again." Xiang Yuan gave a slight nod. "How's the loot from Qingyun Mountain coming along?" My king, we've stripped Qingyun's sect of everything of value and stored it all in a warehouse on the summit of Qingyun Mountain, the Azura commander reported, standing rigidly before Xiang Yuan. Then he added, our Shura cruiser should be arriving any moment. Xiang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Good. Wait for the cruiser and get ready to welcome Jinju and the others. On the spacious plateau at the mountain's peak wide enough to hold dozens of helicopters, Xiang Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking up. The sky was clear, but a sudden, eerie gale swept across the summit, as if some colossal object were drawing near. He focused and triggered the mental imaging technique he had just mastered. The moment his eyes closed, a transparent warship the size of a small city appeared in his mind's eye, slowly descending less than 100 meters away the Shura cruiser. An instant later the vessel touched down, its cloaking field dissipating to reveal an angular, gunmetal hull. Azura warriors had already sealed the area, so no reporters could intrude. Xiang Yuan felt completely at ease. The hatch opened. Jinju, Ji Wuyao, Feng Zheng, Kong Fuzi, and the Azura soldiers who had not joined the battle filed out. Their gazes swept over the grand architecture of Qingyun Mountain, barely hiding their excitement. Whoa, big brother, this is Qingyun's sect. From now on, it's ours? Jinju rubbed his hands, voice low but brimming with enthusiasm. Xiang Yuan nodded. Come on, let's see what we hauled in. He signaled for Tu Mie to lead the way. Soon they stood before a massive warehouse at the summit. Two armed Azura guards snapped to attention and pushed open the alloy doors. Inside, everything was sorted with near-obsessive precision. 1. Weapons. Long blades, greatswords, and spears stood in racks, their edges crackling with lightning or etched with frost. Clearly extraordinary arms. 2. Ores. Heaps of luminous spirit or formed small hills, visible energy swirling around them. Even a casual handful sent power coursing through one's palm. 3. Elixirs. Jade bottles and wooden boxes arranged by attribute and grade, their blended fragrance rich, yet not overpowering. 4. Scrolls and jades. Jade slips and scrolls stacked like walls, faint halos pulsing along their surfaces. 5. Treasure. Gold, silver, jewels, and rare curios filled an entire corner in glittering abundance. The Azura warriors had clearly spent great effort organizing their spoils. Kong Fuzi curiously picked up a jade slip, studied it, then pressed it to his forehead. Moments later he opened his eyes, elation brightening his face. Lord Castellan, these slips record cultivation methods. A spark flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. Feng Zheng and Jinju still lacked suitable techniques. Ji Wuyao had her royal Meishing legacy, and the ancient Kong Fuzi certainly possessed his own path. If they could find methods tailored to Feng Zheng and Jinju, their overall strength would ascend once more. Xiang Yuan spoke up at once. Master, could you sort through these manuals and let Feng Zheng and Jin Zhuan each pick a cultivation method that suits them? Kong Fuzi dipped his head with a faint smile. It's my pleasure, City Lord. Turning to Feng Zheng, Xiang Yuan's tone brooked no argument. Feng Zheng, take inventory of these supplies. From now on, everything the Azure Cloud sect owns is under your management. Yes, my lord. Feng Zheng answered promptly. Xiang Yuan's eyes then fell on Jin Zhuan. Jin Zhuan, help him tally the goods and watch for anything valuable, especially Dominion coins. Got it, big brother. Jin Zhuan grinned and nodded hard. With the orders given, Xiang Yuan waved his hand. All right, everyone, let's get to work. The vast compound burst into activity as people headed off to their tasks. Xiang Yuan, meanwhile, walked alone to the sect's main hall. Azure Cloud Hall in search of a quiet spot to examine the jade slips he had just collected from the cavern. Kong Fuzi had said they contained cultivation techniques, and Xiang Yuan suspected one of them might hide an alchemy manual. After all, the mere scent of a pill earlier had jolted his spirit and sparked an intense interest in alchemy. Inside Azure Cloud Hall, the spacious chamber lay silent and empty. Branch-shaped bronze lamps flickered, casting a soft golden glow. Xiang Yuan removed the jade slips from his Star Dragon robe one by one and stacked them on a table. He picked up the top slip and, imitating Kong Fuzi's earlier motion, gently pressed it to his forehead. A cool stream seeped into his mind, and a flood of information surged in. It was Alchemy Fundamentals, a complete guide. He immediately sat cross-legged, wholly absorbed. Night slipped past the door, and he spent the entire night immersed in this boundless sea of alchemical knowledge. Beyond the step-by-step forging process, the manual spelled out 2 essential points. 1. To refine pills, one must at least reach the soul-refining realm, for only then does divine sense emerge. 2. With divine sense, every trace of liquid in the cauldron can be observed, allowing precise control of flame and temperature. Only then did Xiang Yuan realize that the imaging ability in his mind was in fact divine sense. Yet the slip said nothing about zooming in or out on objects. Perhaps the record was incomplete. It also warned that pills can indeed boost cultivation quickly, a universally acknowledged shortcut, but excessive use would build up pill poison and hinder future progress. After a night of study, Xiang Yuan could now recognize most of the sect's medicines. Opening his storage space, he took out a green-veined jade vial and poured out a pale gold, first-strength spirit-nurturing pill. This pill could greatly increase spiritual power and strengthen the body for a short time. He tilted his head back and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly, becoming a scorching stream of energy that rushed into his stomach. The surge was immediately absorbed by the Shura pill within him and transformed into roaring Shura Qi. Moments later, the spirit-nurturing pill was fully refined, leaving behind only a faint trace of toxin. Just as he prepared to purge it in the usual way, something unexpected happened. The Shura pill devoured that sliver of poison as well and continued turning it into Shura Qi. Xiang Yuan froze. Did this mean he was immune to pill poison, or could Shura Qi assimilate any energy, even toxins? The thought led him to his Azura warriors. If they could also take pills without worrying about poison, then that would be an extraordinary shortcut to power. Xiang Yuan immediately summoned Tumia. Before long, the heavy doors swung open, and Tumia stepped into the Azure Cloud Hall. Torches flickered in the dim chamber as he dropped to one knee and awaited orders. Xiang Yuan raised his hand and tossed a jade-green Yunling pill across. Tumia, swallow it and see how it works. Tumia stayed calm, caught the pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Clearly he had no fear that Xiang Yuan was poisoning him. The pill dissolved on his tongue, sending a wave of warmth through his body. Xiang Yuan warned, this pill boosts cultivation and physique. Once you feel the surge, check for pill poison. It's faint, so sense carefully. Tumia sat cross-legged with his eyes closed and let his energy circulate. Moments later his brows lifted and he opened his eyes in delight. My lord, both my Shura aura and my body have strengthened. And the toxin? Did you detect any? Xiang Yuan pressed. Tumia focused again, then opened his eyes, voice low but excited. Yes, a trace of poison appeared, but my Shura aura absorbed it at once. It's gone. Just as I thought, Xiang Yuan muttered, still cautious. He flicked out 2 porcelain bottles, about 20 pills each, and handed them over. Take them one at a time, and make sure every trace of toxin can be absorbed. If it works, our Azura warriors can power up fast. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, Tumia bit off the stoppers, tilted his head back, and poured both bottles of pills straight down his throat. Xiang Yuan leapt to his feet. What the Tumia? Are you insane? That's reckless. Tumia offered no explanation and sat cross-legged again. Crimson Shura energy burst from every pore, roiling around him like a flood that might tear him apart at any moment. Minutes passed. Firelight painted Tumia's face scarlet, while faint cracks sounded from his bones. At last he exhaled a long, turbid breath, dropped to one knee, and spoke with fervor. On behalf of all Azura warriors, I thank you, my lord. Xiang Yuan froze for a moment, then hurried forward in delight. You refined them all. No side effects? Yes, my lord, and the gains are tremendous. Xiang Yuan pulled out his communicator and opened Tumia's personal profile. His level now stood at 61, a full tier above everyone else. Haha, excellent. We found a fine shortcut to leveling up. Xiang Yuan laughed heartily. Just then hurried footsteps approached. Kong Fuzi burst through the doors and bowed. Lord City Master, I've made an important discovery. Xiang Yuan suppressed his excitement and turned to him. No rush, sir. Speak. Kong Fuzi caught his breath, produced several jade scrolls and ledgers. My lord, I've combed through most of Qingyun sect's scrolls and books, and I've found their account books. They've been selling large quantities of black gold or to earn dominator coins. According to miscellaneous records kept by the Qingyun sect, nearly the entire Dilling Star is rich in black gold ore, so virtually every sect on the planet makes its living by selling huge quantities of the ore for Dominion coins. The ledgers list the daily output and the corresponding income in Dominion coins, yet never mention a single buyer, leaving that column blank. From the numbers alone, it's clear how staggering the profit I see at. If Xiang Yuan's group wanted to imitate the trade, they couldn't even find a hint of who the customers were. While the others pored over the books, Goldbrick quietly swept through every storeroom the sect owned, hoping to scoop up any loose Dominion coins. He discovered that all of them had already been deposited in an interstellar bank, turning into untouchable dead money that no one could withdraw. After hearing Kong Fuse's report, Xiang Yuan lowered his brow in disappointment. A moment later, a new question surfaced. All I know is that Dominion coins let you immigrate to the second ring. But here on Dilling Star, in the third ring, what can they actually buy? Kong Fuzi brightened, his words coming faster. Lord Governor, that's exactly what I've been meaning to explain. They're desperate for Dominion coins because they want to move to the second ring. What? These sects have been rooted on Dilling Star for generations. Why would they want to leave? Xiang Yuan asked, puzzled. The reason is simple, Kong Fuzi replied, holding up 2 fingers. First, spiritual energy. The closer you get to Tiansheng Star, the Overlord class Dominion Star, the richer and purer the Qi becomes. The third ring's Qi can't compare with the second ring's. Second, cultivation laws. The nearer you are to Tiansheng Star, the more complete the laws are, making it easier to break through. Rumor has it that cultivators in the third ring cap out at the fifth realm, the Fincian stage. Combined, these limits throttle cultivation speed. Many people spend their entire lifespan just to scrape into Fincian. That's why countless cultivators are desperate to migrate to the second ring and ultimately to Tianxing star. By now Xiang Yuan understood how frighteningly valuable Dominion coins were in this star domain. Another thought struck him. If we did get our hands on a fortune in Dominion coins, could we simply buy cultivation resources here on Dialing say? Pills that boost one's realm? Kong Fuzi shook his head. Not worth it. Spending Dominion coins in the third ring is a waste. Whether it's rare elixirs you can't buy with ordinary dealing credits or any other treasure, prices here are heavily deflated. Only in the second ring will you find goods that truly match a Dominion coin's value. With that settled, Xiang Yuan made up his mind. He would stockpile Dominion coins and at the same time gather enough black gold or to upgrade the Shura cruiser. According to Shura's data, the upgrade required 3 steps. 1. Reforge the entire hull with black gold or 2. Use the ultra-rare substance Everfluid to upgrade the internal energy conduction system. 3. Replace the engines. Although the cruiser had the Chaos Orb for limitless power, its drive core still had to be swapped for a higher grade unit that required the key material known as core titanium. Shura's archives ranked these materials at rarity level 7 in its vast database. Xiang Yuan pulled out his communicator and rang Fengzheng. He had handed over all of Qingyun Sec's assets to Fengzheng some days ago, and with Fengzheng's usual efficiency, the black steel mine should be almost wrapped up. Sure enough, the line connected almost instantly. Fengzheng, how's the black steel mine from Qingyun Sect? Xiang Yuan asked bluntly. City Lord, I've taken it over with a squad of Azura warriors, Fengzheng replied crisply. I even had Shura assist with the scans. The preliminary estimate puts the remaining black steel or at about 1 million tons. The workshops aboard Shura can also mass-produce a low-cost mining robot that doesn't use green crystals and is far cheaper than our engineering droids. Should we start production and get the mine running? Do it, Xiang Yuan decided after a brief pause. You have full authority over everything related to the mine. Whatever you need, go straight to Shura. Understood. Is Jinzhuan with you? Xiang Yuan went on. City Lord, Lord Jinzhuan took Tuba and a few Azura warriors. They flew the newly finished corvette to Hongsheng to deliver the shipment to Kunsha. Oh, Xiang Yuan raised a brow, surprised the corvette was already done. Have him see me when he's back. Yes, City Lord. The call ended, and Xiang Yuan contacted Shura's mainframe. Shura, what's the minimum amount of black steel or you need for a full upgrade? At least 10 million tons, Master. 10 million tons. Xiang Yuan froze for a moment. Qingyun Mountain only held about 1 million. Still, he wasn't worried time was on his side, and Qingyun Sect would hardly be his only target. With more than 500,000 Azura warriors under his command, there was plenty he wanted. Even if the dream of making each warrior powerful enough to destroy a star single-handedly would remain just a dream. That night, Jinzhuan returned in triumph. Beneath the night sky he strode into Qingyun Hall, carrying a black alloy case half as tall as a man. Seeing him unharmed at last, Xiang Yuan finally let a smile appear. How did the trade go? Smooth as silk, brother. Jinzhuan chuckled, handing over the heavy case. Kuan Sha paid all 3 million Dominator coins. Xiang Yuan lifted the lid. Banknotes, a bit larger than a man's palm, lay stacked in neat rows brightly colored, yet possessing a metallic heft. The instant his gaze landed on the topmost note, his heart gave a sudden jolt. A subtle ripple seemed to coil around the paper, resonating faintly with cultivation itself, vaguely tied to the very concept of law, though impossible to describe. In the end, Xiang Yuan still couldn't fathom what that mysterious sensation truly was. However, the unique energy infused in each sovereign note makes it easy to tell the real ones from counterfeits. Xiang Yuan casually pulled out another bill and pressed his fingertip against it. The sheet didn't budge. It was so tough that, without channeling true essence, even his physique couldn't tear it. Satisfied, he swept the entire chest of notes into the storage space hidden in his Star Dragon robe. After drifting through foreign realms and sharing life-and-death trials with Jinzhuan and the others, he already regarded them as family, so he hid nothing from them. Jinzhuan watched the treasure chest vanish before speaking. Big brother, Kunsha has figured out that I'm backed by the four-armed Azura. Now that we've taken Qingyun Sect, he keeps probing to see if he'll sell him refined black gold or... Xiang Yuan had been searching for a buyer. Having one walk in on his own was a pleasant surprise. Still, he had other calculations about stockpiling or for the Azura ship. First, the black gold reserves on Qingyun Mountain were nowhere near enough, so it made more sense to convert them into sovereign notes. With enough capital they could move to the second star ring, eventually reach Tianxing star, and meanwhile accumulate ship-grade black gold. Both goals could proceed in parallel. Second, he was already planning to strike other sects on Dilling star. The ore he seized then would far exceed what was in front of him now. Business, though, was Jinzuan's specialty, so Xiang Yuan asked, "What's your view, second brother?" After a moment's thought, Jinzhuan said, Kuncha's offer is 100 sovereign notes per ton of refined black gold. Mr. Kong and I checked Kinjian's book stats about right, and we can probably nudge it higher. But, he added, we're still unfamiliar with Dilling Star's black gold market, and Kuncha isn't as straightforward as he looks. I'd like to start with a small shipment, feel him out, and then scale up. Xiang Yuan nodded. Sensiblest chance of getting burned. Fine, the deal is yours. Go find Fengzheng later, and take whatever or you need. Will do, big brother. Jinzhuan beamed and hurried off. Once Jinzhuan left, Xiang Yuan sat alone on the throne in Qingyun Hall, a faint frown creasing his brow. There was no rush to raid other sects. Qingyun's sect had only just been taken, its foundation still shaky, and he needed to see whether it had hidden patrons. Even if they stole more, or Jinzhuan still hadn't mapped out the market. More importantly, the sects around Hong City were tangled together, and he knew little about their connections to powerful figures. A premature strike could stir up public wrath and end badly. After weighing everything, he reached a single conclusion: wait and watch. With that decided, he left the hall, returned to his quarters, and resumed poring over a stack of alchemy manuals. Qinjian's supply of cultivation pills was nowhere near enough for all the Azura warriors, and Xiang Yuan meant to try refining his owner find another way to secure more. Over the next few days, Xiang Yuan shut himself away in the study behind Azure Cloud Hall, immersing himself in alchemical theory. The hearth crackled softly while he leafed through jade slips without rest. The more he read, the clearer it became that the path of an alchemist was far steeper than he had imagined. Possessing soul-refining cultivation was only a foot in the door, whereas the Real barrier was a towering wall of theory. He scoured the Azure Cloud Sect's library for every alchemical note he could find, yet the trove still fell short of what he needed to fire up a furnace. The reason was simple and brutal. Most alchemists guarded their hard-won experience as if it were their very lives, sharing little even with fellow disciples. In this universe ruled by cultivators, alchemists enjoyed unrivaled prestige, and their small selfishness went unchallenged. Indeed, it won them endless flattery. Pills that boosted cultivation, healed wounds, or restored spiritual power were lifesavers, and no one ever had enough of them. With no better option, Xiang Yuan pored over the few texts he possessed, engraving every line into his memory to build the strongest possible foundation. During this period, Fengzheng visited to discuss infiltrating the Migration Bureau on Dilling Star. Inside the bureau, bribes were routine. Everyone knew you could buy a special migration permit for a starfaring warship. The bureau neither denied nor explained the rumors, clearly unafraid of exposure. Fengzheng had learned that successful applicants typically paid about 500 million Dominion credits, money that greased palms from the lowest clerk to the top official. Arriving with the full sum, however, would only invite extortion, because the operation did not even qualify as a proper gray market. Fengzheng suggested a gradual approach. Start with minor staff, work upward step by step, and only then approach the higher-ups. Xiang Yuan agreed at once, handed him 3 million Dominion credits, and told him to begin laying the groundwork immediately. Meanwhile, the newly commissioned mining drones aboard the Shura ship had swung into action. Robotic arms word, reducing raw or to refined ingots in seconds. Within days they had extracted nearly 10,000 tons of refined black gold ore worth about 1 million Dominion credits. Unfortunately, Jinzhuan still throttled the channel through Kuan-Sha, releasing only small batches at a time, so Xiang Yuan had yet to see any substantial profit. One more event was worth noting. Ji Weiyao also advanced to the soul refining stage during this period. When Xiang Yuan spoke with her, he discovered her breakthrough had been far easier than his own. Although she, too, underwent 10 refinements, all she needed was a medicated bath infused with rare herbs and spirit materials to achieve the same effect. The herbs Ji Weiyao needed for the first stage of soul forging weren't expensive, so Xiang Yuan simply handed her a pouch brimming with Dilling coins and told her to buy everything herself and get started. Early that morning, spiritual mist swirled inside the Qingyun Hall. Xiang Yuan had just finished sharing the insights head gained in the purgatory when the doors were flung open and Jinzhuan barreled in at a half-run. He was still catching his balance, but the indignation on his round face lit the hall on fire. What's wrong, second brother? Xiang Yuan arched an eyebrow. Big brother, that Kuan-Sha really is scum. Damn it. The bastard's a 3-level middleman. Jinzhuan panted and slapped his chest. Thank goodness I didn't sell him much, or we'd be bleeding. A 3-level middleman? Xiang Yuan froze for a second. Quick, tell me everything you found. Jinzhuan forced down his anger and organized his thoughts. I played dumb the whole time, pretending to trust Kuan-Sha completely while doing business with him. Once I felt his guard drop, I had Shilo build a state-of-the-art tracker. During one deal I hid it inside a batch of black gold ore, then had Tuba shadow me as we followed the signal from a distance. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his eyes glinting coldly. That bastard really is dirty. He shipped the goods to a hidden port and met with a second-tier broker named An Shao. Unloading the black gold, or we sold him. We kept trailing in Shao and finally uncovered the real buyers. Xiang Yuan held his breath. Endless troops? Which legion exactly? That's right, big brother. Jin Zhuan stopped teasing and got straight to it. Tu Ba says the buyers reeked of the Endless Continent, but not the kind from our Tianqiao star. They were from Tianxing star's Endless Continent. And they're strong, so strong that Tu Ba swears they're above our Tianqiao star's cap for Endless Troops level 90. Xiang Yuan's heart jolted. Endless Troops from Tianxing star had broken through level 90. So that's the bonus fortune that came after Tianxing advanced to a Dominator class Overlord star. He couldn't help asking, you didn't engage those troops, Hedon, did you? He knew how reckless Jin Zhuan could be when doing business. A direct clash would spell disaster. We tried to keep our distance. Jin Zhuan scratched his head, sounding grateful, but they still spotted us. Luckily, they only asked who we were and didn't attack. In the end, their leader just told us to deal directly with Ni Shao from now on. That gave Xiang Yuan a silent fright. Big brother, one more thing. Jin Zhuan raised a jade ledger. Ni Shao offered 200 Dominator coins per ton of black gold, or the exact same price Kuan Sha paid. Good. You've done well. Xiang Yuan nodded. Hard work? Come on. We're family. Jin Zhuan waved it off, then lowered his voice. But we'd better get ready. Kuan Sha will soon hear from Ni Shao that we switch partners. I'm worried he'll pull some stunt. A chill flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. His voice was low but domineering. So what? If he's not satisfied, we'll smash him. We'll fight, that's all. Xiang Yuan suddenly remembered something. Second brother, when you trade with Ni Shao next time, take more Ashura warriors with you, he warned in a low voice. I'm afraid Kunsha won't risk coming to Qingyan Mountain, so he might target your shipment instead. Understood, brother. Jin Zhuan nodded vigorously. At dawn the following day, the chill still clung to the mountainside outside the Black Gold, or mine. More than 20 heavy trucks stood in a long line, their exhaust coughing white mist into the air. Xiang Yuan was on site himself, watching Jin Zhuan direct the loading of 15,000 tons of black gold ore. Once everything was secured, Jin Zhuan, Tu Ba, and a squad of Ashura warriors climbed aboard. Headlights flared, winding down the mountain road like a trail of fire. Still uneasy, Xiang Yuan called Tu Mie to him. Pull another squad of Ashura and shadow the convoy. Keep them safe. At once, my king. Tu Mie replied before melting into the morning haze. Near dusk that same day, an emergency signal flashed on Xiang Yuan's communicator. The screen lit up, Tu Mie's voice whipping through the wind. My king, Lord Jinzuan's convoy was ambushed at the rendezvous point. 3,000 chi condensation cultivators hit them. Had we not charged in, would have taken heavy losses. Fury blazed across Xiang Yuan's face. First, Kunsha had dared intercept his goods. Second, and worse, Ni Shao must have sold them out. Only he knew the location of the exchange. Get Jin Zhuan back here immediately. Xiang Yuan snapped. Tu Mie hesitated, something he rarely did. My king, Lord Jin Zhuan went to see Ni Shao. Reckless fool. Is he trying to get himself killed? Are you with him? We're close by, but when Ni Shao appeared, he insisted that Lord Jin Zhuan enter alone. Jin Zhuan ordered us to stand guard outside. Xiang Yuan clenched the communicator, a vein pulsing at his brow. Keep the channel open and seal off that building. Give him half an hour. If he's not out by then, go in and get him. Yes, sir. Seconds ticked away. Night seeped into the valley like spreading ink. Just as the half-hour expired and Xiang Yuan prepared to give the breach order, Jinzuan's hearty laugh burst over the line. Ha ha. Brother, I'm fine, don't worry. Only then did Xiang Yuan's taut nerves ease. What were you thinking, barging in there alone? I suspected the deal with Ni Shao was fishy all along, so I stayed alert. When Tu Ba told me Tu Mai's squad was shadowing us, I relaxed a bit. On the road, I kept waiting for Kunsha's men to strike, but they never showed. The moment we reached the rendezvous point, I realized the problem was Ni Shao himself. The whole location was a setup. The moment we reached the rendezvous, I glued myself to Tu Ba, counting on him to keep me alive. Jin Zhuan can still feel the hostile tension that hung in the air. Outside the ramshackle warehouse, Weed swayed while he all but flattened himself against Tu Ba's back, daring to stick out only half his head. Seconds later, gunfire and energy bolts wove a blinding lattice of light. Tu Ba cut through Kunsha's ambushers like a cold-hearted harvester, finishing the job in less than a minute and leaving only wreckage and the acrid smell of scorched earth. Just then Ni Shao appeared, walking with unhurried poise as if had expected the skirmish. Only then did Jin Zhuan realize the truth. It had been a test, a measure of their strength. Without real muscle, anyone who tried to deal with a heavyweight like Ni Shao would end up exactly like Kunsha. So when Ni Shao suggested a private talk, Jinzuan's heart pounded, but he still agreed. On the other end of the comm, Xiang Yuan was silent for a long time before sighing. Second brother, I really hope you'll be more careful from now on. Relax, big brother. Oh, and do you know the real price Ni Shao offered? 300 Dominion coins a ton. Jin Zhuan lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. We're moving 15,000 tons of refined black gold ore. That's a clear profit of 4.5 million Dominion coins. Fine. Finish the deal and come straight back, Xiang Yuan said grimly. As for that viper Kunsha, we'll find a way to remove him. Night fell, yet azure cloud hall glowed with lantern light. Xiang Yuan, Jin Zhuan, Ji Wuyao, Feng Zheng, and Kong Fuzi sat around a stone table covered with maps of Kunsha's territory and stacks of intel. Xiang Yuan began, Jin Zhuan, you've met Kunsha plenty of times. Do you know where he keeps his base? Jin Zhuan shook his head, scratching his round face. We always met in a hotel suite business over food and drink. I even tried to get him drunk, but the guy can hold his liquor as well as I can. Never got a chance to dig deeper. Brows furrowed all around. Into the silence, Ji Wuyao tipped up her chin. Brother Xiang Yuan, why don't I go find his lair? Xiang Yuan's face darkened. Don't be ridiculous. If a girl sneaks into that sort of place and things go south, there won't be enough left of you to bury. Ji Wuyao blinked playfully, then turned to Jin Zhuan. Little brother, give your big sister a hand, will you? Completely perplexed, Jin Zhuan still nodded. An instant later Ji Wuyao's eyes shimmered, as though invisible threads wrapped around Jin Zhuan's mind. She swept her arm in front of his face. His eyes glazed over, and a goofy grin spread across his cheeks. Hey, how pretty, so pretty. Cousin, I like you. I want. Chairs scraped back as everyone recoiled. Ji Wuyao coaxed him softly. Tell me, little brother, what naughty things did you do when you were a kid? To his mouth twitched. After a brief struggle he caved. Every day I'd sneak a peek at my cousin while she was bathing. The words barely landed before Ji Wuyao flicked her arm again, as if slicing a thread. Jin Zhuan jolted awake, saw everyone's odd expressions, and rubbed his face. What's with you guys? Xiang Yuan tamped down his curiosity. Did you just have a dream? Jin Zhuan flushed and waved it off. I'm exhausted, that's all. Nodded off for a second. No dream. They exchanged glances, then looked at Ji Wuyao with a mix of respect and unease. Xiang Yuan couldn't help asking, Sister Wuyao, what exactly is that ability? She spread her hands. Charmblood heritage. Enchantment is in our veins. Nearly no one can resist when I fish for information. Xiang Yuan thought for a moment. In that case, you really are the best person for reconnaissance. But your safety comes first. Let Tu Mie shadow you. No, brother Xiang Yuan. You men are too conspicuous. If any of you come with me, people will know at a glance that we're with the four-armed Shura. In the end, Xiang Yuan agreed to let Ji Wuyao infiltrate Kuan Sha's stronghold alone. Believing the company offered the best point of entry, he told her to apply for a job at Kuan Sha's Hongqing office and look for a way in from the inside. Early the next morning, Ji Wuyao emerged after a meticulous makeover. The refined makeup tempered her usual allure, replacing it with crisp confidence, and the sharply tailored business suit turned her into an armored Tathateeth professional, almost unrecognizable. That same day, she slipped away from Qingyun Mountain and headed for Hongqing. Xiang Yuan and the other men stayed behind, forced to wait for news with stones in their stomachs. They all knew how dangerous this mission was. That afternoon, she called to report she had breezed through the receptionist interview, would start work the next day, and would find a hotel for the night. Even after hanging up, Xiang Yuan remained on edge, pacing until midnight before finally dozing off. At dawn, he woke to a text from Ji Wuyao. Already at work. At noon came another. She had met Kuan Sha in person, noticed his ambiguous relationship with a female secretary, and planned to get close to the woman. Then her line went silent. Worried about disrupting her operation, Xiang Yuan held back from calling and waited fretfully until nightfall. Close to midnight, the phone rang at last. Ji Wuyao's voice was low but excited. Brother Xiang Yuan, Kuan Sha is definitely involved with that secretary. They stayed in the office all day, so I never had a chance to approach her. He'll try again tomorrow. Wuyao, safety first, he warned. If you can't find an opening, don't take unnecessary risks, understood? Hee. Understood, Brother Xiang Yuan, she replied with a light laugh. At dawn on the third day, she sent the usual terse message, at work. After that she vanished. By late afternoon, Xiang Yuan could no longer sit still. He dialed her number, but her phone was off. A Shura-grade communicator never runs out of power. The only explanation was that she had run into trouble and turned it off whether voluntarily or not. Heart in his throat, Xiang Yuan contacted Shura. Can you locate her? Master, location locked. Kuan Sha Group headquarters, Hongqing. The communicator has just been switched back on. He was about to call when his phone lit up. Beat him to it. Brother Xiang Yuan, good news. Are you safe? Any injuries? Relax, I'm fine, Ji Wuyao whispered. That secretary, oh yeah, is a complete pervert. She's actually a lesbian and only sticks with Kuan Sha for the money. She'd been watching me for a while, and today she actually came looking for me, told me to switch off my communicator and follow her to a conference room. But trash like that is no match for my charm spell, Ji Wuyao added smugly. Xiang Yuan finally exhaled, his shoulders relaxing a little. Find a safe place and stay put. He'll send Tu Mie and the others to pick you up right away. They're already lying in wait near Hongqing and will reach you soon. Okay, Brother Xiang Yuan. Late that night, Tu Mie and his crew escorted Ji Wuyao safely back to Mount Qingyun. The main hall was brightly lit. Brother Xiang Yuan, the intel I got isn't complete, Ji Wuyao reported verbatim. Kunsha is slippery. All I squeezed from his female secretary were the addresses of 2 luxury villas where he keeps his mistresses. No one in the company seems to know where his real base is. He also ships things to those villas regularly, but the secretary never saw what was inside. Once the crates go in, they're never seen again. Everyone crowded around the table to discuss, and they settled on 2 objectives. 1. Raid both villas tonight, and hope Kuncha is there. 2. Even if he isn't, make him hurt level the villas, kill every mistress, and show the world that the 4-armed Azura have begun their retaliation against Hongcheng's richest man. Only by making an example could they deter future troublemakers. With the plan set, Xiang Yuan led 1 squad of Azura warriors and 2 Mia led the other. They moved out at midnight. At 3 a.m., the streets of Hongcheng were deserted, streetlights slicing the clammy fog into pale strips. Xiang Yuan and a dozen Azura warriors skimmed through the air and dropped above the Jinfeng Mountain Estate district. His spiritual sense rippled outward and locked onto Kuncha's Villa 128. Inside lurked 2 soul-forging cultivators, 5 chi condensation cultivators, and a small army of mercenaries with assault rifles. Oddly, Kuncha's aura was nowhere to be found. Disappointed but decisive, he signaled the team use Azura flash, blink behind the targets, finish it quietly. Noise would only make things messy. The moment his hand fell, the warriors nodded and vanished into afterimages. Almost simultaneously, hulking black shadows appeared behind every guard. One effortless twist snapped each man's neck. The 2 soul-forging cultivators were in separate rooms, perfect for picking them off individually. Xiang Yuan activated the Great Shift technique and slipped soundlessly out of the night. He materialized behind one of the soul-forging cultivators without warning. The man stiffened, terror flaring across his face. Before he could react, a blood-red blade pierced straight through his back. Blood spurted from the wound, and the soul-refining cultivator crumpled without even a scream. Xiang Yuan's figure faded into the air, reappearing an instant later behind a second cultivator. One more thrust drove the blade through the man's chest, swift and precise. With a brief wet squelch, the victim's eyes lost focus and he collapsed wordlessly. After quickly eliminating the threats, Xiang Yuan extended his divine sense again, sweeping every corner of Mansion 128. By then the Azura warriors had finished their assignments. Everyone inside was dead, even the woman rumored to be Kuan Sha's lover, who lay lifeless in a pool of blood in the bedroom. Kuan Sha always ships things to this place, Ji Yuo's remark crossed his mind, piquing his curiosity. His spiritual sense rippled like water, probing every wall and beam, but above ground he found nothing. Unwilling to give up, he pushed his sense underground. The moment it touched the soil, a familiar, mystic pulse echoed in his mind, the unmistakable aura of Dominion coins. Xiang Yuan's eyes gleamed, and he probed deeper. Beneath the mansion's swimming pool, he locked onto a hidden chamber packed with coins. He let out a sharp whistle that sliced through the night, calling the Azura warriors to him. Within moments, more than 10 warriors lined up at the poolside, their reflections rippling in the clear water. Xiang Yuan raised a hand and twisted the drain valve. With a rumble, the water began to roar away. While it emptied, he sent Tu Mia a brief message asking for an update. Tu Mia opened the channel at once. "My king, everyone on our side is down. We also killed one of Kuan Sha's lovers, but the man himself never showed. Doesn't matter. Does the mansion you're in have a pool?" Yes. Drain it and search for a hidden room. Kuan Sha stashed a lot of Dominion coins in these 2 houses. Understood, my king. Half an hour later, the bottom of the pool lay bare, smooth tiles exposed. Xiang Yuan strode to the spot he had marked and slashed down. The reinforced cover shattered, revealing a pitch-black passage. They filed in one after another. The chamber spanned roughly 70 or 80 square meters, climate-controlled for long-term storage. In the center stood a massive square rack, its shelves stacked neatly with Dominion coins wrapped in clear film. Under the rune lights the metal gleamed, and for a moment Xiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward, flicked his sleeve, and swept the staggering pile of coins into the storage space woven into his Star Dragon robe. Then he inspected the walls and discovered several shelves of alchemical manuals, jade slips, and notebooks, which he also pocketed. Once the room was stripped clean, Xiang Yuan led the Azura warriors back to the surface. As they left, he gave the order, "Azura cannon, level it." A blinding beam roared into the night sky, and the entire mansion shuddered and collapsed into a charred ruin. They then blinked away, vanishing from the scene in an instant. Inside the Qingyun Grand Hall, Jin Zhuan's eyes were almost blinded by the mountains of sovereign coins gleaming before him. Just staring at them sent his pulse into overdrive. The main doors boomed open again. Tu Mia led the Azura squad inside, each warrior lugging a heavy sack in both hands. Metal clinked against the stone floor in a crisp, metallic chorus. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he strode forward. As expected, Tu Mia and the others slammed the bags down and yanked them open, sending a torrent of dazzling coins spilling out. Everyone held their breath. "What are you waiting for? Start counting," Xiang Yuan barked, snapping Jin Zhuan, Ji Wuyao, and Feng Zheng out of their trance. They quickly realized that counting by hand was hopeless, so Xiang Yuan ordered the Azura soldiers to install a scanning app on the communicator. Beams of cold light swept the pile, and a final number flashed on screen: 100 million sovereign coins. Jin Zhuan clutched the device, his head buzzing. Ji Wuyao and Feng Zheng exchanged a glance, already savoring the look Kuan Sha would wear when he heard. Boss, we didn't kill him, but do you think this alone might finish him off? Feng Zheng muttered. It was entirely possible. At that moment, in a secret basement beneath the Kuan Sha Group headquarters in Hong City, Kuan Sha was enjoying the company of a newly hired female employee. His private phone vibrated. Kuan Sha frowned. Only his closest aides had this number, and almost no one dared to use it. The call lasted only seconds before his face turned crimson, eyes bulging. Who? Which bastard dared to steal Kuan Sha's fortune? His roar made the ceiling tremble. He hurled the phone at the television, shattering the screen. For half an hour he rampaged through the basement, destroying everything in sight. When the fury finally drained away, he collapsed on the sofa like a punctured ball, fingers trembling against his forehead. 100 million sovereign coins, years of hard-earned reserves gone in an instant. Suddenly he shot upright. Jin Zhuan. It has to be those four-armed Azura beasts. I ambushed them, so they struck back. A harsh laugh escaped him, burning with rage. Fine. Let them see what the richest man in Hong City can do. Kuan Sha pulled out an encrypted phone and dialed a trusted subordinate. Inform the 4 major sects of Hong City. Effective immediately, the purchase price for black gold or rises 30%, and every debt will be settled in full at year-end. In return, they must unite and wipe out the outsiders occupying Mount Qingyuan. 4-armed assurance, and for all. He ended the call. The order slammed into Hong City's cultivation world like a sledgehammer. There had once been 5 sects in the region. The smallest, Qingyuan sect, had already been destroyed by Xiang Yuan, leaving 4. Kuan Sha had traded with them for years. Favors, profit, and sizable debts bound them together. If they refused and Kuan Sha fled with the money, their losses would be catastrophic. Besides, how hard could it be for the 4 major sects to unite and crush a single outside force? The next day, Xiang Yuan sat on the main throne of Qingyuan Hall, studying possible countermeasures from Kunsha with Jin Zhuan, Kong Fuzi, Feng Zheng, and the others. Suddenly the hall doors burst open. An Azura warrior, still reeking of blood, charged in, dropped to one knee, and shouted, "My king!" Tens of thousands of cultivators, at least 100,000, have gathered at the foot of Mount Qingyuan. They're clearly hostile. Xiang Yuan sprang to his feet, joints cracking as a savage grin spread across his face. So the retaliation comes quickly. They think a mere 100,000 can shake the Azura? Where's Tumia? Muster 200,000 warriors to march at once. At your command. The warrior raced off to relay the order. Xiang Yuan strode out of the hall, his crimson cloak snapping in the fierce wind. Battle lust, long suppressed, boiled in his chest. For an Azura, enforced idleness was torture. In short order, Tumia had 200,000 armored warriors arrayed and ready, their armor ringing like iron hail. Xiang Yuan raised his arm. All warriors, follow me down the mountain. At the foot of Mount Qingyuan, the 4 great sects of Hongqiang had already assembled. Each had brought more than 20,000 cultivators, led by elder-level figures. The 4 elders stood shoulder to shoulder, laughing. Haha, Li, Wang, Qian Kunsha just forced the price of black gold, or up by 30%. Our sect's profits will double. Exactly. Yuan, didn't your Clearwind sect have 2 years of payments stuck with him? Once that's settled, you'll have the funds to relocate to the 2nd orbital ring. We're all in the same boat, Elder Yuan said, waving a hand lightly. First, though, we have to wipe out this outsider power on Qingyuan. They seized the weakest sect and started calling themselves overlords, clearly ignorant of our foundations. Today we'll show these bumpkins what real strength looks like. Even as they spoke, a dark shadow rolled across the sky like a mass of storm clouds. When it drew close, they saw it was an army of 4-armed, muscle-bound brutes, Azura warriors. The elders' expressions hardened. In unison they barked, "Form up! Enemy in sight, prepare to attack!" High above, Xiang Yuan arrived with his troops and mocked the single word head overheard. "Form up!" All Azura warriors, Shura cannons, ready. In an instant, red light converged above 200,000 Azura heads, staining the sky like molten iron. The disciples of the 4 sects froze in shock as blood-red beams, thick as pillars, rained down. The first volley lasted only a heartbeat, yet countless disciples were pierced through and reduced to ash. Raise the barrier now. Swordsman, strike from inside the shield. The elders screamed, voices ragged. But the scene that followed was horrific. The massive defensive array they had just woven shattered in less than a minute under the relentless crimson barrage. The red pillars of light swept across the valley, disintegrating the disciples of the 4 great sects by the hundreds. Overhead, scorching blood-red beams crisscrossed the sky, sending waves of blistering heat rolling through the air. Screams rang out as swaths of cultivators were reduced to ash. Only then did the elders grasp the gravity of the situation. The attackers were no minor raiding party, but a monster army with overwhelming power. Fall back, all disciples, withdraw at once and return to the sect. The four elders shouted in unison, their spiritual force rippling through the air. High above, Xiang Yuan looked down on the routed forces below, unmoved by the mounting piles of bones and scattered bursts of spiritual light. Pathetic combat strength, no battle awareness. 0 stars, he muttered, a curl of disdain on his lips. His gaze fixed on a straggling group in uniform robes, the disciples of Qingfeng sect. Raising a hand, he ordered his lieutenant Tu Mie, deploy another 100,000 Ashura warriors and run them down. Well, follow these rats straight to their nest and wipe it out on the way. As you command, my king. Tu Mie beat his blood-red wings and flew off to carry out the order. Soon the fleeing cultivators realized in horror that nearly every bloodthirsty marauder in the sky had locked onto the Qingfeng disciples. Members of the other sects silently counted their blessings and veered away, while the Qingfeng cultivators cursed and bolted, choking on their frustration. Xiang Yuan kept the Ashura legion tight on their trail but deliberately slowed the rhythm of the Shura cannons, letting the Qingfeng disciples conserve enough energy to reach their sect-perfect bait for the trap. Several hours later, a towering peak came into view, its summit wreathed in spiritual mist and lined with grand halls. The Qingfeng disciples poured inside, and countless black specks rose from the mountain gates, converging in the sky. Moments later, a middle-aged cultivator in ornate robes, brandishing a jade-green sword, halted in midair at the head of nearly 300,000 disciples. His gaze was razor-sharp, his voice booming like thunder. Audacious fiends, how dare you butcher the disciples of Qingfeng's sect? None of you will leave alive today. Even before his words faded, a tidal wave of spiritual light surged as the 300,000 cultivators charged towards Xiang Yuan's forces. Xiang Yuan was about to issue his command when the enemy ranks abruptly froze, as if they had seen something terrifying. He glanced back to find Tu Mie herding another 100,000 Ashura warriors into position. Xiang Yuan's voice was cool. All Ashura warriors, Shura cannons at full power. If anything changes, engage at will. Veterans of countless campaigns more than Xiang Yuan himself had fought. These Ashura warriors roared into action, blood-red armor flashing coldly in the sunlight. The Qingfeng cultivators felt their momentum falter, but it was too late to retreat. Scarlet light gathered, and a storm of Shura cannon fire streaked toward them. As the Ashura warriors pressed their attack, swordlights flashed, and talisman arrays roared within the Qingfeng sect's gates. Elders and disciples scrambled to regroup and mount a counteroffensive. Xiang Yuan, however, never broke stride. With a single great translocation, he slipped through the void and materialized soundlessly behind the middle-aged cultivator who was leading the assault. The instant he closed in, Xiang sensed a tidal surge of spiritual power inside the man, an entire major realm above his own, very likely at the fusion stage. All the better, he thought. A perfect target to see whether he could kill across realms. A blood-red blade gleamed silently toward the man's back. Yet the cultivator seemed to grow eyes behind him. With a sudden twist, he avoided the vital spot, moving with the Qingfeng sect's signature breeze step. Xiang's gaze sharpened. He translocated again, reappearing at the man's rear, his blades whistle even keener. Another dodge, cloth tearing under the wind of the strike, but the man slipped away once more. Not bad footwork, Xiang muttered, vanishing a third time. Sweat beaded at the cultivator's temples. A foe in the soul refinement stage who could appear behind him without warning. This defied all common sense. Without Breeze Step's mastery of leverage, he would already be dead. In a heartbeat, a chill shot up his spine. Danger closed in. Xiang raised his hand, unleashing a storm of crimson blades that filled the sky. Unrivaled Azura slash. Every avenue of retreat was sealed. Realizing speed alone could not save him, the cultivator crushed a golden talisman. Boom. Light erupted, coalescing into a golden shell half a zhang tall. The scarlet blades hammered it, rippling the surface but never breaking through. Xiang halted, eyes narrowing. A fifth-tier Vajra barrier tough enough to block a nascent soul cultivator's strike. He had never seen one before. The shield intact, the man relaxed, convinced Xiang's strength was spent. A soul refinement cultivator could not keep burning that much power. Yet the young opponent merely exhaled, as though everything were proceeding as planned. Black mist billowed behind Xiang. An immense, illusory hand formed, its curved fingers squeezing space until it cracked with a brittle pop. The hand lunged, locking onto the cultivator and his golden cocoon in one sweeping grab. Eyes wide, the man mustered his spiritual power, still trusting the talisman. In theory, even a nascent soul expert would struggle to crack it quickly. Nevertheless, the phantom hand closed, wrapping both him and his glowing barrier in its colossal grip. A sudden, crushing pressure radiated from the giant hand, shaking the middle-aged cultivator to his core. His sea of consciousness quivered, and countless hairline cracks spread across the shimmering Vajra shell protecting him, as if a glass orb were being pummeled by a sledgehammer. In less than a heartbeat, the egg-shell-thin barrier splintered with a sharp crack. What? You're only at the soul-refining stage. How did you shatter my fifth-tier Vajra talisman? His voice trembled as he stared wide-eyed at the massive hand blotting out the sky. Because brute force makes miracles. Xiang Yuan sneered, flexed his fingers, and poured even greater power into his grip. Divine strength roared forth. The glowing shell burst with a brittle snap. The cultivator never even had time to scream. His body was crushed into a mist of blood, scarlet droplets spraying through the air. The moment Xiang Yuan withdrew his hand, urgent cries rang out nearby. The sect master is dead. Avenge him. Only then did he realize he had casually killed their leader. A wave of cultivators charged in, spiritual light and artifacts swirling above the valley. Kill. Tu Mia arrived with a host of Azura warriors, slamming into the enemy like a black tidal wave. Blood surged, screams merging into a single, unbroken wail. Finding no opponent worthy of his attention, Xiang Yuan rose into the air, arms crossed, and watched coolly from above. 2 hours later the slaughter subsided. Severed limbs littered the ground, and the stench of blood hung thick in the air. The Azura warriors had not lost a single fighter. None of the enemy survived. Xiang Yuan didn't so much as furrow his brow. Raising a hand, he ordered, "All Azura warriors, follow me up the mountain. Strip everything of value." Another sweeping raid began. Meanwhile, the remnants of the 3 allied sects had already reported their defeat and sent spies to probe Qingfeng's sect. When they learned the sect had been annihilated, the leaders of the 3 sects turned ashen. Only then did they grasp the scale of the disaster they had provoked. Hong City, top floor of the Kuan Sha Group headquarters. In a spacious executive office, Kuan Sha listened to his confidant's report. Qingfeng's sect had been erased by the 4-armed Azura backing golden brick. A chill raced across his scalp, leaving his face deathly pale and his eyes tinged with fear. He sat motionless in his leather chair for a long while before growling through clenched teeth. "No. This hidden threat has to go. If not, everything I built in Hong City will be ruined." The 4 great sects clearly held back. If the remaining 3 strike with all they have, they can wipe out the 4-armed Azura. I still have a chance. He pulled out his phone, dialed his confidant, and spoke in a low voice. "Tell the 3 sects they've enraged the 4-armed Azura. There's no running now. If they commit every resource, he'll pay each of them 50 million Dominator coins." When the call ended, his eyes were already bloodshot. He knew his coffers couldn't actually spare another 150 million, but he had no choice. His calculations were simple. If the 3 sects could tie down the 4-armed Azura, he could steady the situation. After all, he had secretly acquired a large interstellar warship and had been bribing the Portal Authority for a special transit permit, yet the officials kept raising their price, and even his wealth hadn't secured the paperwork. A day later, inside the Grand Hall atop Qingfeng Mountain, Feng Zheng and Kong Fuzi had rushed over from Qingyun Mountain. "Lord Governor, this hall makes the spoils from Qingyun Mountain look trivial." Feng Zheng grinned, eager to report. Xiang Yuan gave a slight nod. "Let's hear it." "In there or vault we found 500,000 tons of refined black steel worth exactly 150 million Dominator coins at the current rate. The Azura ship also scanned another black steel vein elsewhere on Qingfeng Mountain, with at least 5 million tons still underground. On top of that, the Qingfeng sect left piles of jade slips, manuals, divine weapons, and other treasures. And in one pill storeroom, we seized a huge cache of elixirs." Xiang Yuan's brows lifted in satisfaction. "Distribute every pill to the Azura warriors at once. Sort the jade slips, notes, and books on alchemy, then send them to me separately." "Understood, my lord." Feng Zheng bowed and hurried off to carry out the orders. Only Kong Fuzi and Xiang Yuan remained. Xiang Yuan looked to the elder. "Sir, what should our next move be?" Kong Fuzi stroked his white beard, a smile tugging at his lips. "Strike swiftly and hard. We've already broken with the sects around Hong City, and today's clash proved they're nothing special. While our momentum is strong, wipe out the remaining 3 sects and take their resources. As for Kuan Sha, he only has courage because those sects back him. The faster we move, the less chance he has to escape." Xiang Yuan agreed. He had already planned to attack the 3 sects, and his resolve only deepened. After a brief pause, he summoned Tu Mia into the hall. By the time Tu Mia arrived, Xiang Yuan's plan was set. Tu Mia would command the 2-rank Azura commandos in a lightning raid to capture Kuan Sha before the man realized his allies were powerless. Xiang Yuan himself would lead the main Azura army in a frontal assault on the 3 sections. The attack would keep those sects too busy to intervene and end the turmoil around Hong City quickly. Once the campaign was over, Xiang Yuan believed they could board the Azura ship, leave the 3rd star ring, and push into the 2nd. With orders issued, Tu Mia departed immediately. Xiang Yuan then stepped outside the hall and personally mustered the 200,000 Azura warriors assembled for the campaign. That afternoon, Xiang Yuan led the main force while Tu Mai's commando squad set out in tandem. By dusk they reached Qingmu Mountain, home of the Qingmu sect. Crowds of sect disciples had already gathered, fear etched on every face. The banners of the four-armed Azura army whipped in the wind as they closed on the gates. Faces turned ashen, and despair drifted through the mountain air. Finally, the Qingmu sect master shouted at the top of his lungs and issued a mobilization order, commanding all Qingmu disciples to go down and meet the enemy. He told them that reinforcements from the Qingshi sect would arrive soon. Once the order was given, the disciples who had been panic-stricken in the plaza managed to muster a shred of fighting spirit. Under the sect master's example, his broadsword raised high, they charged down the mountain in unison. At the same time, under Xiang Yuan's command, 200,000 Azura warriors formed a black tide outside the valley. Seeing the Qingmu sect rush out first, he skipped the formalities. With a single wave of his hand, he barked, "All units, Azura cannons saturate fire. Then break into free squads." Boom. Hundreds of crimson beams tore through the night. The moment the two sides came within sight, explosions and screams fused into one. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiang Yuan caught sight of a fusion stage cultivator at the very front, wearing the green-patterned cloak that marked him as sect master. Another leader, huh? He thought. He cast the great teleportation art, turning into a streak of light that flashed to the man's flank. The Qingmu sect master reacted instantly, crushing a fifth-tier adamantine talisman. A golden shell snapped into place around him. Xiang Yuan did not even spare him a second glance. He raised his hand and unleashed heaven-shrouding grip. His 5 fingers became a mass of black clouds that closed over the glowing shell and the man within. Crack! With a bone-splintering roar, the sect master and his talisman were squeezed into a mist of blood. Qingmu sect master is dead. Azura warriors kill them all. Xiang Yuan shouted. The cry exploded in the disciples' ears. Their barely held-together courage collapsed at once. Some looked around in panic, hoping for a denial from their master. But no order came and no figure appeared. Many had seen him crushed with their own eyes and fled in terror. As the first few pulled back, the retreat rippled through the ranks like a wall giving way. Hovering in midair, Xiang Yuan watched the rout take shape and knew the outcome was settled. The first battle held no suspense. In less than half an hour, the Azura warriors butchered the remaining disciples, leaving not a single survivor of the Qingmu sect. When the slaughter ended, Xiang Yuan led his army up Qingmu Peak. He had no intention of holding the mountain. Instead, he ordered his troops to fan out and loot everything: the storehouses, secret grottos, and spirit fields. Every resource, including vast quantities of black steel ore, was swept into the storage space of his Star Dragon robe, saving him the burden of garrisoning the site and conserving precious time. 3 hours later, Qingmu Peak lay stripped from gate to forbidden ground. The 200,000 Azura warriors regrouped and, following Xiang Yuan, marched straight for their next target, Qingshi Mountain. Qingshi Mountain, main hall of the Qingshi sect. What? Elders was missing? He ran. The sect master slammed the table. Report. Inner sect elderly has disappeared. Report. Core elder Tai is gone. Report. Discipline hall elder Chio is nowhere to be found. Each successive report crashed through the hall like muffled thunder, plunging the chamber into chaos. Color drained from the sect master's face, inch by inch. With the war looming, most of the elders who had enjoyed the sect's resources were deserting. Qingshi sect had been gutted. He drew a deep breath and forced his trembling hands to steady. Yet he understood Qingshi sect was finished. The battle had not even begun, and the backbone was already gone. How could they hope to fight? Even so, as the sect master, he clung to a shred of dignity, vowing privately to live or die with the sect. But when he thought of the man responsible for this calamity, he ground his teeth, rage flooding his chest. Of all the enemies Qingshi could have provoked, why did it have to be someone this monstrous? In the end, Qingshi sect's fate was sealed. Before dawn, Xiang Yuan led his Azura army silently into the Qingshi mountains, their armor merging with the night. With a single slash, he beheaded the sect master at the gate, the spray of blood lighting the summit. By first light, not a soul remained on Mount Qingshi. The sect had been wiped out. When the fighting stopped, a vague unease churned inside Xiang Yuan, and he refused to waste even a moment. After a swift count of the dead and wounded, he ordered his warriors to loot everything the sect possessed: spirit stones, jade manuals, rare ore, sorting them and stashing them in storage rings until the place was stripped bare in less than half a day. At noon, sunlight fell on the charred rubble. Once Xiang Yuan confirmed every trophy was secured, he let the Azura troops make camp where they stood in case of unexpected trouble. The respite had barely begun when a sharp whistle split the air. A dozen cultivators materialized overhead, identical silvery spears slung across their backs, and matching armor marking them as a disciplined unit. Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Within their familiar aura, he sensed a ripple from the endless continent. These had to be the Star Watch Battalion Jean Zhuan had warned him about. Their leader hovered in midair, looking down with cold arrogance. The Star Watch Battalion has learned that your four-armed Azuras attacked a sect in Hong City without provocation and seized its mountain gate. Such actions violate our regulations. You are hereby ordered to withdraw from Mount Qingyun, Qingfeng, Qingmu, and Qingshi and pay a fine of 5 million sovereign coins, or we will move to eliminate you. Xiang Yuan's expression darkened. The order to withdraw was nothing but a ploy to seize the Black Steel or beneath the four peaks over 20 million tons worth billions of sovereign coins, including the 10 million tons he needed to upgrade his Azura flagship. He would never hand it over. The two forces faced off, the air growing as dense as lead. When Xiang Yuan stayed silent, the commander barked, "Insolent cur, will you not kneel and accept your punishment?" Killing intent flared between Xiang Yuan's brows. He gave a curt order. "Zhang Tian, take the Zan rank Azure, swipe them out." "Yes, sir." Zhang Tian swung up his massive axe as dozens of Zan rank Azuras shot into the sky behind him. "You dare?" Opposing the Starwatch battalion is opposing the entire planet Dylan. The commander shrieked, but before he finished, a barrage of gigantic axes tore through the spear formation. Spears clanged to the ground, blood sprayed across the sky, and the squad was annihilated in an instant. In less than half an hour, silence returned to the field, littered with broken spears and shattered armor. Just then, Xiang Yuan's communication jade buzzed. The caller ID read Lin Na. "Xiang Yuan, what did you do?" Lin Na's voice was thick with panic. "You're in serious trouble. The Starwatch battalion has put out a public crusade on the Dylan planetary channel. They mean to wipe you out completely. They're calling you rebels now. The Jianqing army claims to command 1,000,000 soldiers from the fabled Endless Legion. Do you have any idea what that means?" On the other end of the line, Lin Na lowered her voice and poured out the intel in a rush. A twinge of warmth flickered in Xiang Yuan's chest. Even at a moment like this, the girl still worried about their safety. Affection aside, security mattered more. He cut her off at once. "Stay out of this. Erase every trace of our calls, get a new phone, and don't contact me again." He hung up without hesitation. In the brief silence of the cabin, Xiang Yuan sank into thought. The Jianqing army could bear down on them at any time. Splitting forces to defend 4 mines would be suicide. The only viable move was to gather all 50,000 Azura warriors and fight one decisive battle. The enemy boasted 1,000,000-strong Endless Legion, but as garrison troops on the third orbital ring, they were unlikely to be elite. He figured the odds weren't entirely against him. Concentrating his troops meant he needed a solid, mobile forward base, the Azura ship. That colossal vessel's technology left Dylan star generations behind. In a real fight, its cannons paired with Azura close-quarters combat would drastically cut his own casualties. He refused to abandon the Black Steel or in the 4 mountain ranges, either. His plan was to have Jinzhuan and Fengzheng lead the mining robots underground, hoping to scrape together 10 million units of, or while he tangled with the Jinqing army. Once the idea set, he contacted Fengzheng, who was stationed on Qingfeng Mountain. "Bring everything you can carry and get back to Qingyan Mountain immediately." Then he led the Azura army into the sky. En route, unexpected news arrived from Tu Myekuan Sha had been captured. Xiang Yuan ordered the prisoner brought straight to Qingyan Mountain. That afternoon, inside the main hall on Qingyan Mountain, the massive doors closed. Kuan Sha knelt in the center, tears and snot running together, his voice shaking. "My lord, spare me. I have overlord coins, piles of them hidden in my lair. They're all yours, just don't kill me." Xiang Yuan stood on the dais with his hands behind his back, expression cold. "Where is it?" He paused, then added, "Tell me, and I'll decide whether you live." Kuan Sha's eyes darted, clearly unconvinced. A flash of menace crossed Xiang Yuan's gaze. "If I can't find those coins, they'll make you wish for death and deny it to you." The torturer who once terrified the region suddenly pictured every atrocity he had inflicted, and sweat trickled down his spine. Yet he still refused to die without a fight. An idea sparked. He blurted out, "Spare me, and I'll hand over another priceless treasure." Xiang Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. "Let's hear it," he said evenly, lifting his chin for Kunsha to continue. Kunsha nodded eagerly, lowering his voice to a near whisper, desperate for Xiang Yuan to accept his plan. "In 1 month, my special starship migration permit will be ready. I can take your warship to register it. Once that single procedure is done, your ship can move freely between Ring 3 and Ring 2. Even better, everyone aboard will automatically gain immigrant status on Ring 2 when you arrive." His urgent words bounced off the dungeon walls. Xiang Yuan kept a calm facade, but his fingers tapped the armrest, betraying his excitement. If this worked, it would spare them endless trouble. "You're sure the permit doesn't specify whose ship it is? We've just been labeled rebels by the Geo-Spirit Planet Watchguard. Won't that get us flagged?" he demanded. Kunsha shook his head as if clutching a lifeline. "No problem whatsoever. The Migration Bureau reports directly to Holy Sky Planet and outranks the Watchguard. They're entirely separate. Even if you wiped out the Geo-Spirit Watchguard, as long as the Bureau is untouched, they can't stop you. To substitute your warship for mine, all that's needed is you and the vessel at registration. The Bureau won't care whether I'm willing or not." When he finished, he exhaled several times. Xiang Yuan finally smiled. "Good. You'll have to stay in the dungeon for this month. Once my ship has the permit, you're free. Now where's your hideout?" The abrupt question made Kunsha stiffen, a shadow flickering in his eyes. He knew Xiang Yuan would likely break his promise, but living another month beat dying today. He forced out, in Hongchong, in a hidden basement under my company building. Xiang Yuan inclined his head, then waved to two Azuro warriors. Lock him up and keep a close watch. After Kunsha was led away, the stone door slammed shut and silence reclaimed the cellar. Xiang Yuan turned to Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng. Second brother, Feng Zheng. We'll have to fight the watchguard sooner or later, but the black gold or extraction can't stop. Take the mining robots from the Azura ship and quietly harvest the ore inside the Qingyun, Qingfeng, Qingmu, and Qingshi gates. Understood, brother. As you wish, Lord Castellan. The two clasped their fists and left. Xiang Yuan faced Toomey next. Toomey, pick a few Azura warriors and slip into Hongcheng tonight. Find that basement, and see if you can recover the Dominion coins. Yes, my king. Toomey's eyes glowed red, murderous yet respectful. Finally, Xiang Yuan looked to the silent Kong Fuzi. Sir, how do we fight the watchguard? Wait for them, or strike first? Kong Fuzi stroked his beard, thinking for a moment before speaking in a low, steady voice. Taking the initiative is best. If they drag the battle into any of the four gates Qingyun, Qingfeng, Qingmu, or Qingxi, it will disrupt our covert mining. Better to locate their base and hit them first. Xiang Yuan considered this and found the reasoning sound. He immediately used his communicator to contact Shiluo. Shiluo, can you locate the Watchstar Army's camps? Master, the planetary scan is complete. Earth Spirit Star has 7 Watchstar Army bases. The nearest is 100 li north of Hong City and holds 200,000 troops. I've also upgraded your communicator. It can now display the full attribute strength of any enemy unit. The calm synthetic voice made his eyes light up. Knowing an opponent's complete stats was the key to victory. He decided to rest for the night and launch a dawn raid on the nearest camp. The night passed without incident. At daybreak, Mia led a squad of Azuro warriors into the Azure Cloud Hall. Each carried several rough black cloth sacks and dropped them with a dull thud. A quick scan showed the hall. Dominion coins, 100 million. So Kunsha really is the richest man in Hong City, Xiang Yuan remarked. After stowing the fortune in his storage space, he ordered Mia, muster every Azuro warrior march at once. An hour later, the plaza outside the hall bristled with armor. More than 500,000 Azuro warriors stood in formation, their boots striking the ground in a deep, steady rhythm. They needed no rousing speeches. A single phrase time for war was enough to ignite their fighting spirit. They followed Xiang Yuan aboard the Shura cruiser. The hull sealed with a boom, and the deck sank like a giant beast into water. Activating physical stealth, the vessel turned into a shimmering ripple of air and sped toward the target 100 li north of Hong City. Soon they hovered directly above the camp. Through the viewports they saw an immense military complex. Barracks packed together, drill grounds everywhere, endless ranks of Watchstar units sweating through their formations. Strangely, the looming shadow overhead drew no notice. Not a single soldier looked up. Xiang Yuan pointed his communicator at the camp. A concise readout appeared. Unknown endless unit. Full attribute strength, 60. Shiluo could not gauge the unit's growth potential, leaving their exact levels a mystery. Xiang Yuan compared the numbers. His fire class Azuras were level 51 with a strength of 61. Stat-wise the sides were close, but Azuro warriors had monstrous room to grow. He concluded that these Watchstar troops were probably high-level, perhaps even above 90. On Celestial Dynasty, Star many 90-plus units had attribute scores below 60. Holy Sage Star was similar, except its units could break the 90-level cap. That meant even a mere third-ring Endless Lord could field troops with stats over 60. Clearly, the soldiers below were not the Watchstar Army's elite. It didn't matter. Xiang Yuan was ready to take the camp first. Shura, hit that camp with everything we've got. Xiang Yuan barked. Still cloaked, the Shura warship shuddered above the Jinqing army encampment before its enormous jet-black hull emerged, blotting out half the sky like a living shadow. Soldiers drilling below felt the light dim, looked up, and froze. A split second later, a piercing alarm ripped through the base too late to save them. Gunports all along the hull snapped open. After a brief alignment of cold metal arms, torrents of fire and high-explosive shells cascaded downward like a storm. In moments the camp was torn apart, explosions turning it into a sea of flame. Buildings collapsed, pillars of smoke rose, and the Jinqing troops were swallowed by the blaze before they could react. Through a tactical holo display, Xiang Yuan watched the ground become charred rubble. Still uneasy, he worried about stragglers ramming the ship, so he gave the next order without hesitation. All Azuro warriors, disembark. Leave no Jinqing alive. The bay doors yawned open. Mia vaulted out first, obsidian armor gleaming red in the firelight, and hundreds of thousands of Azuro warriors poured after him. Moments later, energy flares burst from the ruins. Fewer than 200,000 Jinqing soldiers launched skyward, silver spears flashing as they charged straight at the Shura. The Azuro warriors flipped, formed ranks in midair, and crashed head into them. The numbers were lopsided, and the Azura were individually stronger. Blades rang, spears splintered, armor cracked. Explosions and screams merged into a single roar. In mere moments, the entire Jinxing force lay slaughtered, their blood mist fueling the roaring fires. With the field finally silent, Xiang Yuan left the ship and hovered over the ruined camp. His spiritual sense surged outward, sweeping every inch of scorched earth. Suddenly his eyes gleamed. A massive repository lay hidden deep underground. Tu Mia, with me. He dove, Tu Mia and several Azura warriors at his heels. Boom! One blast of condensed spiritual power ripped open the ground. Dust cleared to reveal a vast stone vault. Rows of shelves stacked with jade bottles of pills, piled like miniature mountains and heavy with medicinal fragrance. A quick probe told Xiang Yuan these were all cultivation elixirs, far more than he had seized from the four great sects combined. He flicked his wrist. A powerful vortex swept up the bottles and whisked them into his storage space. This raid didn't just erase a Jinxing camp, Xiang Yuan exulted. With these pills, the power of my 500,000 Azura warriors will surge. After a final sweep to ensure nothing remained, he led his men back aboard. Azura bodies, after all, could swallow elixirs without pill poison and developed almost no resistance at all. After stripping the battlefield of its spoils, Xiang Yuan led every Azura warrior back aboard the Shura ship and set a course for Qingyun Mountain. The stars were dim along the way. Residual flames had blackened the railings, while piles of energy crystals and pieces of Jinxing Jun armor glittered coldly beneath the lamps. The ship settled onto Qingyun Mountain, its ramp descending as more than 200,000 four-armed Azura warriors poured out. Their footsteps made the summit plaza tremble. Xiang Yuan issued a crisp order: stand by and prepare to receive your pills. Almost simultaneously, every city on Dilling Star was rocked by a staggering rumor. A Jinxing Jun garrison near Hongcheng had been wiped out by a rebel force. Because the authorities would never admit such a humiliation, factions and individuals scrambled to confirm the news, sending all inquiries back toward Hongqing. The streets erupted in shock. Only now did the locals grasp how terrifying the four-armed outsiders truly were. They had erased a Jinxing Jun camp without leaving a single survivor. Inside a tower at the heart of Dilling City, Hong Tao stood by a window, clad in black and gold armor. His fingers dug into the frame until it creaked, his gaze dark as he stared down at the lights below. A never-ending Legion officer knelt at his feet, voice trembling. My lord, the rebel force numbers at least 200,000. Hong Tao wheeled around, fury blazing. Useless. You can't even give me an exact count? Forgive me, lord. Xiang Yuan committed more than 200,000 troops, but he left no witnesses. We can't obtain a more precise figure yet. Hong Tao's face turned even darker. Runes flickered at his cuffs as violent energy swirled in his palm. After a long pause, he spoke coldly. They dared to raid my garrison, so their next move must be to flee. Lock down Dilling Star. Sweep every sector, find their exact numbers and their key figures. This time, not a single one of them escapes. To Hong Tao, a lord of the never-ending Legion was virtually invincible. A successful ambush was miracle enough. He never imagined anyone would confront him heat. What he didn't know was that escape was the last thing on Xiang Yuan's mind. Night on Qingyun Mountain was banished by 10,000 spirit lamps blazing like day. At the center of the plaza, pill bottles were piled into a jade-bright hill, their fragrance hanging thick in the air. Hands clasped behind his back, Xiang Yuan had already formed a plan. If his troops' power rose sharply tonight, he wouldn't hesitate to loot the 6 remaining Jinxing Jun garrisons. The data for his Azura host floated in his mind. 1. 2 rank Azura, level 61, overall attribute strength 81. 2. Zan rank Azura, level 57, overall attribute strength 67. 3. New rank Azura, level 55, overall attribute strength 65. 4. Hue rank Azura, level 51, overall attribute strength 61. Behind these cold numbers lay a force fierce enough to shake the stars. Collect your pills in order and swallow them on the spot. At his command, the dense ranks of Azura warriors formed tidy lines, each cradling a case of vials. They sat cross-legged before the grand hall and downed the medicine. As the pills dissolved, they closed their eyes to regulate their breath, the roar of their blood merging into muted thunder. Moments later, deep red Azura aura burst from their pores like a fog of flame. The whole plaza seemed to drown beneath a crimson cloud, a sight as breathtaking as it was terrifying. Xiang Yuan's face lit with satisfaction. The pills were working, and working well. More than 500,000 Azura warriors swallowed cultivation pills at the same time to boost their power, and the process dragged on for hours. On Qingyun Square, the scent of medicine rolled like waves. Night lay still as water, while Xiang Yuan stood at the square's edge from start to finish, eyes fixed on the dense ranks of Azura warriors. His spiritual sense fanned out constantly, ready to intervene if any fighter lost control while refining the drug's power. By first light, every Azura was still seated cross-legged, bands of red and black energy flickering across their bodies as they continued to digest the pills. Xiang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled out his personal communicator, a device that could read the warriors' power levels in real time. The screen flared, and the numbers jumped, drawing a grin he could not hide. 1. 2 generation. 2 Mia and his cohort had shot up to level 66, a 5-level leap, with an all-attribute score of 86. He judged that 90% of endless units on Tianxiao Star could not hit 86 even beyond level 100. On Tianxing Star, that figure would still let them walk anywhere unchallenged. 2. Zhan and new generations. Each line gained 6 levels. Zhan warriors now sat at level 63 with 73 points. New warriors at level 61 with 71 points. 3. Hua generation. The most striking 7 levels in one go, reaching level 58 with 68 points, almost overtaking the other 2 lines. They had yet to break level 90, yet their stats already surpassed what ordinary endless units achieved at that mark. Xiang Yuan longed to capture another Monitor Star core camp on the spot, hoping to seize a fresh batch of pills. The camps, he reasoned, stored the drugs for periodic use enough to spike combat strength while limiting toxicity and resistance. Ordinary endless troops could purge any toxicity by stopping the pills. Azura, however, could refine both toxicity and resistance into fuel, letting them dose almost without limit, something no other race could match. Reining in his thoughts, Xiang Yuan snapped the communicator shut. Tu Mia opened his eyes first. A flash of gold-red light preceded an aura that roared skyward. Waves of Azura warriors awoke in turn, chests heaving, battle lust boiling over. A heartbeat later, hundreds of thousands dropped to one knee as one, their shout shaking the square. "Thank you, my king, for your favor." The display of fervent loyalty made Xiang Yuan beam, and he waved them to their feet. Without hesitation, he linked to the Shura intelligence system. "Shura, where's the nearest Monitor Star Core camp?" "Master, scan complete. The closest target lies near Luqing, 3,000 li west of Hongqing, housing 200,000 enemy endless units." Xiang Yuan fell silent in thought. He still had not uncovered the true trump cards of the supervisory forces on Dilling Star, yet a plan for a war of attrition suddenly struck him. With enough luck, he might grind the Monitor Star Core on this world to dust, provided every camp held a sizable stock of cultivation pills. He led the Azura army in a lightning-fast raid, seized the pills, and refined them at once. Living off the spoils of war sent everyone's strength soaring. Xiang Yuan told himself that the Azura warriors had to reach an even more frightening level before the final showdown with the Starguard elite. Bold to the point of madness, Xiang Yuan hesitated only a heartbeat before deciding to risk everything. "One big gamble," he muttered. If the Starguard camp held no vast stockpile of cultivation pills, he would simply take the Shura battleship and flee, abandoning the black gold mine without a second thought. He ordered every Azura warrior back aboard. Ji Wuyao, Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, and Kong Fuzi remained behind to guard the main base, while he personally led the strike force. The Shura battleship tore through the sky, darting from city to city until it hovered above Luqing in the blink of an eye. Through the observation ports, Xiang Yuan saw the massive military camp below. It was even larger than the previous Starguard base, though laid out in almost identical fashion. The ship remained physically cloaked, so the garrison noticed nothing, but Xiang Yuan observed a higher alert level. No drills, every soldier in full gear, heavy weapon platforms manned to capacity. Xiang Yuan merely sneered. Those guns might as well have been stone tools against the Shura battleship. "Shura, bomb the camp. Wipe out every heavy weapon emplacement." "As you command, master." The moment he spoke, the jet-black hull shimmered into view directly above the camp. Alarms split the night, answered only by the battleship's thunderous barrage. Every firing point was reduced to twisted scrap, explosions painting the darkness blood red. As always, Xiang Yuan and his warriors dropped from the belly of the ship and hovered high overhead. "Exterminate them, leave no one alive." The warriors formed Azura cannons and blasted any Starguard unit that tried to take to the air. Between volleys, Xiang Yuan scanned the remnants below. Their attributes still hovered in the low 60s, pathetically weak. After 2 hours of relentless fire, the fight was over. The Starguard camp had been erased. During the battle, Xiang Yuan had already swept the underground levels with his spiritual sense and found what he expected: a pill depot even larger than the last. Its stockpile easily twice as great. He could not keep the grin off his face. An hour later, the depot was stripped clean. Xiang Yuan's force reboarded the battleship and broke contact at once. He had no intention of returning to Qingyun Mountain. The detour would waste precious time. Instead, every Azura warrior began cultivating right there on the cloaked battleship, an ideal, hidden sanctuary for another leap in power. Inside the Shura battleship, Xiang Yuan quickly handed out every newly captured cultivation pill to more than 500,000 Azura warriors, then ordered them to refine the medicine together in the ship's vast exercise bay. Long lines of metal tables stretched wall to wall, each holding freshly opened crates. The crisp pop of twisting bottle caps rose one after another, and a faint medicinal scent drifted from amber-colored pellets. 500,000 warriors sat cross-legged in perfect rows, their forearms forming intricate seals. Under the ship's steady lights, violet-black patterns glimmered across their skin as they swallowed the pills and drew out their power. With his troops settled, Xiang Yuan walked alone down a steel corridor and entered the cockpit. The main console arced in a crescent, obsidian screens floating in midair. Shura, take us to the nearest sentinel garrison, he said briskly. Yes, master, the ship's AI answered in a calm female voice. Target locked. Estimated flight time, 30 minutes. Scans detect roughly 200,000 enemy endless units on site. Xiang Yuan nodded, icy eyes fixed through the holographic viewport on the distant starfield, waiting for the next hunt. Dilling Star, capital prefecture Dilling City. The council hall of the Lord's Manor blazed with light. Hong Tao sat rigid on his throne, knuckles white on the armrests, face dark with anger. You're sure the garrison near Lucheng was also destroyed by those forearmed Shura? His voice was low, tightly leashed, yet it echoed across the vast chamber. Below the dais, an endless soldier knelt on one knee, cold sweat dripping onto the carpet. Yais, my lord, he whispered, fearing the storm above him. Hong Tao drew a deep breath and forced his rage down, eyes narrowing in thought. These forearmed Shura are no ordinary raiders. After wiping out one camp, they didn't flee Dilling Star, they struck another. What are they after? He ran a swift inventory of his posts. Aside from the costly cultivation pills he had bought with a fortune in sovereign coins from the second ring, there was little worth stealing. If it's pills they want, one warehouse could supply 1,000,000 troops. Why risk raiding a second? Only one alarming answer remained. Are they planning to obliterate my entire Sentinel army on Dilling Star? The thought made Hong Tao spring to his feet, his robes rustling across the steps. Outsiders, so brazen, he muttered, then calmed. A veteran of the endless continent wars, he knew how to respond. If they aim for total annihilation, I won't let them pick us off one by one. Hong Tao issued orders at once. 1. Launch a citywide search for the cloaked starship. 2. Pull 70% of the endless troops from each of the remaining 5 garrisons and concentrate them in Dilling City for a decisive battle. Couriers sprinted from the hall, their urgent footsteps echoing down the corridors. Yet Hong Tao had just made another strategic mistake. Xiang Yuan's goal was simple: loot their camps, not fight their armies hidden. Within half an hour, the cloaked Ashura ship was hovering above another Starguard Corps outpost. While the Azura warriors remained deep in pill refinement, Xiang Yuan stayed silent and swept the base with his spiritual sense. Something was off. Long columns of endless troops were marching away, leaving only a token guard behind. Stranger still, the underground pill depot was untouched. The retreating soldiers hadn't taken a single elixir. Xiang Yuan frowned. What game were they playing? An ambush was the obvious answer. Pull back the main force. Wait for him to bombard the camp, then swarm the Ashura ship. He ordered a full tracking scan to follow every departing unit. The sensors soon reported all endless troops had already moved far beyond the perimeter and showed no sign of stopping nearby. His ambush theory collapsed. Puzzling. Yes, yet with the pill depot wide open, there was no need to dig any deeper. An hour later, 2 Mie strode onto the bridge. Every Azura warrior had finished refining pills, and their strength had skyrocketed. Xiang Yuan checked the numbers. 1. 2 generation, up 4 levels to 70, all stat power 90. 2. Zhang generation, up 5 levels to 68, all stat power 78. 3. New generation, up 5 levels to 66, all stat power 76. 4. Hui generation, up 6 levels to 64, all stat power 74. Satisfied, he issued orders. The Ashura ship would blanket bomb the camp while he led the warriors out to mop up any stragglers. With the main garrison gone, resistance was negligible. Fire and detonations raged for less than an hour before the entire base lay in ruins, not a single survivor left. Xiang Yuan scooped up another cache of cultivation pills, regrouped his men, and set course for the next Starguard stronghold. News of the disaster reached Hong Tao in distant Dilling City moments later. As Lord of the Star, he was livid and helpless. The enemy struck without warning. No one knew where they would hit next. 1 or 2 lost camps could be covered up, but 3 in a row? Rumors were already flooding every city on Dilling Star. The Starguard Corps was finished, their roots about to be ripped out. Hong Tao, desperate for a fight he could win, ordered all forces to rally around him. He still controlled 400,000 elite endless troops, all above level 130, with all stat power no lower than 90. In his eyes, no outsider could ever match the endless troops at full strength. Born formidable and reinforced by such high attributes, they should be invincible to any ordinary forcer, any cultivator. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan was steering the Ashura ship toward yet another Starguard camp, and the power of his Azura warriors continued to climb. Half a month slipped by. During that time, Xiang Yuan led the Azura battleship to smash the Monitor Star Army's last 3 camps, saving the headquarters in Dilling City for last. On top of the victories, he emptied the camp's warehouses of cultivation pill so many that even the reserve storerooms were crammed full. The moment he secured the haul, he ordered the ship to a barren stretch of land, activated its cloaking field, and let the vessel sink into silence like a sleeping iron beast. All 50+ million Azura warriors then filed into their cultivation pods, gulping down pills in a frenzy. The scent of medicine inside the hull grew so thick it nearly condensed into mist. A day later, 7 deafening roars exploded from the aft cargo bay, the shockwaves making the bulkheads quake. Xiang Yuan's pulse jumped to Mia, and the others must have hit a breakthrough. He headed straight for the bay. He opened the door to a stunning sight. 2 Mia and 6 comrades hovered in midair, their already burly frames swollen even larger, each having sprouted a second pair of arms, 6 in total. The new limbs bulged with muscle, black runes crawling over the skin and glinting with a cold, eerie light. With 6 arms flared wide, they resembled 7 ancient war gods descending to the mortal world. Xiang Yuan instantly pulled up 2 Mai's status panel. 2 Mia level 96 armed void defying Azura ultimate form. Attack, 110. Defense, 110. Magic resist, 110. Mystic power, 110. Trait unlocked. Azura energy 50005000. Skills, 10 forms of Azura. Secret art, world-ending Azura cannon. Advanced cannon exclusive to the 6-armed form. Each arm can fire an Azura cannon independently. When all 6 combine, they unleash the world-ending Azura cannon. Azura strength. Every arm wields tremendous force. Together they can rip anything apart. Extra abilities, Azura shield, Azura flash. Growth potential, gains 1 to all stats per level. It took only seconds for Xiang Yuan to grasp how terrifying this form was. At close range, 6 simultaneous strikes meant 4 extra limbs over any opponent. Most defenses would crumble, especially under such brutal strength. At range, the 6 arms could shift angles and timing at will, weaving an all-encompassing net of cannon fire. And if they combined to form the world-ending Azura cannon, the name alone spelled disaster. Picturing Azura warriors whirling through battle, blasting in every direction, he reached a single conclusion. Azura are the perfect warriors. When the energy settled, 2 Mia landed on deck and bowed. My lord, I kept taking those pills, but they don't seem to work anymore. Xiang Yuan had expected this. If stolen pills alone could boost his fighters without limit, it would be far too easy. He shook his head. You're not overdosing, and you're not poisoned. The medicine has simply reached its limit. It no longer carries enough potency to push you further. His eyes gleamed as he began plotting their next source of power. The real reason, then, was clear. The pills had run out of strength. They could no longer drive 2 Mia and the others to advance. The next day, the 1,000 war-class Azura finished their pill-driven training. All of them hit level 90, becoming 6-armed Photon Azura with 100 points in every attribute. On the 3rd day, the 40,000 Fury-class Azura broke through in turn, likewise reaching level 90 and transforming into 6-armed Photon Azura, each boasting full stat scores of 100. By the 4th day, the remaining 500,000 Fire-class Azura advanced as well. 500,000 6-armed Photon Azura stood in perfect ranks, all at level 90, every stat maxed at 100. Scanning the vast parade ground, Xiang Yuan eyed the army in black armor, their killing intent rolling like a tide. With everyone now equal in power, the old war, fury, and fire labels were meaningless. It was time to forge a true elite legion. After a brief pause he declared, "You are all Photon Azura now. I will merge you into one core. From this moment on you fight under a single banner. Any objections? Grant us a name, my king." Hundreds of thousands of Photon Azura dropped to one knee, their shout shaking the heavens. "Very well. You are the Bloodblade Photon Legion, to be led for now by 2 Mia and his 6 lieutenants." "Yes, my king." The answer thundered back, murderous intent spearing the clouds. A satisfied smile tugged at Xiang Yuan's lips. He turned and ordered, "Shura, cloak at once and head for the monitoring corps headquarters on planet Deliang. Time for the final reckoning." "Understood, master." The AI's reply had barely faded before the massive Shuro warship lifted off, its stealth plating gleaming as it streaked toward Hong Tao's command center. Hours later, a military base the size of a steel city filled the bridge viewport. High walls, moats, and watchtowers ringed the compound. Its footprint dwarfed the 3 bases they had already raised combined. Inside, armed patrols paced every street. Rows of anti-aircraft guns stood ready, each manned by a gunner with a spotter sweeping the sky. Through binoculars they were clearly waiting for the Shura ship to appear. One glance told Xiang Yuan these soldiers were ordinary humans, not Hong Tao's endless units. The ploy was obvious. Lure the Shura ship in with fragile conventional troops, then charge in with elite endless forces for a heat-and fight. A straight-up brawl with the Shura ship and the Bloodblade Legion? Hong Tao is dreaming. Xiang Yuan shook his head, cold light flashing in his eyes. "Shura, can you carpet bomb the entire base anti-air batteries and barracks alike?" Affirmative, master. Good. Open fire. Bloodblade Legion, stand by to disembark. Yes, my king. An instant later the cloaked Shura ship hovered over the base. A storm of missiles and laser beams rained down as the vessel dropped its cloak and revealed its massive frame. Sirens howled across the compound. But before a single gun could lock on, the barrage had already turned towers, emplacements, and barracks into a sea of flame. Amid the inferno, an internal alert sounded. Master, multiple high-energy signatures detected to the north, closing fast. Xiang Yuan sneered and clenched his fist. So eager for a fair fight? Bloodblade Legion, disembark with me. Soon, Xiang Yuan led the Bloodblade sky-defying legion away from the Azura warship and sped north. Within moments, shrill alarms blared across Hong Tao's base. He immediately dispatched the 400,000 silver-armored Endless soldiers who had been waiting in formation, rushing them toward the outer defense line. Excitement flashed across his face. Xiang Yuan was like a midnight mosquito, maddeningly persistent yet impossible to swat. And at last that pest was charging straight at him. Suddenly a vast shadow rolled across the sky, and countless figures poured forward like a collapsing mountain. Hong Tao realized in an instant that the enemy had chosen to strike first, and in numbers that seemed to exceed even his own 400,000. Worst of all, every single one of them could fly. As the distance shrank, he finally saw them clearly. Bone armor twisted into snarling shapes, muscles knotted and swollen, warriors who looked like devils loosed from the abyss. His pupils contracted. Endless soldiers. How could outsiders wield such a forbidden force? Before the thought had finished forming, his adjutant cried, "My lord, they're coming fast, let's hit them now and catch them off guard." Stifling his shock, Hong Tao's gaze turned razor-sharp. "Brothers, ready the sky-piercing bows. Once they're in range, bring them down in a single volley." 400,000 silver-clad warriors lifted their arms in unison and drew the heavy metal bows from their backs. Runes along the limbs glimmered with cold light, and the arrows, wrapped in gray-blue arcane force, could punch clean through the thickest armor, far deadlier than any high-end anti-material rifle. High above, Xiang Yuan looked down at the dense ranks below and curled his lip in contempt. "Outdated toys, and you dare challenge my range?" He sneered. All Azura warriors, Azura cannons, blanket barrage. The Bloodblade sky-defying legion had not yet crossed into the sky-piercing bow's maximum kill zone when their 6 arms shot upward, lightning and flames swirling into blinding white spheres. To Hong Tao it was as if a swarm of stars had ignited at once. The very next heartbeat brought an apocalypse. Beams as thick as a man's arm lanced out in unbroken sheets, falling like a torrential downpour. A chorus of screams ripped through his formation. Where the beams struck, endless soldiers were punched through or sliced clean in half, flesh sizzling and Sharita scene of pure, unthinkable carnage. Hong Tao's nerves tightened, but he was no fool. The enemy could fly, and a retreat would only turn his men into moving targets. He roared, "All units, charge. The moment you're in range, loose every arrow you've got." War horns blared across the field. The endless troops, loyal by nature, trampled over the bodies of their fallen comrades and lunged toward Xiang Yuan's position without a hint of fear. High above, Xiang Yuan looked down with a thin, cold smile. "All Azura warriors, gain altitude, get clear of their archers, and keep firing the Shura cannons." With a deep hum, hundreds of Azura warriors beat their bone wings and shot upward dozens of meters. Blood-red flares lit along their cannons, and thick beams of energy poured from the sky, smashing straight into Hong Tao's ranks. How is this possible? He gasped. His only counter to airborne troops, his archers, were once again useless. Arrows fell short, while the soldiers below were shredded by the Shura cannon's deadly web. In only 2 exchanges, the battle flipped completely. Hong Tao watched the 400,000-strong army had built through years of blood and sweat crumble in minutes, as if someone were burning his life savings for sport. Melee units that can devastate from long range, what kind of monsters are these? Terror like had never known crawled through his heart. Xiang Yuan had kept his spiritual sense locked on Hong Tao from the start. He recognized the Lord at once, but spared him for last. In less than half an hour, Hong Tao's army was dust. Hong Tao remained rooted in place. He didn't run, didn't even think of fighting himself. The defeat was absurd beyond belief. A single question looped in his mind. Am I really just that weak? I survived the endless continent back, then how many lords managed that? A rush of wind split the air. Xiang Yuan landed before him with several Azura warriors, their vast bone wings casting a shadow. "You're the master of Guling Star?" Hong Tao came to himself, despair dulling even his fear. "I am. Kill me, skin made of what you want. Hand over every asset you own," Xiang Yuan said, voice colder than steel. "He'll let you die by your own hand. Refuse, and he'll drag you through the streets before I take your head." Driven to a corner, Hong Tao's eyes flared, but the spark died in an instant. "They'll give you everything. But tell Muhat, Endless Lord, are you people? Hand it over and kill yourself." A bitter laugh twisted Hong Tao's mouth. "So naive of me. Everything I have is in the underground vault beneath that military base. Will you find it yourselves? Or shall I lead the way? Kill yourself. The two words fell like a death sentence. Hong Tao's throat bobbed. He wanted to bargain, to take one more breath, but a flash of red sliced across his neck. Blood sprayed. The light fled his eyes, and he crumpled. Xiang Yuan wiped the blood blade clean and barked, "Bloodblade Foe Heaven Legion," to the base. Soon they reached the military compound, now a scorched ruin after the Shura ship's bombardment. Charred walls swayed in the smoke. Not a single survivor remained. Xiang Yuan released his spiritual sense, sweeping through the mangled wreckage. Moments later, he located a large underground vault. Before long, Xiang Yuan led the 7 members of the extermination squad into an underground storeroom. The space was roughly 200 square meters, its overhead lights as bright as midday. In the center, sacks and stacks of Dominion coins were piled into a wall of gold that glittered like rolling waves. A quick calculation told Xiang Yuan there had to be at least 500 million coins, enough to pave a vast, radiant beach on the surface. Yet the display rack covering the entire wall behind the coins drew his attention even more. More than 100 antique-looking items, bronze vessels, jade pieces, lacquered woodwork, metal weapons rested there, each locked in place by a gentle light array and clearly better protected than the coins. A thought flashed through his mind. Could these antiques be worth more than the Dominion coins? He dismissed it almost at once. The Endless Lord would never waste effort on useless ornaments. He swept the shelves with his divine sense, confirmed there were no formations or traps, and reached for a bronze incense burner no larger than his palm. The instant his fingers brushed the metal, a stream of mysterious energy surged into his body like living water. Hiss! Startled, he let go. The censer dropped back onto the shelf as he turned his senses inward to check for hidden danger. Ding! You have absorbed 1 point of Celestial Sage Fortune. Generating Celestial Sage Data Panel. Ding! Current identity detected. Endless Lord. Synchronizing your data panel. Ding! Synchronization complete. Would you like to view your personal information? The long silent notifications sounded in rapid succession, leaving Xiang Yuan frozen in place. Celestial Sage Fortune, it felt similar to the fortune points sold in the Tianchao Star Fortune shop. Even more surprising, a single point had triggered an entirely new data panel. Curiosity prevailed. Show me, he answered in his mind. Name, Xiang Yuan. Title, Azura, God Emperor Supreme. Identity, Ordinary Star Citizen. Physique, Bloodblade Azura Emperor Star Forged Body complete. Combat data, Realm, Soul Forging Realm, First Refinement. Overall combat power, 300. Weapon, Lifebound Bloodblade. Bloodblade attributes, 380 attack power, 139 attack speed, 100 of attack damage converts to personal stamina, 100 of attack damage heals own injuries. Each attack inflicts an additional 100 poison damage, causing wounds to worsen continuously and inducing sluggishness, dizziness, and paralysis. Mythic attribute, massive phasing extends the blade's phantom by 40 meters. Skills, Appraisal, Azura Slash, Azura Unrivaled Slash. Endless Bloodblades requires Azura Chi. Endless Bloodblades. Manifest an unlimited number of lifebound bloodblades proportional to the Azura Chi within the body and command them to attack. Azura Secret Arts, Azura Chi, Slaughter Devour, Azura Battle Soul. Azura Chi. Any attack imbued with Azura Chi can annihilate all things. Slaughter Devour. Killing any life form automatically absorbs its primal energy and converts it into Azura Chi. Azura Battle Soul. Consumes Azura Chi to awaken the battle souls of subordinate Azura warriors, granting their attacks Azura Chi. After reviewing his personal data, Xiang Yuan was filled with amazement. The interface before him was almost identical to the one he had used on Tianchao Xing. 1. All attribute strength 244 had been replaced by realm, soul refining stage. 2. Overall combat power now read 300. 3. His status showed ordinary star citizen. 4. The Tianchao Xing coins he had accumulated had been converted into Dominion coins. 5. His stored fortune had become Tianxing fortune points. 1. Once he confirmed everything, he looked around the hall. More than 100 antiques were stacked up like a small mountain, treasures much like the items exchangeable for fortune in the fortune shop back on Tianchao Xing. With a flick of his sleeve, he stored every piece in the Starry Dragon robe's inner space. He intended to ask Ji Wuyao to update Tianxing Xing's data panel as soon as he returned. Just as he was about to leave, a soft chime sounded and a new window appeared. New citizen of Tianxing Xing detected. Friendly reminder. This planet is an Overlord-class dominator star and has produced its signature featured a hall of racial legacy. Function, fully summon the members of your race, allowing their bloodline to continue in this world. Construction site, any unclaimed land on Tianxing Xing. Acquisition, spend 100,000 Tianxing fortune points at the fortune shop to redeem the building model. Description, endless units are not mere killing machines, they have families, friends, and homelands. The Hall of Racial Legacy can summon them all here and ensure their race endures. When he finished reading, Xiang Yuan turned to the burly Azura beside him. Tumia, do you still have family? A flash of suppressed sorrow crossed Tumai's eyes. It vanished almost instantly, and he answered in a low voice. I do, my king. Xiang Yuan continued. Would you like to bring them here, your family, your friends, the entire clan? I want every Azura on this world so we can build a home together. Tumai's eyes widened in shock, and the 6 other Azura too among them looked at Xiang Yuan in unison. My king, is that truly possible? Serving you in battle for life is already reward enough. You need not attempt something so nearly impossible for our sake, Tu Mie said, voice trembling despite his deep tone. Only then did Xiang Yuan fully understand. These Azura, who had fought at his side for years, were not cold weapons. They were flesh and blood, bound to loved ones they had willingly set aside for him. His resolve hardened. He would use the Hall of Racial Legacy to rebuild an Azura homeland on Tianxing, reunite his brothers with their families, and formally introduce the Azura race to the world, founding a divine Azura kingdom. He smiled at the 7 warriors. Relax. It's not that difficult. I already know how, and we can do it right here on Tianxing. The 7 could no longer restrain themselves. All of them knelt, voices choked with emotion. My king, thank you. Thank you. Xiang Yuan quickly helped each of them stand. Tu Mie wiped the moisture from his eyes and added, my king, summoning our entire clan will actually aid your cause as well. The Azura race is brimming with talented scientists, though most of them happen to be female. Xiang Yuan blinked in surprise. In his mind, the Azura were nothing but overpowered brutes. Yet Tu Mie had just claimed that some of them did scientific research. You're not all warriors? He asked, puzzled. Tu Mie crossed his arms, chin high. My king, how could that be? If the Azura only knew how to fight, would have become someone else's lackeys long ago. We have our own civilization. The Purgatory realm is simply too barren, otherwise our technology would already be thriving. The Azura commander spoke with ease, leaving Xiang Yuan speechless. A race born for battle had still managed to build its own culture and reap nearly all the benefits. Moments later, he swept the mountain of sovereign coins into the storage space of his Star Dragon robe, led the Bloodblade Defy Heaven Legion back onto the Shura ship, and pulled up his personal status panel. Sovereign coins, 1 billion, 3 million. An increase of 800 million in astronomical sum. Outside the Qingfeng sect gate, a sea of people had gathered. Every major power on Dilling Star had arrived in full regalia, clutching lavish gifts that clogged the stone steps. Jin Zhuan and Ji Wuyao stood at the front, their shouts echoing against the gate. Quiet. Form a line. If you're giving tribute, queue up. Anyone who want line up, leave. They were desperate because word had spread. Hong Tao, Lord of Dilling Star, was dead. The planet had a new master, and the Azura army now held the reins. Jin Zhuan, Ji Wuyao, Feng Zhang, and Kong Fuzi had been worrying about Xiang Yuan's safety, only to discover that outsiders knew more than they did. Setting sentiment aside, they divided the work. 1. Jin Zhuan and Ji Wuyao collected gifts for most of the day. Mountains of gold, jewels, and mine deeds piled up. Some people even surrendered entire estates. 2. Feng Zhang directed disciples to haul the offerings into the warehouse in batches. 3. Elder Kong Fuzi personally took charge of sorting and appraising every single item. By nightfall, the last owner had finally left. Seeing how overly eager everyone was, Jin Zhuan waved a hand. Make it Simplino dinner. Ji Wuyao then politely but firmly ushered the guests down the mountain, so anyone who had delivered a gift was sent off immediately. Just then, Jin Zuan's communicator started to buzz. Excitement flashed across his face, and he pulled it out almost on reflex. Sure enough, it was Xiang Yuan. Big brother, are you coming back? Jin Zhuan spoke in a rush. Yes. How are things at home? Great, really great. A bunch of wealthy patrons showed up out of nowhere with money, so everything here is better than ever. On the other end, Xiang Yuan was briefly stunned. Jin Zhuan hurried to explain the whole story, and only then did Xiang Yuan grasp what had happened. Night fell, and candlelight filled the wind-cleft hall. Kong Fuzi held an account book in both hands and reported in a clear voice, My lord, the gifts we've received contain 2.5 billion Dominion coins in cash. Counting various assets, the total value exceeds 4 billion Dominion coins. The figures made Xiang Yuan raise an eyebrow. He recalled how, when he first arrived on Dilling Star, Ji Wuyao had to sing in the streets for a few spare coins. Now a single wave of gifts brought in 4 billion, and he couldn't help feeling a twinge of emotion. He nodded to show he understood, then turned to Feng Zhang. How's the Black Essence steel coming along for the Azura's hull upgrade? All the ore is ready, my lord, Feng Zhang replied at once. It's stored in the new Black Essence warehouse at Windcleft Sect, so we can start upgrading whenever you order. Good. You're in charge of refitting the Azura. Jin Zhuan, convert these gifts into Dominion coins as quickly as possible. Once Kunch's warship gets its special migration permit, we'll register it and push for entry into the second ring as soon as we can. Understood, big brother. Jin Zhuan nodded hard. Kong Fuzi leafed through the ledger again, then looked up. My lord, some of the gifts are rather odd. They look like antiques, and they feel strangely familiar, but I can't detect anything unusual. Antiques? Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. Do you have one on hand? Give it to Wu Yao to test. Still puzzled, Ji Wu Yao watched as Kong Fuzi drew a small jade figurine from his sleeve and handed it over. The moment it touched her palm, her gaze locked on empty air. Xiang Yuan caught her reaction at once. Wu Yao, did the celestial sage panel appear? Ji Wu Yao nodded vigorously. Brother Xiang Yuan, this is a fortune artifact from celestial sage star. She turned to Kong Fuzi. Sir, all those antiques are fortune artifacts from Tian star. Since the rest of you were born on the Endless Continent, you want react to the man that includes Feng Zheng, Jin Zhuan, and the Azura Legion. Kong Fuzi finally understood and let out a soft laugh. Xiang Yuan asked quickly, how many of these artifacts did we receive in total? About 400, Kong Fuzi answered. Hearing the number, Xiang Yuan broke into a smile. A quick mental sum told him that, at 50 fortune points apiece, 400 artifacts would yield over 20,000 celestial sage fortune points. That was still short of the 100,000 needed to purchase the racial heritage hall, but every bit helped. And with plenty of Dominion coins on hand, he might even buy a few more to close the gap. From that day forward, everything ran flawlessly. No one dared cross the four-armed Shilua again. For an entire month, the Ziyuo's hull was dismantled, reinforced, and rebuilt in the military shipyards. When it rolled out of the slipway, Xiang Yuan and his crew were struck speechless by its new matte black skin, dark as midnight, yet laced with faint technological patterns that caught the light and made the warship look like a crouching beast. Its lines were sharper than ever, and ghostly blue sparks sometimes flashed between the bulkhead seams, giving the impression the ship was alive. What truly chilled the heart, though, was an undefinable sense of dread. Staring at the bow, Xiang Yuan thought of the ghost ships from old films, brand new and dazzling, yet somehow a revenant drifting back from deep space, enough to make anyone's scalp prickle. He had no idea what subliminal cues lay in the design. Bravado and menace coexisted in every curve. Once the overhaul was finished, Xiang Yuan hauled Kunsha fresh from the Dunjanto planet Dilling's ring transfer office to secure a special warship transit permit for the Shilua. Kunsha stayed silent, plotting that the moment the clerks caused trouble, he would escape in the chaos. Bringing a high-grade felon into a government building should have assured plenty of friction. Instead, everything cleared like a green light. The staff bowed to Xiang Yuan. The paperwork took minutes, and the permit was stamped without a hitch. Along the way, Kunsha overheard a hushed remark. Dilling really belongs to Xiang Yuan now. The old garrison was wiped out by that four-armed Shilua. The words hit him like a club. Shock and despair crawled up his spine. There was nowhere left to flee. The ink on the permit was still wet, yet it already gleamed with authority. Xiang Yuan turned and finished Kunsha on the spot, clean, swift, leaving not a drop of blood out of place. Kunsha died wide-eyed, completely unprepared for such ruthlessness. That same day, Xiang Yuan, Jin Zhuan, Ji Wu Yao, Feng Zheng, Kong Fuzi, and the entire Bloodblade Fatian Legion boarded the reborn Shilua. Deck lights flared one by one, silver-white data streams pulsing along the ship's spine and reflecting faces lit by either excitement or grim resolve. Xiang Yuan opened his personal interface Dominion credits, 1.413 billion. The cold number pounded like a war drum against his chest, telling him his resources finally matched his ambition. Today, he would set course for the second orbital ring of Tianqing star. The newly upgraded matte black Azura battleship lifted off once more, pierced straight through Dilling's atmosphere, and swept into open space. Down on the planet, its inhabitants remained completely unaware. Their new master had slipped away without a trace. Inside the cockpit, Xiang Yuan and his companions watched through the panoramic viewport, their eyes fixed on the colossal, kaleidoscopic planet called Tianqing and the second ring of 10 huge, life-bearing worlds that circled it. Azura, take us straight into the second ring, Xiang Yuan ordered. The vessel did not shudder, yet the stars outside slid past at a breathtaking rate. What had seemed like 3 faint brushstrokes of rings from afar still took a full half-hour to reach, even at the Azura's maximum speed. By the time they drew close, the 10 enormous worlds felt as if they were pressed against their very retinas. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Halt immediately. Authorization scan in progress. Halt immediately. Authorization scan in progress. Azura, cut thrust and comply, Xiang Yuan replied at once. After a brief silence, 2 cold electronic voices echoed through the cabin. Vessel designation, Azura. Captain, Xiang Yuan. Registry located. Special ring transfer permit confirmed. Entry to the second ring authorized. Vessel cleared for passage. Cleared at last, Xiang Yuan allowed himself a small smile. Azura, proceed into the second ring and touch down on the nearest planet. His gaze settled on the closest world, where vast swaths of green surged between the clouds, mountains and forests interlacing like natural ramparts. Traffic lanes around it glittered with passing warships, silver streaks composing a gigantic sci-fi mural. The Azura dove toward the planet, flames skimming the hull as it sliced into the atmosphere. Find a sparsely populated, desolate zone and set us down, Xiang Yuan instructed. The battleship finally came to rest in a canyon between two towering peaks. Their summits vanished into mist. Even the immense hull could not frame their outlines. Staring outside, the crew finally understood the planet's green and endless carpet of primordial forest, the air itself visibly crisp. Master, shall I infiltrate the planet's network and retrieve its basic data? The Azura's calm electronic voice asked. Do it, Xiang Yuan nodded. Nobody hurried to disembark, they simply waited. As a pinnacle technomatrix of the machine race, the Azura's intrusion routines inspired absolute confidence in any star system. In less than 3 minutes the voice returned. Master, I have discovered a very peculiar phenomenon common to all 10 life planets in the second ring. Xiang Yuan froze for a moment, then said, let's hear it. Shura unloaded everything he had hacked from the planet's core database. The second star ring held 10 inhabited planets. Each world maintained an official government facade, but behind it stood one of 10 megaconglomerates pulling every string. Their development plans were uncannily alike almost no industry, heavy investment in agriculture and education, and an aggressive pro-birth policy. The moment a family welcomed a newborn, they received a hefty payout and a flood of benefits. At first glance it looked like a model of green development. Zero pollution, first-rate schooling, citizens living in comfort. Yet something felt off to Xiang Yuan, and even Jinzhuan beside him frowned. After a brief silence, Kong Fuzi spoke softly. Why do I feel they're raising people like livestock? The words hit Xiang Yuan like a thunderbolt. He almost grasped the idea, then lost it, so he pressed on. Master, why breed people? Are those conglomerates selling them? Kong Fuzi shook his head. Not selling keeping. They're inflating the population while pouring money into education to create a massive talent pool. A planet that grows in such seemingly healthy fashion is actually warped. Xiang Yuan digested this in silence. Shura opened another holographic screen. Master, I just found some posts on a civilian forum about Tianxing Star. They might help. Let's hear it. Xiang Yuan already planned to enter Tianxing Star and establish a hall of racial heritage as soon as possible. Shura explained that civilians across the second star ring longed to work and live in Tianxing's wild cities, but the vetting process was brutally strict. Xiang Yuan latched onto the term. Wild cities? An actual city? More like a category, Shura replied, projecting an image. Tianxing Star has two types of settlements. First are the endless cities, relics built by endless lords through the endless system ordinary people can't even approach them. Second are the wild cities, erected by common powers through sheer manpower. Without the endless system, every structure is built the hard way. There are no barracks to summon troops, no destiny shops selling fate-linked items. Only then did Xiang Yuan realize a wild city was essentially a regular settlement with almost no special functions. Just then enlightenment flashed across Kong Fuse's face. I understand why those planets are developing this way. Tianxing Star must be crammed with wild cities built by the 10 conglomerates. They're using the inhabited worlds of the second star ring to funnel people, talent, and grain into Tianxing, pushing its growth to the limit. Xiang Yuan's mind cleared in an instant, and the flash of inspiration had earlier snapped into focus. This method of attracting settlers was clearly tied to the growth of his territory. Shura, check what requirements we have to meet before traveling from the second star ring to Tianxing Star. Master, residents of the second star ring may enter Tianxing Star freely, Shura replied, its electronic voice steady. Yet to survive there, ordinary people must be accepted by a local wild city. Without that shelter, the place is dangerous and even basic living needs are hard to secure. Most newcomers therefore take an entrance test and join a wild city directly. It paused, then added, if you can gather enough liquid adamantine to upgrade the ship's energy conduits, I am 90% confident I can calculate the solar system's precise coordinates. The cabin erupted at that news. Ji Wuyao, Kong Fuzi, and the others wore looks of unrestrained joy. Xiang Yuan was just as excited, already decided to rebuild the Azura clan on Tianxing Star, but the chance to chart a route home and occasionally return with the ship mattered just as much. Sadly, the Hall of Racial Legacy could only be constructed on an Overlord-class Dominion star, so he couldn't have everything at once. After a brief moment of thought, he began assigning tasks. Jinzhuan, Shuro will send you every location where special destiny relics are for sale. Buy them all, there's no upper limit. Extermination Squad 1 will guard you. Fengzhong, you're in charge of acquiring liquid adamantine for the ship upgrade. Tuesday will escort you with another squad. Jinzhuan rubbed his palms together, bursting with confidence. No problem at all, boss. Fengzhong nodded solemnly. Consider it done, my lord. Xiang Yuan had always trusted the two men's competence. Delegating was far more efficient than doing everything himself. Over the next few days, Jinzhuan and Fengzhong used Shura's planetary scan to pinpoint target towns and exchanges, then led their teams out. On the deck outside, only Xiang Yuan, Ji Wuyao, and Kong Fuzi remained, awaiting news. That evening the sky was crystal clear. Xiang Yuan stood alone on the deck. A faint breeze funneled through the mountain gorge, rustling the trees. Without warning, a chill raced up his spine, making the proud blood-blade Azura shudder. Something's wrong. His instincts flared. Shura, scan the area. A brief electronic hum followed. Thunderclouds are massing over both ridges of this gorge, Shura reported. 50 kilometers out, a large number of unknown high-intensity energy signatures are advancing at high speed, heading straight for the two peaks. Xiang Yuan froze for half a heartbeat, then ordered the ship to engage stealth mode. Afterward, he located Ji Wuyao and Kong Fuzi, instructed them to stay hidden aboard the Xilhua ship, and set off alone to inspect the twin mountain summits. With his companions secured, Xiang Yuan vaulted from the deck, a streak of light arrowing into the night. The two peaks pierced the clouds and were usually lost in a sea of mist. He had never thought much of if had something been amiss. The Xilhua ship's scanners would have noticed. Tonight, however, the sudden storm gathering above the crest set his nerves on edge. Breaking through the cloud layer, he finally saw what lay between the peaks, a massive iron box, perfectly square, suspended by chains as thick as a child's arm. The box was the size of a small house, its walls laced with violet lightning that writhed like serpents, ready to explode at any moment. The fact that it had escaped the ship's detection surprised him. A rush of wind announced newcomers. He pressed into a shadowed ledge as dozens of cultivators skimmed in on flying swords, encircling the mountains. Ha ha ha, it's back again, a gray-robed elder shouted. The Thunder Lord stashed his life's fortune atop this magnetic thunder forbid dance. This time, he'll weather the storm and claim it. A middle-aged man in blue sneered. Old ancestor Yoha, mastering the nether thunder art doesn't make you invincible. Plenty of lightning adepts have died here. Spare me, the lecture skill decides everything. The elder pointed at the box. That destiny artifact is worth billions of sovereign coins. With it, he'll secure a top post in Endless City on Sacred Heaven's Star. Xiang Yuan watched silently. These two were clearly the strongest. Their cultivation was well past the soul-refining stage. He held his position, waiting. Before the echoes died, Yuha and the blue-robed cultivator charged the box, the rest close behind. Purple clouds churned, and thunderbolts poured down like open floodgates. Boom, boom, boom. The foremost cultivators were vaporized one after another. Only Yoha and the blue-robed fighter survived by deploying spherical shields that absorbed wave after wave of thunder, though both barriers quaked under the onslaught. The storm's brutal force stirred Xiang Yuan's heart. Wasn't this a perfect crucible for tempering the soul? If he could ride the lightning to break through the second refinement, it would be a chance of a lifetime. Lightning raged. The two experts' shields finally shattered, sending them hurtling out of the forbidden zone, bodies charred. They landed, sat cross-legged, and swallowed pills while their disciples formed a defensive ring. Xiang Yuan judged that this magnetic thunder forbid dance likely appeared only once a year. Missing it would be a waste. Without hesitation, he flashed toward the box. An instant later, he stood on its iron surface. Dark violet clouds, as if provoked, hurled a mesh of lightning at him. He sat cross-legged in the box's center and began reciting the soul-refining formulas of the Xilhua canon. The next scene left every cultivator on the Twin Peaks dumbstruck, especially Yoha Laozu and the other lightning-scorched cultivator. Xiang Yuan sat cross-legged atop the heavy iron box, dark clouds churning overhead as endless bolts poured down like a waterfall, hammering his body without pause. In an instant, the scent of charred flesh filled the air, his skin split open, blood and gore spraying everywhere. Yet a heartbeat later, a crimson glow erupted from within him, and before their eyes the torn flesh knit itself back together, overturning everything they thought they knew about bodily limits. What secret art is this? He's regenerating instantly under the peak thunder of the magnetic lightning ban. Yoha Laozu muttered, stunned. The equally blackened Xianyu sect cultivator answered in a low voice. The thunder here is 10,000 times stronger than ordinary lightning. Yoha, whether that kid ends up a charred corpse or survives, we have to take him. He's harboring a massive secret. Yoha Laozu hesitated only a moment before nodding. Fine. Yoha sect will work with Xianyu sect, but no tricks. Of course, the Xianyu cultivator agreed. The two sects' members fanned out between the peaks, watching from a distance as flesh and blood met heavenly lightning heated. Half an hour passed. After swallowing their sect's finest healing elixirs, Yoha Laozu and the Xianyu patriarch had shed most of their scorch marks, yet the shock in their hearts only intensified. The crimson radiance around Xiang Yuan blazed even hotter. Each thunderbolt now produced only a few sparks, no longer shredding his body. He's using the lightning to cultivate, the Xianyu patriarch whispered. Yoha Laozu's eyes gleamed with desire. Exactly. It must be a supreme lightning art. Whatever happens, we have to seize it. It could shake the cultivation world. Before his words faded, Xiang Yuan's blood-colored light flared again, a plume of scarlet flame shooting several meters high. He slowly opened his eyes. A streak of blood-red lightning crossed his pupils, and tiny tongues of fire writhed along the bolt-hand eerie fusion of lightning and flame. In that instant, he completed the second tempering of the soul-refining realm, his combat power jumping a full 100 points to 400, and he felt a distinct mutation in the Shura energy within him. Thunderclouds still raged above the twin peaks, crackling nonstop. Lightning left the iron box beneath Xiang Yuan, and the hanging chains glowing red-hot. Yet he felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, the pain long gone. With a wave of his hand, he tried to store the iron box inside the starry dragon robe's spatial pocket. Buzz the box shuddered violently, and the four chains clanged together with a sharp metallic ring. Xiang Yuan frowned. The chains were unusual. They had locked the box firmly in place. The next instant, he snapped his arms apart, and two blood-red blades appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan swung one blade at a suspension chain. Clang! A sharp report rang out in midair, sending sparks flying. His expression darkened. Weapons that had always sliced through metal now failed to leave so much as a scratch. He switched targets and drove the blade straight at the giant iron chest beneath his feet, hoping to cut it open and scoop out the riches inside. The edge had barely touched the wall before it bounced away. The chest was forged of the same indestructible metal as the chains. Save your strength, Patriarch Yoha called from a mountaintop, hands clasped behind his back and voice gravelly. That box is made of god iron personally gathered by the Thunder Lord, a divine king of the endless continent. Fire and water mean nothing to it. You're not walking away with it. Patriarch Xianhua chimed in with a genial smile. Kid, since you don't fear lightning, come up here. Well, work together, and the treasure will still be yours. Xiang Yuan gave them a frosty glance. While he had been meditating, he had overheard every word. The two patriarchs coveted not only the chest, but also his cultivation method. He would never let that happen, and he still wanted to gauge their true strength. He called up the Heavenly Saint data panel and cast Identify on Patriarch Yoha. Name, Wang Gui. Status, Patriarch of the Yoha sect. Realm, Divided Spirit Stage. Overall combat power. Two major realms above me, he muttered, guessing Xianyue was the same. Thunderclouds churned overhead, bolts as thick as barrels crashing onto him and the chest. Under the searing heat, the chest and its four chains glowed red. Xiang Yuan was momentarily distracted, while the two patriarchs grew visibly anxious. Come up here. We want fight you for it. Yes, we even plan to take you as a disciple. Before their words faded, Xiang Yuan noticed something odd. At the points where the chains met the peaks, sparks spattered and circular runes flickered into view. Lightning raced down the metal and hammered the formations, cracks spreading fast enough to see. The chest was unbreakable, but the anchoring arrays couldn't stand this punishment, he realized. Better to let heaven do the work. All he had to do was stay on the lid and keep drawing lightning. No one would dare come close. The arrays trembled, and the patriarchs' faces turned ashen. All disciples, listen. When those arrays shatter, hit that brat with everything you've got. Yes, sir. Crack spiderwebbed. KRRK crocker crack boom. 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 All four arrays collapsed, and the chains came free. Xiang Yuan reacted instantly. With a flick of his sleeve, the house's chest and its four chains vanished into the Star Dragon robe's storage space. A barrage of spells streaked toward him from the opposite peak. He blurred and triggered Great Transposition, reappearing more than 500 meters up. Yoha and Xinhua locked onto his aura and roared after him, leading their disciples in pursuit. As they closed in, Xiang Yuan shifted again, this time leaping over 1,000 meters. Space ripples blossomed as the chase tore through the sky. Half an hour later, he chose a random direction, unleashed his strongest transposition, and erased every trace of his presence. He vanished from the patriarch's senses entirely. From the start, he had meant to lure them far from the Shura ship just in case. Xiang Yuan hovered over an endless prairie, the only sound the rush of wind past his ears. A quick sweep with his spiritual sense confirmed that the grand shift had flung him at least 100,000 li away, far enough to sever his pursuer's tracking. Certain he was safe, he flipped his hand and produced a Shura-made communicator, intending to contact Ji Wuyao. The smooth screen displayed an auto-update bar. The blue indicator raced forward and, within a minute, announced update complete. Xiang Yuan dialed at once, and the call connected almost instantly. Ji Wuyao's anxious voice burst through. Brother Xiang, where did you go? Thunder rocked the mountaintop a moment ago. If Sir hadn't warned me I'd only cause trouble, I'd have rushed over already. Xiang Yuan laughed aloud. Relax, Wuyao. Stay hidden inside the cloaked Shura ship and keep still. I was fighting for a rare treasure on the peak, but I've shaken them off. I'm perfectly safe. The ship is practically invisible, yet we still can't get careless. Don't let them find you. When will you be back? Soon. I told Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng to keep buying resources at full tilt. Use the communicator if anything comes up. All right, Brother Xiang, but don't keep me worrying too long. The call ended, and the grassland fell silent again. Xiang Yuan spread his spiritual sense. After confirming no living creature was nearby, he waved his sleeve, and a massive black iron box slammed onto the grass, the blades shuddering under its weight. Landing on the lid, he frowned. I've got the thing, but how do I open it? While pondering, He summoned the information panel once more. A pale gold screen appeared, words scrolling across it. Forbidden meteorite iron. Type, metal. Grade, mythic. Description, impervious to blades and flames. That is only the beginning. Its hardness is legendary. Rumor says only an undisclosed, arcane smelting art can melt it. A real tough nut, he muttered as he dismissed the panel. Without the proper method, a fully sealed box like this would be almost impossible to breach. Suddenly his heart skipped. Sensing danger, he stored the iron box back into his spatial ring. The next instant, a squad of sword-riding cultivators streaked overhead, their sword lights like meteors, momentum fierce. Xiang Yuan shadowed them with his divine sense. Only when he confirmed they were heading toward a giant city at the edge of his perception did he exhale. None had noticed the box. With the threat gone, he returned to pondering the treasure inside. Those two old cultivators had claimed it held a hoard of special fortune artifacts. If he could open it, he could go straight to Saint Star and purchase the model for his race's Hall of Heritage. If not, he would have to let Jinzhuan keep buying them piecemeal at exorbitant prices, wasting both time and money. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration lit up Xiang Yuan's mind. It looked as though this planet housed countless cultivation sections. Xiang Yuan figured that someone among them had to be skilled enough to break open the forbidden dark meteorite box he carried. Yet the thought that a greedy sect might join forces to seize his treasure made him waver. Besides, forge masters capable of smelting such metal were already few and far between. If only he could catch one of those smiths alone. With that hope, he darted toward the nearby city to see whether any local sects specialized in forging. He soon touched down outside the gate of Tian City. Ancient brick walls towered overhead, their weather-worn scars glowing beneath the setting sun. The moment he stepped forward, a guard thrust a photograph in front of him, scrutinizing both the picture and Xiang Yuan's face. After a brief comparison, the guard relaxed and flipped the photo around. "Have you seen this man?" he asked quietly. The picture showed a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and ragged clothes. Xiang Yuan shook his head, and the guard waved him through. So they're hunting someone, he thought. Inside, wanted posters covered the walls, drawing small crowds of onlookers. The face on each notice matched the guard's photo. Name, Zhao Hu. Status, former chief grand elder of the Haoqi sect's forging hall. Age, 46. Reward, 100,000 sovereign coins for verified information, 300,000 for killing him, 800,000 for bringing him in alive. Issuer, Haoqi sect. A spark lit Xiang Yuan's eyes. An accomplished forge master traveling alone was exactly what he needed. He turned to a passerby. "Brother, is Zhao Hu really that skilled at forging?" The man sized him up with a smile. "You must be new here. Haoqi sect rules this region when it comes to forging arts, and Zhao Hu used to be their prized chief grand elder. Of course he's skilled. Then why is the sect hunting him? Did he betray them?" The man lowered his voice, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Not Zhao Hu. The sect betrayed him. Care to elaborate?" Zhao Hu's partner Gorgeous, by all accounts, had an affair with the sect leader's son. Zhao Hu caught them in the act and killed the young master on the spot, so the sect put a price on his head. After that tale, the man offered a knowing wave and moved on. Tough break, Xiang Yuan sighed. Any idea where Zhao Hu went? Looking to cash in too, huh? I've no clue where he's hiding, but the sect just deployed a small army to Tian City. Chances are he's still somewhere inside the walls. Xiang Yuan thanked the man and spread his spiritual sense across the city, combing every inch for Zhao Hu. Daylight faded, and he had scanned nearly the entire city without spotting anyone who resembled the fugitive. Just then, a striking woman with a notably flat figure hurried past, glancing around in obvious alarm. She brushed Xiang Yuan's shoulder, murmured an apology, and bolted toward the gate. Odd, she's stronger than she looks, he thought, casting an identification spell. Name, Zhao Hu. Status, former chief grand elder of the Haoqi sect's forging hall on the run. Realm, fusion. Combat power, 700. Well, be. Seeing the female Zhao Hu hurrying toward the city gate, Xiang Yuan immediately sized up her strength. His own combat rating was barely 400, while Zhao Hu's topped 700. Even if experience let him scrape out a win, the clash would raise a racket, drawing patrols of soldiers and Haoqi sect cultivators. If he couldn't subdue her at once, spiriting her away would be impossible. With that in mind, he abandoned any thought of a frontal fight and tailed her in silence. Night had settled in, the alley lamps few and far between. Although Zhao Hu wore women's clothes, she moved with great caution. Clearly, she had chosen darkness for her escape. Just as they neared the gate, a sharp rush of wind sliced overhead. Several sword-riding cultivators skimmed low and dropped directly above the gate. In that instant, Xiang Yuan saw Zhao Hu's shoulders tense, but she quickly regained her calm and kept walking. He wondered why she hadn't simply flown over some quiet stretch of wall. The answer revealed itself at once. The cultivators stayed where they landed, setting up a checkpoint. One of them beckoned the gate captain, speaking with thinly veiled arrogance. "You're in charge here?" "Yes, honored cultivator." "Any fluctuations in the city's barrier?" "None, sir. The barrier's steady, and we've kept an eye on the Gatino trace of Zhao Hu." The cultivator nodded and produced a bronze hand mirror. The sect just learned Zhao who carries a 1,000 faces mask that can change her looks. This is a true sight mirror. Everyone leaving the city tonight will face it. If she's still inside, she won't get past us. Well, guard the gate with you till dawn. His gaze swept the travelers waiting to depart. Zhao Hu's steps faltered, retreat flickered in her eyes. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan stepped up, placed a casual hand on her shoulder, and said in an easy tone, "Out so late, Sister Zhao?" Zhao Hu froze. The cultivator glanced over at the sound, his eyes lingering on the pair. At the critical moment, Zhao Hu drew a quiet breath, relaxed her shoulders, and forced a smile. Yes. The cultivator looked away. Xiang Yuan leaned in, voice almost inaudible. "Zhao Hu, I can get you out right now, but I need a favor on the forging side. Come with me." The taut string in Zhao Hu's chest refused to ease, yet she stayed composed and whispered back, "Who are you? Who sent you?" "No time for explanations," Xiang Yuan said quickly. "I need you to cut open a box made of forbidden black meteor iron. Relax, I'm not interested in the bounty." His voice dropped another notch. "Are you coming or not?" The two of them were almost at the front of the line for the city's exit inspection, and Xiang Yuan, sensing time was short, pressed Zhao Hu urgently. "Forbidden moyun iron, can you smell it?" he asked in a hushed voice, his eyes glittering with sharp intent. Suspicion flickered in Zhao Hu's gaze. The sudden mention of such a rare metal clearly put him on alert. Yet after studying the young man's expression, his wariness eased. With a quick decision, he muttered, "Fine, I'll go with you. Don't fight it." Before the words had faded, Xiang Yuan seized Zhao Hu's collar. Spiritual energy roared through him, and with a burst of the grand transposition art, the pair vanished as though torn from the very air, leaving only a fading afterimage by the gate. The guards and waiting cultivators erupted. They disappeared. Zhao Hus escaped. 10,000 miles away, under a blistering sun, a desolate expanse of gravel shook as the two men spilled from the void. Zhao Hu spun around, voice hoarse with shock. "How did you do that? How far are we from Tian City?" "There's no desert near it." He still wore the guise of a delicate young woman, but the rough male voice coming from that refined face was jarringly out of place. Xiang Yuan frowned and waved him off. "Take the mask off. It's creepy." Sorry." Zhao Hu chuckled awkwardly and peeled away a featureless white mask, revealing the unkempt face that matched the wanted posters exactly. Confirming the identity, Xiang Yuan's eyes brightened. "Do you know how to refine forbidden moyun iron?" "I don't." "What?" Xiang Yuan's expression collapsed. For a moment, he looked ready to drag the man straight back to Tian City. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Hu's forehead. Forbidden moyun iron isn't ordinary metal. Even on St. Heaven Star, it's almost unheard of. How could I know the full refining art? But you only said you needed to cut off a piece, right? If we meet the prerequisites, I might manage to slice a small chunk. Xiang Yuan steadied himself. "What prerequisites?" Zhao Hu spoke quickly, sketching shapes in the air. "First we forge a special flame cutter sword, then inject my proprietary accelerant into the blade. After that I engrave a unique array along its length. Fuse them together, and we can barely start working on the iron." Impatient, Xiang Yuan cut in. "Can you gather all the materials? Or do I need to hunt them down? They're already in my storage ring. I can light the furnace anytime." Zhao Hu's tone was firm, but worry clouded his face. "The real problem comes next." "Say it," Xiang Yuan demanded. "Even with the sword's boost, my forging flame won't be hot enough. And forbidden moyun iron has another quirk. No matter how intense the heat or what secret art you use, it needs 48 uninterrupted hours before it even starts to melt. If the flame dies for a heartbeat, it cools instantly. So either we find someone who can conjure an even fiercer fire, or we grit our teeth and maintain a blistering blaze for 3 full days and nights without a single pause." When Zhao Hu finished, he even cast an apologetic glance at Xiang Yuan. The terms were simply too harsh, and no solution seemed possible in the short run. Xiang Yuan frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then raised a hand and slowly opened his palm in front of Zhao Hu's eyes. With a faint hiss, a blood-red flame sprang from his fingertip. The fire glowed an eerie crimson, tongues of flame twisting as scarlet arcs crackled through it like countless slender serpents of lightning, painting their faces half red, half shadowed. How hot do you think this flame is?" he asked, sounding him out. Zhao Hu's confusion froze into utter shock. Fascination, disbelief, all rushed over his face at once. This is lightning fire." He gasped, his voice strangled. "How can you wield the legendary thunder flame? And this isn't the ordinary kind." His eyes stayed locked on the blood-red blaze, unwilling even to blink. Fire joined with lightning is rare enough, but this crimson energy drives both forces to their limits. I doubt any material, no matter how hard, could last more than a few breaths before it melts. He rattled off his assessment like a master smith appraising a peerless weapon, his tone filled with reverence. The praise made Xiang Yuan uneasy. He nearly quenched the flame on the spot, wary of showing his hand. After only 2 soul refinements, had he already become this formidable? He silently christened the flame Azura Thunderfire. Zhao Hu, still ignoring everything else, lowered his voice, yet kept the respect in it. How long can you maintain this thunderfire? As long as I wish, Xiang Yuan replied calmly. The Azura energy within him was linked to an enormous core Azura pill. As long as that energy remained, the thunderfire would burn without end. Even he did not know how much power the pill held, only that it exceeded the limits recorded in the Azura Codex. Zhao Hu drew a sharp breath, his chest pumping like bellows. Then all the prerequisites are met. Xiang Yuan confirmed softly. Absolutely, Zhao Hu declared, eyes blazing. Give me 3 days. I'll forge you a flame sword right here, one that can slice through forbidden inkfall iron. Before the last word left his mouth, he had already dumped a heap of tools from his storage artifact hammers, tongs, molds, temperature gauges, even a compact smelting furnace, scattering them across the ground as he set to work. Xiang Yuan could do little to help, so he loitered on the sidelines, occasionally sneaking curious glances at Zhao Hu's crafting process. The clang of Zhao Hu's hammer echoed through the semi-enclosed forge, and the interplay of metal and flame cast a blazing light on the walls, now and then washing over Xiang Yuan's profile like breaking waves. On the second day of forging the customized flame-cutting sword, the air was still thick with heat and the scent of reagents when Xiang Yuan's communicator suddenly vibrated. He frowned at the unexpected call. It could only be an emergency from Gyo and tapped the answer key without hesitation. Hey, brother Xiang, something's wrong. You're now the top online fugitive on Zongshan Star. Gyo's anxious voice crackled through the link. Scout ships are circling the area around the Shura battleship, and Master has ordered Jin Zhuan and Feng Zheng back on board to avoid trouble. Xiang Yuan's first thought was that the rescue of Zhao Hu had somehow led to the warrant, but he dismissed it immediately. Zhao Hu's influence, great as it was, could hardly make him the planet's most wanted criminal. Master made the right call. Stay hidden on the Shura battleship. He'll be back in 6 days at most. Then leave Zongshan Star and head for Tianxing Star. After calming Ji Wuyao, he ended the call and used his communicator to search the local net for wanted criminal. When the page refreshed, his own face topped the short list of fugitives, captured in razor-sharp detail against the backdrop of Thunder Magnetic Peak. Wanted. Name, unknown. Crime, theft of Zong Consortium property. Reward, 860,000 Dominion coins for information leading to his whereabouts. Reading the notice, Xiang Yuan quickly pieced things together. The 2 cultivator hounds who had failed to nab him must have reported the loss of the Thunderlord's treasure to the Zong Consortium, which in turn branded him the planet's most wanted man. A quick search on the consortium confirmed his hunch. It matched the real power behind the planet that Shura had once mentioned. He couldn't help but admire the Yoha Patriarch's pursuers. Even with the flames at their backs, they had managed to snap such a crystal-clear image. As for crossing a giant consortium, Xiang Yuan felt no concern. His life had long been a tapestry of battles and bloodshed. 3 more days slipped by. In the forge, sweat rolled down Zhao Hu's temples as he finally drew the flaming sword from the furnace. Crimson fire danced along the blade, as if it could slice the air itself. He then brought out a transparent container filled with a sandfine powder. Working with meticulous care, he weighed each additive to the gram before tipping it in and stirring at a steady pace with a special rod. This was his proprietary accelerant. When everything was ready, he unscrewed a small cap at the pommel, poured the blended powder into the weapon's reservoir, and listened to the soft hiss as it met the flames inside. He replaced the cap, twisted it tight, and locked it in place. By the time Zhao Hu finished the procedure, sweat was pouring down his face, a clear sign of the intense focus he had maintained. Here, he drew a deep breath and handed the now steady flame-cutting sword to Xiang Yuan. The flame's stable enough. Go ahead, try it on the black meteorite steel. Xiang Yuan accepted the blade, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and ignited the Shura thunderfire within him. With a whoosh, scarlet lightning flame engulfed the sword, red arcs crackling along its edge. Zhao Hu's gaze lingered on the spectacle, filled with longing and fascination. A casual wave of Xiang Yuan's arm brought a massive box of black meteorite steel large as a small cottage into view. How did you get your hands on that much black meteorite steel? Zhao Hu stared, dumbfounded. Xiang Yuan offered no explanation. He stepped forward and drove the sword straight at the box. Clang. The blade met the metal wall with a sharp, ringing impact, stopped cold. Unperturbed, he poured every trace of Shura thunderfire into the sword, pinning searing heat against the steel. Day 1. Xiang Yuan held the thrust without twitching a muscle. His sheer endurance left Zhao Hu silently awestruck. Day 2. Dawn. The stance was unchanged. With his free hand, he checked a communicator, counting down the seconds. As the final moment of 48 hours ticked away, the sword sank, finally breaching the wall. So it really takes a full 48 hours to hit melting point, he murmured, eyes flashing. Riding the extreme heat of Shura thunderfire, he sliced through the wall as though it were paper, tearing open a massive gap. Zhao Hu was left speechless. Through the breach, Xiang Yuan saw antiques stacked high inside, each pulsing with its own distinct or undeniably treasures of special fortune. He triggered the starry dragon robe's storage power, sweeping every relic away, then tucked the enormous box in, too. Black meteorite steel was perfect for top-tier armor. None of it could go to waste. A sweep of his divine sense tallied more than 5,000 fortune treasures. At 40 fortune points each, that's over 200,000. Surprise flickered across his face before he forced the emotion down. Turning back to Zhao Hu, he asked quietly, "Where do you want to go? They'll take you there, and we'll call it square." Keeping Zhao Hu around would add a skilled smith to his team, but after careful thought, Xiang Yuan chose to keep his distinction. Endless Lord from Beyond was a secret best left untold. He sensed, however faintly, that if the people of Tianqing Star learned a brand new Dominator Star had appeared, it would spell disaster for Tianqing's sister world, Tianqiao. Xiang Yuan therefore abandoned any thought of recruiting Zhao Hu. After a moment's thought, Zhao Hu looked up. "I've mapped the area these past 2 days. Can you still use that teleportation art of yours, the one that leaps 100,000 li? I want to reach Winterhold City at the far northern tip. No one's hunting me there, and I have friends who can help." "North, then." Without another word, Xiang Yuan seized the back of Zhao Hu's collar and unleashed the great transposition. Heavy spatial ripples split and stitched the air again and again as the pair flashed forward. For an entire day they crossed mountains and wastelands, finally arriving at Winterhold City, buried deep in the polar ice. Its gates were coated in thick frost, and a cutting wind hurled shards of snow. Once Zhao Hu was safely inside, Xiang Yuan turned, triggered the technique again, and in a heartbeat returned to the ravine hiding the Shura ship. The gorge was silent, jagged rock walls hemming it in. In the once empty basin, a matte-black battleship appeared as its cloaking field dropped. The crew had sensed their master's return. The hatch slid open, and Ji Wuyao, Kong Fuzi, Jin Zhuan, and Feng Zheng stepped out. "Brother Xiang, you're finally back." Ji Wuyao hurried to greet him. Xiang Yuan's gaze swept over them. "Jin Zhuan. Feng Zheng, how did the purchases go?" Jin Zhuan scratched his head, looking abashed. "Boss, I didn't do great. I only bought a bit over 500 fortune-imbued relics, and it cost 5 billion Dominator coins." Xiang Yuan froze for a heartbeat. So they were that expensive? A quick calculation told him the 5,000 plus pieces in his own stash were worth 10 times what had thought. He kept his expression steady and patted Jin Zhuan's shoulder. "That's enough. I picked up some unexpected spoils myself. This batch will suffice." Feng Zheng continued. "Lord, the liquid adamantine was easy. I brought back enough for the Shura ship's upgrade, and we can install it all today." Even as he spoke, the ship's external speakers crackled, and the AI Shura announced in its calm female voice, "Master, the second stage upgrade is complete. Using these sector coordinates, I have pinpointed the solar system. If we refit the engines with nuclear titanium alloy and finish the final upgrade, the return to Tianqiao Star will take about 1 month." Everyone brightened. Xiang Yuan briefly outlined his gains from the Racial Legacy Hall and his plan to set up an Azura outpost on Tianqing Star. He did not expect Ji Yuo's immediate response. "Brother Xiang, I'm with you for life. Wherever you go, I go." She had barely finished when Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, and Kong Fuzi erupted in laughter. "Haha, we'd been worried our sister-in-law might stay behind," they joked. "If she's following you, brother," Jin Zhuan added, "what reason do the rest of us have to hesitate?" In the end, everyone reached a consensus, and Xiang Yuan immediately ordered the crew to board the Shilua and head for Tianqing Star. The moment the hatch sealed, the Shilua slipped into stealth mode. Its main engines thundered to life, lifting the warship through Zhongchen Star's atmosphere. As the hull sliced through the storm-charged clouds of the thunder magnetic barrier, Xiang Yuan stood at the panoramic viewport and watched a dozen Sec-standard patrol ships sweep past, completely unaware of the cloaked vessel beside them. In the blink of an eye, the Shilua broke free of Zhongchen Star's gravity and streaked across the void. A journey equal to the span from the third orbital ring to the second took barely half an hour, and soon they reached the outskirts of Tianqing Star. Through the transparent armored window, the enormous, multicolored planet swelled in the view like a slumbering colossus. The instant the bow breached Tianqing Star's atmosphere, rapid-fire system chimes erupted in Xiang Yuan's ears. Ding. Endless Lord detected trading house unlocked. Ding. Endless Lord detected map unlocked. Ding. Endless Lord detected friends chat unlocked. Ding. Endless Lord detected level up functions updating. The familiar prompts filled him with a long-lost sense of home, as though he were back on Tianqiao Star's endless continent. Then 2 new messages sounded, and his brow tightened. "Notice, a supreme authority holder has established permanent administrative control over Tianqing Star. Notice, all non-endless race technology is forbidden on Tianqing Star." Before the alerts faded, klaxons blared throughout the Shilua, and red warning lights strobed. "Warning. Shilua propulsion system failing. Warning. All onboard systems failing, initiating crash landing sequence." The PA crackled and died. Darkness swallowed the corridors as even the emergency lights went out. Xiang Yuan made his decision in an instant. "Bloodblade Legion, follow me outside, hold the Shilua up, and land her by force." The warship was now a blazing meteor, trailing fire toward the surface. Boom! The hatch was torn open by more than 500,000 Azura warriors. Scorching winds roared inside. Blackandred, six-armed Azuras swarmed out, formed up beneath the hull, and planted their burning palms against the molten armor. Straining upward, they used raw flesh and will to fight the ship's deadly descent. Within a few breaths the ground loomed close. At barely 1,000 meters above the surface, the Azura warriors finally steadied the vessel and muscled it toward a clear stretch of land. The massive hull hit with a muffled crash, kicking up a tower of dust. The hatch opened again. Ji Wuyao, Jin Zhuan, and Feng Zheng stumbled down the ramp, faces pale. Kong Fuzi took a deep breath and followed last. Boss, we tried calling the Shilua inside, but nothing answered, like the whole system just died. Jin Zhuan thumped his chest, still shaken. Xiang Yuan stayed silent for a moment. Whoever held supreme authority on Tianqing Star stood at the same height he once commanded on Tianqiao Star. Yet this planet's control was far more terrifying. It had shut the entire Shua system down in an instant. Thoughts racing, he raised his hand, summoned the virtual interface, and opened the map to pinpoint their exact location. A gigantic map unfolded before his eyes, its surface fractured into dozens of brightly colored sections. Xiang Yuan quickly surmised that each colored zone marked an endless lord's domain. What truly stunned him, however, was the sheer number of destiny shops dotting the landscape. He counted 53. Tianqiao Xing had only 10, a comparison that made Tianqing Xing's former prosperity all the more impressive. Zooming in, he found a blue triangular cursor indicating his current location. Strangely, the surrounding area was blank, free of any territorial color, yet city icons crowded around the cursor. He magnified the view. The cities were packed tightly together, forming a vast urban sprawl. Shura had mentioned wild cities, towns built by the 10 consortiums. Clearly, this colorless expanse corresponded to that region, its dense cluster of cities occupying the blank space, as if it were a territory in its own right. Gathering his thoughts, he studied the nearest Endless Lord's domain, a large brown sector whose border held a destiny shop separated from the wild city zone by only a few towns. After fixing the direction, he looked up at Ji Wuyao and Jin Zhuan. Wuyao, you should already have access to the map. Take Jin Zhuan, call Tomi and Tuesday, and scout the nearest wild city. Once we know the situation, we'll decide our next move. I'm heading to that destiny shop to buy the racial heritage hall. Understood, Brother Xiang, Ji Wuyao replied briskly. Xiang Yuan then told Feng Zheng and Kong Fuzi, you two stay aboard the Shura ship with the Ashura army. Yes, my lord. With the orders given, everyone went to work. After estimating the distance, Xiang Yuan invoked the great translocation art. A flash of light later, he stood within the brown territory. On the horizon rose a fortress-like structure. One glance at the map confirmed the destiny shop lay inside, so he headed toward it. The fortress gates stood open, a steady stream of travelers passing through. Some led horses, others drove wagons laden with goods, and the stone road bore deep hoof-scored grooves. Blending into the crowd, Xiang Yuan soon crossed the massive gate. Inside, the Endless Lord had transformed the fortress into a bustling trade hub. Tall stone walls enclosed a web of streets lined with stalls and wooden signboards. Xiang Yuan casually cast appraisal on the passers-by. Nearly all were labeled Wild City resident, with only a handful tagged Tianqing Xing native, while the Wild City folk carried no such identifier. Apparently, this marketplace catered specifically to commerce with the wild cities. Loudly, the fortune shop will restock tomorrow. The fortress market buzzed at dusk, lanterns splashing bright light across the stone walls. Two mercenaries dropped a heavy wooden crate beside their stall, panting as they kept chatting. I heard the Zong consortium hauled in the entire yearly supplies from 2 of their large wild cities just to get that earth vein analyzer. As soon as the fortune shop puts one on the shelf, they'll hand over everything to Lord Haogwei, so he can trade it for them. A bystander raised a brow. Why does the Zong consortium need another earth vein analyzer? Planning to build a new wild city? You don't know the half of it. The speaking mercenary lowered his voice, though excitement still leaked through. They're aiming big, looks like they want to found a city on the scale of a royal capital, so they need the analyzer to locate the richest site. Not far away, Xiang Yuan had been listening the whole time. Holding a travel-stained rucksack, eyes glinting, he finally stepped forward. Brother, what does it take to have the Lord here trade for you at the fortune shop? The man blinked, sizing up Xiang Yuan's clothes and unfamiliar face, then laughed. You're new to Tianqing Star, aren't you? Tomorrow morning Lord Haogwei will come to this fortress himself. As long as you've got enough supplies, you can ask him to trade at the shop for you. But anyone who can produce that kind of cargo is at least a wild city lord. Folks like us shouldn't even dream about it. Xiang Yuan did the math. The fortune shop restocked only a limited number of items. If you went in late, you might come out empty-handed. He pressed on. What time does the shop refresh, and when does Lord Haogwei arrive? The man hesitated, thinking the question's odd, but answered anyway. The shop should refresh around 9:30 in the morning. Lord Haogwei shows up at about 10. Kid, why are you asking? You can't steal or rob anything from that place. and Lord Haogi's elite endless troops guard it day and night. Don't do something stupid just because you don't understand how things work. Xiang Yuan waved a hand and laughed. Just curious, brother. With that, he turned and walked away. Xiang Yuan quickly found lodgings inside the fortress, and the inn was surprisingly owned by members of the Zong clan from Yeqing. He chose a square table by the window on the ground floor, draped his armored cloak over the chair, and beckoned the waiter. Soon a jug of strong liquor, 2 steaming platters of meat, and several small dishes were set before him. While the carving knife tapped against the wooden tray, he listened intently to the chatter at the next table. An hour slipped by, the plates were empty, but the information in his mind had only grown. 1. On this Dominion star, lords seldom trade with Dominion coins. Most transactions have reverted to straightforward bartering. 2. The cause is the Hall of Racial Legacy. Once it is built, the endless system's aid plummets. The system no longer supplies blueprints, so a lord must rely on the commoners of his own endless race. Each commoner has a different specialty, and the signature buildings they can create depend entirely on individual skill, making results highly random. Many functions, including the coin-driven mass mobilization, are replaced by race-specific methods. Consequently, opportunities to spend Dominion coins dwindle, and vital resources are traded item for item. 3. Rumor says some lords tried to avoid these limits by delaying the haul. Everything seemed fine at first, but once the endless races unleashed their formidable abilities, those lords were left far behind. 4. Today, Dominion coins circulate only within cities for wages and daily needs, while any strategic goods are obtained exclusively through barter. The more Xiang Yuan heard, the more eager he became to see his own Azura clan. Tu Mia had said the Azura were far more than reckless warriors, and he had yet to meet a female Asurawo knew what surprise awaited him. When the conversation died down, he carried the wine jug upstairs, opened the door, and fell into bed. The next morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the wooden shutters. At 9 sharp the waiter knocked gently and woke him, just as instructed. After washing up he adjusted his armor, settled the bill, and headed for the heart of the fortress. He had learned the night before that the Destiny shop was located at the very center. The streets were growing busier, merchants with bulging packs and travelers of every race brushing past one another, all clearly here to trade. The stone walls looked even more imposing in the dawn light, and a tall tower flickered in and out of view at the far end of the central avenue. Before long, Xiang Yuan once again laid eyes on the familiar Destiny shop. Outside the Destiny shop, squads of towering warriors paced the street, clad in black demon armor, their obsidian skin and blood-red eyes glinting beneath the gloom. Their chilling breastplates, streaked with faint crimson lines, pressed the very air into silence. One look said it all: these were the endless troops. Xiang Yuan sauntered toward the shop as though out for a stroll, halting about 50 meters away before casually pushing open the glass door of a nearby breakfast stall. A few of the demon warriors locked onto him, and he silently praised their vigilance. Just don't startle them before 9:30. He chose the most secluded corner, sipping lukewarm soy milk while keeping one eye on the sealed metal door across the street. He knew the door would never open by itself, even during a restock. Only an endless lord could walk in. The plan was simple. At 9:30 sharp, he would trigger Great Transposition, blink inside, spend 30 minutes cashing in more than 6,000 special Destiny relics, then check whether the newly refreshed inventory contained a grand haul of racial heritage. Time ticked by. Without a watch, he relied on instinct. Each restock came with a sign. Sure enough, when he looked up again, blinding gold light burst from the shop door. Now, with a thought, he cast Great Transposition, vanishing from behind the table. The pillar blocked him from the rest of the patrons, so no one noticed. Light and shadow rippled, vision cleared, and he stood in the center of the Destiny shop. A virtual panel answered his call. Perfect, he laughed. Skipping the catalog, he went straight to redeem special Destiny relics, tossing one artifact after another into the sell box so fast his hands blurred. Outside, Zong Chun, eldest son of the main Zong branch, led a group of soul-refining cultivators through the fortress gates. Zong Xiao, the second son of the third branch, hurried up with a fawning grin. Brother, if you really trade for a geomantic analyzer, once the royal city is built, the lordship will be yours. Zong Chun looked at him as one would a house slave. I can feel if this shop will drop an analyzer. When I take the throne, your branch and mine will move as one. Zong Xiao bobbed his head. The sprawling Zong clan had long left the third branch weak, forcing them to cling to the main line. The patriarch was Zong Chen's father after all. Glancing at his black Onimade watch, Zong Chen murmured, the Oni Lord should be here any minute. No sooner had he spoken than a coarse yet hearty laugh echoed from outside the fortress. Ha ha, brother Zong Chen, looks like I'm one step behind. A 2-meter tall Oni Lord strode in, skin the color of iron and eyes red as blood. Suppressing his impatience, Zong Chen greeted him with a forced smile. Perfect timing, my lord. The special Destiny relics and a year's supplies for 2 large cities are all ready. We only need you to see if a geomantic analyzer is in stock. The Oni Lord bared his fangs in a grin. Good. No rush. We'll take a look right now. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan finished liquidating every last relic, gaining 203,018 points of celestial destiny in total. Faint voices and footsteps drifted in. Someone was approaching the door. Without hesitation, he switched the panel to the shop's purchase screen. A second later, the luck shop interface refreshed. 15 items appeared before Xiang Yuan, confirming that this was a level 10 shop. On the chilly white holographic screen, 15 icons formed 3 neat rows, each haloed in a faint tint. As Xiang Yuan skimmed past the low-tier odds and ends, his gaze locked on a model shaped like an ancient palace hall. Racial Legacy Hall. Price: 100,000 Tian Sheng luck points. That single line struck him like a hammer. Without hesitation, he tapped buy. He then noticed 2 more items beside the hall's icon. 1, a stack of gleaming gold cards etched with intricate patterns. 2, an unknown device as thick as an arm, glowing like an enormous multicolored light stick. We'll take those 2. With that thought, he hit buy again. A deep hum followed as the interface folded into motes of light. The 3 items burst from the screen and hovered before him. The hall model looked ancient and solemn. The gold cards quivered, and the rainbow staff pulsed with shifting colors that painted Xiang Yuan's face in kaleidoscopic hues. Bam! The shop's wooden door slammed open. Lord Hao Gui, broad-shouldered as a wall, barged in only to freeze, eyes wide. Zong Chen followed close behind. Seeing Hao Gui rooted at the threshold, he craned his neck in puzzlement, and then likewise froze. Inside, apart from the familiar shelves, stood a stranger tall, fierce, and young, radiating a beast-like pressure. Facing them, he flicked his wrist and swept all 3 hovering items into his storage space, the clean, efficient motion of a hunter claiming his prize. In the next instant his figure blurred and vanished. Impudent wretch! Hao Gui roared, demonic energy surging. A tide of black light fanned out from under his feet, blanketing the area. It was his ghost domain. Anything alive within it could not so much as breathe without being detected. Yet after several heartbeats, Hao Gui's face grew even darker. The domain was empty. The thief had slipped away right under his nose. Certain the intruder was gone, he gave a cold snort, withdrew the domain, and turned to Zong Chen, his expression lit by ghostly fire. Brother Zong, apologies, but it looks like you've come for nothing this time. Humiliated, Hao Gui couldn't be bothered to explain further. Every word dripped with dismissal. Worse, he had watched the thief snatch the geomantic resource analyzer, an item so rare that even a level 10 shop would never spawn 2. After such a public embarrassment, he had no mood to redeem anything for Zong Chen. No matter how prestigious the Zong clan was in the second orbital ring, on Tianxing Star, they were little more than lords of a few frontier towns, and Hao Gui felt no need to tread lightly. Zong Chen seethed. Watching the analyzer being stolen was like handing over the lordship of a royal city that had almost been his. He had planned to beg Hao Gui to check the shop stock again, but the lord's smoldering eyes made his throat tighten. He swallowed hard and abandoned the idea. Realizing it was best to spare Hao Gui's pride, Zong Chen took his leave, gathered his people, and exited the fortress. Beyond the blast-proof gate, he raised a palm-sized metal device that gleamed under the dim sky. A tap on the red button set it crackling with static, and a still-warm photograph slid from a slit. Zong Chen stared so hard it seemed he might ignite the paper, then pressed it into Zong Xiao's hand. His voice was frigid. This is the thief lord's face I captured through my contact lens. Mobilize everyone, find out who he is. Zong Xiao glanced at the photo Xiang Yuan and tucked it safely away, vowing to fulfill the order. Far away, Xiang Yuan used the grand teleportation technique to leave the fortress, landing amid the desolate ruins of the wasteland hundreds of kilometers away. Fearing Zong's surveillance, he did not return to the Azura ship. Instead, in the swirling sand he produced 3 items he had exchanged for at the fortune store. Item 1. Hall of Racial Legacy. Function: enables full summoning of a troop's race, allowing that race to continue within this world. Price: 100,000 Tianxing fortune points. Item 2. Fortune Gold Cards 100. Function: each card can be charged with an arbitrary amount of Tianxing fortune points, which any lord can absorb. Price: 10,000 Tianxing fortune points. The description made Xiang Yuan's brows lift. Any lord can absorb meant fortune points were finally transferable. By loading points into a card and handing it over, he could complete a deal. What had once been personal credit was now a financial lifeline. He recalled hearing at the inn that ordinary townsfolk and mayors in the wild cities could not use the cards and had to barter, but among lords fortune points were likely hard currency. He pocketed the cards as future bargaining chips. Item 3. Single-use Super Geomantic Resource Scanner. Function: upon activation, pinpoints the most resource-rich area within a 5 million kilometer radius. Price: 50,000 Tianxing fortune points. Clutching the oversized, multicolored glow stick, Xiang Yuan smiled. Perfect for finding a resource trove and raising the Azura Hall. He waited on the wasteland until dusk to ensure no pursuers followed, then teleported back to the hidden Azura ship. As the hatch opened, GYO's silver eyes lit up. You're back, Brother Xiang. How did the intel gathering go? She reported at once. This wasteland district belonged to the Zong clan, flanked by 9 Zong-controlled outland cities. The other 9 major corporations each held a similar number, forming a defensive ring against endless lords. She had also charmed a high-ranking Zong officer and extracted key military data. 1. Regular soldiers' body forging realm, combat rating about 50, at least 1 million per city. 2. Elite soldiers' chi condensing realm, combat rating around 100, roughly 5 to 600,000 per city. 3. Ace troops soul refining realm, combat rating about 150. Their bases and numbers remain top secret. Weighing the figures, Xiang Yuan shelved any plan for immediate war. He still needed to study how the Hall of Racial Legacy functioned and chart the Azura clan's optimal growth. He nodded appreciatively. Excellent work, Wu Yao. That intel is vital. I've secured something valuable, as well. Let's first locate a resource hotspot and establish the Azura Hall. With that, he drew the rainbow-hued super geomantic resource scanner from his spatial ring. All eyes fixed on the oversized, luminous wand in his hand. Xiang Yuan immediately activated the super geomantic resource analyzer. A large detector, glowing like a multicolored fluorescent rod, shot from his hand, streaked into the night sky, and hovered in place. Nearly invisible energy waves rippled outward, spreading like silent water rings across the darkness. The people below craned their necks, their eyes full of curiosity. Several minutes passed before the device dimmed and dropped straight back into Xiang Yuan's palm. Ding! The area within a 5 million kilometer radius has been fully scanned. The results are as follows. 1. A superabundant deposit of rare timber resources. 2. A superabundant deposit of rare medicinal herbs. 3. A superabundant deposit of rare stone resources. 4. An extremely rich deposit of rare metallic ores. Please select one option. Once the choice is confirmed, the location will be uploaded to your map. If you do not have a map function, the local analyzer will activate a guidance mode to lead you to the selected site. Faced with 4 options, Xiang Yuan paused. Unsure which resource would most benefit the Azura clan, he turned to Tu Mia. Tu Mia, what is our clan's greatest strength aside from combat? Tu Mia frowned in thought, then answered, researching and crafting war gear, especially forging cold weapons. Our blades often outperform firearms. Forging needs metal, Xiang Yuan decided. Given that the metallic ore was marked extremely rich, the choice was clear. He selected the rare metallic ores. Ding. Selection confirmed. The deposit's coordinates have been uploaded to your map. Please open the map and locate the flashing beacon. Xiang Yuan opened the map, and a golden light point appeared. The site lay within the wild zone, still under the Zong clan's influence, but far from the Endless Lord's territory. With the destination set, he wasted no time. He strode to the massive Shuro warship, swept his hand, and stored the entire vessel inside the near-limitless space of the celestial dragon rope. Then, with Ji Wuyao, Tu Mia, Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, Kong Fuzi, and the Bloodblade Azura Legion, he shot through the sky toward the golden beacon. Night thinned, and dawn's first pale light brushed the horizon as they reached the marked region. Below stretched a jagged mountain range, and nestled among the ridges lay a broad basin. By Xiang Yuan's estimate, it was spacious enough to host a colossal city with room to spare. Even better, the only flat approach was a wide natural canyon. If he built a city in that basin and fortified the canyon, the stronghold would be all but impregnable. Not only Xiang Yuan, but even Kong Fuzi, still cradled in Tu Mai's arms, suddenly spoke. My lord, is this the resource-rich land you mentioned? If we build a city in this basin, it would be a matchless choice. Haha, so you agree as well, sir? Excellent. Xiang Yuan laughed heartily, eyes blazing. Then placed the Hall of Racial Legacy in the very center of the basin. The group dropped to the midpoint of the valley floor. Xiang Yuan raised his hand, and a palm-sized, dark red building model flickered into view. Ding. Infuse 1 drop of blood essence to activate the exclusive Hall of Racial Legacy for your infinite troops? Yes. A bead of golden blood flew from his chest into the model. A column of dark red light pierced the clouds, and the model slipped free of his palm, swelling and reshaping at lightning speed. In a heartbeat, a colossal hall of ebony mortisiantan joints slammed into place. Its gray-black facade was solemn and angular, radiating an overwhelming sense of might. Tu Mai's eyes lit up, his voice quavered with excitement. This is it, King. Classic Azura ebony steel architecture, harder than iron. Seeing his delight, Xiang Yuan's smile broadened. He waved an arm. Come, let's look inside. Xiang Yuan, Ji Wuyao, Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, Kong Fuzi, and Tu Mai's even and all stepped through the massive doors. Just inside, a vast blood pool came into view, dwarfing the infernal blood pool they'd seen before. Dark red liquid churned nonstop. Ding. You have constructed the Hall of Racial Legacy and gained 1 point of racial breath. Ding. Activate the Azura Summoning Blood Pool. Current capacity, 100 Azura per hour. Xiang Yuan chose activate without hesitation. The pool roiled. Crimson waves crashed against the rim. Moments later, a female Azura with flowing red hair, and a lithe figure stepped slowly from the blood. Her features were exquisite, her allure dazzling in par with the Meizu beauty Ji Wuyao. One exuded mature seduction, the other youthful radiance, each shone in her own way. Her unexpected loveliness left everyone momentarily speechless. Wife. A shaky, near-stammering cry erupted. All heads turned. Tu Mai's eyes were round with delight, locked onto the newcomer. She recognized him instantly. Tears welled up. Her voice trembled. Husband. Jean Juan blurted, Woe Beauty and the Beast. Tu Mia ignored the remark, charged forward, and wrapped her in a fierce embrace. Two lovers reunited after far too long. After a long, tender embrace, Tu Mai's wife, Xiaoqin, finally let go of her husband and hurried over to Xiang Yuan. Dropping to both knees, she offered the most respectful salute. Xiang Yuan immediately reached out to lift her up, his voice gentle. There's no need for such ceremony. From now on, we're all family. Grinning from ear to ear, Tu Mia stepped forward and bragged. My king, you're planning to build a city, aren't you? My wife is the Azura clan's top urban planning and design master. Xiang Yuan paused in surprise, then turned to Xiaoqin. Could you explain your abilities in detail? Standing tall, Xiaoqin spoke at an even pace. My king, I can analyze the terrain and local resources to design an entire city at scale and the layout of every building to absolute perfection. In addition, I possess our clan's core technology for constructing Xian bloodstone walls. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan felt as though fortune had fallen straight into his lap. He had just decided to build a city and had already found both a master planner and a wall specialist. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, what makes Xian bloodstone walls special? He recalled the formidable walls he once saw in celestial Azura City. Xiaoqin explained, it's all about the material itself. Xian bloodstone is nearly indestructible and has an extraordinary capacity for self-repair. A wall that heals itself? Xiang Yuan exclaimed. Yes, my king, Xiaoqin nodded. Because its regenerative force is so strong, cutting large blocks into uniform pieces and assembling them into a stable wall is extremely challenging. If any block expands unexpectedly while healing, it can collapse the entire section. Moreover, if you provide a steady energy source, the wall's self-repair rate increases dramatically, and it even generates a Xian blood defensive barrier, just as unbreakable. A thought struck Xiang Yuan. He produced a grained white orb swirling with chaotic energy. The chaos Pearland handed it to Xiaoqin. See if the energy inside this can power the wall. In theory, it's limitless. An energy source without limits? Xiaoqin blinked in astonishment, then accepted the pearl. The instant it touched her palm, her pupils contracted. Such refined power. If we use this to charge the Xian blood walls, our city will be impregnable. Satisfied, Xiang Yuan nodded. All right. I hereby appoint you chief city planner of the new settlement and put you in charge of building the walls. Whatever you need, just ask. Zayakin's face lit up, then grew solemn. My king, Xian bloodstone is native to the purgatory realm. While this world is far richer in resources, I'm not certain it contains Xian bloodstone. You'll need to survey the surrounding area first. No problem. You'll have Tu Mia take a squad of Azura warriors to escort you. Xiang Yuan spoke without hesitation. Xiaoqin suddenly remembered something and added with a smile, one more thing, my king. Inside this Hall of Legacy, you can set access permissions. Every Azura who is summoned must register their skills here or upload blueprints for any special buildings they can construct. Managing the whole tribe will become much easier for you. The reminder prompted Xiang Yuan to bring up the hall's control panel. Sure enough, there was a tab labeled Permission Settings, and he silently praised how convenient it was. Before the thought had even settled, the summoning blood pool began to seethe again. Dark red waves churned as a fierce-looking, crew-cut Azura's head punched through the surface. Everyone had secretly hoped for another female like Xiaoqin, but that pleasant vision shattered the moment yet another burly male emerged. Tui's voice shot up an octave. Brother-in-law, little brother-in-law. The two-armed Azura who had just surfaced looked over in surprise. Brother-in-law. Tui strode forward and threw an arm around his shoulders. How's your sister? Does she miss me? The newcomer nodded enthusiastically. She does. Since you left, she can only finish 3 bowls of rice per meal. She's getting skinny. Tui's eyes filled with tears. That girl just can't live without me. Xiang Yuan and the others could only shake their heads. Apart from the Ashura well, and that brick of gold, nobody present could down more than 3 bowls at once. Tui finally introduced him properly. My king, this is my wife's younger brother, Wu Tai. He's got a specialized skill. Hearing his name, Wu Tai blinked, then lifted a hand and tapped rapidly at the air. Ding! Your clansman has uploaded a blueprint for an Azura barracks. You may summon this clansman through the Hall of Legacy and assign him to construct the building. When the chime faded, Wu Tai knelt. Wu Tai greets the king. Xiang Yuan helped him up, smiling. Wu Tai, exactly how does an Azura barracks work? How do we summon warriors? Wu Tai answered respectfully. Once the barracks is built, it operates in 2 modes. First, the infernal blood pool inside can automatically draw in 500 Azura warriors a day, each retaining their full strength from the infernal realm. Second, our Grand Priest can perform an Azura warrior awakening ritual inside, turning ordinary clansmen into warriors. Xiang Yuan was elated. That meant future recruits might be born powerful or even appear as six-armed Niotian Azura from the start. After a moment's thought, he decided on the spot. 2E. Help Wu Tai build the barracks. Once it's done, you'll form the second Azura Legion and serve as its commander. Wu Tai, get whatever supplies you need from Fengzheng, the steward. Yes, my king. 2E and Wu Tai answered in unison. They had taken only 2 steps when the blood pool churned yet again. Hope rose and was squashed in the same heartbeat. Another heavily muscled male Azura climbed out. He landed without hesitation and immediately began tapping at the air. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. So many talented Asurivri, one of them knows how to register a skill. Ding. Your clansman has registered agricultural and animal husbandry techniques in the Hall of Legacy. You may summon this clansman through the interface. The two-armed Azura knelt. Tian Bo greets the king. With system prompts popping up one after another, Xiang Yuan's grin only widened. The game had barely begun, and it already looked as though every essential talent he needed was lining up at his door. After Tian Bo's arrival, Xiang Yuan lingered for quite some time, yet no other Azura with exceptional abilities appeared. He did spot several strikingly beautiful Azura women, but they were all ordinary tribesfolk. Xiang Yuan felt no disappointment. Building the city walls and barracks, opening new farmland, and expanding animal husbandry already consumed enormous manpower. If more specialists showed up now, he would struggle to spare enough workers to support them. Shuqin soon selected a group of ordinary Azuras to survey the deep mountains for veins of Xian bloodstone, with Tu Mia personally leading the escort. Wu Tai sent crews to gather timber and stone for the barracks, while Tian Bo organized people to clear new fields, everything running like clockwork. Just then, Fengzheng approached Xiang Yuan and bowed. My lord, allow me to take some clansmen to build housing. More than 2,400 newcomers will arrive today, and they'll need shelter immediately. Excellent foresight, Grand Steward, Xiang Yuan replied, nodding. He'll leave it to you. With every task assigned, he had little to do but wait for news. By mid-afternoon, Tian Bo's hunting party returned, dragging heaps of carcasses behind them and lighting fires at once. Feeding 500,000 Azura warriors was no small feat, but ordinary Azuras possessed prodigious strength. One hunter could skin and clean a giant beast in minutes, salt it whole, and set it spinning over the flames. At that pace, the warriors could eat in shifts without trouble. When the 5th batch of meat was roasting, Wu Tai's team came back. Spotting them from afar, Xiang Yuan walked over and asked about the barracks. My king, we found several deposits of rare metals nearby. Wu Tai said, clearly delighted. We'll never lack resources to arm our army. And the basic materials for the barracks? Common wood and stone are abundant, he said. We'll extract a little of the rare metal to build special training facilities. Very good. Handle the details as you see fit, Xiang Yuan said, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. After Wu Tai left, Xiang Yuan gazed toward the end of the basin. Shuqin and Tu Mia had been gone for hours, and twilight was falling. Was Xian bloodstone really so hard to find? A faint unease crept into his thoughts. At last, a plume of dust appeared in the distance. Tu Mia led Shuqin and the others back at a steady pace. Shuqin's face was calm, neither pleased nor disheartened. Shuqin, did you locate any Xian bloodstone? Xiang Yuan asked bluntly. My king, the good news is that this world does contain Xian bloodstone, Shuqin said. The bad news is that we found only one small vein, and it's a long way from the camp. Even if we mine it out completely, it won't cover 1/10 of what we need for the city walls. Xiang Yuan fell silent, weighing her report. At that moment, Kong Fuzi laughed and said, as long as we have Xian bloodstone, we're set. Metals are plentiful here, and just because we don't have it doesn't mean no one else does. We can scout the frontier cities. If they've got some, we'll find a way to bring it home. Xiang Yuan suddenly understood. While he was still thinking, Jin Zhuan jumped up and thumped his chest. Big brother, let me handle this. The militias in those wild cities aren't weak, so let's buy whatever we can and avoid taking it by force. The Azura clan is in a golden age of growth. Starting a major war now would be unwise. Xiang Yuan's first instinct had been to seize what they needed, but Jin Zhuan's point made sense. Their new city didn't even have walls yet, and countless common clansmen still needed protection. If war broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fine, Xiang Yuan decided on the spot. Second brother, take the remaining 900 million sovereign coins. Handle this quietly, and don't expose our territory. Leave it to me, big brother. Jin Zhuan replied, spirits soaring. He turned to head out immediately. Realizing Jin Zhuan had no mapping function and would struggle to locate the frontier cities, Xiang Yuan ordered Ji Wuyao and Tu Mie to accompany him. They agreed without hesitation. After roasting a quick meal to regain their strength, the trio slipped away under cover of night. Over the next few days, construction in the basin kicked into high gear. Xiuqin had already outlined the entire city wall and recommended building on a megacity scale. The Hall of Heritage could summon clansmen quickly enough to support that size. The downside was obvious. A megacity was an enormous undertaking with a long timeline. Until the walls were sealed, the new city had to remain perfectly hidden. If outsiders discovered them and war erupted, all their efforts would be wasted. Xiang Yuan didn't hesitate. We build a megacity. Following Xiuqin's blueprint, Feng Zheng led huge crews of ordinary Azura to work day in and day out. Their strength was astonishing. Logs a meter thick and 10 meters long were hefted and set upright, as if they weighed nothing. Within a few short days, neat rows of sturdy houses filled the basin. Tian and his team cleared vast tracts of land for crops and fenced in livestock. Wu Tai's barracks had its foundations packed and was ready for framing. One day, Xiang Yuan took a moment to review his personal data panel and noticed the single point of essence of race that had appeared when he built the Hall of Heritage. Essence of race, the lifeblood of a people's rise or fall. Effect: 1,200 clansmen summoned per day. Other effects: locked. Unlocked conditions: insufficient authority. Acquisition methods: insufficient authority. Current essence reserves on Holy Heaven Star, abundant. After reading the entry, Xiang Yuan realized the Hall of Heritage could normally summon only 1,200 clansmen per day. That single point of essence of race granted an additional boost. Unfortunately, every other detail was blocked by insufficient authority, leaving him puzzled. Although Holy Heaven Star's reserves were listed as abundant, he couldn't shake the feeling the resource wasn't all that plentiful after all. An entire planet merited only abundant. The description was clear. It was an extremely rare consumable. Whatever it was, the stuff was undeniably mysterious. Just then, Feng Zheng burst in, beaming, and rushed to Xiang Yuan's side. My lord, Lord Jinzhuan has returned. A flash of delight crossed Xiang Yuan's eyes. Bring him in at once. Within moments, Jinzhuan strode into the hall, radiating pride. His booming voice filled the room. Brother, I have great news. Ha. Xiang Yuan straightened. What news? Tell me. We visited Yomu City, the nearest frontier town run by the Zong clan. You won't believe it, Zuan bloodstone is dirt cheap there. Xiang Yuan arched an eyebrow. Cheap? How can that be? Lowering his voice, Jinzhuan could barely contain his excitement. Exactly. Sister Xiuqin told us Xian bloodstone is top-tier building material, but its regenerative properties make it nearly impossible to process. Do you know how they use it? Xiang Yuan shook his head. Explain. They treat it as practice targets for their garrison cultivators. Huge supply, almost no demand, or sits in mountains that no one wants. Several large mines around Yomu City have even been leased to private traders by the city lord. A bright light sparked in Xiang Yuan's eyes. You've already talked to those traders? Jinzhuan lifted his chin proudly. Of course. For just 200 million Dominion coins, I secured all 4 major mines near Yomu City. I came straight back to report and work out transport. Joy surged through Xiang Yuan. The wall building problem had been solved so easily. What's your plan? I'm keeping the existing miners on site. Our Azura clan is small and our appearance draws suspicion, so having the locals dig is perfect. Once they haul the ore to a designated spot, our Azura warriors will take over and move it to the new city. Xiang Yuan nodded in approval. Good. Coordinate with 2 Mia for the transport teams. Understood. Jinzhuan thumped his chest. The mines have already stockpiled plenty of Xian bloodstone. He'll see 2 Mia now and return to Yomu City to arrange shipment. Realizing he had scored a major success, he turned to leave, but Xiang Yuan raised a hand. No rush. Rest for a day and set out at dawn. Jinzhuan always obeyed without question, so he stayed and recovered in the new city. At first light the next day, he led a large contingent of Azura warriors and clansmen out of the basin toward Yomu City. By midday, Xiang Yuan watched as several Azura warriors and tribesmen dragged the first load of Xian bloodstone into the city. The stone was dark crimson, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen. The convoy was immense, dozens of heavy wagons hauling beds heaped with Xuanxua stone, and one Azura warrior told Xiang Yuan that even more was on its way. The moment Xiuqin caught sight of those glossy black stones, her face lit up. She gathered the craftsmen and Azura clansmen to start unloading, marked out lines on the ground, drove stakes, and began laying the foundations for the new city's walls and levees. From then on, Xuanxua stone flowed into the basin like a river, and Xiang Yuan's city finally entered real, tangible construction. Shouts and the clang of metal rang on all sides, dust billowed in the air, and waves of heat mixed with the smell of sweat blanketed the entire basin. Half a month later, a colossal Azura barracks built from black goldwood stood at the basin's center. The gray-black walls glimmered with a metallic sheen beneath the sun, broad and straight-edged, solemn from a distance. The instant construction finished, a system prompt exploded in Xiang Yuan's ear. Ding! Your racial aura has unlocked a new function. Daily Azura warrior intake, 500. The doubled capacity caught him off guard. He could now draw in 1,000 Azura warriors every day, giving him far more confidence in the city's future defenses. Another month passed. As the Hall of Inheritance kept summoning Azura clansmen, the once empty basin became a sea of voices. Thanks to their astonishing stamina and efficiency, the outline of a massive city had emerged. Dark red ramparts rose skyward. More than half were already capped, with only scattered finishing touches remaining. Meanwhile, in Yomu City, dusk settled over a dimly lit tavern where several mine owners who had sold their Xuanxue stone workings to Golden Brick happened to meet. After a few polite greetings, they realized they shared an unusual detail: the same chubby young man had bought every one of their mines. You guys notice something? Since our mines were taken over, not a single big load of Xuanxue stone has shown up on the market. Exactly. I've checked prices in other cities to no large-scale trades anywhere. Old workers I left at the site say the ore still goes out every day. The convoy drops it at one spot, sends them away, and no one has any idea where it heads after that. The oldest owner, silent until now, set down his cup and lowered his voice. We all know this business. Xuanxue stone's extreme regenerative property has kept it practically unusable. If someone's cracked the secret, that stuff would be the ultimate material for city defenses. They exchanged looks, a chill of realization running through them. So you're saying someone's mastered it, and that's why they're grabbing mines left and right? 80% sure. We ought to tell the city lord's office. Agreed. If it's true, this is massive. The mere thought of Xuanxue stone's value across Tianxing Star left them breathless with excitement. They filed out of the tavern together, heading straight for the Yomu City lord's residence, already calculating the hefty reward they might earn if their information proved correct. Inside the city lord's residence in Yomu City, the mine owners had just departed, leaving only Zong Ren and his personal aide, Wang Xiao, in the vast office. Zong Ren watched the doors close, withdrew his gaze, and drummed his fingers on the desk. After a long silence, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lieutenant Wang, send men to investigate those 4 Xianblood stone mines at once. We must verify whether they're genuine. Wang Xiao froze, then lowered his voice as realization dawned. Young master, do you suspect someone has already learned how to use Xianbloodstone? Zong Ren nodded, speaking faster. Exactly. If it can be applied to city walls, it will become priceless overnight. Well, stockpile as much as we can, then trade the method to those endless lords under the table. Once we do, the first and second branches won't be able to suppress us. Make sure no one leaks a word. Understood. Wang Xiao turned to leave, then glanced back hesitantly. And the mine owners? Zong Ren's eyes darkened. He gave a casual nod. Wang Xiao understood and swiftly withdrew. The mine owners were soon silenced in the safest way imaginable, becoming corpses. That night, Yomu City's spies slipped out in groups toward the 4 Xianbloodstone mines under a single secret order: uncover the truth. Meanwhile, in Xiang Yuan's territory, on the outer ring of the new city, Xiaoqin hurried over, barely containing her excitement. My lord, the main structure of the city wall is complete. Once I finish the energy supply center and embed the chaos pearl, the entire city will be unassailable. Xiang Yuan climbed to a vantage point and surveyed the scene. The wall's dark, crimson metallic sheen stretched in undulating lines, roughly 60 to 70 meters tall and nearly 3 meters thick. Its surface was smooth as glass, dense and formidable, already occupying half the base in the embryo of a colossal metropolis. Excellent, he said with satisfaction. Xiaoqin, you've earned the top merit. The Azura clan will remember your achievement. Xiaoqin laughed heartily, accepting the praise without protest. My lord, she added, shouldn't the new city have a name? Xiang Yuan paused. The old Shura city was a relic of the past. This fortress was built for the Azura clan alone. He looked up, eyes gleaming. We'll call it Azura City. Xiaoqin's face lit up. She saluted with an upright palm. A splendid name, my lord, it sounds perfect. Zayakin's sudden flattery nearly made Xiang Yuan choke. Ashura City was only a casual remark, hardly poetic at all. Haha, perfect. Ashura City it is, he laughed, waving his hand. Spread the word, and have the craftsman carve the name over the main gate. Yes, my king. Xiaoqin clasped his fists and hurried off. Outside the gate, the crowd buzzed. Xiang Yuan scanned the throng and spotted Tu Mia pushing toward him, worry etched on his face. My lord, we've got trouble. Tu Mia stopped, breathing hard. Xiang Yuan frowned. What happened? Start at the beginning. At the Blood Blackstone transfer point, we ran into several groups of unknown scouts. They were tailing our transport route. Our men took them out, but someone's clearly watching us. Instead of tightening, Xiang Yuan's expression eased. The value in risk-off Blood Blackstone was no secret. Large-scale shipments were bound to attract attention. If nobody had shown up, that would have been strange. Trouble had arrived right on time. The walls were only just capped. Tell the brothers we may be fighting again. Everyone, prepare. Battlelust flared in Tu Mai's eyes. He accepted the order and sprinted away. Yomu City, City Lord's residence. Young master, those Blood Blackstone convoys are definitely shady. The adjutant strode in, voice low. Every scout we sent was wiped out by a mysterious force. Zong Ren's brow tightened. Still no idea where the stone is going? Not yet. The trackers were killed en route, so I switched to cultivators who could fly above the roads and avoid settlements. They should return soon. Fine. Well, wait. Zong Ren sat, fingers drumming on the armrest. An hour later, a knock sounded. The deputy opened the door. A soldier burst in, eyes blazing, and saluted. City lord. Well? Zongren asked. My lord, I flew south, steering clear of inhabited areas, and crossed a mountain range. In the center was a vast basin and, in that basin, a newly built megacity. Zongren and the deputy traded stunned looks. The walls are tall and thick, dark red made of something that looks like blood blackstone. Made of what? Speak clearly. Zongren snapped. It looks like blood blackstone, sir. I could hardly believe it myself, so I kept my distance. The news hit like a hammer. Someone had actually used blood blackstone to raise a city. What about troops? How many? Zongren pressed. The walls are finished, but construction inside continues. From high above I saw huge, vicious-looking soldiers felt like Wujin units. Zongren fell silent, eyes gleaming. Likely a defeated lord rebuilding in secret. Right now they're at their weakest. His voice dropped. Both of you tell no one. This might be the windfall of a lifetime for Zongren. Lord Governor, what should our next move be? Deputy Wang asked solemnly, locking eyes with Zongren. Zongren fell silent for a moment, his thin lips pressed together, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. Go to General Li at once. Have him begin quietly assembling our forces. The target is Xuanxuestone City. Station the troops at a hidden location in that direction. Keep everything discreet though, not alert Xuanxuestone City, and do not let the other Zonklan cities catch wind of it. I want that city taken without a sound. This will be the springboard for my rise. Deputy Wang saluted and left the office at a trot, the messenger soldier close behind. Soon afterward, a stream of rough-clad civilians began hurrying out of Yomu City. For 3 full days and nights, townsfolk whispered in confusion. Why had so many strangers suddenly appeared? Those civilians were in fact General Li's soldiers, split into small groups and disguised. They would slip out as commoners, then converge for a covert assault on Xuanxuestone City. Zongren had committed forces on a massive scale. Even the departure alone took 3 days and nights. By dawn on the 4th day, a dense forest on the road to Azura City held his army of 1,600,000 body-forging cultivators, each with a combat rating above 60. Slightly more than 400,000 essence-condensing elites, his prized reserves, each with a rating around 100. Zongren was certain he was not underestimating the lord of Xuanxuestone City. Even if the target had only just settled in, he was throwing in almost all his strength a measure of caution and proof of how much the city mattered to him. Azura City. The walls were now complete, and Xiuqin had embedded chaotic orbs into the darkstone ramparts for continuous charging. The bloodstone barrier rose automatically, a dim aura blanketing the entire city. Xiang Yuan focused on the system prompt that flashed before him. Your Azura citizen has uploaded the blueprint central plaza of the Azura divine statue. You may summon the contributor from the Hall of Heritage and assign her to design and build it. The sacred statue plaza. Xiang Yuan remembered it well. In the city's golden age, it had fueled Azura City's prosperity. Even Jin Zhuan's loyalty was likely influenced by its presence. He selected summon without hesitation. A moment later, a stunning female Azura appeared before the throne. She paused, her gaze drifting briefly to Xiang Yuan's 2 arms, then knelt. I Tutubu greet my king. Smiling, Xiang Yuan helped her to her feet. You are the one skilled in constructing the central plaza of the Azura divine statue? Yes, my king, Tutubu replied, her voice gentle yet professionally assured. The plaza can take many forms. Because I did not know which type of Azura monarch you are, I uploaded a universal blueprint. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan perked up. So this Azura statue in the central plaza, does it have anything to do with me? He asked in a low voice. Absolutely, my king. Tutubu straightened, speaking solemnly. The statue at the very center must be modeled after your true form. Only when it is infused with your royal blood can it unleash its full power. Xiang Yuan gave a slight nod and posed a second question. Then how does that relate to my current form? My king, the statue has to look exactly like you. Tutubu said in one breath, then added nervously, you now have 2 arms, so the statue can only have 2. But a 2-armed Azura grants less of a boost than a 4-armed one, and a 4-armed less than a 6-armed. He stole a glance at Xiang Yuan, worried his frankness might offend. To his surprise, Xiang Yuan smiled knowingly. So the stronger my Azura form becomes, the greater the plaza's bonus? Yes, my king. How about this, then? Before the words were finished, he flicked his arms and 2 blood-red blades shot from his palms, filling the air with cold light and the smell of iron. Tutubu froze. The stance was unmistakable. His gaze locked on the blades, and an illustration from an ancient clan chronicle flashed through his mind. Blood. The Bloodblade Azura. In that instant he understood who his king truly was. Well? Xiang Yuan narrowed his eyes at the stunned artisan. Can you build a statue of the Bloodblade Azura king? Trembling, Tutubu dropped to his knees, his voice quavering with excitement. My king, I, Tutubu, will complete this legendary statue. Xiang Yuan let out a hearty laugh. Good. Whatever you need, see Grand Steward Fengzheng. When the laughter faded, Tutubu's face clouded. My king, I began planning the plaza's layout the moment I arrived in Azura City, so construction can start anytime. But the central statue requires large amounts of rare timber, rare stone, and rare metal ore. I've surveyed the surrounding lands. We possess an abundant vein of rare metals, but the other two materials are extremely scarce, and we have none in storage. Without them, we can't even begin. Xiang Yuan's brows knit. For now, he had no solution. At that moment, rapid footsteps thundered from afar. Tua Mie dashed over, his shout splitting the air. My king, enemy forces approaching. Both Xiang Yuan and Tatubu stiffened. Tatubu recovered first, clasped his fists, and said softly, My king, will take my leave. Xiang Yuan nodded. Go. I'll find a way to get the materials and let you know once I do. Yes, my king. Xiang Yuan turned to Tumia. Tumia, where did you spot the enemy? My lord, our scouts patrolling near Ashura City have discovered a massive army advancing on the walls. Their banners carry the character Zong, so they must be the forces of the Zong clan. How many soldiers? Xiang Yuan pressed. At least 1 million. Tumia answered without hesitation. Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then gave his order. Find 2E. Tell him to bring the Ashura troops we just mustered to the gate tower and await my command. Yes, my lord. Tumia hurried off, and Xiang Yuan climbed to the top of Ashura City's gate tower. With his extraordinary eyesight, he clearly saw the cloud of dust rising at the far end of the Kinyona sign of the approaching Zong army. He sent no troops to ambush them. Confident in his Ashura warriors and eager to test the newly finished black bloodstone walls, he allowed the enemy to pass through the canyon and march straight to the city. Before long, 2E bounded up beside him. My lord, I'm here. How many soldiers are in your new Ashura legion? Roughly 50,000, my lord. How is their combat strength? 2E's expression became solemn. We have drawn in nearly 5,000 six-armed Fiend Heaven Ashura warriors, about 15,000 four-armed Fury Eye Ashura warriors, and the remaining 30,000 are two-armed Ashura warriors. Xiang Yuan was impressed. The barracks had produced an unexpected number of six-armed elites. Excellent. I hereby name your legion the Ishan Legion. In this battle you will serve as the primary garrison force. Do you have the confidence to hold? 2E knelt, trembling with excitement. Thank you, my lord. The Ishan Legion will not fail you. He immediately deployed his troops along the gate tower. Born for battle, the Ashura warriors needed little training. Their defensive formation took shape in moments. Xiang Yuan then summoned Tumia again. Have the Bloodblade Legion stand ready as well. This fight is mainly for the Ishan Legion to gain experience, but if the enemy breaks, the Bloodblade Legion shouldn't miss out on those experience points. Understood, my lord, Tumia replied. At the same time, near the mouth of the canyon, Zong Ren stood beside a towering, Fusion Realm general, his trusted officer, namely. The general's armor clinked as he surveyed the landscape, eyes sharp. Generally, look at this canyon ahead, Zong Ren said quietly. Do you think they've prepared an ambush for us? My lord, this gorge is a natural fortress. I have already sent scouts to see whether the enemy has set up any no-flee array nearby. If not, our elite troops can simply fly across and cover the ordinary body-tempering soldiers from above. Li Ming's tone was calm, but the fire in his eyes was impossible to hide. After finishing his report to Zong Ren, he added, if there's no flight restriction, we'll drop from the sky and catch them completely unprepared. This time, Zong Ren had secretly gathered most of Yomu City's forces, intent on taking the legendary Xuanxue Stone City. As his closest confidant, Li Ming understood what was at stake. If the city fell, Zong Ren's rise would be meteoric, and Li Ming, credited with first merit, would soar right along with him. He had made every preparation and was itching for battle. Suddenly, an armored cultivator flew in, stopped before them, and saluted. My lord, general, there is no anti-air domain ahead. The gorge holds no ambushes or traps. We can fly straight through. Li Ming beamed and bellowed without hesitation, men, ready to march. The entire Xiantai army enters the gorge. Stay alert for a surprise strike. Xianfeng army, take the high altitude and escort them. Yes, sir. A million voices shook the valley, the iron resolve echoing off the cliffs. Li Ming knew the enemy had likely spotted their advance already. Rather than skulk about, he meant to crush them first with sheer momentum. The army poured into the gorge. At first, everyone gripped their weapons, wary of arrows from the rocks above. But halfway through, nothing happened, not a single hidden enemy. Zongren wondered if this newly risen lord had poured every resource into his city walls and had no field troops at all. Li Ming snorted. Leaving a choke point like this and use the enemy commander is an idiot. Seems this fight will be no challenge. Just as they neared the gorge's exit, a dark red giant city suddenly loomed across the sky. The walls pierced the clouds, a faint metallic sheen glinting on perfectly fitted blocks of Xuanxue stone, as if cast in one seamless piece. Zong Ren and Li Ming drew sharp breaths. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly imposing. Zong Ren stared at the walls and muttered, Azura City? Named after a race? He turned. Generally, ever heard of the Azura clan? Li Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. Never. I roamed the endless tribal lands in my youth and never ran across them. Most likely the remnants of some defeated lord not very strong. On the gate tower, Xiang Yuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the black tide of troops. A cold smile touched his lips. 2E. Activate the Xuanxua barrier. Let them knock first. Yes, my king. At his order, a layer of blood-red light spread from the city's foundations, blooming into a translucent crimson shield that sealed Azura's city tight. When the bloodlight rose, Zong Run and Li Ming both froze for a moment. Li Ming whispered, "Cautious fellow builds walls first, then throws up a barrier. He does have a sense of defense." By now he already regarded the Azura Lord as a strategist a notch below himself and felt free to criticize. Zongren merely nodded. Then he raised his hand and shouted, "Xintai army, Xianfeng army, listen up. The enemy's short on troops and hiding behind a wall. Bring up the spirit cannons and blast that barrier. Once it falls, Xianfeng army will scale the walls and open the gate." "Yes, sir." The million-strong host roared again, thunder rolling through the valley, stones tumbling from the cliffs, their momentum unrivaled. Before long, the Zong clan's army rolled out thousands of massive, jet-black cannons. Their design looked anything but modern, more like relics from Blue Star's bygone era. Golden runes etched every inch of the barrels, branching from breech to muzzle and making it clear their power had nothing to do with gunpowder. In a heartbeat, the gun line formed a dark wall across the plain. Blinding white light flared inside each barrel. Energy converged and, in the blink of an eye, a glowing sphere nearly a meter wide blossomed at every muzzle. On the gate tower, Xiang Yuan folded his arms, watching with interest. "Let's see if those toys can stand up to an Azura warrior's doomsday cannon." Xiuqin joined him, peering down at the array with disdain. "My king, even if they pounded the blood mist barrier for 3 days straight, they wouldn't leave a scratch. The Chaos Pearl is feeding the shield nonstop. They don't stand a chance." Xiang Yuan, amused by her confidence, nodded. "Good. Then let's sit back and enjoy the show. Maybe they'll burn through every trick they've got." Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of cannons roared at once. Thick pillars of energy ripped through the air and crashed against the blood mist barrier, raising only faint ripples, hardly a tremor. Li Ming's brow knotted. "That mongrel lord shell is tougher than I thought. I refuse to believe it can't be cracked." He barked, "All batteries, full power, continuous fire. Don't let up." An hour crawled by, yet the barrier didn't so much as quiver. Li Ming's deputy rushed over, face pale. "General, the spirit-powered cannons are almost dry, and we've burned through every spare spirit stone." 1,000,000 troops at the gate and not a dent to show for Itridge smoldered in Li Ming's chest. Staring at the prize he still couldn't reach, he ground his teeth. "Xianfeng Corps, listen up. Take to the sky and form the Starslayer array. We're cracking that shell today." "Yes, sir." Hundreds of thousands of chi condensation soldiers shot into the air, crowding the heavens. Moving along preset paths, they shifted positions until a circular array, several kilometers across, shimmered into being beneath their feet. Interlocking geometric lines sparkled, weaving a giant net across the sky. The array locked in place. Power surged from every soldier like starlight into the center, where a golden sword more than 100 meters long slowly inverted above Azura City, its edge glinting with lethal chill. Xiang Yuan looked up at the blade, then sideways at Xiuqin. "Can our barrier handle that?" A confident smile tugged at her lips. "My king, absolutely. If an attack like this could break the blood mist barrier, my life's work would be worthless." Outside the walls, Li Ming thrust his arm skyward, his voice booming like thunder. "Starslayer, array fire." At his command, the soldiers within the formation shouted as one. The 100-meter golden sword hurtled toward Ashura City's protective barrier. Crack! The sound of breaking glass exploded overhead, but what shattered wasn't the dark blood shield, it was the seemingly indestructible blade itself. The instant it touched the barrier, it burst apart and drifted down in a shower of golden dust. Li Ming and Zongren froze in midair. The Starslayer formation was the Zong army's most renowned assault array, yet a single layer of city defenses had crushed it in an instant. The sight was beyond belief. Atop the wall, Xiang Yuan withdrew his gaze, already bored with the display. He raised his hand. 2E. 2 hear my command. 2E ready. 2 ready. 2E, lead the E-Heaven Legion in a frontal assault. 2 take the Bloodblade Legion and flank them. No one escapes. Yes, sir. More than 50,000 E-Heaven Azura warriors answered as one. Their dark red armor gleamed in the sunlight as they soared through the barrier and into the sky. The Bloodblade Legion split into 2 wings, skimming the edge of the aerial battlefield to encircle the enemy. Still reeling, Li Ming and Zong Ren watched waves of figures pour from the barrier and felt a simultaneous chill. "They're counterattacking?" Zong Ren muttered. Li Ming narrowed his eyes, then sneered. "If the turtle shell won't crack, let the turtles come out. 1,000,000 troops will crush them, heathen." "Who's afraid of whom?" Zongren shook his head inwardly. Anyone who dared leave their walls must have an edge. Yet he couldn't bring himself to order a retreat. He swallowed his doubts and warned, They're confident for a reason. Stay alert. Understood, Lord Governor. The city will be mine today. Arrogant as he was, Li Meng didn't dare disobey and hurried off to deploy his forces. Zong gave a brief nod, then beckoned. Deputy Wang, with me. The two strode toward the rear lines. Assuming they had private business, Li Meng thought nothing of it. He began reorganizing the formations, maneuvering the million-strong Xianfeng army to meet the foe. Once safely behind the lines, Zong lowered his voice. Just in case, we'll withdraw to the canyon and observe from there. Deputy Wang hesitated, then understood. The governor feared defeat and preferred to stay out of harm's way. He followed without protest. Up ahead, the E-Heaven Legion cleared the walls and spread out. Each towering Azura beat 4 wings, 6 muscular arms bulging with veins. In every palm whirled a sphere of blood-red energy, buzzing like a saw. Attack! Li Meng roared. Kill! Countless cultivators surged forward. An instant later, 50,000 E-Heaven warriors raised their arms. Blood-red beams as thick as tree trunks erupted, blotting out the sky. Wherever a beam passed, it carved a molten gash through the Xianfeng ranks. Bodies were severed and charred, plummeting in droves like dumplings into boiling water. The crimson barrage was so dense it defied counting, and the Xianfeng army's numbers plunged in moments. Li Meng watched his formations tear apart, nearly catatonic. What kind of attack is this? They're slaughter machines. Before the words left his mouth, 2 more legions burst from the flanks, racing toward the Xianfeng army's exposed sides. Every soldier in these units had the same terrifying trait, each wielded 6 arms. The 2 6-armed legions began charging their death beams as well. Li Meng panicked completely. He pictured those searing white pillars sweeping through his own ranks and knew they would be wiped out in mere heartbeats. Fall back! Fall back! Full retreat! He screamed, his voice ragged, while he whipped his keen-fused command banner, trying to turn the battered troops around. But the Azura host had already formed a tightening noose, sealing every avenue of escape. From the city wall, Xiang Yuan raised a hand and cast an appraisal spell on Li Meng. He glanced at the result and chuckled. Ah, spirit fusion stage. He knew that in a straight duel, even teaming up with 2 Mia might not suppress Li Meng, but the defeated general was perfect for testing his newly mastered Azura Thunderfire. With that thought, Xiang Yuan spread his wings and dove straight toward Li Meng at the center of the field. Li Meng was still directing the remnants when his peripheral vision caught an Azura tearing through the air toward him. Battle instincts flared, and he snarled. If I'm doomed today, I'll at least take one with Metwo, if I'm lucky. With that, he drew a radiant golden sword from his storage ring and charged. The Azura was Xiang Yuan himself. He didn't even bother to summon his Bloodblade. He thrust his fists forward, and scarlet flames erupted from his forearms. Snakes of lightning coiled within the fire, crackling like furious thunder. Azura Thunderfire. Li Meng had feared a death beam, but the sight of that crimson thunderfire on Xiang Yuan's fists set every alarm ringing. What kind of flame is that? It can't be good. Without hesitation, he crushed a talisman golden light shield. A brilliant barrier snapped around him. An instant later, Xiang Yuan's thunder-red fists crashed into the shield. Boom! A dull impact sounded, and the Azura Thunderfire clung to the barrier like a living thing, devouring it. Sizzle crack fissures spidered across the surface, the golden glow faltering. After only a few heartbeats, the shield shattered with a snap, and the flames surged inward. Li Meng managed half a scream before the blood-red thunderfire engulfed him, turning him into a writhing torch. Amid the crack of thunder and roar of flame, his body charred to ash. When the fire died, only a mound of black powder remained. With their foremost general dead, the Zong forces broke at once. Coordinated with the 6-armed legion's death beams, the Azura warriors exterminated the entire enemy army without a single casualty. After the battle, Tu Mia ran up to Xiang Yuan, eyes shining. My king, I never expected them to give so much experience. Even I leveled up several times. Xiang Yuan blinked, then did the math. If even Tu Mia had jumped several levels, the ordinary soldiers of the Ishan Azura Legion must have earned far more. These Rogue City cultivator troops were a valuable resource indeed. What now, my king? Do we wait for them to send another army? Tu Mia asked. Xiang Yuan paused, eyes glinting coldly. It would be rude not to return the visit. Let's pay Yomu City a call and return the favor. Tu Mia's eyes lit up, fighting spirit surging. Hadn't had a proper workout in far too long. Bloodblade Legion, Evil Sky Legion, hear my command. Yes, sir. A thunderous roar shook the valley. Follow me to war. We're raiding Yomu City. This time Xiang Yuan's plan was brutally simple. Plunder. Ashura City was booming but starved for grain, timber, and everyday supplies. Since the Zong clan had discovered the city, they would never give up on those tempting Xian bloodstone walls. Better to strike first and haul back everything the enemy owned. At Xiang Yuan's signal, the 2 Ashura legions rose into the sky. Spiraling shockwaves split the black clouds as thousands of 6-armed Ashura formed a flying wedge and hurtled toward Yomu City. End of the canyon. 2 staggering figures crawled out from between massive boulders. Its over me army is gone, and Yomu City is finished. Zong Ren collapsed into an icy puddle, his clothes soaking through, his strength drained. Young master, we have to alert headquarters right now, Adjutant Wang urged, gripping his shoulder. They need to know about the Xian Bloodstone walls and that lord's threat. If the clan sends a grand army to wipe out Ashura City, we might still survive. Zongren seized the thought like a lifeline and yanked out his communicator. Right, contact the main branch immediately. The Endless Lord is on our doorstep. He's our greatest threat. High above, the Ashura host skimmed over jagged peaks, and soon the massive outline of a city rose on the horizon. All Ashura warriors, listen up, no killing civilians. Empty their stores, take every resource. Yes, sir. The answering roar swept toward Yomu City. Alarm drums pounded along the walls. The garrison activated the shield, a pale green dome covering the city. Six-armed Nyotian Ashura already stood in formation. Dark red energy gathered in each palm, 6 streams twisting into one, the world breaker Ashura cannon. Xiang Yuan narrowed his eyes, waiting to witness its power. Boom. A meter-wide beam of light crashed down like judgment. Crack. The shield shattered like glass, dissolving into sparks. The beam drilled through the walls, flinging stones and sending dust surging. The world breaker cannon proved almost unstoppable. The garrison was thin. Most troops had been sent to attack Ashura City. Facing such fury, the remaining soldiers blanched. Their defenses were gone before they could react. Charge! Xiang Yuan roared. A blood-red tide of Ashura warriors poured through the breaches. 2 hours later, every defender lay dead or bound. Terrified citizens barred their doors and peered from the shadows, soon realizing the Ashura only seized supplies and spared the innocent. Toomey's squad swept through warehouse after warehouse. Grain, timber, herbs, iron, bolts of cloth, everything vanished into Xiang Yuan's storage ring. Finally, the Lord's manor collapsed in flames, and Yomu City became a shattered ruin. Mission accomplished, Xiang Yuan lifted his hand. The Ashura army wheeled about and streaked home, a black torrent fading into twilight. Shortly after, taking a long detour, Zong Ren and Adjutant Wang crept back toward Yomu City, hearts pounding at the thought of running into the retreating Ashura. They climbed the ruined outer wall and stared at devastation. Giant stones lay scattered, scorch marks split the streets, and through yawning breaches they saw only wreckage. Zong Ren's stomach dropped. Everything of value was gone. He sank to his knees amid the rubble, shivering as he stared at the burnt-out granaries and the collapsed manor. They had lost their troops, their city, and even their spoils. He could already picture the clan elder's merciless verdict. Without his lordship, the third branch's feeble standing would plunge even lower. The hatred in his chest defied words. Sure enough, before a single day had passed, the clan leadership dispatched envoys to summon Zong Ren to Xianzong City, the royal seat, where the clan hall would judge him. All the way there, more than a dozen gray-armored cultivator soldiers closed in around him, their blades flashing coldly under the sun. He had already decided to let the chips fall where they might. Was still part of the main bloodline, and losing Yomu City probably would not cost him his life. At worst, they would strip him of every post and leave him to idle away the rest of his days. The towering walls of Xianzong City loomed overhead, and the clan crest above the gate seemed to press down under the blazing heat. The moment he dismounted, the soldiers silently tightened their cordon and escorted him through corridor after corridor straight to the clan hall. The show of force puzzled him. He had not betrayed the clan, so why treat him like a mortal threat? The hall itself was vast, its air thick with sandalwood incense. On the central seat sat the current clan lord, Zong Ao of the first branch, his black and gold robe making him look as immovable as a mountain. Veterans of the clan, each wielding enormous influence over the Zong consortium, occupied the rows to either side. Lesser figures from the first and second branches filled the benches along both walls, while members of the third branch had been pushed to the far end. When Zongren stepped inside, every face from his own branch was an unhealthy shade of gray. Low whispers from the first and second branches cut through the air. The third branch really is useless. They march off to attack someone else and lose their own city in the process. Only the third branch could pull that off. Pressed by the sneers, the third branch kept their heads down, none daring to answer back. Zongren wished he could sink into the floor. Silence. Zong Ao's voice boomed like a great bell, and the hall went dead quiet, at once a testament to his authority. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Zongren. Zongren, do you accept responsibility for the loss of Yomu City? Zongren lowered his head. I do. I am willing to resign as governor of Yomu City. Zong Ao nodded, his tone unreadable. Crime must be punished. Until further notice, Zong Xiao will act as interim governor. Zongren's head jerked up, and the entire third branch exchanged baffled looks. By rights, this was the perfect chance for the first or second branch to seize the city, yet the clan lord had kept it within the third. Since when had Zong Ao become so impartial? He offered no explanation, his eyes still locked on Zongren. Tell us about the lord you encountered and the Bloodstone City you reported. The Bloodstone City. Gasps rippled through the hall. Everyone knew what it meant for someone to build a stronghold out of such material. Zongren laid out everything, how he deduced that someone had founded a bloodstone city, how he launched the assault on Ashura city, every detail in order. When he finished, Zong Ao remained expressionless. You said that Lord's race calls itself Ashura. Did you secure any recordings of them? I did. Zongren replied. Zongren immediately pulled out a covert snapshot of an Ashura and handed it over. Zong Ao took the photo, gave it a quick glance, and his brows knitted at once. Himself had never seen this endless race before. After a moment's thought, he passed the picture to the people beside him. First house, second house, take a look. Does anyone recognize this species? The flimsy photo was passed from hand to hand until it reached Zong Chun. The moment he saw it, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, though he was sure he had never met the creature in person. Then another image flashed through his mind. The same savage face, the same corded muscles, a scarlet halo blazing behind the back of an endless lord. Zong Chun's heart lurched. Father, I think I've seen the lord of this race. Zong Ao raised his brows and motioned for him to continue. Zong Chun then recounted in detail what had happened that day in the fortune shop run by the Onigami lord. Zong Ao pondered for a long time before summarizing. From what you two have described, it's likely the same endless race, same lord, same ferocious aura. The man is no weakling. Perhaps he slipped into our territory after losing a war elsewhere and is trying to start over. Either way, building a city inside our domain is an open provocation. What's worse, that Ashura city seems to have used a geomantic analyzer to tap the ley lines. It sits on rich ore deposits and is built of Xian bloodstone. Its value is beyond measure. The only question now is, what are we going to do about it? With that, Zong Ao deliberately left the decision to the crowd. Everyone who understood the stakes knew that if they didn't seize such a treasure before it grew stronger, they might never get another chance. Zong Chen spoke up at once. Father, this force is a serious threat to the Zong clan. We should eliminate it quickly. I agree. We have to take the city. Voices of support rose one after another. Silence. Zong Ao raised a hand to quell the clamor. Since we're all in agreement, we need a thorough plan. They'll discuss the details with the Council of Elders later. For now, the first, second, and third houses will wait in the outer hall. No one is to leave without a summons. Though puzzled hadn't the decision already been made, everyone withdrew as ordered. In a corner, Zongren kept his head down, feeling like a grimy rat. Regret, self-reproach, and anger churned inside him. If he had another chance, he swore he would personally raise that Ashura city. Suddenly the great doors of the clan hall swung open again, and a servant called them back inside. They filed in, all eyes turning to Zong Ao on the high seat. In a grave voice he announced, the Elder Council has decided. We will launch a full assault on Ashura city. This operation is top secret, no leaks whatsoever. Understood? The crowd exchanged looks and quickly grasped the implication. The Zong clan intended to swallow Ashura city whole, along with the technique for processing Xian bloodstone. Only Zongren looked uneasy. The clan had chosen the very path he once had, plotting to claim that endless lord's Xian bloodstone city in secret. A vague sense of foreboding crept over him. Zongren, I'm offering you a chance to atone for your mistakes. Will you take it? Zong Ao said suddenly. The vast council hall fell silent at once. Only the candle flames flickered. A jolt ran through Zongren's heart. Almost by reflex he dropped to his knees, fists clenched, forehead pressed to the jade steps. I am willing. Zong Ao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the room. He raised a hand and pointed to the blood-red city on the battle map. The assault on Ashura city will be led by the 3rd Branch's Legion, with you in command. Of everyone present, only you have actually faced the Ashura clan, so you should be prepared. The abrupt assignment left Zongren momentarily stunned. Cultivators from the 1st and 2nd branches frowned and whispered the weaker 3rd branch was clearly being sent in as cannon fodder. If their losses were heavy, they would never recover. Zongren understood all too well, and his breathing quickened. As he hesitated, Zong Ao's face darkened, his voice ringing like cold iron. What now? Does the 3rd branch have no sense of responsibility for losing the city? Skipping over Zongren, he addressed the other leaders directly. The 3rd branch chiefs lowered their heads one after another, their momentum crushed. In truth, they could only curse Zongren's earlier failure that had given the other branches such leverage. After a tense pause, Zongren raised his head and shouted, I accept. The 3rd branch will lead the main force and win the first merits. His voice echoed through the hall. Behind him, his father, the true pillar of the branch, sighed softly yet declared, Patriarch, we will serve as the vanguard. Excellent. Zong Ao laughed, then traced his finger across the map. Since the 3rd branch has agreed, erase the plan. The 1st and 2nd branches will each send an elite legion to attack from the flanks. Meanwhile, the clan's elite core 500,000 strong will stand ready as our trump card. We must take Ashura city quickly. At the mention of the elite core, excitement flashed in the eyes of the 1st and 2nd branch members. That unit consisted entirely of soul-refining cultivators with composite combat ratings around 150. By comparison, contributing a single legion apiece seemed easy. Moreover, When Ashura City fell, the governorship of the new Xuanxua Stone City would go to either the first or second branch. Though the third branch would shed the most blood, they were merely paying for past mistakes and would gain nothing. The hall's mood grew increasingly fervent. Zong swept his sleeve. Good. Now return to your territories and mobilize your troops. All legions will gather in Yomu City first. Understood, Patriarch. Armor clanged as the crowd replied in unison, their voices booming off the walls. Ashura City. Xiang Yuan rode back in triumph, escorting a vast haul of supplies. At the gate, he ordered everything sorted ore, grain, herbs while beast-drawn carts carved deep ruts in the streets. Next, he dispatched workers to build large warehouses on the open ground north of the city. 4 days the system prompts had been non-stop. Ashura citizens uploaded a flood of skills and special building blueprints, including designs for massive depots. Ashura City already had a warehouse district mapped out, so Xiang Yuan walked to its center. With a wave of his hand, the mountains of goods in his storage space poured out like a torrent. Smiths, masons, and carpenters surged forward, their shouts ringing as timber beams, iron spikes, and mystical stone were rushed into place. In moments, the frames of dozens of warehouses stood in neat rows. After settling the craftsmen, Xiang Yuan told the logistics officers to log every item. Once the tallies matched, he looked up at the towering walls in the distance, silently planning the next phase of the city's defenses. At the same time, he summoned Tatabu. When Tatubu saw the mountains of supplies, he immediately declared with excitement that they could start building the Bloodblade Azura King statue in the central plaza at once. At the same time, Xiang Yuan summoned several newly arrived Azura architects. The first specialized in constructing armory workshops. The second focused on all kinds of defensive fortifications. The third was an elderly female Azura dressed much like a Blue Planet scientist. She uploaded a blueprint titled Azura Secret Gear Research Institute. After a long round of questions, Xiang Yuan finally understood that so-called secret gear was the Azura equivalent of the spatial storage devices their warriors carried, and that the institute was designed to develop such high-end equipment. Spatial storage technology already seemed cutting-edge to him, so the blueprint filled him with anticipation for the future. The good news had barely settled when bad news followed. Except for abundant metal ore, every other resource in Azura City was exhausted. Even so, Xiang Yuan didn't frown. The last great battle had boosted Tu Mia and the others several levels, and the surge of experience points still thrilled him. Now that resources were scarce, it was the perfect excuse to plunder the wild towns in the Zong clan's territory. Several days later, in a side hall of the Lord's mansion, Xiang Yuan was enjoying Ashura-grown rice and a chilled, spicy dish of berserk lion bear heart and lungs that Ji Wuyao had prepared for him. Jin Zhu burst in, panting. Boss, something's up something big. Seeing his agitation, Xiang Yuan raised a hand. Whatever it is, don't panic. Sit down and try this lion bear awful top-notch. Jin Zhu glanced at the glistening platter and hesitated. Is it really good? It's delicious. Wuyao made it. Then give me a bowl of rice, and I'll talk while I eat. Just then, Ji Wuyao entered with a large bowl piled high with rice, prepared especially for Jin Zhu. Take your time. They'll make a few more dishes for you too. Thanks, sis-in-law. Jin Zhu loved calling her that. Before the words were out, he swept half the platter into his bowl and began eating in huge mouthfuls. Mzu good. Watching the dish shrink by half, a vein twitched on Xiang Yuan's forehead. All right, what's the big news? Jin Zhu finally lowered his voice. I've been idle lately, so I went undercover in Yomu City to monitor the Zong clan. A few days ago, they started stationing massive numbers of troops there. When I left, more units were still pouring in. Looks like they're mobilizing the entire corporation. They're dead set on attacking us. Xiang Yuan snorted. Can you estimate their numbers? At least 3 million, and most are elite, much stronger than last time. I was planning to strike first, but if their main force is already on the move, why waste our walls? Let them come, Xiang Yuan said, popping the last grain of rice into his mouth. When you're done eating, go find Wakong. He's an expert in fortifications. I want every defense in place at the canyon entrance and along the Azura City walls. Xiang Yuan never indulged in blind arrogance. Whatever preparations could be made, he made them, no matter how strong or weak the enemy might be. Jin Zhuan nodded eagerly, then flicked his chopsticks across the table. The scant portion of spicy wild lion bear heart and lung salad shrank by nearly half. Big brother, this cold dish is incredible. Mind if I drop by more often for sister-in-law's cooking? He asked, lips glistening with oil as he piled on the flattery. Xiang Yuan shot him an exasperated look. If you like it that much, go plead with Wu Yao and see if she'll make you some. Heh, sure thing. Jin Zhuan grinned and buried himself in the food. Moments later, he had cleaned the entire platter. After wiping his mouth, he turned to Xiang Yuan with exaggerated remorse. Big brother, did you get enough? Get lost. Xiang Yuan rolled his eyes. Not long after the meal, Jin Zhuan brought Wakingan Azura clansmen renowned for fortress engineering to see Xiang Yuan. My king, you summoned me? Waking bowed, his manner respectful. Xiang Yuan went straight to the point. Waking, a major battle may be coming. What do you propose for our defenses? Waking was ready. He spoke with calm confidence. My king, I have already surveyed the terrain. Azura City sits in rugged, easily defensible ground. Only one broad, level road leads here the canyon. If we install a device that generates an absolute no-fly zone inside the city, that canyon becomes a true choke point. Fortify the heights, lay ambushes, and the enemy will bleed. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. He had long felt the canyon left their skies too exposed. With a no-fly field in place, every invader would be forced to march through on foot, perfect for an Azura counterstrike. How powerful is the device? He asked. It's called Absolute for a reason, Waking replied, brimming with confidence. Once active, it will blanket the entire mountain ring, the canyon included. But it needs an energy core. The higher the grade and the more power supplied, the wider and stronger the field. The word energy made Xiang Yuan think of the chaos pearls he still possessed. He had started with 4. Building the bloodstone wall had consumed 1, leaving 3. Energy won't be a problem. They'll give you the best, he said. How soon can it be done? If you grant me top priority on the resources you just captured, Waking answered, eyes blazing, I can finish in 2 days. Xiang Yuan produced a chaos pearl and placed it in his hands. Find Fengzheng. Tell him to give you whatever you need to build the absolute no-fly zone. Waking cupped the pearl as though it were sacred, his breath quick with excitement. The Azura take pride in serving their people, and a project of this scale thrilled him to the core. He had heard of these pearls when Xiuqin used one to raise the bloodstone wall. Envy had chewed at him then. Now, at last, he held one himself. He studied the chaos pearl in his hand for a moment, then turned to Xiang Yuan. My lord, the energy inside this pearl is nothing short of supreme, and it seems endless. If we embed it into our anti-flight device, Azura City will become the most terrifying no-fly zone imaginable. Xiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Good. See to it. Yes, my lord. 2 days later. In the center of Azura City, a metal structure resembling a signal tower rose skyward. Massive steel supports crisscrossed its frame, while glowing runes pulsed across the surface. Wakong climbed to the top and set the chaos pearl into the central socket. Light burst from the gem, and a transparent wave of energy spread from the tower's tip, blanketing the entire city in an instant. Xiang Yuan felt invisible chains coil around him. His power of flight extinguished at once. My lord, the anti-flight field is fully activated. Wakong ran up excitedly. Please, test it yourself. Xiang Yuan summoned his qi and leapt skyward, but after barely 2 meters a crushing force yanked him back, his boots carving a shallow crater in the ground. Such immense restraint. He tried again with all his might, yet could not break past the 2-meter barrier. Moments later he confirmed the field only suppressed flight. Climbing and other movements were unaffected. Wakong, can this device distinguish friend from foe? I want our Azura warriors airborne, while the enemy stays grounded. My lord, this is the most basic absolute suppression model. It can't differentiate yet. But if you establish an artifact research institute, we can develop upgrade modules and add multiple functions. Excellent. Xiang Yuan nodded, fully recognizing Wakeng's worth. From now on, the entire city defense network is yours. Do whatever is necessary. Understood, my lord. Xiang Yuan then beckoned to Tu Mie and Tu Yi, who stood guard nearby. Tu Mie, Tu Yi, take your legions and follow me to the canyon. We'll prepare and ambush the enemy, will arrive soon. Yes, my lord, they replied in unison, their armor clanking in a deep, steady rhythm. Yoma City. Key members from the Rome clan's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd branches gathered together. Over the past few days they had mobilized troops while repairing the section of wall destroyed earlier. The fortifications were now complete, and outside the city, tents stretched like a sea beneath forests of fluttering banners. Inside the governor's mansion, Rong Ren sat in the seat of honor for the first time. No one from the 1st or 2nd branch contested it. Instead, they watched him with curious expressions. Rong Chen spoke sharply. Rong Ren, time is of the essence. The 3rd branch's forces are ready, and we've decided to strike Azura City immediately. His tone made it clear he was not seeking approval. Bitterness welled in Rong Ren's chest, yet he knew the battle could not be postponed. Only by crushing the Azura Lord before he grew stronger could the 3rd branch reclaim leverage only, then could Rong Ren hold his head high again. Very well. We march at once. He drew a long breath and brought his hand down resolutely. We depart at 1 o'clock this afternoon. By 1 o'clock that afternoon, every camp outside Yamu City had been dismantled. For mechanized cultivator legions, hastily assembled by the Zong consortium, stood in dense formation. The leading figures of each division lined up at the front, waiting for the 3rd division to break camp and take the vanguard. Zongren glanced back at the army, a restless tide of steel-clad cultivators. His eyes hardened. This time, I will wipe away my disgrace. The thought had barely formed when he thrust his arms skyward and shouted, Advance. Millions of cultivators stepped out in unison, yet their pace never faltered. Infantry in the forge body realm marched with drum-like cadence, while the chi-condensing elites rose into the air, serving both as a mobile strike force and as scouts. Around 7 that evening, beneath the still bright dusk of heavenly Saint Star, the army came upon a colossal gorge that pierced the clouds. Zong and other members of the 1st and 2nd Divisions gathered beside Zhongren. Frowning at the sheer cliffs ahead, Zong asked, Zhongren, Azura City is down in that canyon? It is, Zhongren replied with a nod. The terrain is formidable, but when we attacked last time, there was no anti-flight field. My troops simply flew over. Zong relaxed slightly. They can't have set one up so quickly. To be safe, send in scouts first. Understood. Zhongren agreed at once and dispatched a squad into the canyon. Moments later, the 4 million strong force halted. High on the canyon rim, behind a boulder, Xiang Yuan hid with 2 Mia and 2 Yi, their auras suppressed. Peering down, Xiang Yuan made a quick estimating at least 4 million cultivators, an astonishing sight. Pass the order. No Azura warrior is to open fire until I give the signal. When I do, unleash a full volley from the Shura cannons. Yes, my king, 2 Mia and 2 Yi whispered. Xiang Yuan weighed his options. If he held the line, the Zong troops would discover the anti-flight field and assume an ambush awaited. Yet with their overwhelming numbers and determination, they wouldn't retreat easily. He meant to use the natural fortress to swallow as much of the enemy as fate allowed. Outside the gorge, the scouts returned with grim faces. There's an anti-flight field. The Azura Lord has advanced far too quickly. Worry flickered across Zhongren's features. The leaders of the 1st and 2nd Divisions were equally troubled. Zong spoke in a low, uncompromising voice. Zhongren, we brought more than 4 million troops here to take Azura City. There's no turning back. It's time for your 3rd Division to lead the charge. His tone left no room for debate. A flash of fury rose in Zhongren's chest. Were they condemning the 3rd Division to certain death? Zhongren had witnessed the Ashura's combat power firsthand, especially the lethality of those death beam cannons, mobile meat grinders on the battlefield. Just as he was about to object, a strategist from the 2nd branch snapped. Remember, your 3rd branch is here to atone for its mistakes. Are you planning to cower the moment you set foot on the battlefield? The rebuke left Zhongren speechless. Grinding his teeth, he roared, all 3rd branch units, listen up. Body forging troops take point, chi condensing troops follow. 2 million cultivator soldiers under the 3rd branch formed ranks and surged into the canyon like an iron tide. The gorge was long and wide, but the army was vast as well. Outside the canyon, Xiang Yuan watched the Zong Consortium's troops advance and broke into a grin. The deeper they went, he thought, the more they belonged to him. An hour later, the entire 12 million strong force had penetrated the canyon, and the vanguard had already stepped into the basin where Ashura City lay. Xiang Yuan remained motionless, waiting to see if more troops would be funneled in. At the canyon mouth, Zhongren's communicator buzzed. He opened the channel and glanced at Zong and the others. Our lead units are almost at Ashura City. The place is strange, but the fight's about to start. Aren't you coming in? Zong smiled calmly. No hurry. You're the main force. Go ahead and start the assault. If you truly need support, we'll move in at once. The evasive answer set Zhongren ablaze. Zong damn you. You want to watch the entire 3rd branch die? You're wasting the decisive moment. Zong's tone turned icy. Mind your words. They'll commit my troops when the time is right. Before he finished, explosions and screams ripped through the canyon depths. Everyone turned to see bands of brutal warriors lining the cliffs, each with multiple arms. From the cannons mounted on those arms, blood-red beams swept back and forth. Packed tight in the narrow pass, friend and foe alike were trapped in the kill zone. Severed limbs and misted blood spattered the stone walls. This was the Ashura warriors' playground. Zhongren's pupils contracted. Those death beams again. Fall back immediately. Retreat is not an option. Charge. Zong barked over him. Storm Ashura City now. The ambushers will have to pull back to defend it, and only then can our troops pass safely. Yu rage and horror collided in Zhongren. Blood spurted from his mouth. Watching the carnage in the canyon, he envisioned his entire branch annihilated. It's over. The 3rd branch is finished. He collapsed to his knees, on the verge of a breakdown. The 2nd branch officers looked on, wearing frosty smiles. At the far end of the gorge, Xiang Yuan saw that no more troops were coming and ordered every Ashura cannon to open fire. Scarlet beams swept like harvesters through grain, reaping lives with ease while experience points poured in. Beside him, Tumia fired round after round, his body flaring with leveling up light. Another hour passed. Under the one-sided slaughter of the Ashura cannons, the 3rd branch army was wiped out. Only then did the forces outside the canyon retreat in panic. As Xiang Yuan watched the enemy withdraw, he noticed a lone figure kneeling at the canyon's mouth, surrounded by bloodstains. The man alternated between wailing in despair and laughing hysterically. Xiang Yuan frowned. What's this? Did someone lose his mind from sheer terror? At that moment Xiang Yuan turned to 2 Mia and 2 Yi. Go count the upgrades our Ashura Legion just earned. I'm heading down into the canyon. Yes, my king. With the order given, he vaulted off the cliff and clambered down the jagged rock face. Before long the dim outline of the canyon entrance emerged, and he finally made out the crazed figure below. It's over. The third branch is finished. I'm finished. The man's own ring collapsed to his knees, yanking at his hair and wailing. His torn cries echoed through the ravine. Even the night wind seemed steeped in despair. Xiang Yuan frowned, unsure what was happening, and called out, "Hey, madman, what's your problem?" Zongren lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, pupils unfocused. The moment he spotted Xiang Yuan, he showed no fear. Instead, he lunged like a rabid beast. Ashura, kill the Ashura, kill everyone from the first and second branches. Yes, there's still a chance. We've got an elite force at Luo Fengpe. When they get here, they'll slaughter you all. An elite force? Xiang Yuan's heart tightened. He remembered the intel from Ji Wuyao. The Zong Consortium's trump card consisted of soul-refining cultivators, each with combat power above 100th to stronger even than Tu Mai's group. A threat like that couldn't be ignored. Where is Luo Fengpe? He demanded. Where is Luo Fengpe? Where is Luo Fengpe? Zong Ren's mind was shattered. His words tumbled out. Xiang Yuan tried another angle. When that elite force arrives, you'll get your revenge. Tell me where it is, and I'll take you to them. Right. Revenge. Zongren sprang up. Luo Fengpe 20 li north of Yomu City, a hillside covered in red parasol trees. Crack. Xiang Yuan twisted his wrist, and Zongren's head fell silently to the ground. By then Tu Mie and Tu Yi had led the Ashura warriors into the gorge. My king, Tu Mie reported, the Bloodblade Corps gained an average of 5 levels. Most warriors are now level 99. Tu Yi followed up. The Evil Heaven Corps rose 13 levels on average, but the spread is wide. Most are around level 70. Both men could hardly contain their excitement. Xiang Yuan nodded. Night has fallen. We're striking an enemy camp. Tell the brothers the opponent is strong this time. Stay sharp. Yes, my king. Once clear of the flight restriction zone, more than 3,000 Ashura warriors spread their wings. Under the night sky, they became a dark torrent racing toward Yomu City. 2 hours later, the army set down, hidden among hills several dozen li north of the city. The rolling slope ahead lay like a sleeping dragon, crimson parasol trees swaying in the moonlight. Xiang Yuan swept the area with his divine sense and locked onto his target countless parasol trees, and a soul-refining unit lying in ambush beneath them. Xiang Yuan intended to strike personally this time, determined to inflict maximum damage before the enemy even realized what was happening. He summoned Tu Mie and Tu Yi, pointed toward the rolling ridgeline in the distance, and precisely marked Luofeng Slope. There's a large force hidden there. They'll attack first. The moment I move, teleport every Ashura warrior with an Ashura flash, surround the slope, and fire the world-ending Ashura cannon at full power. Level the entire ridge. Understood? Understood, my king. The two generals answered in unison. Satisfied, Xiang Yuan flicked his sleeve. A spatial rift opened, and he used grand transposition to appear above Luofeng's slope in a single heartbeat. The high-altitude wind cut like knives, but he did not hesitate. With both arms spread wide, he unleashed a torrent of blood-colored energy that formed the long-absent, enormous, ethereal, endless blood blades. In an instant, tens of thousands of scarlet blades, each 40 meters long, filled the sky. The heavens turned crimson, and the land below glowed red in their reflection. Enemy attack. Who dares? A thunderous shout rose from the slope. A figure wreathed in white light shot upward, charging straight at Xiang Yuan. The soul-forged cultivators hidden below snapped awake, but the sea of blades was already crashing down. Howls and screams intertwined as 500,000 soul-forged soldiers were torn apart, blood mist billowing everywhere. The white-lit figure's eyes bulged in fury just as countless multi-armed silhouettes flickered into existence around him. Ashura flash. The deep command of Tu Mie and Tu Yi sounded almost in time with the light. Over 500,000 heaven-defying Ashuras materialized, energy gathering at their chests before they fired beams as thick as water barrels. Ashura soldiers within the Yetian Legion joined the barrage without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if Luofeng's slope had been thrown into a storm of lightning and fire. Columns of energy shredded the air, rock and soil erupted. Explosions merged into a single roar. The ground visibly caved in as the Zong clan's elite army was blasted into chaos. High above, Xiang Yuan raised a hand and cast appraisal, locking onto the white-lit enemy. Name, Wang Mu. Realm, late fusion stage. Combat power, 1000. The readout made Xiang Yuan tense. Left unchecked, this man could cause heavy casualties to the Ashura Legion. Steeling himself, Xiang Yuan gripped his twin blood blades and dived. Wang Mu's eyes were bloodshot, watching his 500,000 elite troops collapse in flame. He roared and lifted his sword to meet the attack. The two figures slammed into each other beneath the blood-red sky. On paper, Xiang Yuan's combat power was only 400, but every art he wielded was top tier. As they closed, a flick of his sleeve activated true-false doppelganger. More than a dozen identical Xiang Yuans surrounded Wang Mu, each holding a gleaming blood blade. Wang Mu faltered, then sneered. Cheap illusions? Pathetic. He bit his finger, smeared blood across 2 fingers, muttered an incantation, and wiped them over his eyelids. Twin beams of crimson light shot from his eyes as he scanned the ring of clones. The next instant, he froze. The scorn on his face shattered, replaced by sheer astonishment. How is this possible? They're all real. Xiang Yuan had no time to explain. Dozens of his clones unleashed the Azura slash, concentrating their fire on Wang Mu. Blades of blood and light flooded the sky, a red-black tide crashing down on Wang Mu. Yet his opponent didn't so much as twitch. With a tap of the toe, his figure dissolved and reappeared behind every clone. Raising his sword, he murmured an incantation, then roared, 10,000 swords, return to the origin. A hiss, the blade spat out countless arcs of sword energy, each razor sharp. The clones it touched popped like soap bubbles. Within a heartbeat, only a handful remained. Both men froze for a split second. Wang Mu couldn't fathom how he had failed to strike the real body even once, while Xiang Yuan was stunned that he had been forced onto the defensive for the first time in battle. The next instant, Xiang Yuan's silhouette blurred again, compressing the air with a boom as more than 100 new clones materialized, almost sealing Wang Mu in. Wang Mu's mind reeled. Did that cloning technique cost him nothing? This time Xiang Yuan meant to kill. Boom, boom. Flames the color of blood ignited on every clone. Bolts of lightning crackled between the infernos. At last Wang Mu grasped how troublesome this foe wash wielded both lightning and fire. Worse, every clone lunged at once, trying to pin him down and burn him alive. Frantic, Wang Mu relied on continuous teleportation, flickering through the melee while sweeping his sword in broad arcs, shredding incoming clones and their lightning fire in one stroke. Still, Xiang Yuan couldn't get close. Wang Mu had one technique left, infinite might, but nowhere to use it, so he braced himself for a war of attrition. Even though Wang Mu's overall power outstripped his by 600 points, Xiang Yuan was convinced, in a contest of endurance, not even 10 Wang Mu's could outlast him. And clones wreathed in lightning and fire kept appearing. Wang Mu kept blinking away, each time unleashing another sweeping blast of sword energy. Time slipped bit woeful hours. In the distance, Tu Mia and Tu Yi had already led their legions to wipe out the Zong clan's elite forces. Only this stalemate remained on the field. Wang Mu was shaken to his core. What kind of monster was this man? Endless clones, each bearing genuine lightning fire. Was his energy truly inexhaustible? Xiang Yuan felt the same frustration. It was the first time he had employed this cheesy tactic in a duel, and after hours he still hadn't drained his opponent. He secretly resolved to raise his cultivation after this battle. He couldn't afford such effort every time he faced a leader. Meanwhile, Wang Mu realized his own troops had been slaughtered by the Ashura warriors. The loss cut like a knife, but he knew he could not afford to linger stay any longer, and he would die as well. Without hesitation, Wang Mu teleported, aiming to flee the battlefield. Xiang Yuan instantly saw through Wang Mu's plan and, with a sudden use of the great translocation art, appeared at his side. Hundreds of clones burst forth again, hurling themselves at Wang Mu in an unending wave. Driven steadily backward, Wang Mu could only keep triggering instant teleportation, his figure flashing across the night sky in a chain of afterimages. In that split second, Xiang Yuan abruptly glanced over his shoulder and bellowed, his roar shaking the battlefield. Tu Mia, take your men, wipe out the force at Yamu City, then wait for me in Azura City. I'll finish this cur myself. Tu Mia locked eyes with Tu Yi across the melee. Within the battle circle, Xiang Yuan's attacks rolled in like a tide, and Wang Mu was almost powerless to respond. The two generals knew their king's strength too well. Certain that Wang Mu would soon be worn down, they wheeled the army around and charged straight toward Yamu City. Wang Mu heard Xiang Yuan's order clearly, and his heart sank. His 500,000 elite troops were already lost. If the young masters of the first and second branches died as well, the clan would execute him upon his return. Lightning-quick calculations left him only one option: save his own life and flee Tianxing Star rather than go back to the Zong clan. He therefore abandoned all counterattacks, leaving just a thread of spiritual power for protection and pouring everything else into his teleportation technique. 3 hours passed, and the duel had carried them 1,000 kilometers away. Wang Mu's face was bloodless, the power in his dantian nearly exhausted. By contrast, Xiang Yuan kept unleashing hundreds of Thunderfire clones, hemming him in on all sides. Wang Mu was spent, too tired even to wonder how his foe could sustain such terrifying consumption. Another blazing clone lunged at his chest. Gritting his teeth, Wang Mu forced to teleport, but his energy was too low. The spell collapsed as soon as it formed. An instant later, countless lightning-wreathed Xiang Yuan clones swarmed over him like locusts. Ah! A shrill scream split the sky. Within seconds, Wang Mu was reduced to a heap of charred ash. Xiang Yuan withdrew his hand and hovered in midair, a satisfied smile on his face. With a casual wave, the sea of clones vanished. Huh, finally wore that mongrel to death. I'm exhausted myself. Yamu City. The moment Zong Chun and his party returned, They dispatched riders to Luofeng Slope to inform Wang Mu of the disaster they had suffered in Azura City. Under the original plan, Wang Mu's 500,000 elites were to serve as a hidden vanguard, striking when the Third Branch Army began its assault. Now that Zong Ren's core was annihilated and the gorge had become a death trap, Zong Chun had to improvise. Yet the messengers never came back. Near dawn, a scout burst into the city lord's mansion, ashen-faced, with horrific news. Luofeng Slope had been razed to the ground, and the clan's elite force had vanished without a trace. The upper echelons of the first and second branches were thunderstruck, unable to make sense of events. Zong Chun even suspected that a rival consortium had struck at the clan. While the city was in turmoil, an Azura army suddenly appeared outside the walls. Without a word, they unleashed a barrage of black-red pillars of light death rays. All civilians had already been evacuated and Yumu City converted into a fortress, yet it still could not withstand such horrific weapons. Zong clan cultivator soldiers were mown down in swaths, and defensive structures melted like paper. After less than half a day of bloody fighting, Tu Mia and Tu Yi breached the city and captured every senior member of the first and second branches alive. The entire Azura army once again experienced a sweeping rise in strength. When Xiang Yuan returned to Azura City, Tu Mia and Tu Yi had already led their legions back and reported to him at once. After hearing that they had captured several high-ranking enemies, Xiang Yuan motioned for Tu Mia to guide him to the holding cells. The dungeon quarter had been erected in haste from blueprints Feng Zheng had drawn up in advance. Anticipating future campaigns, Feng Zheng built the prison before the war even began, never expecting it to see use the day it was finished. Barriers unique to the Azura clan lined every wall. No matter how strong a cultivator was, escape was impossible once inside. A heavy stone door swung open, and a rush of cold, rusty air filled the corridor. At the far end, in a broad iron-barred cell, more than a dozen young heirs of the Zong consortium sat in chains, clothes filthy, faces drawn. "Open it." Xiang Yuan's order was casual. The lock clanged, and he strode in. The young masters of the Zong family's main and secondary branches realized instantly that this was a major figure in Azura City. Zong Chun recognized him at a glance as the Azura Lord, and his heart seemed to stop. "Give me one reason not to kill you." Xiang Yuan's voice was calm, but an undeniable chill ran through it. He had no interest in calculating how to profit from the Zong consortium. If they failed to produce a compelling reason, he would kill them on the spot. The cell fell silent, broken only by heavy breathing. No one spoke. Impatient, Xiang Yuan seized the nearest scion of the second branch and pressed a hand to the man's head. Crack! The crisp snap echoed, the prisoner's eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. The smell of blood spread at once. The remaining captives turned ashen, one man's legs gave out, and he wet his trousers while scrambling into a corner. Xiang Yuan stepped forward and was suddenly before another prisoner, palm poised. Don't kill me. I have sovereign coins, lots of them." Crack! A second neck snapped. Xiang Yuan had no interest in sovereign coins. He advanced like a harvester through grain. Crack! Crack! With each sharp report, another Zong heir collapsed. The survivors' pupils shrank, terror filling their eyes. "You can't just murder us. The Zong consortium will avenge." Another unhesitating crack silenced the plea. After several more deaths, only Zong Chun remained. Xiang Yuan did not know Zong Chun and had not meant to spare him. The young man was already slumped on the floor, trousers soaked, face ghost white. As Xiang Yuan stepped closer, Zong Chun suddenly screamed as though struck by lightning. "I have it. I have a reason that can save my life." Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Let's hear it. If it's worth anything, they'll let you live." Gasping for breath, Zong Chun forced his voice steady. "Our Zong consortium was preparing to build another king-level wilderness city. All the supplies are already gathered. The only thing missing is a resource-rich site. I know exactly where those supplies are stored." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. Azura City was in the midst of a massive expansion, and construction materials were in desperately short supply. If there really was a cache large enough to build a royal capital, it would be a godsend. He restrained his emotions, fixed a cool gaze on the trembling Zongren before him, and spoke in a low, imposing voice. "What's your name, and what position do you hold in the Zong consortium?" I am Zong Chun, the eldest son of the main branch. The clan patriarch is my father. Please don't kill me." Already beside himself with fear, Zong Chun blurted out everything in one breath. Xiang Yuan gave a slight nod. If he truly was the patriarch's son, the story was probably genuine. "Where are these supplies? And don't even think about lying. If my men come back empty-handed, your life is forfeit." "I wouldn't dare lie." Zong Chun bobbed his head repeatedly. 300 li east of Yomu City, right between Yomu and Eugene. Our consortium built a temporary fortress there, and everything is stored inside. Defenses? Xiang Yuan pressed. 500,000 soul-refining realm troops, plus another million elite soldiers. A chill flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. "You'd better be accurate. Otherwise, dying will be the least of your problems." Turning to Tu Mia at his side, He ordered, lock him up. Feed him regularly, I don't want him starving to death. As you command, my king. Tu Mia dragged Zong away. After leaving the dungeon, Xiang Yuan summoned Tu Yi. Take a small squad of Azura warriors and scout the area 300 li east of Yomu City. Stay hidden. If you see any sign of a fortress, return and report immediately. Understood, my king. Tu Yi chose a dozen elite Azura fighters and departed without delay. With the urgent matters settled, Xiang Yuan turned to the city's future development and headed straight to Kong Fuse's residence, a modest courtyard the Azura had built for the venerable scholar. Pushing open the door, he saw Kong Fuzi and several students clustered around a circular array plate. The plate was nearly 2 meters wide, its surface etched with intricate runes. A pale violet mist flowed along the lines and rose in coils toward the city's vaulted sky. Focusing his gaze, Xiang Yuan noticed the vapor splitting into countless filaments, each one faintly tugging on every Azura citizen within the walls. Sensing his arrival, Kong Fuzi paused and bowed. My lord, you've come. Xiang Yuan returned the greeting with a smile. Sir, what is this device? Stroking his beard, Kong Fuzi explained. My lord, you once obtained a mysterious item called the Breath of the Race, and said its purpose was unknown. Recently, I sensed a strange aura gathering among our people, and I suspected a connection. With the students, I set up this array to investigate. He gestured toward the violet mist. The array shows that this aura permeates the entire clan. It's elusive, yet undeniably real. I believe this energy linking every member of our Azura race is none other than the Breath of the Race. The moment Kong Fuzi mentioned it, Xiang Yuan was instantly captivated. He stepped closer, lowered his voice, and his eyes gleamed with curiosity. Sir, could you tell me more about this Breath of Race? Kong Fuzi waved a hand and offered a faint smile. My lord, the concept is far beyond my current understanding. Still, I have a rough hypothesis. The Breath of Race governs a species' rise, decline, and reproduction, and it could influence the fate of an entire planet, no, of every sovereign star. A chill ran through Xiang Yuan. Kong Fuzi never spoke lightly. Such an assessment was no exaggeration. Xiang Yuan immediately shared everything he knew, including the fact that on the sovereign star's resource list, the Breath of Race was merely labeled abundant. A sharp light flickered in Kong Fuzi's eyes. Twirling his white beard, he seemed to confirm a theory. Just as I suspected, its supply is limited. Even a hegemon-class world like Tianxing star only rates it as abundant. His tone turned solemn. My lord, give me more time. If I'm right, the Breath of Race is the core resource of every sovereign star. A single planet needs only enough for one species to endure. The implications are immense. Xiang Yuan sensed that Tianxing star was far more complex than he had imagined, yet he could not unravel it now. He shifted the topic. Sir, what do you think of the recent battles around Ashura City? How should we respond? At the mention of defenses, Kong Fuse's demeanor lightened. My lord, I never expected the fortress our Ashura clan built to be this formidable. Wild settlements aside, even stronger foes would struggle to breach it if we hold the walls. For now, our best move is to gather resources and keep strengthening the fortifications. Should a powerful enemy appear, we'll withdraw into our shell. For a young Ashura clan, that is the wisest course. Xiang Yuan nodded. You're absolutely right. Our patience is temporary. When it's time to borrow resources, we'll venture out. Soon I may have to leave the city, and I'll need you to oversee everything while I'm gone. Kong Fuzi paused, his brows furrowing for an instant before he smiled. My lord intends to seek a way to strengthen himself, doesn't he? Xiang Yuan marveled at the old scholar's insight. Kong Fuzi laughed heartily. We're newcomers in a land filled with powerhouses, and you can no longer level up through battle alone. Venturing out to find a breakthrough is sensible if we hope to face greater threats ahead. Rest easy. With Ashura City's defenses, you can leave without worry. They'll take care of everything here. Xiang Yuan nodded, satisfied. Good. That afternoon too, he hurried back to Ashura City, dust covered from the road. He went straight to Xiang Yuan, cupped his fists, and reported in a low voice, My king, about 300 li east of Yomu City, we have confirmed the presence of a large military fortress. Excellent. Xiang Yuan made the decision on the spot. Fetch Tumia. Assemble 2 Ashura legions immediately. We march tonight and take that fort by surprise. Night had not yet fully fallen, yet Ashura City was already a hive of frantic preparation. Armor clanged, and the low hum of shuriken energy crystals rose and fell in waves. While the troops assembled, Xiang Yuan outlined the plan. 1. Tu Mia will lead the Bloodblade Legion in a frontal feint. 2. Xiang Yuan will lie in wait with the Ishan Legion. 3. When the fort's soul-refining elites counterattack, the Bloodblade Legion pulls back, luring them away from the stronghold. 4. The Ishan Legion slips inside and seizes the supplies. The scheme was simple and blunt, but Xiang Yuan knew that the best tactics seldom need embellishment. Deep in the night, the sky was crystal clear. The massive outline of the fortress appeared ahead, its walls towering, its protective barrier glimmering faintly. Tu Mia, Xiang Yuan murmured, Have the Bloodblade Ashura open with a single volley of Doomsday Shura cannons. The firepower is huge. Aim only at the walls. Don't hit the warehouses inside. Understood? Yes, my king. Mia snapped a crisp signal, and hundreds of thousands of Bloodblade Ashura melted into the night sky, forming up high above the fort. The next instant the darkness was shredded by countless pinpoints of light. A deep hum rolled across the field. More than 500,000 energy beams as thick as water barrels fired at once, the searing power warping the air. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a heartbeat, the fort's barrier shattered, and long stretches of wall collapsed like toppled blocks. Sirens screamed, but were drowned by the continuous roar of explosions. From his hiding place on the far side, Xiang Yuan clearly heard an enraged shout from within the fort. It's the Ashura. Quick, all soul-refining cultivators assemble. Follow me, we fight our way out. The words were music to his ears. The enemy had taken the bait exactly as planned. Within moments, swarms of cultivators burst from the shattered walls and hurtled toward the Bloodblade Legion. Xiang Yuan was unconcerned. After campaign upon campaign, every member of the Bloodblade Legion was above level 100, with the main force averaging 115. They were still below the Zong clan's elite soul refiners, but Ashura warriors were famed for their combat skill. Self-preservation was not an issue. Seasoned as ever, Mia delayed withdrawal. He ordered the troops to stop using the Doomsday cannons and switch to standard Shura cannons, engaging the enemy to buy time. Energy rounds burst in the night sky, weaving a sea of flame. After a brief stalemate, a shout rose from the Bloodblade ranks. Damn, it's the Zong clan elite. Fall back. Mia issued the command at once. Every Ashura warrior triggered Shura Flash, their figures streaking away as crimson beams toward the designated direction. Don't let them escape. Kill them all. The Zong clan elites roared, giving chase. In the blink of an eye, both forces had vanished into the distance. Ishin Legion, advance. Shura cannons, obliterate that stronghold. At Xiang Yuan's command, hundreds of Ashura warriors plummeted from the sky, the crimson cores of their chest-mounted Shura cannons pulsing. Thunderous blasts tore fresh gashes into the already ruined fortress walls. Panicked shouts erupted inside. Ambush. Enemy inside the perimeter. Hold the line. Spells collided in a heartbeat, flames and spirit light melding into a blinding curtain. Amid the chaos, Xiang Yuan invoked grand translocation. His figure flickered and slipped through a crack in the fortress' shadowy inner wall. Neither army noticed the lone intruder. Inside, Xiang Yuan's gaze swept the interior, and he sucked in a sharp bray of the vast expanse of warehouses lay beyond the wall, easily numbering in the hundreds. He wasted no time. In a flash, he reached the nearest door. The soul-forging cultivators on guard barely managed a gasp before his bloodblades slit their throats, dropping them where they stood. He shoved the door open. Knee-high piles of construction supply spirit lumber, or crystal cores, filled the room. One swirl of his sleeve swept the entire cache into his storage space, and he darted for the next warehouse. Time was life. If the soul-forging squad he had lured away returned, everything would change. Grand translocation and bloodblade alternated in a relentless blur as he flew between buildings like a storm wind. 2 hours later, nearly 200 warehouses were empty, yet another 100 still stood deeper inside. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Yuan pushed harder. Outside, the clash of steel and cannon fire suddenly doubled in intensity. The Zong clan's elite, soul-forging troops had returned. But he refused to leave any spoils behind and forced his speed to the limit. An hour more, and the final warehouse lay bare. Xiang Yuan instantly shifted out of the fortress. Beyond the walls, the Bloodblade Legion was locked in brutal combat with the Zong elites, while the Ishin Legion hammered their flank with volley after volley of Shura fire, turning the field into an inferno. Mia, 2E, mission accomplished. Fall back. Xiang Yuan roared, hurling a massive phantom bloodblade. The scarlet crescent carved a bloody swath through enemy lines, throwing the Zong formation into chaos. Vice-Generals Mia and E shouted in unison, Bloodblade Legion, Ishin Legion Shura Flash, retreat. The Ashura host stretched into streaks of dark red light, vanishing in mere heartbeats. The Zong soldiers stood stunned until their commander barked, all soul-forging cultivators, hold the fortress, do not pursue. During that hesitation, the Ashura warriors were already impossibly distant, beyond any hope of catch-up. As the commander frowned, frantic cries echoed from the fortress depths. The supplies are gone. Everything's been stolen. He whirled, staring at the gutted stronghold. Bloodshot eyes widening, he screamed, after them. Abandon the fort, chase them down. Desperation flickered in his gaze. He knew he was probably finished this time. Sure enough, after pursuing for ages, they never even caught a glimpse of the Ashura and finally slunk back empty-handed. Several hours later, storm clouds boiled above Ashura City. Dust-covered Xiang Yuan hurried to the warehouse district and, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed his spatial ring like a breached dam. Building materials thundered to the ground. Lumber piled up like mountains, metal glinted in rivers, and stone formed small hills. The noise drew a flood of Ashurans who packed the district wall to wall. Not bad. Our king really hauled in a fortune. More than a Fortunian ocean. Those stacks are taller than the city walls. The warehouses are about to burst. He's still pouring it out. We'll need whole new rows of warehouses just to hold it. With this stash, Azura City can grow flat out for a good long while. Right. I'm heading to the Hall of Heritage. Once my nephew's summon needs a drainage expert, he'll file a request with the chief steward and get him a prime post. The chatter rolled in waves, excitement surging. A full hour passed before Xiang Yuan emptied the last item. Staring at the endless resource mountains, the clanspeople thrust their fists into the air. Long live the king. Long live Azura. The roar rattled dust from the warehouse roofs. For a moment, Azura City was a sea of jubilant voices. At dusk, Xiang Yuan summoned master craftsman Tatabu to the royal hall and ordered him to erect a Bloodblade Azura statue in the central plaza. Tatabu, however, presented a gift of his own, a fist-sized golden heart, exquisitely etched, its unknown material radiating a faint, razor-sharp aura. My liege, the statue's core is complete. It needs only a drop of your blood, Tatubu reported respectfully. The instant Xiang Yuan took the heart, he jolted it was almost identical to the one that had merged with him when he first entered the Endless Continent and chose the Azura race. As his fingers touched the core, the system prompt flared. Ding. Top-tier statue core detected. Compatibility check. Ding. Compatibility 100. Add a drop of blood to activate. Yes, Xiang Yuan answered at once. A slit opened at his chest, and a single golden drop drifted out and sank into the heart. Thump thump, the heart came alive, its drumbeat echoing through the hall. A pillar of golden light punched through the clouds, illuminating half the sky. Ding. Bloodblade Azura Emperor statue activated successfully. Ding. Special achievement unlock strongest statue core on Heavenly Saint Star. Reward, 1 point of racial essence. Xiang Yuan stood stunned. A special achievement and head earned a point of racial essence. He soon composed himself. With Azura blood in his veins and a breakthrough to level 102 as the Bloodblade Azura Emperor, earning the achievement made sense. What truly excited him was the discovery that racial essence could be gained by accomplishing feats no one else had achieved. Apparently, special achievements only triggered when you did something utterly unprecedented. At that moment, Xiang Yuan fixed his gaze on the statue's core. Lines of golden text flashed across his attribute panel. Bloodblade Azura Emperor statue core component. Function. Embed in the heart of the statue to activate all abilities. 1. Hall of Heritage Civilian Attraction 50. 2. Barracks Warrior Attraction 50. 3. Unknown effect. 4. Unknown effect. 5. Unknown effect. A handful of lines was enough to stun any city lord. Xiang Yuan's pulse quickened. The caps for both civilians and soldiers were boosted by 50%. As the base population continued to swell, these bonuses would only become more frightening. Still reeling, he opened the Hall of Heritage interface. Daily civilian intake. 2,400 had turned into 3,600, the extra 1,200 jumping off the screen. Switching to the barracks, he saw the daily limit for Azura warriors rise from 1,000 to 1,500. The Core 2 tube had delivered was an unexpected treasure. 3 days later, Xiang Yuan summoned Kong Fuzi, Ji Wuyao, Jin Zhuan, Feng Zheng, and the others. He laid out the city's affairs and future strategy in detail, then left Azura City alone, officially embarking on his path to greater power. Meanwhile, in Xuanzong City, the Zong clan's ancestral hall was packed. Every senior member was present, yet no one spoke. The air felt dense enough to choke. Patriarch Zhongao's face was livid. A large force lost, his own son slain, and the supplies for founding a king-level wild city stripped away by the Asurasuk grievances made him long to rend his enemies limb from limb. Patriarch, hiding Azura City's existence from the other 9 consortia and sending our own troops alone was far too presumptuous. An elder finally broke the silence, his voice laced with accusation and frustration. Zhongao's expression darkened, but he suppressed his rage. Gentlemen, I was not the only one who suggested attacking Azura City. Keeping the coordinates secret was a collective choice. What good is finger-pointing now? Our priority is salvaging the clan's losses. Since when did the Elder Council care more about internal bickering than the bigger picture? With that charge hanging over them, the hall fell silent again. Knowing he couldn't give these wily old men time to waver, Zong Ao spoke up immediately. I have a plan, perhaps our last chance to stem the bleeding. Please, Patriarch, tell us, the elders urged. Attention snapped back to him. We reveal Azura City's location to the other 9 consortia and launch a joint assault, Zong Ao said, enunciating each word. The spoils will be shared, but the refining method for Xian Bloodstone must be ours. Once we control that process. His eyes gleamed as if staring at an endless mountain of gold. With it in hand, the riches will be limitless. We've already paid such a heavy price, yet you're telling us we'll still have to split the gains with the other 9 conglomerates? The complaint rang out sharply in the dim, cavernous clan hall. On the far side of the half-moon stone table, Zong Ao arched a brow and flashed a thin, disdainful smile. Zong Li, show the elders the footage from our last assault on Ashura City's canyon. The young man beside him obeyed at once, pressing a button on the remote. A low hum filled the hall, and a beam of light formed a screen 3 zhang across. The image snapped into focus. Sheer black cliffs soared sky-high, pinching the canyon mouth into a bottleneck. Then Zong banners flooded the gorge as 200,000 troops filed in. In a heartbeat, the enemy unleashed a lattice of crimson death beams, scything through the ravine like a meat grinder and shredding wave after wave of soldiers into bloody mist. A collective hiss swept the hall. Several elders gripped the stone table, knuckles whitening. As you can see, that gorge is a natural fortress, Zong Ao said. He paused, then added, I sent scouts back later. Even a latest-stage fusion realm cultivator can't stay airborne there for more than 2 meters. Tell me, how else can we take the city? Our only chance is to join forces with the other 9 conglomerates and throw every trick we have at it. Silence fell. Only heavy breathing remained. At length an elderly voice murmured, We agree, Patriarch. Do as you deem best. Several days later, an autumn wind swept the endless steppe as Xiang Yuan stepped into the Ogre Lord's domain. He had one purpose, to learn of every perilous land and forbidden zone on this continent, for only their extreme conditions could temper his soul-refining cultivation. He traveled through a dozen cities under Ogre rule, gathering rumors in tea houses, taverns, markets, and relay stations. The pile of notes grew ever higher, yet none held the clue he sought. At last he reached the Ogre capital. Crowds surged beneath its towering walls, and the noisiest market street was always the quickest place to catch whispers. Sword on his back, Xiang Yuan drifted with the flow of people. A loud hawker's cry suddenly cut through the din. Step right up. Fresh off the line from the Western Mechlord mechanical laborers for only 300,000 Dominion coins apiece. The red-bearded vendor swung his arms, voice booming like a gong. These beauties handle any heavy job you can name. Load a few skill cards, and they'll even take your shift for you, profit guaranteed. Beside him stood a human-sized automaton. Its metal shell fit together seamlessly, not a cable or gear in sight. It hefted a heavy crate, stacked it neatly, and moved on all with smooth, fluid precision. Someone in the crowd shouted, Lao Luo. Sure, Mechlord laborers are great, but you're charging 100,000 more Dominion coins than last year. That's robbery. Lao Luo kept smiling, voice unhurried. You're right, the price is up, but blame the mine, not me. The alloy these units need comes from a vein the Mechlord just reopened. There's a perilous zone in there now, thick with toxic miasma. Even their armored warriors corrode the instant they step inside. The moment Xiang Yuan heard the words hazard zone, his spirits shot up. While he was still wondering how to strike up a conversation with the vendor called Old Luo and pry some intel about the Zhejiang Lord's territory from him, a squad of Wujin soldiers stormed in from the street corner. Their black and white Oni armor looked vicious and cold, dark red energy lines pulsing between the plates. They marched in lockstep, long blades and heavy shields ready, their boots pounding the flagstones with a steady thud-thud. At their approach, the crowd split to both sides like a receding tide. Xiang Yuan's heart tightened. He ducked into the shadows behind a stall once robbed a Haogawei fortune shop and had no desire to be recognized now. The soldiers ignored him completely and headed straight for Old Luo's Stan Luo Fangs, to be exact. The leader raised a hand, his comrades cutting off every exit, then barked. Luo Fong, Lord Haogawei has issued an order. Your 30 labor mechs are hereby requisitioned. Compensation is 200,000 sovereign coins per unit, to be transferred immediately. Luo Fang's face went chalk white, then flushed crimson. What? Impossible. I went through hell to get those bots. Lord Haogawei can't just seize them. The lead soldier's voice grated like gears. Lord Haogawei may go to war with Lord Looting at any moment. These mechs will be assigned to logistics and engineering units. If you want to keep doing business on Lord Haogi's land, you'd better contribute. The threat was crystal clear. Everyone watching knew the 30 bots were as good as gone. Luo Fong clenched his jaw and lowered his head. Very well. I am honored to serve our great Lord Haogawei. The soldiers moved at once. They stepped past him to a row of long silver-gray crates behind the stall. The lids snapped open, 30 ironsmiths flickered through their self-checks, and were rolled onto a hovering cargo truck that droned away. Luo Fang's shoulders sagged as though his bones had vanished. He watched the machines disappear, his face drained of life. No one offered comfort. A few even smirked, delighting in his misfortune. Like a man whose soul had been sucked out, Luo Fong staggered out of the market district. Xiang Yuan slipped in beside him. Hey, Old Luo, he said bluntly. I'm looking to buy information about the Zhejiang Lord. I can pay. Luo Fong stopped and stared. Kid, are you planning to trade labor mechs too? Not at all. Xiang Yuan shook his head. I'm interested in the hazard zone the Zhejiang Lord just unearthed. Suspicion flickered in Luo Fang's eyes, but the prospect of business seemed to revive him. Once he opened his mouth, the words poured out in a torrent. Purchase channels, transport hurdles, maintenance bills, profit margins, even the power consumption and common breakdowns of different models, everything in meticulous detail. Xiang Yuan needed him. so he didn't interrupt. He nodded along as they walked. By the time they left the market, dusk was gathering, and lanterns swayed outside a low wooden stone tavern ahead. Xiang Yuan now grasped 70 or 80% of the labor mech trade. In truth, it was a gold mine, and the profits weren't limited to sovereign coins. According to Luo Fong, the Zhejian Lord's territory lies far from here. The lords in this region are barely industrial by comparison. Most high-tech goods have to be imported from Zhejian's domain. The near-universal workforce, those labor mechs, is a necessity for every lord in the area. Many lords even spend the legendary fortune points to purchase labor robots, paying roughly 2 points per unit. Hearing that price, Xiang Yuan briefly considered buying a few himself, but the thought vanished. Improving his cultivation still came first. Well, kid, what do you think? After everything I've said, interested in taking another run with me? We'll make a killing. Luo Fong stepped forward and patted Xiang Yuan on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming. With a build like yours, any danger along the way will be a breeze for you. Xiang Yuan already knew what Luo Fong was planning, but instead of refusing outright, he chose to stall. You must have a map to the mech lord's territory, right? Let me see how far it is. Sure. Luo Fong brightened, hurriedly pulled a tablet from his pack, and offered it with both hands. Bro, I paid a fortune for this e-map from the mech lord himself. Real-time positioning, super convenient. Xiang Yuan took the tablet. Ding. External map device detected. Import data to your map? The system prompt made him grin inwardly. Import, he thought. In an instant, a broad swath of fog vanished from his personal map, revealing many more endless lord domains. The most striking was a bronze-colored region far beyond the Oni Lord's realm, the mech lord's territory. Traveling by car would have taken more than a month each way, but with Xiang Yuan's great teleportation art, it was only an eye blink away. Can you tell me where that dangerous site they excavated in the mech territory is? He asked, trying to sound casual. Luo Fong hesitated, then answered honestly. The perilous zone contains rare metal veins, the key ingredient for labor bots. I only know the factory is somewhere near it. I don't have the exact coordinates. Xiang Yuan nodded, pulled out a stack of domination coins. 10,000 of them, and pressed them into Luo Fang's hand. Old Luo, this labor bot deal isn't my calling. They'll leave you to it. With that, he turned away. Luo Fong stared at the hefty coins, then at Xiang Yuan's departing figure, frozen for a long moment. Once out of Luo Fang's sight, Xiang Yuan slipped into a deserted alley, oriented himself, and triggered the great teleportation art. After 4 or 5 jumps, he was already inside the mech lord's realm. He opened his map. The distance back to Ashura City read 108,000 li. He was standing in an ordinary city under the mech lord, yet skyscrapers of steel filled the skyline like a modern metropolis on Blue Star. The avenues were wide and spotless. Civilians strolled about in small groups, relaxed. Squads of SWAT-like robots marched past, their steps timed to the second. Labor bots maintained the roads, and shop counters were likewise manned by machines, leaving the human residents free to live as if on holiday. The city's prosperity and calm even inspired Xiang Yuan to envision rebuilding Ashura City the same way. Let labor bots handle every heavy task, so his people could simply enjoy life. He casually stopped a middle-aged passerby. Sir, where can I find the factory that makes these labor bots? The man sized him up and chuckled. You're from out of town, aren't you? Looking to get into the labor bot trade? Xiang Yuan nodded. If you only need a few, you can buy them right here in the city. If you want more, go to the royal capital's labor bot depot. Prices are even lower. The actual factory, though, unless you're dealing in fortune points, you won't get anywhere near it. Xiang Yuan casually pulled out 10,000 sovereign coins and handed them to the passerby. Brother, am a lord looking to trade in fortune points. The passerby gasped, his eyes sweeping over Xiang Yuan before he clasped his fists respectfully. No wonder you look so imposing, so you're a lord. If you want to trade a labor android's fortune points with another lord, you'll need to go to the royal city. Head straight to the labor android sales office and ask for senior management. Just show them your fortune balance, and an executive will meet you personally. Satisfied, Xiang Yuan pressed the coins into the man's palm, then activated the great transposition art. A flash of golden light, and he vanished. The passerby stood frozen, hefting the heavy coins before finally murmuring, "A true lord here one moment, gone the next." After several short transpositions, Xiang Yuan reached the royal city marked on his map, a colossal metropolis of the future where skyscrapers pierced the clouds, air cars weaved between towers, and neon lights mingled with holographic billboards. He produced the gold fortune card head bought in the Haogawei territory and confirmed a remaining balance of 43,018 Heavenly Saint fortune points. Infusing one card with 10,000 points, he watched the surface flare gold and display the number 10,000. Pocketing the card, he asked a passerby for the location of the labor android sales office. About an hour later, he stood before an enormous high-rise. 2 uniformed human guards flanked the entrance, a rare sight in a realm where machines handled most jobs. As Xiang Yuan stepped forward, one guard raised a hand. Sir, may I see your entry permit? He held up the 10,000 point fortune card. I'm here to purchase labor androids, please announce me. The card's glow had barely faded before the guard straightened, deference in his voice. Right this way, my lord. He'll escort you to our department head. The elevator shot straight to the 33rd floor. When the doors slid open, an expansive, brightly lit office bustled with activity keyboards clacked, voices overlapped, and real employees moved everywhere. Smartly dressed professional women hurried between sleek desks, their crisp uniforms reflecting off polished metal walls. At that moment, the well-dressed office workers looked up to see Xiang Yuan, nearly 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, face fierce, a blood-red halo floating behind him, and gasped in amazement. Wow, he must be a lord here to buy our labor robots. Look at that body. A curvy woman in a business suit murmured, covering her mouth as she swooned. The other stylish women in the lobby were no better, staring at Xiang Yuan as if they wanted to devour him. Moments later, a security guard hurried over and led Xiang Yuan to an inner office. When the door opened, they found a middle-aged man as stout as a gold ingot sitting behind a massive desk. Seeing the guest, the guard announced respectfully, Director Li, this is the lord who wishes to purchase labor robots with fortune points. The rotund Li Kai broke into a broad grin, rose at once, and extended a pudgy hand. Welcome, my lord. Li Kai, sales director for labor robots. May I have your name? Xiang Yuan, he replied evenly. He knew his appearance was too distinctive to hide, and since he was far from his own territory, there was no need to conceal his identity. Lord Xiang, how many omnipurpose labor robots do you plan to order? Li Kai asked. Omnipurpose labor robots. Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Realizing the confusion, Li Kai laughed. Ah, this must be your first visit. The models bought with fortune points differ from those purchased with ordinary sovereign coins. Omnipurpose labor robots come preloaded with every skill program, and even have limited firearms capability. We'll throw in the weapons for free. I intend to place a large order and would like to tour your factory first. Is that possible? Xiang Yuan asked. Of course. You're welcome to visit the plant, and we can provide custom functions as well, Li Kai replied quickly, then hesitated. However, procedure requires us to verify your fortune point balance. Could you show proof? Xiang Yuan produced a gold card worth 10,000 fortune points. The card glittered under the lights, and Li Kai's smile widened into a full moon. Wonderful, Lord Xiang. Please forgive the formalities. He'll arrange everything at once. A few minutes later, a black luxury sedan pulled up at the entrance. Xiang Yuan and Li Kai got in, and the car sped toward the outskirts of the city. During the ride, Xiang Yuan asked casually, Director Li, how many labor robot factories do you have? Only one high-output plant, Li Kai answered. Besides that, we run a warrior robot factory and an engineering robot factory. Why not build more? That involves the unique buildings of our lord race, Li Kai said in a low voice. The labor robot production line is powered by a colossal machine that serves the same role as the core idol in other territories. Activating it requires the lord's blood essence, and each unit consumes a mountain of rare resources. Gathering the materials is extremely difficult, and one line already meets our needs, so we've never built another. Xiang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Then your territory doesn't have its own civilization idol? Correct. We have to build one from another civilization's blueprints, Li Kai admitted. Xiang Yuan silently reflected that every gain comes with a price. Before long, the sedan entered a mountainous area where exposed rock faces were dotted with mining machines and shafts, though the road itself was a smooth, well-paved stretch of concrete. Before long, the luxury sedan pulled up outside a vast industrial complex. The facility had sharp lines and a futuristic sheen. A silver-gray office tower of a dozen stories guarded the main gate, while a sprawling production hall stretched out behind it, the steel beams on its roof glinting coldly in the sun. Supervisor Li opened the car door and motioned for Xiang Yuan to step out. Then the two of them walked side by side toward the building's entrance. At the door, a fully armored robotic guard stood rigid, its electronic eye glowing red. Supervisor Li produced an ID chip and held it to the scanner. The light on the guard's shoulder flipped from red to green, and the passage opened without a word. They crossed a broad first-floor corridor, the electromagnetic tiles humming softly underfoot. At the far end, a security door slid apart, delivering them straight into the main workshop. The workshop rose several stories high, and in its center stood a gigantic mechanism shaped like a metal citadel. Its exterior was laced with drive gears and energy conduits, while dozens of thick mechanical tentacles sprouted from the top, like a lurking steel kraken. Workers and hover trucks ferried heaps of raw metal to the base. The tentacles dipped with surgical precision, seized the material, and flung it into open loading bays, their fluid motion resembling a choreography of industrial ballet. Along the base, several alloy chutes meshed with automated assembly lines. With a soft clack-clack, armored labor robots were assembled one after another and glided neatly down the conveyors. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. Is this the shrine-like structure you mentioned? He whispered. Puffing out his chest, Supervisor Li replied proudly, Exactly. It's the pinnacle of our mech lord's technology. What's the key metal behind these labor units? Xiang pressed. Li shot him a wary glance, but answered truthfully, nuclear titanium, an exceptionally rare ore. Even in our domain there aren't many veins. Fortunately, each labor robot only needs a small amount for its drive core. Xiang nodded and continued, I heard one of your mines recently broke into a danger zone. Was it a nuclear titanium deposit? That's right, Li sighed. The plant sits on top of the vein so we can process on site, but we inadvertently opened a highly toxic pocket and lost quite a few workers. Could you take me to see it? Xiang pressed. Li frowned, weighing the risks. Xiang quickly added, I plan to order labor robots worth 40,000 fortune points, but I need a better grasp of your production environment. My species has always lagged in technology. 40,000. Li's heart skipped a beat as he calculated the hefty commission, already picturing enough money for a few more lovers. After a brief hesitation he nodded. Very well, they'll take you there, but we can only observe from a distance. He led Xiang out of the workshop, down a dimmer service corridor, and into the rear mining zone. The ground had been gouged into uneven ridges and craters, yet no miners were in sight. In the distance, rows of mechanical soldiers armed with plasma rifles formed a steel cordon around the pit, their shoulder insignias reading Endless Soldiers. Li raised a hand and signaled him to stop. That's as close as we're allowed, Lord Xiang. The Lord dispatched the Endless Soldiers to seal off the area. He pointed to a stretch of dark gray rock ahead. See the green mist? That's the mouth of the danger zone. As expected, Xiang Yuan spotted workers in hazmat suits and several squads of silver-gray combat automatons spread across the entrance of the danger zone, busy with scanners and sampling gear. He hesitated no longer. Tracing an arcane pattern with both arms, he unleashed the grand displacement art, his figure flashing like a folded blade of light straight to the gate. Cold gun barrels locked onto him in unison, and the alarm screamed. Identify yourself. How dare you breach our restricted zone? The shrill electronic voices of the endless mech soldiers demanded. Manager Li paled, unable to form a coherent sentence. Xiang Yuan ignored them. The Azura Codex surged to its soul refinement layer within him, blood key and ether weaving into a vortex. One step launched him deep into the toxic mist. Red warning lights swept the entire mine, sirens wailing without pause. Endless mech units closed off the entrance like a tide of black steel. Within 10 minutes, a black hover warship descended the Mechwar Lord himself. Half human, half machine, his steel fibers melded flawlessly with flesh, cold light skittering across his joints. What happened? His voice landed like a hammer on a bell, and his gaze was suffocating. A mech soldier dragged the trembling Manager Li forward. My lord, this man is a supervisor from labor sales. He escorted an off-world lord who just forced his way into the toxic zone. My lord, it's all a misunderstanding. Said he wanted to buy a large batch of Omnimech laborers, so I was giving him a tour. Li babbled, drenched in sweat. A chill flashed in the Mechwar lord's eyes. Tell me everything. Within seconds, he had a clear picture of Xiang Yuan's background. Striding to the entrance, he frowned. An outsider rushing in alone must be after something. Lock down the entire perimeter. He barked. Full radar sweep, nothing gets out, not even a fly. Moments later, something uncanny occurred. The green toxic fog at the entrance receded like a retreating tide and soon vanished. Half an hour later, the passage was entirely clear. Before anyone could react, a sonic boom split the air. A tall figure burst from the zone and streaked toward the distant factory bay. Manager Li, still in custody, recognized the silhouette and screamed, That's him, my lord. Stop him. By now, Xiang Yuan had completed the third refinement of the soul stage, his overall combat power jumping 100 points to 500. Stranger still, his thunder fire had mutated again, shrouded in a dense emerald toxin. Emerging from the zone, he slammed into layer upon layer of endless mech soldiers and swept his arms wide. Poisonous thunder fire roared out like a flood, engulfing them instantly. The hiss of corrosion mingled with crackling thunder as steel bodies dissolved and burned, their circuitry splintered by lightning. Such fearsome flames. The Mechwar Lord growled, equal parts eager and wary. Xiang Yuan spared him a glance, casting an appraisal spell. The holographic readout showed nothing but question marks combat power, likewise unreadable. Clearly, he was outmatched. A thought flashed through his mind. Activating the grand displacement art again, he stretched into a pale golden afterimage. This time, he didn't flee outright. He reappeared atop a support girder near the vaulted roof of the Labradroid assembly hall. Since had already made an enemy of them, he might as well go all the way. After Xiang Yuan stepped into the labor robot assembly hall, he fixed his gaze on the fortress-like manufacturing rig and let out a cold smile. If I can't take it, I'll destroy it. With that thought, he swept out his arm. A tidal wave of spirit power slammed into the machine, making the entire bay hum, girders shudder, and indicator lights strobe. He's trying to wreck the labor core. Workers under the Mechwar Lord screamed and scattered. Just when everyone was sure the rig would be pulverized, the colossus at the center of the workshop vanished with a whoosh, leaving only a steaming crater. Xiang Yuan stared at the empty pit for half a breath. So it really can be stolen. Knowing the hall was secured, he unleashed another random shift. Almost at once a chill pressure crashed down from above. The Mech Warlord had locked onto him. No sooner had Xiang Yuan's image dissolved than the Mech Warlord burst into the hall. A metal prosthetic eye burned scarlet, painting the steel plates blood red. Issue a realm-wide warrant at once. I want that outsider found. The roar rattled the workers to their bones. At the same time, Xiang Yuan materialized in another lord's territory, a clammy, viscous marshland. Moss coated the walls, black water seeped from cracks, and the air reeked of rot and mildew. On either side of the street, pock-skinned, misshapen commoners eyed the intruder with wary curiosity. He had planned to leave immediately, but on a whim he asked a few vendors about local danger zones. To his surprise, they confirmed the presence of a hidden toxic peril ground nearby. The region was called Shawandishan, the slum district of the Lord World. Compared with the outskirts where he had started, its lords were poorer, tech-starved, and fielded troops fit only for jungle skirmishes. Trade caravans rarely dared enter. Yet Shawandishan held a unique allure. Peril grounds and strange peaks dotted every emerald ridge. Xiang Yuan felt elated. A day later, he located the toxic danger zone. Amid rotting miasma, he tempered his soul, advancing to Soulforge with a combat rating of 600, and found the poison branch of his toxin thunderfire triad greatly empowered. 10 days later, he entered a blazing danger zone. Among roiling lava, he honed his spiritual body, reaching Soulforge 5 and a rating of 700. 20 days after that, he braved a thunder field, tempering himself among towering storm clouds. His realm climbed to Soulforge 6, overall strength 800. A full month later, he returned to a fire zone, broke through amid raging flames, and attained Soulforge 7, combat power 900. On the 42nd day, he plunged into a toxic swamp again, deepened his mastery of poison, and rose to Soulforge 8. His combat score finally crossed 4 digits, hitting 1000. On day 57, he stood at the heart of a lightning domain, letting charged winds scour him. The baptism of lightning pushed him to Soulforge 9, combat strength 1100. 2.5 months later, inside a sky-piercing volcano, molten rock churned like a sea of molten gold. Xiang Yuan sat cross-legged above the seething magma, a faint Azura shadow looming behind him as he worked the secret art of the Azura Codex, Soulforge. He was on the verge of breaching the final layer of Soulforge, ready to stride into the confluence stage. He was wreathed in poisonous thunderfire, yet he had now tempered it into eerie black flames whose tongues crackled with lightning, popping and exploding in a way that chilled the soul. Amid the deafening roar, Xiang Yuan's eyes snapped open. From the depths of his flame-black pupils, 2 pitch-dark beams laced with thunder shot skyward, piercing straight through the crater wall, and only after a while did the pillars finally disperse. When the black flames subsided, his aura surged, instantly breaking through the 10 tiers of the soul-refining realm recorded in the Azura Codex and stepping into the early fusion stage. At a mere thought, Xiang Yuan summoned his status panel. Name: Xiang Yuan. Title: Azura God Emperor. Supreme rank: Lord of Ashura City. Constitution: Bloodblade Azura Emperor. Realm: Fusion stage early. Overall combat power: 2400. Weapon: Natal Bloodblade. Natal Bloodblade attributes: Attack 380. Attack speed 139. Converts 100 of dealt damage into stamina. Converts 100 of dealt damage into self-healing. Each strike applies 100 lethal poison, steadily worsening the target's wounds and causing sluggishness, dizziness, and paralysis. Mythic attribute: a colossal ethereal weapon that extends the phantom blade by 40 meters. Skills: Appraisal: Azura Slash. Azura Unrivaled Slash. Endless Bloodblades consumes Azura Chi to summon and control an unlimited number of natal Bloodblades, limited only by the Chi stored within. Azura Secret Arts: Azura Chi. Any attack may be infused with Azura Chi, capable of annihilating all things. Slaughter Devour: killing any creature automatically absorbs its source energy and converts it into Azura Chi. Azura Battle Soul spends Azura Chi to awaken the battle souls of subordinate Azura warriors, adding Azura Chi to their attacks. Consumes 1 point of the user's Azura Chi per minute. Divine abilities: Great Transposition, True and False Doppelganger, Infinite Strength, Sky Shrouding Hand. Dominion Coins: 313 million. Heaven Saint Luck: 43,018. Breath of Race: 2. With his combat power now doubled to 2,400, exhilaration surged in Xiang Yuan's chest. Looks like this is the perfect moment to return to Ashura City and erase the top 10 consortiums for good, he thought, folding his legs in midair as his mind slipped into the Azura Codex's storage space. The codex opened slowly, and he turned effortlessly to the 3rd page. The first line blazed with 4 words: Unite with the Tao through killing. The fusion stage, it explained, required ceaseless combat, honing one's offensive power until battle and slaughter fused with the solopath that fit Xiang Yuan's very nature. With Ashura City about to face a series of bloody wars, he had no fear of lacking worthy foes. As his objectives for this journey were complete, he decided to head back at once. A single thought triggered the great transposition. No matter the distance, space merely twisted, and in the next instant he stood in the central plaza of Ashura city beneath a towering statue. At the plaza's heart rose a colossal 200-meter figure. Xiang Yuan looked up. The statue's stern, heroic features were an exact replica of his own. Gazing at the imposing monument, a surge of emotion flooded his heart. Striding forward to the massive pedestal, he began examining the statue's attribute information. Bloodblade Azura Emperor Statue Supreme Relic. Attribute 1. Population drawn to the Hall of Heritage 50. Attribute 2. Warriors drawn to the barracks 50. Attribute 3. Chance of attracting gifted clansmen 50. Attribute 4. Chance of attracting heaven-defying Azura warriors 50. Attribute 5. Enables the Hall of Heritage to summon the Azura High Priest. Xiang Yuan's eyes swept across the 5 attributes. Thunderstruck, this was overwhelming, almost unfairly powerful. Only the 5th line puzzled him. Summon the Azura High Priest? Did that mean even he normally had no way to call upon the High Priest? Looking up, he noticed that curious Azura clansmen had filled the square, all staring at him and the towering statue. Xiang Yuan grinned and called out, Xiang Yuan, I'm back." The crowd froze, glanced again at the colossal statue, then fell to their knees in unison. "Welcome home, our king." Their voices boomed sky-high. Moments later, a graceful figure dashed forward and threw herself into his arms. "Brother Xiang, you're finally back." It was Ji Wuyao, her shoulders trembling with emotion. Xiang Yuan soothed her gently. "I'm fine. I'm home." Soon after, 7 prominent Azura warriors Jin Zhuan, Kong Fuzi, Feng Zheng, Tu Yi, and the others arrived. Their excitement was unmistakable. Xiang Yuan first faced Kong Fuzi. "Sir, how has Azura City fared? Any moves from the Zong consortium?" Kong Fuzi smiled. "The city is thriving. The Hall of Heritage keeps bringing in talented people. Feng Zheng and Xiuqin have them building and organizing everything. Our population is nearly 300,000, with plenty to eat and bustling trades. As for the Zone Consortium, they and the other 9 consortia have attacked several times, but each attempt failed. They've been quiet lately. Haha, thank you for holding the fort." Xiang Yuan laughed loudly. "I've reached the fusion realm. It won't be long before we strike back and wipe out those 10 consortia for good." His words set everyone's blood on fire. He turned to 2E. 2E, how many warriors does the Tian Legion have now? 2E dropped to 1 knee. "My king, the Tian Legion is nearly 100,000 strong." 100,000. Xiang Yuan helped him up, satisfied. The statue's attributes had clearly paid off. His gaze shifted to Tutubu nearby. "Tutubu, the statue mentions summoning our Azura High Priest. What exactly does that mean?" Tutubu straightened, eyes shining. "My king, the High Priest stands only below you in rank and wields many mysteries. Most often, he conducts rituals." "Rituals?" Xiang Yuan raised a brow. "What do these rituals actually do? They're not just for show, are they?" A faint concern flickered in his mind, hoped his clan didn't harbor some pointless superstition. "Of course not, my king. Our High Priestess can perform a ritual that registers any living or non-living thing as a creation of our race." Xiang Yuan blinked, still puzzled. Seeing this, Tutubu offered the clearest example. Say another race has a mighty warrior. Once the ritual is done, the High Priestess can list him as one of our own. Or if they possess a unique building, she can turn it into an Asura-style structure just the same. Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide. That's Insanino. It's incredible." Tutubu straightened his back and nodded proudly. "Naturally, our High Priestess is unmatched." In that moment, inspiration struck Xiang Yuan. The Holy Domain forbade any technology not belonging to an endless race. But if the High Priestess performed her rite on the Shura, it would be reclassified as an Azura creation and his super tech assistant could be brought back online. His heart pounded as he hurried toward the Hall of Legacy with the others in tow. The moment they crossed the threshold, a system prompt appeared. Ding. "Authority to summon the Azura High Priestess detected. Use it now?" "Yes." The traction blood pool roiled like boiling water, dyeing the ceiling a ghastly crimson. At length the surface split apart, and a cloaked girl emerged, knotty wooden staff in hand. Xiang Yuan, Jin Zhuan, and the others were speechless. She looked nothing like the wizened elder they had imagined. She lowered her hood, revealing a breathtaking face that could top any beauty chart. Only her snow-white hair set her apart from the usual red-haired Azura women. Her gaze swept over the group and settled on Xiang Yuan. In a clear yet calm voice she said, "I am Kai Yu, High Priestess of the Azura. I greet my king." Sensing his thoughts, she smiled lightly. "You needn't be surprised by my appearance, my king. Though I wear a youthful shell, I have lived so many years that I have long lost count." Xiang Yuan silently marveled, then hurried to help Kai Yu to her feet. "Kai Yu, I possess a worshipper, rather, its core AI, the universe technology weave. Can you perform the ritual and make it an Azura creation?" Her white eyebrows lifted in rare surprise. "You possess such an artifact, my king?" That is the spirit of technology, the wellspring of countless inventions. I have heard of it. To conduct the ritual, I will need several days to prepare. Relieved, Xiang Yuan beamed. Take all the time you need. Whatever materials or personnel you require, speak to him Fengzheng, Grand Steward of Azura City. Understood, my king. Kaiyu inclined her head. Several days later, in the central plaza of Azura City, blood-red banners snapped in the wind, while thick obsidian pillars enclosed the ritual grounds. Kaiyu stood at the center, directing clanspeople as they hauled sacrificial implements and inscribed sigils, checking every detail as they erected a towering ritual altar. By mid-afternoon, a massive white circular altar had been erected in the center of Azura City's main plaza, large enough to hold an entire Shura-class battleship. High Priestess Kaiwe hurried to Xiang Yuan's side and lowered her head respectfully. My king, you may set the warship on the altar. I will perform the ceremony together with the Cosmic Technology Module. Xiang Yuan nodded and stepped onto the altar. With a flick of his sleeve, a gigantic matte black warship with sleek lines appeared out of nowhere, silent yet exuding menace. Once it was in position, he leapt down to stand beside Kaiwe. My king, everything is ready. Please wait a moment. Her voice was steady but reverent. Xiang Yuan moved to the edge of the platform. Kaiwe faced the altar, raising her staff high. She swayed in a fixed rhythm, and several crimson lights gathered at the staff's tip. With a sharp, unfamiliar incantation, the clouds overhead turned blood-red. The sky tore open, and a column of red light as thick as a mountain pillar plunged straight onto the staff. When the beam struck, Kaiwe slammed the staff to the ground. Boom! A muffled roar echoed as energy surged down the shaft, spreading into countless streams that crawled across the altar, sketching an intricate circular glyph. The moment the array closed, the entire altar blazed scarlet, completely enveloping the Shura warship. The fiery light licked the hull, and the vessel began to change. A blood-red stripe appeared at midship, writhing like a serpent of flame with sparks dancing along its path. It snaked toward the stern and joined at both flanks, as if setting the whole craft ablaze. Gradually the glow dimmed, all the energy drawn into the ship. Kaiwa lowered her staff, sweat beading at her brow and her breathing quick. A system prompt flashed by. Ding. Congratulations. Your race has produced the highest technological artifact of Tianxing Star. Reward, 1 point of breath of the race. Xiang Yuan's spirit soared. He immediately realized that this highest technological artifact must refer to the Cosmic Technology Module inside the warship Shura itself. Indicator lights ignited along the hull, and a few seconds later the external speakers broadcast Shura's slightly mechanical yet human-like voice. Master, thank you. For the first time, I have a race of my own. The voice brought smiles to Xiang Yuan, Jin Zhuan, Ji Wuyao, and the others. Suddenly Xiang Yuan remembered the labor robot fabrication machine he had captured from the Mecha Lord. With a wave of his sleeve, another device appeared, a mechanical octopus bristling with metal tendrils. Kaiwe, can we run the ritual on this thing as well? He asked. Before the question had fully left his lips, Shura's alarm siren blared. Warning, that device is transmitting a locator signal to an unknown domain. Intrusion in progress. Advanced machine intelligence detected. Breach successful. All top-level privileges have been reassigned to my lord, Xiang Yuan. The moment Shura let out a series of crisp chimes, the once cold and silent assembly line for labor droids sprang to life, rows of emerald indicator lights flaring as though the machines had been infused with fresh vitality. Gazing at the green glow, Kaiyu smiled and said to Xiang Yuan, looks like we can skip the awakening ritual. Xiang Yuan was still impressed by Shura's relentless efficiency. The device before them ranked among the highest grade units in the entire Purgatory realm, yet Shura had cracked it in seconds and turned it into a Shura property in the blink of an eye. Just then, Fengzheng hurried over, bowed, and asked, my lord, would you like a progress report on Ashura City? Xiang Yuan nodded. All basic infrastructure is complete, Fengzheng began. Residential quarters, streets, sewers, whilst every civic system is operating smoothly. Ashura City is now a fully self-sufficient megacity. However, military facilities such as the armories are enormously expensive. Construction has not yet begun, and our current resources are nearly exhausted. We'll need a new supply soon. Don't worry, Xiang Yuan said with calm certainty. We'll secure fresh resources very shortly. Fengzheng accepted this without a trace of doubt, as if Xiang Yuan's promise were already reality. Then something else occurred to him. My lord, the Hall of Heritage has just welcomed a clanswoman with legendary level talent. Would you like to meet her? What is her specialty? Xiang Yuan asked. She's known in the Purgatory realm as the Master of Arms, Fengzheng replied. Her craft is forging top-tier melee weapons. Xiang Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. Where is she? Scanning the square, Fengzheng quickly locked onto a bronze-skinned female Ashura. Like most of her kin, she had long crimson hair and striking features, but her frame was packed with powerful muscle. Sensing Xiang Yuan's gaze, she stepped forward, knelt, and declared in a ringing voice, I, Tainan, greet my king. Xiang Yuan raised her to her feet. Tainan, you're a legendary weaponsmith? Her tension vanished, replaced by confident vigor. My king, in the purgatory realm I was merely legendary, but here I dare claim the rank of mythic. With the abundant resources in this world and the far lower forging difficulty, I can produce mythic-grade arms with ease. Delight flickered through Xiang Yuan's eyes. The Ashura never failed to surprise him. Suddenly recalling something, he swept his arm, and a metal chest twice a person's height slammed onto the ground before Tainan. Her eyes blazed as she stared at the container, her voice quivering with excitement. My king, you have amassed so much forbidden obsidian meteorite iron. Reading her keen appraisal and the thrill in her expression, Xiang Yuan knew at once he had found exactly the right person. Can you smelt this forbidden dark meteorite iron and turn it into a batch of equipment? Xiang Yuan asked Tainan. Tainan raised his scarred hand, squared his shoulders, and replied with absolute confidence. Give me an armory and a little time, my king, and I will forge a set of top-tier mythic weapons. Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Good. They'll soon wipe out the 10 consortiums. Then we'll have all the resources you need. At dawn the next day, war banners snapped atop the city walls. Xiang Yuan mustered every soldier of the Bloodblade Legion and the Evil Heaven Legion. After a brief inspection, he issued the order. Today we launch a covert strike on every city held by the Zong Consortium and seize all their resources. That night, hooves churned clouds of dust as the two legions slipped out of Ashura City under Xiang Yuan's command. Meanwhile, the Zong Consortium remained oblivious. Its leaders were meeting with the other 9 consortiums, searching for a way to breach Ashura City's no-flee zone. In the Zong royal capital, Xianzong City, the clan hall was brightly lit. Seated inside were Zong Ao and the other chiefs of the 10 consortiums. From the head of the table, Zong Ao surveyed them slowly before speaking. Ashura City has plagued us for far too long, and we've paid a heavy price. It's time to bring out the trump cards we've been hiding. I hope no one holds anything back. Qing Clan Chief Qing Yang arched an eyebrow. What do you mean, Clan Chief Zong? We've lost plenty of troops lately. Who dares say we haven't fought with everything we have? Are you accusing us of hiding our strength? Zong Ao waved a hand with a smile. You misunderstand, Chief Qing. I know everyone has done their part, none less than the Zong clan. By trump cards, I mean asking each house's patriarch to leave seclusion and gathering the greatest powers of the 10 consortiums to break Ashura City's no-flee barrier together. The room erupted before he had finished speaking. Impossible. Our patriarchs are elderly, striving in seclusion to extend their lives. If they're harmed, it would be disastrous. Exactly. The 10 consortiums rely on the patriarchs for deterrence. If something happens to them, failing to take Ashura City will be the least of our problems. Clan Chief Zong, you're overestimating Ashura City. There's no need to involve the patriarchs at all. While the chiefs argued heatedly, disappointment welled up in Zong Ao's heart. He, too, would rather not disturb the Zong patriarch. If anything happened to the old master, the clan's prestige would vanish. Yet Ashura City was rising rapidly right next door, and the Ashura people were strange and formidable. How could he allow a tiger to prowl at his doorstep? As the tension thickened in the chamber, urgent knocks sounded on the door. Zong Ao frowned and called out, "Enter." At that moment, Zong Li Zong Ao's personal aide pushed open the conference room door, a hint of panic on his face. His voice was low but shaking. "Patriarch, something's wrong. An Ashura force has appeared. They just attacked our Eugene city and stripped it bare." Zong Ao, seated at the head of the long table, froze and tapped the tabletop with his palm. "Where is that Ashura unit headed now?" Zong Li drew a slow breath, brows tightened. "We don't know. The Eugene garrison was wiped out. A few survivors escaped, but none dared pursue. They only brought back the news." Silence settled over the room. A dozen clan leaders exchanged glances, the air suddenly frigid. After a pause, light flashed in Zong Ao's eyes. "Gentlemen, this is a rare chance. Send out scouts now, track the Ashura column. Then the 10 conglomerates will gather every soldier we have and crush them. Better that than waiting till they hole up again." Several leaders were already raising their hands when Zong Li's communicator shrilled. He answered. The holoscreen flickered as torn, desperate cries spilled out. His face blanched. "Patriarch, bad news, Xuanmu City has fallen as well. They looted everything again." A vein jumped on Zong Ao's temple, but he forced down his fury. "Well, what are we hesitating for? The Ashura clearly planned to keep raiding. This is the moment to strike together." After a heartbeat, Clan Chief Qing Yang raised his hand first. "Fine. The Qing clan agrees, count us in." "I agree. So do we." Voices of assent rippled around the table until almost every patriarch had spoken. With the decision made, the 10 conglomerates switched to their encrypted channel and shifted their forces. Scouts poured toward the frontier, and main corps mustered outside their cities. None of the leaders left. They waited in the conference room for updates. Yet that night only brought disaster for the Zong clan. Just past midnight, frantic reports arrived moving with staggering speed. The Ashura army overran 2 more Zong cities. At dawn, a 5th report flashed red. Even the fortress that housed the Zong clan's elite had fallen, its stores emptied. Cold sweat coated Zhongao's palms. Panic head kept buried rose to the surface. If the Azura kept plundering, the Zong clan would be crippled. Without the deterrence of their ancestral patriarch, the other 9 conglomerates would surely kick them while they were down. Swallowing his fear, he swept the table with his gaze, his voice hoarse. Everyone, the Azura threat concerns us all. If we don't end it now, none of the 10 conglomerates will be safe. Let's invite our ancestral patriarchs to take the field together. Before Head finished speaking, the other leaders' faces had already changed. Qing Yang rose first, flicking his sleeve with a sardonic laugh. Patriarch Zong, our ancestor is too old to march. As for the spoils of Azura City, the Qing clan will pass. We withdraw. The Li clan withdraws as well. So does the Wang clan. Within seconds, all 9 conglomerates had declared their stance, arms folded, leaving the Zong clan to fend for itself. Rage hammered in Zhongao's chest. Just then, the heavy metal doors burst inward as if torn off their hinges. Dust billowed, and a white-haired elder stepped inside, hands clasped behind his back. Though his pace was measured, the pressure he carried was mountainous, his gaze ice-cold. Zong Ao, what's happening? How have so many of our frontier cities fallen? Zhongao's courage shattered. He sprang forward and bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Ancestor, the fault is mine alone. The other clan heads stiffened the instant the elderly man entered the room. They scrambled to their feet and called out in unison, "Greetings, Elder Zong Wuji." Zong Wuji did not spare them a glance. He barked a single word out. That word cracked like thunder, and the leaders of the 9 consortiums turned ghost white, stumbling from the conference room without daring to breathe. When the room was finally empty, Zong Wuji dragged a chair over and sat down, his eyes blazing. Zong Ao hurried forward and stood respectfully. Talk. What exactly is going on? Zong Ao dared not omit a detail. He recounted everything from the discovery of Azura City to the present, the foreign lord's origins, the method for refining blood mist stone, every scrap of information. Zong Wuji tapped the tabletop with his knuckles and thought for a long moment. A foreign lord who can refine blood mist stone? That does merit the Zong clan's personal attention. His gaze turned icy. Such an aggressive neighbor builds a city on our doorstep, and you didn't inform me sooner? The rebuke was thunderous. Zong Ao forced a bitter smile. Patriarch, you are our ultimate deterrent. I dared not disturb you unless it was absolutely necessary. So I approached the 9 consortiums first only to find them useless. Zong Wuji snorted, his stare sharp as a blade. Enough. I'll handle this myself. At my cultivation, the early split-soul realm crushing a young lord will be trivial. Send more scouts. Keep the Azura army under constant watch and alert me the moment they move. Yes, Patriarch. At once. Zong Ao answered, cold sweat already gathering on his brow. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan led the Bloodblade Legion and the Evil Heaven Legion across the Zong frontier. Ahead, the towering walls of Muzong City came into view. Tu Mie swooped to Xiang Yuan's side. My king, the scouts confirm that the city ahead is Muzong City. The clan capital, Xianzong City, lies just beyond it. Xiang Yuan did not even raise an eyebrow. Brothers, keep plundering, follow me. Hundreds of thousands of Azura troops roared in response, surging toward Muzong City like a black storm cloud. Dawn had broken, and after taking 4 frontier cities overnight, Xiang Yuan had abandoned stealth. He meant to bulldoze everything in his path. Sirens blared, and the city's defensive barrier flared with blinding light. Doomsday Azura cannons, full volley. Xiang Yuan ordered. Beams as thick as water barrels thundered forward, smashing into the barrier like divine wrath. The shield lasted less than a second before shattering, its radiance exploding into glittering fragments. As the barrier collapsed, the garrison's cultivators swarmed out, roaring as they took to the skies. A contemptuous grin curled at Xiang Yuan's lips. Keep firing, the Azura cannons wiped them all out. Blazing white beams scythed across the battlefield, dense as a spider's web. Airborne cultivators were caught mid-flight and dropped from the sky in great swathes. Xiang Yuan stared impassively at the field of fallen cultivators across from him, considering whether to strike straight at the Zong clan's capital, Xuanzong City. Yet he knew a power that ruled the second star ring would never reveal all its cards. Something far deadlier had to be waiting in reserve. His brows suddenly knitted. He looked up. The thick cloud cover had turned the color of burning embers, and a gigantic flaming meteor tore through the sky, its blazing tail aimed directly at the Azura army's ranks. A second, then a third followed, until the heavens became a sea of fire. Humph, Xiang Yuan snorted. Azura warriors, break formation and keep cutting down the Zong cultivators. Leave the meteors to me. Before his words faded, he thrust both arms skyward. The long-dormant heaven-veiling hand reappeared. Each time a firerock neared, a colossal palm of condensed spiritual energy materialized and crushed it. Explosions thundered without pause, and the meteors vanished faster than they could fall. Not bad, boy. You've got some skill. An aged yet resonant voice boomed from the clouds. The firestorm froze, the clouds parted, and an elderly man in scarlet robes slowly emerged. Xiang Yuan's lips curled. So an old fossil finally shows up. Are you the Zong clan's trump card? He had already taken 5 of their cities, sending their strongest made sense. High above, the redrobed elder, Zong Wuji, surveyed the battlefield and chuckled. Ignorant brat. Today I'll capture you alive and make you beg for death. With that, he dove. Xiang Yuan instantly cast appraisal. Name, Zong Wuji. Realm, early nascent soul. Combat power, 3,000. The figures blinked away. Xiang Yuan's own combat power was 2,400 lower by 600, yet he surged upward without a flicker of fear. Boom! Zong Wuji's body ignited with golden divine flames, turning him into a war god wreathed in fire. Taste my Wuji hellfire. At the same moment, black flames shot up around Xiang Yuan, laced with threads of purple lightning. He drove his fist forward. What kind of fire is that? Zong Wuji's pupils shrank, but there was no time to wonder. Black flame met gold. Bang! A fire cloud dozens of meters wide erupted, throwing both men back. Zong Wuji stared in shock as lightning arced through his golden flames, numbing his limbs, while black mist gnawed rapidly across his right arm. Poison and lightning in one flame, how vicious. The thought alone chilled him. His signature fire had been countered, pressing on meant death. In a heartbeat, he chose to flee, rocketing backward before the toxin could spread. But Xiang Yuan gave no quarter. With a flicker of movement, he appeared behind Zong Wuji and unleashed the heaven-veiling hand. A colossal hand of condensed energy shot towards Zong Wuji's back. As a top-tier cultivator at the Divine Soul stage, he sensed the murderous intent at once and poured all his power into a burst of speed, trying to escape the hand's reach. Almost simultaneously, a thread-thin bolt of lightning slipped into his meridians. His muscles went numb, his channels seized up, and the flow of spiritual energy was brutally cut off. His body stalled in midair for the blink of an eye. That pause was all Xiang Yuan needed. The heaven-shrouding hand closed, its 5 fingers clamping down like iron hoops. Spirit light churned in Xiang Yuan's palm, trapping Zong Wuji inside. Faced with death, Zong Wuji's potential erupted. His inner sea of energy roared, power surging in tidal waves that slammed again and again into the giant hand, each impact booming like distant thunder. Xiang Yuan's brow rose as he felt the sudden spike in resistance. Without hesitation, he unleashed a second divine, art-limitless force. A surge of overwhelming strength poured into the heaven-shrouding hand, and the fingers that had started to loosen locked tight once more. Zong Wuji's breastbone creaked. His face darkened to a purplish black as he realized every struggle was useless against that boundless might. Shatter for me. Xiang Yuan's voice was ice-cold, and his fingers snapped shut. Boom. A cloud of blood exploded in his palm. Zong clan patriarch Zong Wuji was crushed to pulp, bone fragments and blood mist swallowed by swirling spirit light. When the blood haze dispersed, Xiang Yuan stood in midair with his hands clasped behind him, a satisfied curve on his lips. Not a bad harvest for this expedition. He pointed ahead. Men, follow me into the city. Keep looting. In Xuanzong City's ancestral hall, clan head Zong Ao paced the empty chamber, worry etched across his face. The heavy wooden doors burst open and Zong Li staggered in, panic written all over him. Why the rush? Speak clearly. Zong Ao forced down his anxiety and barked the order. Zong Li's face was ashen, his voice trembling. Clan head, Muzong City has fallen. Let it fall. Zong Ao cut him off sharply. What about the patriarch? Did he take down that Azura army? Zong Li lowered his head, despair thick in his tone. It's over, clan head. The patriarch was slain by their Azura lord. Zong Ao felt as if struck by lightning. Color drained from his face. He collapsed into a chair, muttering, it's over, the Zong consortium is finished. I, Zong Ao, have failed our ancestors. The clan dies in my hands. After a long silence, Zong Li spoke haltingly. Clan head, maybe we should gather what we can and retreat? Zong Ao stared blankly past him, voice as thin as a dream. Go all of you. Go, the Azura won't spare us, and neither will the other 9 consortia. I will stay and die with the Zong clan. Zong Li hesitated, then clenched his teeth, turned, and left the hall. Out in the wilds, columns of smoke rose skyward. Xiang Yuan led his Azura army from city to city, conquering as they marched. Every frontier town under the Zong banner fell in quick succession. Civilians scattered, granaries were plundered, and the trade route burned to rubble. That very night, Xuanzong City surrendered almost without resistance. Inside the ancestral hall, Xiang Yuan found clan head Zong Ao. The man had already hanged himself from a roof beam. And so, the mighty Zong consortium once counted among the 10 great cartels was annihilated. Xiang Yuan ordered his troops to crate up the mountain of spoils captured on the battlefield and march straight back to Ashura City. Instead of rushing at the next cartel, he chose to let the army rearm and resupply, storing every trophy in the central depot for the military buildup to come. Ashura City soon buzzed with energy. Freight convoys threaded through the streets while crane arms swung pallet after pallet into the warehouses. The rumble of cement mixers, the snap of rivet guns, and the bark of drill sergeants blended into one continuous roar as the city plunged into another feverish round of construction. Tian took charge of the industrial quarter himself, watching the foundation of the new Ashura armory rise brick by brick. One day, Feng Zheng arrived on horseback, caked in dust, with two pieces of good news for Xiang Yuan. First, the Secret Arms Institute had finished the upgrade module for the no-fly zone device. The anti-air barrier could now distinguish friend from foe. Within its range, Ashura winged armor and gunships could take to the sky at will, while any hostile aircraft would still be slammed back to the ground. Second, the labor android forge seized from the mecha warlord had gone into full production. Whether it was heavy mining or mundane dock work, machines now did it all, multiplying labor efficiency several times over and freeing more assurance for research and combat readiness. In just a few days, the city was thriving. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 cartels were gripped by a very different mood, one of mounting dread. In the brightly lit council hall of the Qing royal city, the 9 clan chiefs gathered once more. "My friends," Qin Yang said, his voice low as his eyes swept the room, "you have all witnessed the Assuran's might. With a single army, they erased the Zong clan. Who can guarantee that the next blade will not swing at us?" One chief hesitated. "Do we really need all 8 cartels to summon their patriarchs at once? Perhaps the Assurans mean no further expansion. After toppling Zong, they may well sheath their swords." The remark split the hall in two, with proponents and opponents arguing heatedly, yet none eager to disturb the ancient patriarchs who slumbered beneath their lands. Qin Yang slammed the table, his thunderous voice cutting through the din. "The fate of the Zong clan is warning enough. If we hesitate, we will be picked off one by one. Our only chance is to join forces, awaken our patriarchs, and merge our armies." Silence fell as the chiefs sank into deep thought. At last, Li clan's leader nodded. "Very well. Patriarch Qin Yang, you decide. Whether it means waking our elders or mustering our troops, the Li clan stands with you." The Wang clan agrees as well. Voices of assent rose around the table, and the 9 cartels finally reached a consensus. "Good," Qin Yang said, taking a long breath. "Return to your domains and bring your patriarchs forth. In half a month we gather our armies at Qingfeng's Sitami clan's stronghold and the closest front line to Ashura." "Agreed. So be it." The chiefs rose in unison and hurried back to their territories. Several days later, back in Ashura city. In the heart of the industrial quarter, a towering steel shed had just been roofed over, dark red furnace light gushing from its windows, the Assuran's brand new armament foundry. Xiang Yuan strode into the humming forge and got straight to the point. "Tainan, how long until that cache of forbidden obsidian meteorite is hammered into armor?" "My king," Tainan answered, raising a hand coated in metal grit, his chest heaving. "Obsidian meteorite is devilishly hard to melt, but with my skills 1 month will do." A few days later, in Qingfeng City, north of the former Xuanzong city, things had changed. What had once been a rough frontier outpost had swollen into a full-scale fortress. Hillsides and valleys outside the walls were crowded with tents, their banners snapping in the wind. Troops from all 9 major consortiums had gathered here. Deep inside the city lord's residence, the heads of those consortiums stood in an unbroken line, unusually respectful. Seated around the long table were the true power brokers, their ancestral elders. "My friends, it has been far too long since we were last all together." Qing Zhun, elder of the Qing clan, boomed, raising his cup. "Ha ha, indeed." The Wang elder answered, laughing just as loudly. "Imagine one young lordling manages to drag all of us old fossils out of seclusion. That youngster must be blessed." The elders traded looks and laughed, their voices rattling the beams overhead. Watching from the side, the clan heads relaxed. If the elders were this at ease, the Ashura clan didn't stand a chance. When the laughter finally faded, Qing Zhun set down his cup and grew serious. "Enough celebration. We've learned most of what there is to know about the Ashura clan. With the combined troops of our 9 consortiums, taking Ashura city itself is easy. The real obstacle is the canyon thief deployed an anti-air field there. As long as that remains, an assault is impossible." He paused, letting his gaze sweep the table. "I have a solution, but the cost isn't small. Surely you don't expect the Qing clan to shoulder it alone? Out with it, old Qing." One elder barked. "Whatever needs paying, we'll share." "Speak." The others echoed. Satisfied, Qing Zhen nodded. "We've contacted Lord Haogwei. He once bought an anti-air field disruptor from the fortune store. Predictably, he wants a hefty pile of resources for it." The Wang elder slapped the table. "Why hesitate? The Ashura clan's method for refining Xian bloodstone alone is worth any price. Trade for the device." Seeing unanimous agreement, Qing Zhen grinned. "Excellent. The truth is, I've already retrieved the device. He'll show it to everyone in a moment. Consider it peace of mind. Just be sure to settle the resources you promised the Qing clan." He turned toward the door. "Xiaoyang, bring the disruptor in. And tell the men to crank Qingfeng City's own anti-air field up to maximum." After receiving the order, Qingyang left the conference room with eager energy. Moments later he returned, accompanied by several burly cultivators who carried a waist-high metal device. Its black iron casing gleamed coldly. The whole contraption looked like an oversized hydraulic jack, its thick support arms covered in formation runes that projected an oppressive aura. Everyone stepped aside, and when the machine thudded onto the floor, the teacups on the table rattled. With this, my friends, we can test the strength of Qingfeng City's flightband field, Qingjin said with a smile. Patriarch Wang strode forward, spiritual power surging as he shot upward. He rose barely a meter before slamming into an invisible barrier and dropping back down, sparking the floor with his boots. Impressive strength, he remarked, relaxing his stance. I wasn't using my full power, but ordinary troops wouldn't get off the ground at all. Qingjin nodded, pointing at the device. Its full name is the Flightband Field Overclocking Disruptor. It simulates tens of thousands of nascent divinity cultivators taking off at once, draining any flightband array in an instant. Once that energy is gone, the sky shield is worthless. Of course, powering it also demands a massive energy medium. The patriarchs murmured in amazement. Come on, old Qing, fire it up so we can see, Patriarch Li urged with a hearty laugh. Gladly, Qingjin replied, turning his head. Qingyang, activate it. Qingyang sprang to the console, fingers flying over Reneged controls. A green light flashed, and the piston at the top began pounding up and down, its speed climbing visibly as a deafening hum filled the room. A moment later, invisible energy waves surged outward, compressing the very air. A sharp crack echoed through everyone's mind, and the city's flightband screen shattered in a heartbeat. Excellent. With this weapon, what fear do we have of Azure City? Patriarch Li laughed. Old Qing, when do we strike? Tomorrow, Qingjin declared, eyes like steel. The Azura clan is growing too fast to delay. See to your armies, let the soldiers rest, and we march at dawn. The others agreed, and the meeting dispersed. At first light the next morning, the combined forces of the 9 consortiums poured from the city gates. Banners snapped in the wind, more than 100,000 warships hovered overhead, and 10 million cultivators advanced like a tidal wave. Among them were several million elite, soul-refining troops, their collective might shaking the heavens. That night the vast host reached the mouth of the canyon outside Azura City. Lines of tents and torches formed a glowing serpent, bathing the entrance in scarlet light as bright as day. Meanwhile, atop the 1,000-meter cliffs on either side, Xiang Yuan and his Azura warriors lay in ambush. Scout reports let him view the seemingly endless army with perfect clarity, and excitement flickered in his eyes. If they could swallow this force, the Azura clan would see an unprecedented surge in power. He waited silently to see how the allied army would enter the gorge. Then, at the head of the enemy columns, soldiers lifted a strange mechanical device into view. Soon, soldiers from the coalition of the 9 conglomerates set the mechanical device near the canyon entrance, tinkered with it for a moment before sprinting away. The metal-clad machine began to hum and vibrate. Blue-white patterns blazed along its engraved grooves, and an invisible wave of energy rippled outward, shaking the Nofli field that blanketed the sky above Azura City. Standing on the edge of the basin, Xiang Yuan stiffened. A crease forming between his brows. Was that a device meant to breach the field? The thought darkened his gaze. Moments later, the Azura clansman Wakang dashed over loose rock, burst through the mist, and stopped in front of him. Still catching his breath, he clasped his fists and reported, My king, you need not worry. That machine is meant to disrupt the barrier, but destroying our field is impossible. There's such a device? How does it work? Xiang Yuan asked quietly. Following his king's gaze toward the canyon mouth, Wakang saw the contraption still running at full power and snorted. It simply mimics countless experts taking off inside the field, trying to drain its energy. But our Chaos Pearl supplies limitless power. That heap of scrap could spin for 100 years and not shake us. A spark flashed through Xiang Yuan's mind, his dark eyes brightening. In a moment, shut the Nofli field and let them enter the basin unimpeded. The barrier now distinguishes friend from foe. Once they're inside, they'll be fish in a barrel. Admiration shone in Wakang's eyes. Brilliant, my king. Xiang Yuan turned and shouted, Tu Mia, Tu E. Order every Azura warrior to fall back to Azura City. We no longer need to hold this position. The command swept out like a gale. Azura soldiers hidden atop the canyon rim stowed their bows and halberds, retreated down the cliff face, and vanished into the basin fog, leaving the canyon empty once more. Meanwhile, in the coalition camp of the 9 conglomerates, the 9 patriarchs stared unblinkingly at the machine. Sparks crackled, gauges swung, yet the Nofli field remained rock solid. Patriarch Wang was the first to lose patience. He turned to Qingjin. Old Qing, it's been running this long, why hasn't the barrier collapsed? Qingjin kept his eyes on the device, forcing calm into his voice. Give it a little more time. Anything from the Hao Gui Fortune Emporium is guaranteed genuine. Minutes ticked by. After half an hour, restless murmurs spread through coalition headquarters. Suddenly, Qingjin froze, sensed the invisible restraint ahead vanish. Elated, he raised his voice. Qingyang, send a squad to the canyon entrance and test the airspace. The other 8 patriarchs also felt the pressure in the air ease and began to smile. A squad of soul-refining cultivators lifted off, skimmed to the canyon mouth, and shot upward, leaving a trail of rippling air behind them. Their leader looked back, voice trembling with excitement. The barrier is gone. Patriarch Wang laughed and turned to Qingjun. Old Qing, you're the commander, give the order to attack. Yet Qingjun narrowed his eyes, unease creeping in. The restraint hadn't been shattered. It had snapped off all at once, as if someone had flicked a switch behind the scenes. It felt deliberate. Taking no chances, Qingjun shouted, leave a squad to guard the anti-flight device and keep it running. Everyone else, take off, cross the gorge, and attack Azura City. His voice echoed over the gorge. The other 8 patriarchs voiced their approval, turned, and barked orders to their own corporate armies. In an instant, more than 10 million cultivators rose into the sky, ribbons of arcane light, sword aura, and spirit feathers weaving into a vast, sun-blocking cloud that surged toward distant Azura City. Led by the 9 consortium patriarchs, the coalition crossed the gorge and descended into the Crimson Basin where Azura City stood. The colossal fortress, forged from dark blood stone, was a deep, mottled red, like an enormous blood jade embedded in the earth. Seeing it for the first time, every patriarch's eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. Qingjun wasted no time and barked another order. All coalition units, form the siegebreaker array and shatter that barrier. In a heartbeat, densely packed spell formations unfolded in midair, unleashing countless pillars of energy that hammered the shield around the city. Yet the barrier was rock solid. No matter how violently the explosions blossomed, not a single crack appeared. High atop the wall, Xiang Yuan watched the scene, barely able to hide his excitement. He raised a hand and called out, Hua Kong. From afar, Hua Kong sprinted over, his labored breaths pounding against the stone steps. Give them another 20 minutes, Xiang Yuan said, glancing at the raging beams of light, his eyes icy. Once their main force is within range, activate the anti-flight field. Then we'll beat them while they're down. His logic was razor-sharp. Once the anti-flight field went up, the coalition would be dragged to the ground, their attacks blunted by the city shield, while the Azura warriors kept their aerial mobility. With the Shura cannon's range and power, the Azura Legion could bombard the enemy from above without taking casualties. Then a detachment could swing around to the gorge's mouth for a pincer strike. A force of 10 million cultivators would become nothing more than an experience farm. In the center of the basin, the coalition's siege formations filled the sky. Array cores thundered, torrents of spiritual power crashed again and again against the shield, and the patriarchs, growing impatient, unleashed their ultimate techniques in a relentless barrage. 20 minutes flew by. Right on cue, Walking triggered Azura City's anti-flight field. A lightning-like force spread outward. High above, Qingjun felt a tremendous yank and plummeted. Damn it, they've reactivated the anti-flight field, it's even stronger. He growled. Qingyang, contact the squad guarding the disruptor outside now. What's going on? Why isn't the device working? Patriarch, Qin Yang's anxious voice crackled over the link. The device is still running, but their field is overriding our sway, can't counter it. A chill shot through Qingjun. It's a trap. All forces, retreat. Watch out for their air units. Before the words left his mouth, squads of warriors burst skyward from Azura City. Clad in black armor and blood-red wings, they climbed to an altitude conventional spells could barely reach. One group streaked toward the coalition's rear. Another climbed higher still, coalescing deep crimson waves of energy. It went without saying once that dense barrage of energy crashed down, it would spell an unprecedented catastrophe for the soldiers of the 9 Consortium coalition. In no time, countless energy pillars as thick as water barrels plunged from the sky, sweeping violently through the coalition's packed ranks and flinging flesh and blood everywhere like a high-speed meat grinder. The patriarchs of the 9 great conglomerates erupted in fury. At once they unleashed their divine powers and bombarded the Azura warriors hovering overhead. Xiang Yuan noticed that only 9 people could reach the Azura warriors with their attacks. He immediately concluded that these elders were the pillars of the 9 corporations, likely as strong as the Zong clan patriarch he had faced before. A direct clash would be suicide, but if he could keep these 9 occupied, the Azura warriors could keep harvesting the enemy army. With that thought, he shot out of Azura City and charged straight toward the 9 patriarchs. While still some distance away, Xiang Yuan raised his hand and launched a sky-shrouding palm at Qingjun, patriarch of the Qing clan. A sharp warning flared in Qingjun's mind. He blinked out of his original spot, then locked on to the lone Azura figure above the city wall. Measuring Xiang Yuan from head to toe, he suddenly roared, "Old Wang, that's their leader. Cut off the head and the body, dies take him down." His voice boomed across the heavens. The other 8 patriarchs hesitated for a heartbeat, then all swung their hands up and began casting. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yuan released his true-false doppelganger technique, and more than 100 copies of him filled the sky. Patriarch Wang shouted, "Hold on. Let me use the eye of illusion breaker to see which is real." Pressing 2 fingers together like a sword, he chanted, golden light blooming at his fingertips before he smeared it across his eyes. The next moment he froze. The eye of illusion breaker had failed. He could not distinguish true from false. Every clone was both real and illusory. Seeing Wang's stupefied expression, Qing Jun could no longer hold back. Old Wang, what's wrong? He barked. Watching the coalition below slaughtered like lambs, his heart twisted with anguish. Wang answered bitterly, my eye of illusion breaker can't pierce an Azura's clones. Qing Jun's rage flared. Forget it, blanket the whole area and wipe them all out. He shouted. At his order, the 9 patriarchs unleashed wide area killing spells, torrents of violent magic crashing over Xiang Yuan's many doppelgangers like a raging sea. Under the crossfire of 9 converging focal points, Xiang Yuan scattered his clones as widely as possible to avoid a single strike wipeout. Yet he was still hopelessly outgunned. Large swaths of doppelgangers were obliterated in blazing light and roaring thunder. Once the patriarchs saw that only a handful of images remained, they began scanning the sky with their naked eyes, searching for Xiang Yuan's true body. In the very next heartbeat, the surviving replicas flickered and split again, spawning hundreds more illusory doubles. The 9 patriarchs of the corporate clans felt their skin crawl. None of them had imagined their foe could conjure phantoms on such a scale all at once. Xiang Yuan's duel with the 9 patriarchs raged on, time bleeding away inside a hurricane of volatile spirit energy. Meanwhile, the coalition army, more than 10 million cultivators cobbled together by the 9 conglomerates, was being butchered wholesale. Even their prized soul-forging legions had been nearly wiped out. At this point, the corporation's defeat was beyond doubt. Qing Jin swept his gaze across the battlefield, severed limbs and blood everywhere, and his heart quaked. Those were 10 million soldiers lying in pieces. Forcing himself calm, he weighed the odds and shouted, shield the key members of your clans and fall back now. Another moment here, and we're finished. The other 8 patriarchs were veterans of countless wars. A single glance told them the fight was lost. They gathered their descendants, raised luminous barriers, and charged toward the canyon's exit. On the far side, the Azura, who had been flying to the entrance for a pincer attack, doubled back, slamming the escape route shut. The coalition was exterminated to the last soldier, and rivers of blood ran through the gorge. Xiang Yuan watched the 9 patriarchs force their way out under a shimmering ward with only a handful of survivors in tow, but he did not give chase. He knew the Azura warriors had just gained tremendous power levels. Clashing head-on with those old monsters now would only cost him strength, and even he could not face 9 of them alone. Reaching the mouth of the canyon, Qing Jun suddenly stopped, glaring at the anti-flight disruption device that was still humming. Fury surged through him. He raised his sword, and a blade of energy howled across the air. Boom! The device exploded in a spray of fire and metal. Had that cursed contraption not malfunctioned, they would never have lost 10 million troops. Thinking of the other 8 conglomerates demanding compensation from the Qings, Qing Jun's temples throbbed, but he could only bark at his people to keep moving. Once the patriarchs and their remnants had fled, nothing remained outside Azura City but scorched earth and a carpet of corpses. Standing atop the battlements, Xiang Yuan's eyes were glacial as he spoke. Purge the wicked. Leave none alive. 2 legion commanders rushed over, exhilarated. My king, go. Compile every bit of data on our warriors' level gains and report to me at once, he said coolly. At once. Feng Zheng hurried to his side, all enthusiasm. My lord, the labor mechs are ready to clear the field. When should we move out? Now, Xiang Yuan replied, surveying the mountains of dead. His voice was steady. Strip anything of value from the bodies and bring it back. Understood. Moments later, the massive gates of Azura City thundered open, and a dense tide of labor automatons poured forth to begin harvesting the battlefield. Early the next morning, Xiang Yuan woke in his lord's palace. Pushing open the carved bronze doors and stepping into the antechamber, he found the long table already laden with steaming dishes, pork buns gleaming with savory juices, pancakes edged in crisp gold, and a basket of freshly cut fruit and vegetables. Ji Wuyao stood prettily to one side, while the 2 Azura commanders, 2 Mia and 2 Yi, waited at attention. Xiang Yuan gave a small nod and sat down. Wuyao, 2 Mia, 2 Yi, join me. Ji Wuyao's eyes curved in a bright smile. Coming, brother Xiang. I brewed a big bowl of soy milk. Start without me. I'll fetch it. Lifting her skirt, she skipped from the room. 2 Mia and 2 Yi exchanged a glance, then pulled out chairs without hesitation. To an Azura, once the master speaks, there's no need for ceremony, just eat. The 3 launched an immediate assault on the food. Buns split open and spilled hot broth. Thin pancakes wrapped around vegetables disappeared in quick bites, and the rhythm of chewing filled the hall. Soon Ji Wuyao returned, balancing a vat of soy milk as tall as her torso, fragrant steam billowing around her. When the simple yet satisfying meal ended, Xiang Yuan dabbed his lips and looked to the commanders. Report. How's the army progressing? Tu Mia rose and saluted. My king, after months of hard fighting, the Bloodblade Legion has pushed nearly all its warriors past level 200. Tu Yi stepped in next. My king, the Eviltide Legion is close behind, holding steady around 150. Xiang Yuan nodded in approval. Good. The 9 conglomerates won't dare trouble Azura City for now. Use this lull to rest and reorganize. When the time comes, we'll strike first and tear them out by the roots. As you command, my king. Tu Mie and Tu Yi replied in unison. As Xiang Yuan predicted, the 9 conglomerates sent no more troops against Azura City in the following weeks. Instead, turmoil erupted within their own ranks. Patriarchs of the other 8 houses took turns cursing the Qing clan, claiming the last disaster was caused by Qing miscalculations and demanding compensation. Beset on all sides, Qing Zhenhoff, a cultivator of the divided spirit stage, couldn't stand against 8 peers at once. He kept up appearances only by stalling, invoking loss assessments and future negotiations. He understood that the Azura would retaliate eventually. When that day came, the 9 conglomerates would have to close ranks again, giving him room to breathe. A month flashed by. Inside Azura City's armory, thick with iron fumes and roaring flames, Iron then hurried up to Xiang Yuan. My king, the gear forged from forbidden Starfell iron is ready. Please come and inspect it. Eager, Xiang Yuan followed him down a steel corridor and pushed open a set of heavy copper doors. Furnace light bathed the hall in crimson. 8 new suits of armor stood in formation like slumbering fire demons. Their upper halves were encased in blood-red metal, even the heads hidden beneath sharp, streamlined helms. Below, reneged greaves covered their legs, and several scarlet silks sashed bright as fresh blood hung from their waists, swaying gently in the heat, lending grace to their savage silhouette. From the first glance, Xiang Yuan was transfixed by the blazing design. One thought filled his mind. This was full-body armor with absolute, breathtaking perfection. Among the 8 suits of armor, the most eye-catching one was the set in the middle. In every respect it matched the other 7 except for a golden silk ribbon coiled around its shoulders. The ribbon seemed alive, winding like a serpent, its surface etched with dense black runes. One glance was enough to tell it was far more than decoration. It added a dazzling majesty to the armor's cold metallic sheen. Xiang Yuan raised a hand, casting an appraisal spell. Pale gold light skimmed across the surface. Ashura Emperor's Blood Armor Mythic Grade, Special Material. Physical Defense 90. Magical Defense 90. Special Trait, Indestructible. Special Trait, Spellproof. Endless Ashura Fire. Fire Damage 100. Wind of Grace. Movement Speed 300. The panel flashed before his eyes, and even Xiang Yuan, usually unflappable, sucked in a quiet breath. The stats were far beyond his expectations. Still frowning, he turned to Tian. What exactly do indestructible and spellproof mean? Arms crossed, Tian answered with a mix of pride and mystery. Exactly what they say, my king. Truly unbreakable and completely immune to magic? Xiang Yuan blinked. Feel free to try, Tian said, thumping his chest. If you manage to damage it, just call me scrap metal. Taking the invitation, Xiang Yuan summoned his life-bound blood blade, which stretched into a crimson saber. He swung down hard. The armor rocked under the blow, showing only a shallow mark that vanished an instant later, the metal flowing back as if nothing had happened. Satisfied, Xiang Yuan's eyes gleamed. Excellent. Tian, these 8 suits are flawless. He immediately chose the Emperor's blood armor with the golden ribbon. Tian stepped up to help. Clasps, vambraces, and chest plates snapped into place. Moments later, a breathtakingly formidable Ashura warrior stood before the crowd, leaving everyone speechless. Remembering the rest, Xiang Yuan asked, Tian, I want the other 7 suits for Tu Mie and his squad. They have 6 arms, will they fit? Tian laughed. Already thought of that, my king. I've built expansion fittings for the arm guards. They'll slot right in. Nearby, Tu Mie and Tu Yi trembled with excitement. Tu Mie, Tu Yi, Xiang Yuan declared. The 7 suits are yours and the rest of the 2 brigade. Pick whichever you like. With the armor allocated, Xiang Yuan felt his battle spirit surge. It was time to face the 9 conglomerates heathen. Tu Mie, Tu Yi, once your squad is suited up, rally the Bloodblade Legion and the Evil Sky Legion. We strike back now. Later that afternoon, Central Plaza, Ashura City. The Bloodblade Legion and the Evil Sky Legion stood in tight formation. Bloodblade Legion, over 500,000 soldiers, average level above 200, their murderous aura piercing the clouds. Evil Sky Legion, 160,000 strong, recently recruited, core troops around level 100, no less imposing. Xiang Yuan kept the inspection brief. His black hair whipped in the wind as his voice boomed like thunder. Brothers, it's time for war again. Kill, kill, kill. The roar shook the plaza, their morale so high it felt they could tear the mountains apart. That's the Ashura way, no flowery speeches, no elaborate pep talks. The moment battle is mentioned, every warrior's blood ignites. Couldn't be simpler. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.